Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Upon his arrival at the estate, Alaric encountered his mother outside the main mansion. Seeing her, he took out the letter sent by Lucas and handed it to her. "Is this from your father?" Maria asked as she took the letter. Alaric nodded. "Yes, my lady. There were people around, so he couldn't speak informally with her. I will read it later then." Maria smiled and kept the letter. "Anyway, how was the situation at the cold iron mine?" she asked. The cold iron deposit was of huge importance to House Silversword. They could use the mine ores to upgrade the equipment of their warriors, and they could also sell the excess for additional funds. It is Sir Warwick's turn to look after the mines. I do not think someone will be stupid enough to attack it while he is there. Alaric chuckled in response. He had promised to ensure the security of the mining site, so he sent the warriors of House Silversword to guard the area in rotating shifts. "That is good then. I will talk with you later. I still have some things to do." Maria gracefully left after bidding him farewell. Now that Lucas was gone, most of his tasks and obligations fell on her shoulders. She had been really busy in the past few days, and her workload increased after the cold iron deposit was discovered. Now that I have delivered Dad's letter, I should visit the smithy and see if the weapon I ordered has been made. After their return from the orc subjugation, Alaric took a huge chunk of cold iron together with the mithril chains that he got from Fredrin and brought it to the smithy. He asked the blacksmiths of the household to create a sword that was suited for his dual-wielding sword style. He only had the rare steel sword. The other one couldn't keep up anymore after the recent battles that they had gone through. However, the main reason he asked for a customized sword was because he discovered that he couldn't use the equipment upgrade card on the rare steel sword and the dark diamond shield. As to why that happened, he still had no idea even until now. The group headed to the smithy, which was quite far from the main mansion. Soon, they arrived in front of an ordinary-looking two-story building. The rhythmic sounds of hammer hitting metal echoed and drifted into their ears. The warriors guarding the entrance of the smithy were shocked to see them. "My lord, don't mind me." Alaric waved his hand and tapped their shoulders before he entered the building. Upon entering, the hammering sounds became louder, and those who weren't used to the noise might find it irritating. However, to Alaric, it was music to his ears. When he was young, he had always been fascinated with smithing, and he had even snuck out many times during his swordsmanship training to watch the blacksmiths do their work. The blacksmiths and their apprentices were too focused in their work that they failed to notice their arrival. Alaric didn't disturb these hard-working people and went to look for a certain blacksmith. There was only one person in the entire smithy who had the skills and the strength to make a weapon out of mithril. This was because of the strict requirements of processing this metal. An ordinary blacksmith wouldn't be able to withstand the heat when melting mithril, and they certainly didn't have the strength to mold it into a weapon. Only a blacksmith who had the power and the endurance equivalent to that of a knight could do this job. Fortunately, there was one such person in this smithy, a middle-aged man named Goran. Goran was the head blacksmith of the smithy, and he had decades of experience. Furthermore, he was also a retired knight, one who had some fame in his youth. Goran's workshop was on the 5th basement floor, and it took them more than 10 minutes before they arrived. As soon as they got there, Alaric saw a muscular middle-aged man with long graying hair leaning lazily on his recliner. His face was beet red, and he was holding a leather flask, looking completely drunk. As Alaric walked inside the workshop, the strong smell of ale assaulted his nose. The middle-aged man who was dozing off heard their footsteps and abruptly turned his head. "Didn't I tell you that I'm still busy? Go and dash." My lord." The middle-aged man immediately rose to his feet when he realized that it was him. He hid the leather flask behind him and let out a smile. "I see that you are doing well, Sir Goran." Alaric chuckled, not caring about the man's slovenly appearance. He was already familiar with this person since he was a regular visitor to this place. Goran squeezed out an ugly smile as he asked hesitantly, Are you here for your sword, my lord? That is right. Is there any update on that project, Sir Goran? Alaric didn't look down on this man. He might look like a beggar, but his skills were the real deal. About that, it will be better if I show you. Follow me. Goran signaled for him to follow. Alaric nodded and signaled for the others to stay before he followed Goran inside the forging room. The temperature noticeably increased, and it was even to the point that it could harm an ordinary person. I apologize for the heat, my lord. This happened when I was refining the mithril chains you brought. It has so many impurities, so I had to... Aya, look at me yapping about unnecessary things. Goran chuckled. My lord, do you see that small clump of metal right there? That's what I got from the mithril chains. And that one right there is the smelted cold iron. I'm still waiting for them to cool down a bit before I mix them and form the blade. Alaric nodded. How long would it take you to complete this project, Sir Goran? Goran rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment before he replied. If you need it immediately, I can expedite the refining and forming process. It should take me around 2 days to complete the sword. If my lord is not in a hurry, then I can make the sword have better balance and also more sophisticated, but it would take me 3 to 5 days to complete. Alaric furrowed his eyebrows upon hearing this. Goran could usually forge a sword within 2 days, including the smelting process. The fact that a master artisan like him needed a week to make this custom-made sword spoke volumes of its complicated forging process. You can take your time, Sir Goran. I am not in a hurry. If there is anything you need, do not hesitate to let me know. Alaric wanted a good quality sword, preferably one at the level of a relic. However, he knew that it wasn't easy to forge a weapon at that level, so he didn't say anything to avoid placing unnecessary pressure on Goran. Actually, there's something that I need your help with, my lord. Goran mumbled hesitantly. Looking at his troubled face, Alaric raised an eyebrow. Go ahead, Sir Goran. As long as it is within my means, then I will do my best to fulfill your request. Goran cleared his throat and spoke. With the materials that my lord has provided, I can forge a relic, but there's one problem. He looked at Alaric with a stern look as he uttered. We need a beast soul warrior to engrave an ability on the sword. The more powerful the beast soul warrior, the more powerful the finished product will be. Alaric nodded. This was true, and he had read it in a book when he was young. Beast soul warriors had the ability to engrave their traits into certain weapons. Once successful, the weapon will carry the trait they had engraved. However, this was very taxing on the beast soul warriors because it would deplete their mana, and this would even cause irreversible damage if done incorrectly. This was the reason why there wasn't a lot of relic-level equipment. Finding a beast soul warrior will be difficult, but I will try my best. In the meantime, please complete the sword first, so that by the time I bring a beast soul warrior over, only the engraving process will be needed. Goran nodded. Yes, my lord. Then I shall not disturb you any further. Alaric left after bidding Goran farewell. After stepping out of the smithy, he wiped off the sweat on his face with a clean linen towel. Blacksmiths are really built different, but they should take care of their health too. Constant exposure to such level of heat might cause serious problems. I should ask Mom to create a public bathhouse here, since the nearest one is too far from the smithy. I will worry about this later. Mom still has many things to do, so I should not add more to that. The most important thing right now is to look for a beast soul warrior. Where can I even find a beast soul warrior? Should I visit that old man from the church? Alaric thought about Bishop Anton. The old man was a 3-ringed beast soul master, an expert who had integrated 3 traits into his soul marks. If he could get the old man to engrave an ability into his sword, he wondered how powerful it would be. Author's note: Beast Soul Warriors is the general term, while Nth-ringed Beast Soul Master is the name of the realm. I can visit Hershey too and propose marriage. He had already gotten Nathan's approval, so all that was to formally ask Hershey. I'm coming, Hershey. It was the 20th day of March in the year 209 of the Astanian calendar. On this very day, the capital city of Astania, Kadera, was bustling with activity. The sidewalks were filled with tourists and locals. There were also droves of carriages passing by the cobbled roads. The reason for this surge of traffic was because of the event being hosted by the imperial family. It was an official match between warriors of the Astanian Dragon leaderboard. Normally, an event like this wouldn't need the imperial family's presence, but the participants of this match were special. One was ranked 11th in the Astanian Dragon leaderboard, while the other one was ranked 9th. These two were some of the most powerful figures in the empire, so the imperial family decided to host a match. Located at the innermost part of Kadara was a huge coliseum where the battle between the two top warriors would be held. Even outside the coliseum, the sonorous shouts of the spectators could already be heard. The venue was fully packed, and everyone was boiling with excitement. At the center of the coliseum was a platform that was about 200 feet long and 75 feet wide. It was purposefully designed this way to give the fighters enough room to move around during their battles. At this moment, Lucas Silversword was in the resting area, watching the preliminary matches before his fight. They even invited elite knights to fight in the preliminary rounds. Lucas chuckled. This was the fourth preliminary match, and his fight was scheduled next. Once this match ends, it would be his turn to step onto the stage. Suddenly, he saw a servant approaching him. "My lord, please get ready. The main event is about to begin." Hearing this, Lucas nodded. "All right." He then stood up and grabbed his equipment, a round steel shield and a relic-level broadsword. Looking at the towering figure in front of him, the servant was intimidated. He felt like he was in the presence of a prehistoric beast. "So this is the Shield of the North, Lucas Silversword." After recovering from his shock, the servant cleared his throat. "Please follow me, my lord. I will take you to the waiting area." And when Lucas stepped out of the resting area, the spectators immediately spotted him. "Look, it's the Shield of the North, Lord Lucas Silversword." The Shield of the North. The Shield of the North. The spectators went wild with excitement, and they cheered loudly for him. The noise and the bustle of the crowd fell into Lucas's ears. It has been a while since I last stood in the middle of this crowd. The stern-faced Lucas let out a rare smile as he thought of this. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the challenger, Roderick Lassiter, finally appeared. The spectators became even more excited, and the noise inside the Colosseum intensified. Roderick Lassiter wore a cold look on his face as he waited for the preliminary round to end. "I have been waiting for this very moment. Lucas, show me how much you have progressed while you were in the North." In the spectators' seats, there was a section where only the most important guests were seated. Among the people seated in this particular section was the second prince, Prince Giovanni Aurelius Astania. He had short golden hair and a pair of ocean blue eyes. His expression was one of boredom, as if he wasn't impressed with the battle on the platform. "How are the preparations?" the second prince lazily asked as he looked at the man seated next to him. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his late 40s. He was dressed in fashionable noble attire embellished with shiny accessories. "We have already prepared everything, Your Highness. All that is left is for Lucas to accept our invitation." The fashionably dressed gentleman replied with a respectful smile. "Good. No matter the results of the match, we must get Lucas to join our side," the second prince uttered with a serious tone. The challenge this time was carefully orchestrated by him, all for the sake of making Lucas come to the capital. "As long as I have Lucas, the entire North will be mine." Prince Giovanni's eyes flashed with ambition. He refused to acknowledge the emperor's decision to give the throne to his elder brother. He believed that only the strong should take that seat. "Yes, Your Highness. I will make sure that everything will go according to your plans," the middle-aged gentleman promised. "I believe in your ability, Lord Thompson." The second prince smiled faintly. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into applause, and their loud cheers echoed across the Colosseum. The most anticipated event was about to start, and the protagonists of this event have been called onto the stage. Under the heated gazes of the spectators, Lucas stepped onto the platform. His gait was neither fast nor slow. It was measured with great precision, showing his confidence and dignity with each step. As he stood on the platform, a heavy pressure descended upon him. Lucas narrowed his eyes as he looked at the person who caused this pressure. Roderick Lassiter was also a tall man himself. He was over 2 meters tall, with thick muscles under his steel armor. He was holding a mace and a diamond-shaped shield. Both were relic-level equipment, and Lucas could tell this at a glance. While the referee was explaining the rules of the match, Lucas and Roderick locked gazes, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The tension was evident, and the referee almost collapsed from the intense pressure they exuded. While wiping off his sweat, the referee announced the commencement of the battle. After the referee left, Roderick opened his mouth and shouted, "Lucas, show me what you got." His booming voice reverberated through the Colosseum. As soon as his voice fell, he stomped his foot and took the initiative to attack. His heavy footsteps caused the platform to tremble. A tremendous force was unleashed as he swung his mace. Whoosh! A violent flame burst forth, threatening to burn everything in its path. This was the unique ability of his mace, flame manipulation. It was engraved by a powerful bee-soul warrior, so its firepower was undeniably strong. Facing these fearsome flames, Lucas snorted and waved his sword, letting loose his mana to release the sword's power. In the next moment, a powerful gale erupted and clashed with the flames. Bang! A deafening explosion followed after their attacks collided. Subsequently, the two Transcendents released a barrage of attacks, causing more explosions and shockwaves. The spectators couldn't even follow their movements. They moved so fast that it looked like everything was a blur. Only the warriors at the level of knights and above could see what was happening, but even then, they could barely follow. Insane. So this is how the experts in the Astanian Dragon leaderboard fight. Who do you think will win? I can't say for sure. Lord Roderick has decades more experience, but Lord Lucas isn't a simple character either. No one could guess how the battle would conclude, but this didn't stop them from enjoying the fight. At this moment, Lucas's shield was already showing signs of cracks. It wasn't a relic-level equipment, so it couldn't withstand a series of beatings from Transcendent. Not to mention that Roderick wasn't just an ordinary Transcendent, but an expert ranked 11th in the Astanian Dragon leaderboard. TSK. He knows that my shield isn't a relic, so he is purposely hitting it. I must end this battle before my shield breaks. Lucas thought to himself as he adjusted his stance. He wasn't just idling when he was in the north. When everyone was busy doing other things, he was secretly training by himself. He released a burst of mana to fully tap into the power of his sword. I must finish this in one move. As he thought of this, his figure blurred as he lunged at Roderick. The latter immediately sensed his attack and raised his shield to protect his body. He also imbued the shield with mana to increase its defensive abilities. Do you think that flimsy shield can block my sword? Lucas stared coldly at his opponent as he unleashed a powerful blow. A sharp sword wind was released as Lucas swung his sword. It brought forth a terrifying force that caused the air to twist and turn. What fearsome sword wind! Roderick sensed the overwhelming might of the attack, so he immediately imbued the relic-level shield with mana to activate its power. The inscriptions on the shield lit up, forming a thick, defensive wall made of mana. In the next instant, a deafening boom rang out, forcing the spectators to cover their ears. What the hell? What if they suddenly launch and attack our way? Don't worry, we'll be safe. Do you see the old man over there? That old man is the guardian of this Colosseum. He is a three-ringed bee-soul master whose task is to ensure the safety of the spectators. What? There's actually such an expert here other than Lord Lucas and Lord Roderick? Of course. As the dust cloud subsided, everyone saw a massive crater on the platform. Look, Lord Roderick seems to be injured. Everyone could see that Roderick had received serious injuries after taking on that blow. There was a small cut on his forehead that caused bleeding. Even his steel armor couldn't withstand the attack and sustained some damage. However, Roderick remained calm as he stared at Lucas on the opposite side of the crater. If I hadn't activated the power of my shield in that last second, I could have lost an arm. Lucas' silver sword. I still can't beat him. Roderick appeared calm on the surface, but he was reeling in shock deep inside. Lucas's improvement was beyond his comprehension. After that blow, Roderick realized that Lucas had already surpassed him, and the difference in their strength was getting increasingly bigger. With a deep, regretful sigh, Roderick turned his head at the referee and said, "I admit defeat. It wasn't a death match, so there was no need to continue the battle." The referee was surprised, but he quickly announced the result of the match. Lord Lucas has successfully defended his ranking. The rankings in the Astanian Dragon leaderboard will remain unchanged. As soon as the announcement was made, the crowd erupted into tumultuous applause. The battle might have ended quicker than they had anticipated, but the overwhelming might displayed by both warriors was still lingering in their minds. Lucas looked away from Roderick and turned his head toward the VIP section, where the special guests were seated. It was only a small movement, but the crowd could sense that something shocking was about to happen. Lucas stabbed his sword into the ground and raised his arm to point at a certain individual seated next to the second prince. "I challenge you, Andre Thompson." His calm voice echoed thunderously, shaking everyone to their core. Everyone turned their gazes toward the fashionably dressed Andre Thompson. He was the right-hand man of the second prince, a transcendent knight ranked 5th in the Astanian Dragon leaderboard. He had been in this position for decades, and no one had challenged him since he took the spot. The man in question, Andre Thompson, was stunned. He couldn't believe that Lucas would actually challenge him in front of a large crowd. Not to mention that the second prince was just right beside him. His face twitched. With thousands of people in attendance, he couldn't even refuse this challenge. Prince Giovanni also didn't expect this to happen. He felt that Lucas seemed to have changed. It was like he was no longer the person that he once knew. Andre didn't respond immediately. He looked at the second prince to seek his opinion. This could destroy the plans they had painstakingly made, so he couldn't decide things on his own. Sensing his gaze, Prince Giovanni smiled faintly and gave him a nod of approval. "It seems like we will be seeing another impressive battle." Andre understood the prince's words, so he didn't hesitate any longer. "In that case, I shall accept your challenge." He stood up from his seat and loosened the buttons on his clothes to make himself more comfortable. "You're still tired from the battle, so I will give you some time to rest." Andre glanced at Lucas, trying to see through his thoughts, but his scrutinizing gaze was met with the latter's deadpan expression, making him unable to tell what was on the latter's mind. "There's no need for that." Lucas shook his head. His response shocked the crowd. Roderick, who was still on the platform, couldn't believe his ears. Lucas was speaking to Andre Thompson, a powerful warrior ranked 5th in the Astanian Dragon leaderboard, but it seemed like he didn't care about this. This was also an indirect insult to him, since he had just fought with Lucas. It was like saying that Lucas didn't put much effort into defeating him. Roderick wanted to say something, but he didn't want to appear like a sore loser, so he could only walk down from the platform with a gloomy face. On the other hand, Andre raised an eyebrow. Is he intentionally provoking me? He couldn't tell whether Lucas was deliberately provoking him or not. "It looks like you are quite confident in your ability, Lord Lucas." Andre jumped down from the spectator's seat. Whoosh! Upon landing on the ground, he walked toward the platform under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Everyone watched the scene with great enthusiasm, eager to witness another epic battle. When he stepped onto the stage, Andre opened his mouth once more and spoke. "Since we already know the rules, why don't we start this fight now?" Hearing this, the referee immediately left the platform. "You don't have any equipment on you, so I will fight you barehanded." Lucas threw aside his shield and his sword. He also removed his armor and tossed it outside the platform. Andre Thompson frowned at his words. He was a martial arts expert, and his expertise was in close combat. This means that Lucas was challenging him in his strong suit. The crowd was stoked when they realized that this would be a martial arts battle. A contest of raw power between two warriors in the Astanian Dragon leaderboard was unheard of. It might have happened unofficially, but there was no report of it being done in public. The two transcendents ignored the crowd's enthusiastic response as they silently gauged each other's power. The battle had already begun, but no one seemed to have the intention to make the first move. It was as if they were wary of each other's power. As the seconds ticked by, the tension also became increasingly apparent. Amidst the loud cheers of the audience, the two transcendents suddenly moved at the same time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Both men swung their fists without any superficial techniques. In the next moment, a fearsome bang echoed as their fists clashed in midair. Bang! The veins on Lucas's arm protruded as he imbued more mana into his fist. He is indeed different, Lucas thought to himself when he felt the force behind Andre's punch. It was like an unstoppable meteorite that struck the planet with power that could destroy anything in its path. Contrary to the calmness on his face, Andre was inwardly shocked. He had trained his punches and kicks for decades. Although there was no technique added to this punch, this contained the years of his relentless efforts in perfecting this simple move. No one had come out unscathed after receiving his punch, at least not until this very moment. The man in front of him looked completely unharmed, and he was even able to compete with him equally. Lucas Silversword, we have underestimated you. The two transcendents retreated after that initial clash. Andre furrowed his eyebrows, and he decided to no longer hold back. Lucas, you have become more powerful, so I won't hold my punches anymore. As soon as he said those words, his aura completely changed. A heavy and ferocious pressure descended upon Lucas's body as Andre released his aura. Facing this fearsome power, Lucas also let loose his mana, enveloping his whole body like a protective membrane. The pressure on his body immediately disappeared. Suddenly, he felt an overpowering killing intent, momentarily freezing him in place. Subsequently, Andre appeared in front of him, unleashing a devastating kick aimed at his head. Whoosh! The air seemed to split from his attack. You're not the only one who learned martial arts. Thinking about this, Lucas performed a spinning kick, which brought forth a tremendous amount of force. Bang! The two transcendents exchanged a series of blows, causing shockwaves with every collision. The spectators could hardly open their eyes due to the fearsome winds created because of their battle. At the VIP section, the special guests watched the battle with bated breath. Insane. Their punches and kicks could kill an elite knight. I think this is getting dangerous. One of them could end up dead if this fight continues. Prince Giovanni frowned. Lucas was more powerful than he had imagined. I was wrong. Lucas isn't just a northern tiger. He is a wild northern tiger. But this makes things more fun. Taming a wild tiger is more exciting. While he was immersed in his thoughts, he suddenly heard a series of footsteps behind him. He subconsciously turned his head and saw someone that made his eyes turn cold. Leonard. Prince Giovanni took a deep breath as he stared at this person. He didn't even bother to conceal the look of spite on his face. Leonard Exler Astania, the crown prince of the empire, and the man who would one day sit in the jeweled throne. The crown prince had long, wavy golden hair that extended to his shoulders. His ocean blue eyes exuded the dignity fitting of an imperial bloodline. He wasn't tall or muscular like the second prince. He had a slender physique similar to that of scholars untrained in combat. However, hidden in this slim body was a power that only a few had ever reached, the realm of elite knights. As if sensing his gaze, Leonard looked over in his direction and let out a faint smile. When the people in the VIP section discovered that it was the crown prince, they immediately rose to their feet and greeted him respectfully. Greetings, Your Highness. Unlike the second prince, who everyone was fearful of, everyone was genuinely respectful toward the crown prince. It is good to see you, everyone. It looks like there is something fun to watch here. The crown prince displayed his graceful bearing, which was the exact opposite of his younger brother's temperament. Looking at his elder brother, who was surrounded by the nobility, Prince Giovanni snorted in his heart. That hypocritical bastard. I really hate seeing that annoying, effeminate piece of shit. He took his eyes away from the crown prince and focused his attention on the battle. Oh my, isn't that Lord Andre down there? Leonard's voice drifted into his ears, making him even more irritated. Prince Giovanni didn't want to lash out in public, so he chose to ignore the crown prince who had intentionally sat next to him. The nobles who were seated in the VIP section became nervous. They could only pray that these two wouldn't get into conflict. I'm surprised that Lord Lucas can fight Lord Andre equally in martial arts. No wonder you are interested in him. Prince Leonard rubbed his chin with a thoughtful smile. He knew that his brother's goal was to invite Lucas into his side and he was here for that same reason. Prince Giovanni was ticked off by his words. He glanced at the crown prince and frowned. What are you insinuating? Relax. Prince Leonard shrugged as he chuckled, putting on an innocent look on his face. Giovanni, you can't force Lord Lucas to join you. You should let him make the choice himself. Forcing him might only backfire. He added with a teasing tone. Prince Giovanni clenched his fists and, just as he was about to respond, a violent explosion rocked the Colosseum. Boom! The spectators gasped. On the stage, the high and mighty Andre Thompson, who everyone thought would win the battle, was now covered in bruises. His fancy clothes had been torn apart, making him look like a mess. On the other hand, Lucas wasn't any better. His upper body was also covered in wounds and blood could be seen trickling down his lips. He is not using his full strength. He is yet to use that move. Lucas thought as he recalled the special move that solidified Andre's position on the leaderboard. It was an unnamed fist technique, but due to its notorious power, people started calling it the Fist of Calamity. Lucas wanted to know whether he could withstand that fist, but he had already accomplished his goal. Furthermore, making Andre unleash that move would only force him to reveal more of his power. Maria had specifically warned him not to use his trump cards. Although he was reluctant to end the fight, he could only let out a helpless sigh. It was a great fight, Lord Andre. He cupped his fists while expressing his respect toward the other party. He then turned his head to the referee and calmly said, I forfeit. Hearing this, Andre was baffled by his decision. Lucas had fought evenly with him, and there was no clear winner between them, so it left a bitter taste in his mouth. Lord Lucas, he called out. Lucas raised his eyebrows and stopped in his tracks. He glanced at Andre and saw the latter giving him a deep look. He didn't bother to explain himself. He just nodded at Andre and jumped down from the platform. It was only then that the referee had reacted. He leaped onto the platform and announced the results of the match, leaving the crowd confused. Why did Lord Lucas surrender? He doesn't look that injured. Did he sustain internal injuries? Perhaps Lord Lucas sustained a hidden injury that we hadn't seen. That's too bad then. The battle could have ended differently if they had continued. Still, it was an awesome fight. Just look at the state of the platform. It's like a tornado had passed by. The crowd discussed, speculating the real reason behind Lucas's surrender. Meanwhile, in the VIP section, Prince Leonard stared at Lucas's back with a curious smile on his face. Is he afraid of Lord Andre's Fist of Calamity, or is there another underlying reason for his decision? Now, I finally understand why His Majesty wanted to get you on his side. Lucas Silversword, you are one enigmatic man. Beside him, Prince Giovanni couldn't sit still any longer. He rose from his seat and turned around with a flick of his sleeve before he left impatiently. He was afraid that his older brother would snatch Lucas from him. Prince Leonard raised an eyebrow as he watched his younger brother leave with quick steps. At this moment, realization suddenly dawned on him. I understand now. Lucas did not just randomly challenge Andre. It was a deliberate move to reveal a portion of his power to the public. Thinking about this, a playful smile hung on his lips. Oh, my dear younger brother, this is not someone that you can tame. He chuckled as he rose to his feet. Let's go. The show is over. Your Highness, what about Lord Lucas? Didn't you say that you want to get him to come to our side? An old man dressed in standard noble attire asked in a low voice. Prince Leonard smiled profoundly at the old man as he shook his head. Lord Tyrone, Lord Lucas has already made a choice. Going after him would be a fruitless endeavor. Hearing the Crown Prince's words, the old man was puzzled. On the 23rd day of March, Alaric came to Rivad with a large entourage bearing valuable gifts. The carriages that carried the gifts were escorted by 100 warriors dressed in ceremonial uniforms. The striking entourage shocked the onlookers, and some even followed them out of curiosity, wondering what was about to happen. Isn't that Lord Alaric? What are all those gifts for? Is he going to propose marriage? It seems like it. Alaric noticed the increasing number of people following them, but he ignored them. As they got closer to the estate of House Paxley, he felt inexplicably nervous. I did not think that proposing marriage would actually make me this nervous. He smiled wryly. He had never done this in his past life, so it felt like he was going into unknown territory. Alaric took a deep breath to calm his nerves. "My lord, everything will be all right. Just relax." Henry's voice drifted into his ears. Alaric glanced at the old warrior and smiled awkwardly. "Am I that obvious?" Henry chuckled. "Your face says it all. Don't overthink things. Just be your usual self, and I assure you that everything will go smoothly." He added. The old man's words reassured him. "Thank you, Sir Henry. It's my pleasure, my lord." After half an hour, they finally arrived outside the main gate of House Paxley's estate, where a group was already waiting for them. Alaric immediately spotted Hershey in the crowd. She was wearing a white dress with a golden floral design. How beautiful! Alaric subconsciously smiled upon seeing her. The crowd seemed to have vanished from his eyes, and the only one he could see was Hershey. In that instant, it was as if time had slowed down. The noise around him disappeared, and all he could hear was a beautiful melody that struck a chord in his heart. However, a burst of boisterous laughter broke this special moment. "Ha ha ha! Thank you for coming here, Lord Alaric." Alaric glanced at Baron Nathan and forced a smile as he jumped off from his horse. He lowered his head, showing his courtesy to his future father-in-law. "Greetings, my lord. I have come here to propose marriage to your daughter." Hearing this, Baron Nathan's smile deepened. "Ha ha ha! What a joyous occasion. It looks like my daughter's wish of marrying you will finally be fulfilled soon." The Baron couldn't conceal his joy, and he didn't forget to send his friends a smug look. When he heard that Alaric was coming over to propose marriage, he invited his old friends, all for the sake of letting them witness this moment. The faces of the Baron's friends twitched when they saw his smug look. Alaric noticed this exchange of glances, but he didn't say anything about it. Nathan Paxley would soon become his father-in-law, so he didn't mind this little pretentious act. "My lord, what are you saying in front of everyone?" Hershey smiled demurely at her father's words. "Oh my, silly me. Look at my mouth." "Ha ha ha." Baron Nathan laughed heartily. They exchanged polite words before the Baron invited them inside the estate. He brought them to a pavilion right behind the main mansion. "We will leave you two here. Us old fogies will only disturb you, so we will take our leave first." Baron Nathan winked at Alaric as he said these words. He then sent his daughter a look of encouragement before he pulled his friend away. "I apologize for my father's antics, my lord. He is just enjoying this moment, so I hope you don't mind his behavior." Hershey was a bit embarrassed. Alaric laughed lightly when he heard her words. "It is all right. I do not mind it at all." He then found himself at loss for words. The lines that he had memorized before coming here suddenly disappeared from his mind. Oh no. Just then, he recalled Henry's words. "Just be yourself." Thinking about this, Alaric let go of his worries. He looked into Hershey's eyes and smiled. "You look beautiful, Hershey." Looking at his radiant smile, Hershey's heart melted. "You also look dashing, Alaric." Alaric didn't bother to hide his affection. He offered his hand and asked, "Do you know how to dance?" As a noble, he had been taught how to dance at a young age. Although the dance steps he had learned when he was young seemed to be a distant memory, these forgotten steps strangely appeared in his mind right at this moment. Hershey didn't expect this question, but she took his hand and hummed in response. "Amen." In the next moment, the two started moving. Their graceful steps and movements flowed naturally, as if they had been practicing together for a long time. A strong wind blew by, making the flowers surrounding the pavilion look like they were dancing along with the two. After they took the final steps, Alaric took her hands and kneeled while looking at her with eyes filled with love. "Hershey, will you marry me?" Hershey was frozen in place. She didn't know when it started, but tears started falling down her eyes. With a trembling voice, she nodded. "Yes, I will." Alaric smiled and rose to his feet. He wiped away her tears and sealed her lips with a kiss. In the next few days, news about Alaric and Hershey's upcoming wedding spread across the surrounding cities. It was a union between two of the most powerful houses in the north, so everyone was looking forward to this event. While many were excited about this, certain people felt the exact opposite. One of these was Vivian, Baron Nathan's wife. At this moment, Vivian was drinking alcohol in her room, her face looking incredibly unsightly to behold. That fucking bitch. She angrily threw the glass she was holding onto the wall, smashing it into pieces. Her plan to take over House Paxley using her sons had become increasingly difficult. Her youngest son Liam had become a fugitive and was currently in hiding, while her oldest son Theo had become distant from her. This is because of that annoying bitch. Everything fell apart because of her. Vivian's voice shook with anger. She believed that the reason for this series of misfortunes was Hershey. The shaking of her body suddenly stopped as she lifted her head, revealing a look of madness on her face. Should I kill her? The instant she uttered those words, a twisted smile hung on her lips. Why did I not think of doing this before? Vivian's emotionless voice echoed inside the room. She turned her head and saw her reflection in the mirror. Seeing her disheveled appearance, she immediately tidied her hair. Leandro, she called out. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared behind her. Vivian stared at the person through the mirror. He was a middle-aged man with handsome facial features wearing leather armor with steel breastplate. My lady, what are your orders? How many soldiers do we have right now? Vivian asked. The man pondered for a moment before he responded. Initially, we had over 100 warriors, but we sent some of them to follow Lord Liam. Now, we only have over 80 warriors. Including me, we have 4 elite knights, and there are 10 knights. The rest are knight apprentices and normal warriors. Vivian combed her hair with a brush as she spoke. If I want to kill that bitch, how many should we send? The handsome middle-aged warrior knew who she was referring to. As someone who had always been at her side, he was aware of her hatred toward Hershey. There's no need to send so many warriors. I alone will be enough, my lady. He answered confidently. Vivian frowned upon hearing this. She turned around and looked at him. No, that will be dangerous. I do not want you to be in danger. Leandro smiled faintly at her words. I'm ready to die for you, my lady. As long as it can make you happy, I will do anything. Leandro, Vivian approached him. The handsome middle-aged warrior took her in his arms and gave her a passionate kiss, greedily sucking her tongue and her lips. After a long while, the two finally separated. Vivian stared into his eyes and said, Send someone else to do the job. I do not want you to take any risk. Leandro nodded as he gently rubbed her back. All right, I will send Austin and a small group of elites for the job. Hearing this, Vivian's face broke into a smile. Austin was one of the elite knights that she had been secretly nurturing for a long time. If it was him, killing Hershey would definitely be an easy task. Leandro suddenly leaned closer to her and whispered into her ears. Let's talk about that later. Why don't we continue what we have started? Before she could even respond, she felt a strong pair of hands tugging her clothes before pulling them apart. Vivian yelped in surprise. Wait, that fat pig might come here. She looked at him with a pleading gaze, but instead of stopping, Leandro removed the final layer that covered her body. Doesn't it excite you? Leandro whispered before he pinned her against the wall with her back facing him. Wait, we really can't do a dash. A soft moan leaked out of her mouth when she felt a warm object suddenly penetrating her from behind. Pa, 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 on amen. Leandro squeezed her waist as he forcefully slammed her ass repeatedly. Pa, 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 pa. Meanwhile, in another part of Rivad, Alaric went to visit the church with Hershey. Are you sure that Bishop Anton will agree with your request? Hershey asked while looking at Alaric with a hint of worry. Alaric had already told her about the situation, but she was uncertain whether the bishop would accept the request. Alaric smiled at her and replied, Truthfully, I'm not sure if he would agree, but since we are already here, let's just go in and try. All right then. The two headed inside the church under the guidance of a deacon. The deacon brought them to the guest room where the bishop was already waiting for them. Do you want to use appraisal on the target? Yes, no. Alaric clicked yes. Amari Anton, 3-ringed Beast Soul Master. EXP, 151 of 5,000. Potential, C. Integrated monster traits. Heal, B. Fire Spear, B. Blink, C. Traits. Horseback riding, E. Close combat, D. Swordsmanship, F. Assassination, B. Strength, 142. Stamina, 153. Agility, 307. Vitality, 204. Endurance, 128. Mana, 479. Alaric widened his eyes when he saw the bishop's attributes. What surprised him the most was the old man's incredibly high mana. He had never seen one with such high mana before. Oh my, to think that the newest couple in the city would actually come to visit me. I'm honored. Bishop Anton warmly greeted them. Thank you for having the time to see us, Your Excellency. Alaric cupped his fists as he smiled. They exchanged pleasantries before the bishop told them to take their seats. So why did you come to visit me? Are you here to invite me to officiate your wedding? The bishop smiled lightly while staring at the young couple. That's right. It will be our honor to have you in our wedding. Ha ha ha. Then this old man will clear his schedule and make sure to attend your wedding. The bishop laughed heartily. He had a good impression of this young man, so he didn't mind doing him this favor. That will be great. Alaric slapped his thigh and laughed joyfully. They chatted some more about this topic before Alaric found the opportunity to discuss another objective. Your Excellency, there is actually one more thing that I would like your help with. Alaric's face suddenly turned serious. Sensing the abrupt change in his tone, the bishop furrowed his eyebrows. Go on. I'm listening. Alaric took a deep breath before he spoke. Your Excellency, can you engrave an ability on my sword? The bishop became silent. Alaric and Hershey patiently waited for him to speak. After a few minutes of silence, the old man finally opened his mouth. Sigh, I really want to help, Lord Alaric, but I am restricted by the sacred covenant. He shook his head with a regretful smile. I see. I apologize for making you feel uncomfortable, Your Excellency. Alaric felt that it was a pity, but he knew that he couldn't force the matter. No, it's all right. You don't need to apologize. The bishop waved his hand with a kind smile. Now that he knew that it was impossible to get his help, Alaric tactfully changed the topic. Deep inside the enchanted woodlands, there existed an obscure place untouched by humanity. It was a small elven kingdom that housed over 100,000 elves, the Greenwood Kingdom. On this day, inside the biggest treehouse, an important meeting was being held between the most important members of the Elven Kingdom. One of the elves in attendance was the princess, Ivana Greenwood. Other than her, 11 more elves had gathered. Your Majesty, the situation is dire. We need to stop those filthy creatures from destroying the forest. A particularly robust elf expressed his opinion. The fury in his voice was evident. Some of the elves in attendance nodded in agreement. At this moment, the handsome elf with snow-white hair spoke. I understand your anger, Dawn. I'm also furious, but if we go into arms and fight them, there could be an all-out war between our kingdom and the goblins. They might be divided right now, but if a common enemy attacks them, those scattered goblin tribes might gather under one banner. He added. Everyone became silent at his words. This was what they were worried about. Recently, a large goblin colony composed of over 20,000 goblins had moved near their territory. To build their new nest, the goblin colony decided to burn a large part of the forest, and a portion of this forest happened to be part of Greenwood Kingdom's territory. Your Majesty, if I may speak. Ivana suddenly opened her mouth. The handsome elf nodded and gestured for her to continue. Everyone turned their heads to Ivana, curious to know what she was about to say. Sensing everyone's eyes on her, Ivana remained calm. I don't think those goblins decided to move near our territory on a whim. There is a high possibility that they are aware of the existence of the Mana Spring. As soon as she said those words, everyone's faces suddenly turned serious. The Mana Spring that she was talking about was groundwater that flowed onto the surface. However, the special thing about this groundwater was its purity and the dense mana it possessed. The energy contained inside a glass of water from this Mana Spring was equivalent to the energy within a fatal-grade beast soul crystal. Most importantly, the Mana Spring could produce 100 glasses every year. That could be more troublesome. If those goblins are indeed aware of the Mana Spring, they would definitely use every means possible to get their hands on it. The robust elf named Dahan frowned. Ivana nodded. I agree with Elder Dahan. Your Majesty, we must not hesitate anymore. We need to do something about this. I know that you don't want any bloodshed, but sometimes it is necessary to fight. The handsome elf stared deeply at his daughter. After half a minute of silence, he said, "The goblin settlement has 20,000 goblins, and almost half of them can fight. On the other hand, our kingdom only has 20,000 soldiers." He paused and scanned everyone's faces before he continued. "If we fight them, there would be huge casualties on our side. Even if we win, our military power will take a huge loss, and we will become easy targets for other forces." Ivana seemed to have expected this response. "I have a solution for that, Your Majesty." "You do?" The elven king, Garandel Greenwood, stared at her in surprise. Ivana nodded. "We can ask for outside assistance." The faces of some high elves turned cold upon hearing this. "Your Highness, the outside help that you're talking about, they're not humans, right?" An old elf with long golden hair asked. "Elder Egres, I understand your hatred toward humans, but not all humans are as bad as you think." Ivana didn't like this particular high elf. The high elf named Egres scoffed at her words. "You have been fooled, Your Highness. I know that you were saved by humans, but there could be a hidden motive behind their actions. Perhaps Dash. Enough. I won't allow you to speak ill of my benefactors." Ivana slammed her hand onto the table. Everyone was surprised by her reaction. No one expected her to openly oppose Egres for the sake of some humans. Egres's expression darkened. "Your Highness, I'm saying this for your sake. The human heart is unpredictable." He then stood up and stormed out of the meeting room. 5 more high elves followed him, leaving the room with only 7 elves. After they left, the elven king sighed. Can we really trust them? He trusted his daughter's judgment, so he was willing to hear her out. "I assure you that he is trustworthy," Ivana responded confidently. After the meeting, Garandel told his daughter to stay. "Is there something you want to tell me, Your Majesty?" Ivana expressionlessly glanced at her father. Seeing her indifferent face, Garandel sighed with a complicated look. "The human you were talking about earlier, tell me more about him." He knew Hershey was one of the elves who didn't like humans. She had a strong aversion toward them, so he was curious about what kind of person could change her perspective. Hearing this, Ivana's expression eased up. She looked at her father and spoke in a mild tone. "His name is Alaric Silversword. He is the heir of House." As he listened to his daughter's words, he sensed a different kind of emotion in her voice. She also had a faint smile on her face as she narrated her experience. As someone who had lived for more than 200 years, Garandel could tell that his daughter was in love with a human at that. Knowing that someone had already captured his daughter's heart, he felt a bit sour. Not to mention that this man was a human. Is his family really as strong as you say? He couldn't believe it when she told him that they had a few transcendents. Even their Greenwood kingdom didn't have many experts at this level. Ivana raised an eyebrow. "I have seen them in person. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sir Neo." As she said those words, she pointed at the elf who was standing quietly behind her. Garandel looked at Neo and saw him nodding his head, confirming her words. "I know about Astania, but I haven't heard of this house Silversword. I should send someone to look into it." He thought, "If there is nothing else, then please excuse me." Ivana stood up and turned around. However, before she could leave, Garandel's voice drifted into her ears. "Do you still blame me for your mother's death?" The Elven King's voice choked with sadness and regret. Ivana stopped in her tracks, but she didn't look back. With a cold voice, she replied, "I will take my leave now, Your Majesty." After saying those words, she left without hesitation. Neo bowed to the Elven King before he chased after Ivana. Garandel scanned the empty room and slumped into his seat with a weary look. He then looked at the portrait of an elf couple pasted on the wall. It was a portrait of him and his wife, the late queen of the Greenwood Kingdom. "My wife, your incapable husband is tired. I can't protect our kingdom, and even our daughter hates me. I wish you were here. If it was you, I'm sure you can come up with a better solution." In River Wake, there was a major shift of power in the underground factions. This was because the leader of the largest underground organization was killed. In the past few weeks, numerous skirmishes have occurred between these underground forces. However, the biggest winner of them all was a recently established mercenary group helmed by a mysterious young man. No one knew his name. It It was like he had appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, in the slums of the city, there was a bloody battle inside the underground fighting ring that was once owned by a man named Dexter. On one side was a group of men wielding axes. They were like a pack of hyenas, recklessly swinging their axes without any technique. On the other side was a group with fewer numbers, but despite the disadvantage, they were able to overwhelm their opponents using clever tactics and battle formations. "Maintain the formation. They will soon exhaust themselves," shouted Liam, who was safely positioned at the rear. "Yes, boss." His subordinates responded upon hearing his words. Liam had brought them successive victories, so they had full trust in him. He had trained them in employing battle formations, which helped them win even with overwhelming odds. "Once we defeat these motherfuckers, the underground world of Riverwake will be ours." Just as he thought of this, a change suddenly occurred. An old man holding a two-handed battle axe forced his way through their battle formation. He was like a beast, rampaging with unstoppable momentum. "It's him, Old Man Woodcutter." Liam narrowed his eyes when he saw this old man. Even though he was quite a distance away, he could still feel the oppressive aura of the old man. A peak elite knight is indeed different. Liam turned his head to the person standing next to him. It was a bald, middle-aged man with a long scar on his neck. This person was the strongest warrior sent by his mother during his escape, a peak elite knight. "Sir Elton, I need you to stop that old man," Liam instructed with a respectful tone. Although they shared a master-servant relationship, Liam was a bit afraid of this warrior. He was a cruel, vicious, and ruthless man. Elton nodded indifferently, without saying a word. He drew his sword and charged toward the old man without an ounce of hesitation. Old Man Woodcutter was quick to notice his presence. A peak elite knight, the old man was flabbergasted. He thought that only the Night Owl mercenary group had an expert at this level. It never crossed his mind that a newly established mercenary group would have someone like this in their midst. In the next moment, Elton lunged at the old man and swung his sword. Whoosh! Old Man Woodcutter snorted and lifted his axe, causing the veins in his arms to protrude. Clang! A loud clang echoed when their weapons collided. No one dared to get closer to them, afraid that they would be caught in the clash between the two powerful warriors. A huge space was created for the two, giving them enough room to move around. "This man is faster than me." Old Man Woodcutter frowned when he realized the huge difference in their agility. If he wasn't careful, his opponent could end his life with a single strike. Clang! 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 The two elite knights exchanged blows after blows, but after several minutes, there was still no clear sign on who would win the fight. It was a close fight. Elton was fast and skilled, while Old Man Woodcutter was strong and fearless. As the battle dragged on, Elton revealed an annoyed expression. Old Man Woodcutter seemed to have noticed this. With a disdainful smile, he shouted, "You are quite capable. It will be a pity if you continue working under that snot-nosed brat. Why don't you work with me instead? We can conquer the city together." Elton's face twitched, and there was a slight opening in his defense. The old man took the opportunity to attack. He feinted a swing, and when Elton took the bait, he released a sweep kick. "Got you." The old man laughed brazenly as he smashed his axe toward Elton, who had awkwardly fallen to the ground. Bang! What? Old Man Woodcutter widened his eyes. Elton actually managed to evade his axe's blade in the nick of time. KHSHHKK. After somehow evading that fatal blow, Elton stabbed his sword into the old man's shoulder. It was aimed at the latter's heart, but Old Man Woodcutter managed to twist his body. Fuck! The old man cursed under his breath after having his shoulder pierced with a sword. He ignored the pain and lifted his axe. However, when he was about to end Elton's life, he saw someone pointing a crossbow at him. "It's nice to meet you, Old Man Woodcutter." Liam grinned while aiming his crossbow at the old man's head. The old man frowned and stared deeply at him. "You must be the rumored leader of this mercenary group. You're a lot younger than I thought." "Oh my, I'm flattered. To think that the famous Old Man Woodcutter actually knows of my existence. It feels wonderful." Liam chuckled with a teasing voice. After saying this, his smile disappeared. "Throw your axe, and I will give you a chance to live." Old Man Woodcutter gnashed his teeth in anger. Just kill me, but even if I will die, I will take this man with me to hell. Relax. We could talk this out. How about telling your men to stop so we could discuss things? Liam squinted his eyes. He was ready to shoot his crossbow if the old man would show any sign of attacking Elton. I can't let Elton be killed here. He is still useful. Old Man Woodcutter hesitated for a moment. Let's see what this brat is up to, he thought to himself as he lowered his axe. He then took a deep breath and shouted, "Members of my axe gang, stop at once." His booming voice echoed across the underground fighting ring, momentarily stunning everyone. The members of the axe gang were confused, but they followed his command. Seeing this, Liam smirked. Inside a private room in one of the most popular restaurants in the capital, the second prince was having a meal with Lucas. The two sat opposite each other, eating and enjoying their food. Lucas took a cloth from his inner pocket to wipe off the grease on his lips. He then looked at the second prince, who was still busy with his food, and spoke calmly. "Your Highness, you can speak freely with me. I know you didn't just invite me for a meal." Prince Giovanni put down the cutlery. "One moment," he uttered. He then wiped off the oil stains on his mouth with a white cloth with golden embroidery. After cleaning himself, he cleared his throat and spoke. "Lord Lucas, I have always admired your commitment to defending the northern borders of Astania." The prince spoke a long paragraph of flattery and praise, but this only made Lucas annoyed. If he wasn't of imperial bloodline, he would have left without saying a word. The north is always subjected to attacks, so there's a high demand for equipment and weapons. The weather there is also terrible, so only a small percentage of the crops can survive. I am really saddened by the rough conditions that our northern residents have to experience all year round, so I thought of sending some supplies in hopes that it would somehow alleviate the burden on the northern lords. Prince Giovanni spoke with a heavy sigh. If it was someone else, they might be fooled by his generosity, but Lucas was already aware of what kind of person the second prince was. He was a tyrant who oppressed the poor, and he was the kind of man who wouldn't hesitate to betray someone all for the sake of fulfilling his ambitions. "That will be great, Your Highness, but I think we should discuss this with all the northern lords present. I am but one of the many lords in the north. I do not represent all of them," replied Lucas while shaking his head. "What if I can make you the representative of the north?" Prince Giovanni smiled. This had always worked during his negotiations with the other lords. He usually promised them big rewards in exchange for working under him. When faced with the promised land, titles, and other rewards, they all ended up bending the knee. Lucas stared deeply at the arrogant man in front of him. He wasn't even the emperor yet, but he was acting like he had full control of Astania. In a cold voice, he responded, "What makes you think that you can give me the entire north?" Sensing the coldness in his tone, Prince Giovanni narrowed his eyes. "I think there is a misunderstanding somewhere, Lord Lucas." He forced a smile, thinking that it was probably just Lucas testing him. He then stood up and said, "I enjoyed the meal, Your Highness. Please excuse me." 8:24. Without hesitation, Lucas turned around and left, leaving behind a dumbfounded Prince Giovanni. Before he could speak further, Lucas raised his hand. "I already knew that you planned to recruit me. I came here with the hope that you could somehow convince me, but what I heard from you disappointed me." He then stood up and said, "I enjoyed the meal, Your Highness. Please excuse me." Without hesitation, Lucas turned around and left, leaving behind a dumbfounded Prince Giovanni. Did he just leave after cutting me off? A mere baron from the fucking northern countryside? Prince Giovanni's expression darkened the more he thought about it. "I gave you face because you have some strength, but that does not mean that I am afraid of you." In his anger, Prince Giovanni slammed his fist on the table. Bang! Lucas' silver sword. "One day, you'll have to pay for this." A powerful aura leaked out from his body. If someone was here, they would have sensed the overwhelming energy he exuded. However, the most surprising thing was the second prince's aura. He had the aura of transcendence. On the 31st of March, Alaric returned to North Pine Town with Hershey after Bishop Anton had rejected their request. Inside the carriage on their way to the estate, Hershey grabbed Alaric's hand. "Do not worry about it. I am sure that we will find someone who will engrave an ability on your sword. For now, we should think of your coming birthday. 2 days from now, Alaric would celebrate his 19th birthday. He would have forgotten about this if she hadn't mentioned it. Thinking about this, Alaric smiled at her. You are right. There is plenty of time to look for a beast soul warrior. Now that she had mentioned his coming birthday celebration, the topic shifted. When they arrived at the estate, they saw Maria and a team of warriors waiting for them at the gates. Let's go. You should greet your mother-in-law, Alaric said in a teasing voice. The two stepped out of the carriage to greet Maria. While Hershey and his mother were exchanging polite words, Alaric noticed a familiar face in the crowd. It was a young boy he had met after the fallen warriors were buried in Mount Tedra. What was his name again? Oh, right. He is Wolf, the son of Jerry. It was then that he remembered his conversation with the boy. He must have waited a while for me, he thought. Alaric walked toward the young boy while waving his hand. Wolf, son of Jerry, I guess that you have finally gotten permission from your mother. He smiled. The young boy was a bit flustered when he sensed everyone staring at him. He took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, my lord. I have already spoken with my mother, and she has agreed with my decision. Good. If you have already thought it through, then you can follow me. I will bring you to someone who will train you to become a knight. Alaric tapped the boy's shoulder with an encouraging look. Wolf's potential was far greater than most of his subordinates. With proper guidance, he might even surpass those who had trained earlier than him. Can I really become a knight, my lord? Wolf clenched his fists. Alaric did not doubt this. He nodded as he replied, I have faith in your talent, Wolf. I am sure that you will become a knight one day. He then shrugged and added with a chuckle, who knows? Maybe you will be one of those few people who will become future powerhouses. Everyone was surprised when they heard him praising the young man. Alaric had never shown much interest in a young talent before. He had visited the training ground to inspect the progress of the newbies' training, but they had never seen him display this kind of enthusiasm to a prospective talent. Everyone became more curious about the young man. They all wondered what was so special about him. After some small talk, Maria brought Hershey inside the main mansion to discuss the final preparations for Alaric's birthday. Meanwhile, Alaric brought Wolf to the training ground and introduced him to the instructor and the newbies. The last batch of newbies had already graduated from their training. This time, there were only a few of them, just a little more than 20 trainees. Alaric gave Wolf a few more words of encouragement before he headed straight to the smithy. By now, Sir Goran should have already completed my sword. It is just a pity that the bishop has rejected my request. He was still feeling regretful about the rejection, but there was nothing he could do. The man was restricted by the sacred covenant. When he entered the smithy, he felt the sudden increase in the temperature, but he was already used to it. By the time he arrived at Goran's workshop, he saw the latter polishing the blade of a short sword. Goran raised his head when he heard someone's footsteps. My lord. He immediately put down the sword to greet him. Alaric waved his hand and kept his eyes on the short sword. It had a white blade with an intricate dragon head carving on its handle. With one look, he could tell that it was an impressive sword. Sir Goran, is that my sword? He asked. Goran nodded. Yes, my lord. I have completed the sword a few days ago. As he said those words, he grabbed the sword and handed it to Alaric. It is cold. Alaric raised an eyebrow when he felt the cold handle. He then touched the blade and was even more surprised. It is like I am touching snow. The cold property on the sword is because of the cold iron. The mithril also enhanced the coldness because of... Goran's explanation fell on deaf ears. Alaric was too focused on the notification that popped up out of nowhere. Do you want to use the equipment upgrade card on the selected item? Yes, no. He still had the equipment upgrade card that he got from the last mission. Alaric had the urge to click yes, but he felt that he would get a surprise if he waited a bit more. After some thought, he clicked no. Too bad I could not invite a beast soul warrior to engrave it with an ability. Alaric sighed with regret. My lord, I also made a scabbard for it using the remaining cold iron and some of the spare materials I had. You were gone for quite a while, so I also asked a friend of mine to paint a design on it. Goran handed him a white scabbard with a golden dragon painting. Alaric was pleased. The scabbard was made of cold iron and some rare metals, so it wouldn't easily break, and the aesthetic painting was a bonus. Thank you for your efforts in creating this sword, Sir Goran, but we might have to wait for some time before we can find a beast soul warrior to engrave it with an ability. Sir Goran took a deep breath as he nodded. I understand, my lord. He knew how difficult it was to find a suitable beast soul warrior. After all, each beast soul warrior had different integrated traits, and those abilities might not fit well with the sword and the wielder. I will get someone to send you the rewards I promised. Alaric bid him farewell and left with his custom-made sword. He couldn't wait to test it out together with his rare steel sword. On his way to the training ground, Alaric tried to come up with a name for the sword. He felt that it deserved a fitting name. Snow White Sword? No, that sounds too girly. Pristine White Sword? It still does not sound right. He came up with more than 10 names, but not a single one perfectly described the sword, so he temporarily discarded the idea of giving it a name. When he arrived at the training ground, he realized that the trainees were no longer there. The instructor probably brought them somewhere for some physical training. For a warrior to become a knight, they needed to build a body capable of withstanding and holding mana. Otherwise, they would easily break and succumb to mana-related damage. Alaric unsheathed his rare steel sword and the newly crafted short sword. Based on aesthetic design, the rare steel sword looked completely ordinary compared to the other. After admiring his swords for a while, Alaric started testing the compatibility of the two swords. One thing I noticed after dual-wielding for some time, using two swords of the same length restricted my movement. Sometimes the balance fell off, so I had to use weird maneuvers to compensate for the lack of balance. This was also the reason he asked for a short sword. In the next moment, Alaric finally moved. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I see. I can use the short sword for defense. Because of his SSS rank swordsmanship trait, he managed to incorporate what he had learned at a fast rate and improve his new sword style. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not bad. I think this new style is faster and more efficient. I can easily react to any situation because the balance feels better. Alaric smiled. I should go and help them prepare for the celebration. Deep within the enchanted woodlands, inside the largest treehouse in the Greenwood Kingdom. Your Majesty, the goblins are gathering their army. Our scouts also discovered that the colony is trying to unite the scattered goblin tribes. Garandel was shaken by this report. Last time, they only suspected that the goblin colony was planning to attack. It seems like Ivana is right. The goblin colony is aiming for the Mana Spring. Garandel furrowed his eyebrows as he leaned on his chair. He let out a deep, heavy sigh as he looked at the high elf who had given the report. It was Elder Dahan, one of the highest-ranking elves in the kingdom. Elder Dahan, are the warriors ready? He asked. Elder Dahan nodded with a grim look. Yes, Your Majesty. Our elven army is ready to face those goblins. We are only waiting for your orders. Garandel rubbed the bridge of his nose as he closed his eyes. He still couldn't bear to decide, but he knew that it must be done. Where's the princess? He asked in a low voice. Elder Dahan thought for a moment before he replied. Her Highness left with her group a few days ago. They took a detour to avoid the goblin scouts, so it might take them a long time before they reached the borders of Astania. He knew that the Elven King was worried about his daughter's safety, so he added, Do not worry about Her Highness, Your Majesty. Elder Neo is with her. Even if they encounter danger, I am sure that they will be fine. Neo was a 3-ringed beast soul master. In their Greenwood Kingdom, his strength was among the top few. Garandel felt more at ease upon hearing this. You are right. With Elder Neo at her side, Ivana will be safe. He then stood up, his expression turning serious. Bring the elven commanders here. We will discuss how we should deal with those goblins. Hearing this, Elder Dahan nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. Somewhere in the enchanted woodlands, a group of hooded individuals were hiding behind the bushes while observing the movements of the goblins up ahead. How many goblin warriors do they have? Ivana asked in a whispering voice. They have over 50 goblin warriors and 5 hobgoblins. Based on their numbers and the structure of their camp, this is probably an outpost. Neo responded. Ivana frowned. Attacking this outpost might alert the colony and disrupt our plan. We should make another detour. Ivana thought deeply before she made a decision. Let us take a detour. Killing them is not worth it. Upon hearing her words, Neo nodded and made a hand gesture to the elven warriors behind them. Ivana left with her small team and disappeared without making a sound. This wasn't the first goblin outpost they had encountered since they left the kingdom. The fact that there were many scattered outposts all around the kingdom means that the goblin colony was about to attack them. This gave Ivana a sense of urgency. In the capital, news about the success of the orc subjugation finally spread, but what made everyone even more interested was the appearance of the new transcendents in House Silversword. Galliner, Warwick, and William. These names became famous overnight, and everyone could already predict the great changes that would happen on the Astania Dragon leaderboard with the emergence of these men. At this moment, inside a mansion in the inner parts of Caldera, Your Highness, are we really not going to do anything about Lucas? The strength of his House Silversword is no longer something that we can just ignore, said Tyrone, the Marquis who had sworn allegiance to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince, Leonard Exler Astania, narrowed his eyes as he looked at the scenery beneath the hill through his window. So this is where his confidence comes from. He has 3 Transcendent Knights under him, and based on the reports, those 3 are not ordinary warriors either. Prince Leonard muttered. He didn't think much of House Silversword since there was only Lucas who had some strength, but it was different now. House Silversword's strength had exceeded his expectations, and it could now compare to his and his younger brother's factions. Your Highness, how about I go there to check their opinion on the succession for the throne? The old Marquis was nervous. House Silversword was already powerful enough to tilt the fragile balance between the 2 princes' factions. Whichever faction he joined would have the advantage in the coming succession battle. Prince Leonard turned around and asked, "Where's Lord Lucas right now?" According to my subordinates, they saw him leave Caldera late last night. If we send someone to go after him, they might still catch up with him. The old man replied. The Crown Prince rubbed his chin. Hold on. The unexpected challenge, and now this orc subjugation. I do not think these 2 are just coincidences. Why do I feel that this was deliberately done? The more he thought about it, the more he became convinced that it was a carefully crafted plan. Lord Lucas, House Silversword, what a brilliant strategy. Lord Tyrone, it seems like you need to visit the north soon. I heard that it will be the birthday of Lord Lucas's son in 2 days. Although we cannot make it to the celebration, we can still send him some gifts. If I cannot make you join our side, then I will make friends with you. Prince Leonard thought to himself, Yes, Your Highness, I will prepare a suitable gift for his son. The old Marquis saluted. 2 days later, in North Pinetown, the town was in a festive mood. This was because today was the 19th birthday of Alaric Silversword, the heir of House Silversword. The streets were filled with hanging banners, signifying the importance of this event to the residents. Alaric wasn't just a noble heir to them. He was a great warrior who had led his army in protecting the northern borders from monsters. Droves of carriages flooded the roads of the town, making their way to House Silversword's estate. At this moment, inside the banquet hall, Alaric was busy entertaining the guests who had arrived to celebrate his birthday. Thank you for coming here, Lord Argus. Alaric greeted the old man who was dressed in formal clothes. He didn't come here alone. Behind the old man were some northern lords, including Smith Heinrich, who hadn't fully recovered from his injuries. My lords, thank you for coming here. Alaric smiled at them. Lord Smith, you should not have come. Your recovery is more important than this celebration. Alaric sighed with a look of reproach. Smith Heinrich chuckled and waved his hand. How could I miss your birthday celebration, my lord? These are just minor injuries. There is no need to fret over them. The old Baron, Argus, scoffed at his words. He then tapped Smith Heinrich's shoulder, making the latter grimace. Look at you acting tough. Ego, be careful, Lord Argus. Smith Heinrich hissed as he looked at the old man. The 2 had gotten closer after the orc subjugation. When Smith Heinrich heard that it was the old Baron who had saved him and his son from being devoured by the orcs, he was very grateful. The rest of the northern lords laughed upon seeing this. Alaric also smiled. Let me take you inside, my lords. We have invited the most famous performers in the North to share their talents. I am sure that you will love their performances. He chatted with them as he brought them inside the venue. By the way, Lord Smith, where is Lord Dillon? Alaric searched for Dillon in the group, but he was nowhere to be found. Smith Heinrich snorted when he mentioned this. I beat him up when I heard about what he did during the battle. He should be resting by now in Redunia. Alaric was speechless, but he didn't disagree with how Smith Heinrich handled the situation. Dillon abandoned his squad and placed himself in danger because of personal reasons. If it was someone else, they would have received severe punishment. He was lucky that his father had only beaten him up. Let's not talk about that stupid son of mine, my lord. Today is your 19th birthday. Who would have thought that the man who led us in that battle was not even 20? Smith Heinrich smiled wryly. The Northern Lords nodded in agreement. Alaric was already an elite knight, and he had even fought toe-to-toe with powerful orc lords which few elite knights could do. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it if someone told them about it. You flatter me, my lord. Alaric shook his head. There are plenty of powerhouses outside the Empire. Compared to them, my puny strength is not even worth mentioning. Beyond the Empire, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of bigger and more powerful nations. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that he was unrivaled in the entire continent. Perhaps he was strong by Astanian standards, but he knew that the continent was vast and there existed more powerful men and women. Hello, guys. More and more guests arrived to join the celebration. The Northern Lords who didn't participate in the orc subjugation even came to flatter him, hoping that House Silversword wouldn't alienate them. They experienced major financial losses after House Silversword had cut off their supply of metal, ores, and other raw materials. It was then that they finally realized how big of a mistake they had made. Facing these shameless people, Alaric only responded half-heartedly before he excused himself from them. A few hours later, one of the most anticipated parts of the celebration, the friendly duels, began. This had already become a tradition in the North, and it was a common segment in every important event. This time, only knight apprentices were allowed to participate, so most of them were young warriors below the age of 30. Alaric sent the 3 best young warriors from the last batch of trainees to represent House Silversword. To prevent serious injuries, the participants were only allowed to use wooden weapons. My lord, I think it's an overkill to send those 3. We could have sent Mark or someone else instead of them. Rigger whispered after Alaric decided to send Rasmus, Aaliyah, and Renati. He was the main instructor of the last batch of trainees, so he had a clear understanding of their abilities. Alaric smiled lightly at him and replied, "Don't you want to see them show off their might in front of this crowd?" Rigger could only smile wryly at his response. Even Mark could beat those guys. If it's those 3, I think it won't be a friendly duel anymore, but a one-sided beating. He helplessly shook his head. Alaric shrugged and chuckled in amusement. Just relax and let them have fun. Rigger no longer said anything and turned his attention to the ongoing duel. The guests sent their best representatives for the friendly duel. Some of the Northern Lords even sent their children. One of them was Theo, the heir apparent of House Paxley. He was also the crowd favorite since he was the most famous among the participants. Although he was not a prodigy like Alaric, he was still a rare genius in the North. As the friendly duels continued, the crowd started to take notice of the 3 young warriors sent by House Silversword. This was because they all won in an overwhelming fashion. Most of their fights ended in just a single move. This was especially true for the girl named Aaliyah. She was like a tigress, fierce and unstoppable. All her battles ended with her opponents being ruthlessly beaten in one move. The most shocking thing was that she hadn't even used her weapon. Who is that girl? Man, she's beautiful, but she's scary when she fights. I heard that she is one of the trainees who has graduated from the rigorous program of House Silversword. If not for those scars on her face, she would have been a real beauty. What a pity. The spectators discussed as they watched Aaliyah's performance with great enthusiasm. Those 2 guys from House Silversword are also doing great. They ended their battles within 3 moves. Just how do they train those kids? They don't look old, but they fight like they have years of experience. 21-41. Other than the 3 of them, There were also a few participants who displayed superior skills compared to the rest. Theo was one of them. His swordsmanship was impressive. Although he focused heavily on being flashy, he was able to defeat his opponents with ease. Not bad. With more practical experience, he will be forced to remove those flashy tricks. Alaric thought to himself, Theo has trained really hard for this day. He wanted to become a knight, but he still fell short in the end. Remarked Hershey, who was standing beside Alaric. Is that so? No wonder his skills have improved. Alaric looked at Theo and used his appraisal trait on him. Theo Paxley, Knight Apprentice, EXP, 88 out of 100. Potential D. Talent. Horseback riding F. Swordsmanship E. Close combat F. Archery E. Hunting F. Business management E. Strength 19. Stamina 18. Agility 17. Endurance 18. Vitality 18. Mana 5. He is indeed close to becoming a knight. He just needs a little bit more physical training and exposure to mana. Theo was still a knight apprentice, so he couldn't use herbs like the dragon-tail fern that had high levels of mana. Without sufficient physical strength to handle mana, his body wouldn't be able to handle the energy, and he might even suffer a backlash if he forced himself to absorb those kinds of herbs. However, there were tonics that could help with increasing muscle growth and even improve the physical condition of the body. The only issue is that using these tonics was extremely painful, and not everyone could handle this pain. In his past life, Alaric also used these tonics to improve his physical condition. Suddenly, he heard the crowd cheering excitedly. The reason for this excitement was that Theo would be fighting Rasmus in his next match. Furthermore, Aaliyah's opponent was another crowd favorite, Renati. Only these 4 young warriors remained, and everyone was eager to know who would proceed to the final match. I am sorry, brother-in-law. It seems like you're not destined to win this friendly duel. Even without using his appraisal trait, he knew that Rasmus was way stronger than Theo. The latter had used tonics since he began his physical training, and he had also participated in numerous practical combat missions. He also focused on improving his battle skills. Unlike Theo, who had to handle administrative duties, he was also free to train all day. While he was silently lamenting the fate of his brother-in-law, the referee had already called their names. Who do you think will win? Hershey glanced at him. Alaric sent her a rueful smile as he replied, I am sorry, Hershey, but your brother stands no chance against Rasmus. Hershey sighed and shook her head upon hearing this. Whatever happens, I hope my brother will not be disheartened. Theo glanced at his opponent with a serious look. He didn't dare underestimate this young knight apprentice, for he knew that this man was one of the best talents in House Silversword. He has so many scars on his body despite being younger than me. Just how many tough battles had he fought? Theo thought when he saw the scars on Rasmus's arms. Fight! The referee's voice drifted into his ears. Hearing this, he immediately lunged at the young knight apprentice and swung the wooden sword. Swish! He had seen Rasmus's fights, and none of his opponents lasted more than 3 moves. He thought that he might have the chance to win if he took the initiative to attack. However, as if having anticipated his plans, Rasmus calmly took a side step to evade the trajectory of his slash. He then pushed Theo using his elbow, causing the latter to lose balance. Subsequently, he made a horizontal cut. Pack! Theo gritted his teeth as he blocked the sword. The moment their wooden swords clashed, he felt the disparity in their physical prowess. What unbelievable strength! He exclaimed in shock. He had fought with many knight apprentices in their household, but no one had this much power. You're quite good, my lord. Few managed to block that strike. He heard Rasmus's nonchalant voice. Theo snorted. He felt that he was being mocked. He put more strength in his sword and released a push kick out of anger. Rasmus nimbly twisted his body to avoid the kick. He then countered with a spinning elbow that struck Theo's face. The crowd gasped in surprise when they saw Theo spitting blood, but no one said a word. This wasn't against the rules, and everyone was allowed to use every means necessary as long as it wasn't fatal. The sharp pain shook Theo, and he almost collapsed from the impact. He could feel his vision spinning due to the impact, but he stubbornly kept himself standing while moving away from his opponent. He doesn't even hesitate to use such moves. Did he learn this from Lord Alaric? Blood leaked out from the corner of his lips. He felt that his jaw had been misplaced after taking that elbow. "You are my opponent, my lord. Please surrender. I don't want to hurt you," Rasmus said indifferently. Theo steadied himself and looked at him with a cold gaze. "A warrior of House Paxley will never surrender. Come at me," he shouted. Rasmus narrowed his eyes upon hearing his words. "Then I won't be lenient anymore," he muttered before he charged toward Theo. In the next moment, he kicked the ground and propelled himself in midair to deliver a spinning sword slash. It was a move that he had been practicing for a long time, and it was suitable for one-on-one fights. Theo was surprised by the move that he had pulled off. He quickly raised his wooden sword to parry the attack, but when their swords clashed, he felt a heavy force that sent him to the ground. When he fell, he saw Rasmus staring calmly at him. "It was a good fight, my lord." Rasmus bowed at him before he turned around and left. The referee announced Rasmus's victory, causing a wave of applause and cheers from the crowd. They all thought that Theo could last a little bit longer, but it ended so abruptly. While everyone was discussing the results of their fight, the referee called Renani and Aaliyah, telling them to come up on the stage. When these two young warriors stepped onto the stage, another wave of cheers and applause erupted. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. The both of them are remarkable warriors, and they each have their own unique styles. How about a bet? Bring it on. I bet on Dame Aaliyah. Then I will place my bet on Sir Renandi. Meanwhile, Aaliyah flicked the wooden sword, familiarizing herself with its weight and balance. TSK. She clicked her tongue, feeling a bit annoyed at the wooden sword's overall feel. It didn't fit well with her, and she was certain that it would greatly affect her battle prowess. On the other hand, Renanti was also figuring out the wooden spear in his hand. "Are you both ready?" The referee's voice suddenly echoed while they were playing with their weapons. Aaliyah and Renanti nodded. "Fight!" As soon as his words fell, both young knight apprentices moved at the same time. Swish! Swish! Pack! The wooden sword and wooden spear clashed, producing a sharp pack. In the next moment, the two exchanged a series of blows. They were so fast for their level that even some knight apprentices failed to keep up with their speed. The older warriors who were watching the battle were impressed. Unreal. They're on a whole different level compared to the rest of us. Theo, who was being treated at the sideline, was stunned when he saw this scene. Aaliyah's swordsmanship was precise and fast, while Renani's spearmanship was firm and masterful. After a few minutes and over 100 exchanges, Renanti used his physically stronger body to overpower Aaliyah, forcing her to retreat successively. "Damn it, this bastard is using his strength to overpower me." Aaliyah tried to deflect the other party's spear with a flurry of sword moves, but Renanti's spear was like an immovable pillar, firm and strong. "If only I could use my sword, things wouldn't be like this." Aaliyah bit her lower lip with an indignant look. She couldn't accept that she was being pushed back. What made her even more upset was that she couldn't properly utilize her sword techniques because of the poor balance of the wooden sword. In the end, Renanti took the victory. After the referee announced the result, Aaliyah glared at Renanti and walked away with heavy footsteps. The frustration in her eyes was evident. Renanti looked at her defeated figure with a satisfied smile. The girl had been arrogant lately because of her sudden rise in power. He finally had the chance to knock some sense into her. "Aaliyah, this defeat will make you stronger. I believe in you." As expected, Aaliyah is still a bit lacking compared to Renanti, but with her swordsmanship talent, she will eventually bridge the gap in their physical prowess. Perhaps she might even win against him, depending on the situation. Alaric thought as he looked at Aaliyah's disappointed figure. Aaliyah, Knight Apprentice, EXP, 29 out of 100. Potential, A. Traits, horseback riding, F. Swordsmanship, A. Close combat, E. Hunting, F. Archery, F. Strength, 20. Stamina, 20. Agility, 29. Endurance, 20. Vitality, 19. Mana, 8. Her natural talent and potential are higher than mine before I got the cyan screen. While he was deep in his thoughts, the referee called Renanti and Rasmus to the stage. The noise became louder as the two young warriors stepped onto the stage. They had already proven that their abilities were far beyond their peers. Rasmus stared at the confident warrior in front of him. In the past few months, he had barely rested since he used most of his free time for his training. The reason for this relentless pursuit of strength was the strong desire to stand beside Alaric and faithfully serve him to repay the kindness he had shown to his family in the orphanage. Renani, I have trained harder than everyone else. I'm no longer the same person you fought back then. Don't hold back if you don't want to be defeated. He grinned as he pointed his wooden sword to Renani. Hearing his words, Renani skillfully twirled his spear and beckoned tauntingly. You're still as loud as ever, Rasmus. Enough talking and let our skills speak. He was a few years older than Rasmus, so he treated the latter as his younger brother. I know how hard you have trained, Rasmus, but it won't be so easy to defeat me. In truth, Renani was feeling the most pressure among the last batch of trainees. The expectations of the instructors and the admiration of his peers, everything weighed heavily on him. In the next moment, the two moved instantaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, pack, pack, pack. The two young warriors clashed 100 times in just 2 minutes. The fierce collision of their weapons echoed across the venue. Because of the fearsome force of the two, their wooden weapons could no longer handle the pressure and broke apart, forcing them to fight barehanded. Fists, elbows, and kicks were released, causing sharp tearing sounds with every attack. Based on those sounds, the crowd could already feel how painful it would be if they took those blows. Are they really knight apprentices? A knight muttered with disbelief as he watched the young warriors fight. Are they really that powerful, Sir Knight? Asked a young noble lady in a curious tone. To an ordinary person like her, she couldn't differentiate the strength between warriors. The knight nodded with a heavy look. Yes, my lady. They are only knight apprentices, but their physical bodies have already surpassed the confines of their realms. If they become knights, their strength would be many times more powerful compared to ordinary knights. The young noble lady gasped at his words. A few others who had heard their conversation were similarly surprised. Meanwhile, Alaric suddenly let out a sigh. He already knew who would win the battle. Rasmus, your effort is commendable, but you are not the only one putting up an effort. Not to mention that Renani has something that you don't have. Rasmus, Knight Apprentice, EXP, 38 out of 100. Potential A. Traits: horseback riding, F. Swordsmanship, C. Hunting, E. Archery, F. Close combat. Strength, 23. Stamina, 21. Agility, 23. Endurance, 23. Vitality, 22. Mana, 8. Renani, Knight Apprentice, EXP, 41 out of 100. Potential A. Traits: horseback riding, F. Spearmanship, C. Pain tolerance, B. Close combat, E. Archery, F. Hunting. Strength, 23. Stamina, 23. Endurance, 29. Vitality, 22. Mana, 9. The attributes of the two were almost similar except for the huge difference in their endurance. However, there was another important factor that put Renani above Rasmus. It was his pain tolerance trait. Based on the name of the trait, Alaric could already tell what it was for. Pain tolerance. It might sound simple, but this one detail could make a big impact in any battle. The more injuries one would sustain, the more it would affect their combat ability, but this would be negated if they had high pain tolerance. On the stage, Renani's high endurance finally took effect. He took many blows from Rasmus, but he appeared fine. On the other hand, Rasmus was breathing heavily while trying to stand on his feet. Rasmus, let's decide this in one move. Renani adjusted his battle stance as he said those words. Rasmus narrowed his eyes. He knew that he would be defeated if the battle dragged on, but it seemed like Renani didn't want to use this cowardly tactic to win. Now I understand why I respect you, Renani. With a nod of his head, he prepared himself for their last clash. Everyone watched with bated breaths as the two young warriors quietly observed each other's movements. No one dared to blink, afraid that they would miss the final moments of this match. Suddenly, The two figures on the stage turned into a blur as they lunged toward each other. Rasmus released a flying kick. Whoosh! Seeing this, Renanti blocked his leg with his left arm and sent an elbow strike that was aimed at Rasmus's jaw. Rasmus quickly lifted his arms, shielding his face from the blow. However, the force behind Renanti's sharp elbow left a gash on his arm and sent him crashing to the ground. Bang! The crowd gasped upon witnessing this scene. Renanti grimaced when he felt a sharp pain in his left arm. He broke my arm with that kick. You have improved a lot. Rasmus. His lips curved upwards as he glanced at Rasmus, who was struggling to get up. Rasmus let out a regretful sigh while shaking his head. I admit defeat. He raised his hand. A big round of applause and the sonorous shouts of the crowd followed as the friendly duels concluded. An hour after the friendly duels, everyone was still discussing the impressive performances of the knight apprentices. The three people sent by House Silversword all entered the final four. Just how did they unearth those talents? I heard that it was Lord Alaric who took in those kids from the orphanage. I can't believe that there are actually so many hidden gems in that place. Many northern lords gathered around Alaric to praise his foresight. My lord, I envy you for discovering those young talents. Indeed. How did you find them, my lord? Alaric smiled faintly at the enthusiastic crowd. To tell you the truth, I only intended to help the orphanage get back on its feet. Seeing those children barely surviving with limited resources, he answered their queries, but he omitted some important details that shouldn't be said. The celebration continued until late evening. In the next few days, the guests finally left the estate and returned to their homes. On the 5th of April, Lucas returned to North Pine Town, but he didn't come alone. Lord Lucas, I would like to thank you once more for accepting my unreasonable request. Tyrone cupped his fist to express his gratitude. When he received the Crown Prince's orders, he went after Lucas in a hurry, and after almost a day of nonstop travel on his horse, he eventually caught up with him. Lord Tyrone, you have already thanked me 3 times. Lucas stared speechlessly at the old Marquis. Ha ha, is that so? It seems like I am forgetting things a lot lately. Tyrone laughed while slapping his thigh. Lucas noticed the unusual friendliness of the old Marquis. At first, he thought that it was just an act, but he realized that the old man was genuinely interested in befriending him. Does the Crown Prince intend to invite me to his faction? Lucas thought as he looked at the old Marquis. Meanwhile, Tyrone was secretly inspecting the town. He noticed that new houses were being constructed. Those people should be the former residents of Alverton. They had already received reports about the events that took place in Alverton. Even until now, he was still shocked by the military power that House Silversword had revealed. Half an hour later, they arrived at the estate. The gatekeepers were stunned when they saw the Baron. Lucas and Tyrone came in secretly, so no one noticed their arrival to the town. My lord, Lucas waved his hand and gestured at them to not make a fuss. I hope you do not mind my humble estate, my lord, said Lucas as he made an inviting gesture. Haha, your worries are unnecessary, my lord. I am not the kind of person who cares about trivial things like appearances. Tyrone chuckled. The two chatted as they headed to the main mansion. By the time they arrived, a group of people was already waiting for them. Congratulations on keeping your rank on the Astanian Dragon leaderboard, my lord. Lucas smiled and nodded. Seeing the familiar faces after leaving home for a while made him feel happy. Let's talk about this later. He then turned his gaze to the old man beside him and said, This is Marquis Tyrone Agalsatar. Except for Alaric, everyone else was flabbergasted upon hearing his introduction. A Marquis was a high-ranking noble. There wasn't even a figure at this level in the north, so they were shocked by the old man's identity. Meanwhile, Alaric was feeling a bit emotional when he saw the old Marquis. In his past life, the Marquis was his direct superior and he had learned a lot of things from him. It was mostly because of his teachings that he was able to become an elite knight. Marquis Tyrone Agalsatar. As if sensing his gaze, the old man stared at him. H.M. Alaric's striking white hair made him recall a certain person. My lord, this is my son, Alaric. Lucas's voice drifted into his ears, pulling him from his thoughts. Oh, Tyrone adjusted his emotions, But the more he stared at the young man, the more agitated he became. The resemblance. Lucas noticed the sudden change in his expression and thought that the old man wasn't feeling well. "Are you all right, my lord?" Tyrone suppressed his agitation and nodded while waving his hand. "I am fine. I think I'm just tired from the journey." Lucas felt that the old Marquis was hiding something, but he didn't probe further. "Prepare Lord Tyrone's accommodation immediately." He instructed the servants. Tyrone took one last glance at Alaric before he followed the servants. Alaric was feeling confused. When he first met the old Marquis, he also showed the same reaction. He once asked the Marquis about this, but the old man refused to answer. He looked at Lucas with an inquisitive gaze, but the latter shook his head. "We will talk later. I will go and talk with the Marquis first." Lucas hugged his wife and tapped his son's shoulder. Maria nodded without saying anything. After Lucas left, the crowd dispersed and went to do their respective tasks. Alaric remained standing outside the main mansion, still baffled by the old man's reaction. "I must get answers in this life." He turned around and headed to the training ground to begin his daily mission. He had been so busy after the orc subjugation that he almost had no time to complete his daily training. Alaric's Silver Sword, Elite Knight, EXP, 142, 163/1000. Potential, A. Traits, Horseback Riding, C. Swordsmanship, SSS. Close Combat, C. Archery, E. Hunting, E. Tracking, E. Sixth Sense, E. Monster Affinity, F. Mana Gathering, C. Appraisal, B. Strength, 170. Stamina, 180. Agility, 180. Vitality, 150. Endurance, 160. Mana, 228. Battle points, 1780, 1920. Stat points, 40, 61. Requirements for the next advancement: 1,000 EXP, 250 in all attributes, and 10,000 battle points. He had only completed 7 daily missions in the past few weeks. Luckily, there was no penalty or he would be devastated. Tyrone paced around his room, looking incredibly unsettled as he wore a deep frown. How come they look so similar? Is it just a coincidence? His forehead creased the more he thought about it. If I remember correctly, I think there was something going on between Lucas and her almost 2 decades ago. Is it possible that Alaric is there? As he thought of this, his eyes widened. This cannot be. He wanted to deny it, but he realized that it wasn't impossible. There had been rumors about the relationship between Lucas and that person, but news about this suddenly disappeared, as if someone had deliberately concealed them. Tyrone rubbed his chin as he took his seat. "I will try probing Lucas tomorrow. If my speculation is right, I might uncover something huge." The next day, Alaric completed his daily mission after several hours of doing intense exercises. Alaric's Silver Sword, Elite Knight, EXP, 163, 169/1000. Potential, A. Traits, Horseback Riding, C. Swordsmanship, SSS. Close Combat, C. Archery, E. Hunting, E. Tracking, E. Sixth Sense, E. Monster Affinity, F. Mana Gathering, C. Appraisal, B. Strength, 170. Stamina, 180. Agility, 180. Vitality, 150. Endurance, 160. Mana, 228, 230. Battle points, 1920, 1960. Stat points, 61, 67. Requirements for the next advancement: 1,000 EXP, 250 in all attributes, and 10,000 battle points. "My lord, please drink some water." The faithful little servant, Elena, handed him a leather water flask. Alaric smiled at her, grabbed the water flask, and took a swig. While he was drinking water, Elena expertly wiped off the sweat on his body with a cloth. She had always done this for him every time he would complete his training. Meanwhile, Hershey, who was standing behind them, spoke to Elena in a gentle voice. "You are really good at this." Elena turned her head and squeezed out a smile. "I have been by my lord's side since we were young, so it's almost second nature to me." "I see. It seems like your relationship with Alaric is not that simple." Hershey stared deeply at her, while keeping a smile on her face. Elena was flustered by her words, and she hurriedly explained herself. "It's not what you think, my lady. We are just dash." "Ha ha." Hershey suddenly giggled when she saw how anxious she was. She grabbed Elena's hand and said, "I know, and I understand." Looking at her earnest expression, Elena gradually calmed down. "Stop teasing her." Alaric smiled at the two women. While they were chatting, they suddenly noticed that someone was approaching them. They simultaneously turned their heads and saw that it was the old Marquis. Just like how they had met him yesterday, the old man still had this jovial look and easygoing smile. Alaric, Hershey, and the others quickly stopped what they were doing to greet him. "Greetings, my lord." Tyrone nodded and swept his gaze at the small crowd before his eyes stopped at Alaric. "Lord Alaric, I apologize for abruptly leaving yesterday. Because of my age, I sometimes feel dizzy." He had an apologetic look. "I hope you can forgive me." Hearing this, Alaric immediately waved his hand and replied, "It is fine, my lord. Your health is more important, so you do not need to worry about these trivial things." He knew that the old man was just giving an excuse, but he didn't expose him. The old Marquis grinned at his words. "Oh, I almost forgot. I was not able to come to your birthday celebration, but I have prepared a gift for you." As he said this, he nodded to the servant standing next to him. The servant opened the wooden box he was carrying, revealing a set of intricately crafted armor. This is a relic-level battle armor made from mithril and other valuable materials like the disaster-grade monster hide. It is also engraved with a fortification trait that makes its wearer take less damage from any form of attack. The old Marquis introduced the armor's ability as he gestured at the servant to hand the gift to Alaric. A relic-level battle armor. Alaric was pleasantly surprised. This was what he needed the most. The battle armor he was using was also well made, but it wasn't at the relic level. If he had this armor, his combat ability would drastically improve. Thinking about this, he stared at the old Marquis who was gesturing at him to take the armor. It was a gift from his old superior, so he didn't hesitate any further and took the battle armor. "Thank you for the gift, my lord. I will cherish it." Alaric gratefully smiled at him. "Huh, I'm glad that you like it." Tyrone laughed heartily. For some reason, he felt that Alaric wasn't a stranger, but someone that he knew for a long time. Who would not like a relic-level battle armor? Alaric smiled bitterly while shaking his head. Equipment like this was hard to come by in the north, but they were in abundance in the central areas of Astania. "It is just a battle armor. There's no need to make a fuss over it." The Marquis chuckled. Alaric smiled wryly. Only a high-level noble like the old Marquis could say something like this. "How about we talk somewhere more quiet, my lord? I do not think the warriors can train peacefully knowing that you are here." Alaric suggested. "All right, I'll go after you." Tyrone nodded in agreement. There were some things that he wanted to discuss with him, but the details were too sensitive to be said in public. Alaric brought the old man to his study inside the main mansion. For absolute secrecy, he didn't let anyone in. "Please take your seat, my lord." Alaric pointed at a vacant seat. The old man thanked him before he took his seat. "So what do you want to discuss with me, Lord Alaric?" Tyrone didn't beat around the bush. Alaric cleared his throat and gathered his thoughts before he spoke. "I noticed that my lord was surprised when you saw me yesterday. It just made me curious." The old man's face suddenly turned serious. He adjusted his sitting posture before he calmly replied, "I just thought that you look like someone I know." Alaric raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. The old man's words had many implications. "Can you elaborate on what you mean by this?" The old man shook his head. "To be honest with you, I'm also not sure, so it would be for the best if I do not say anything more than that." "I see. What a pity." Alaric shook his head with a look of regret. He was curious, but he didn't probe further. There was plenty of time to know the truth. He just needed to patiently wait. Tyrone observed the young man's expression. It seems like he is still unaware of this. Lucas might have kept his secret from him. It is also possible that I am wrong about the whole thing. The two talked about other matters to lighten the mood. Alaric was already familiar with the old man's personality, so he knew which topics would entertain him. After a few hours of conversation, the Marquis stood up and said, "I still have an appointment with Lord Lucas. Please excuse me, my lord." "Oh, that is too bad. I really enjoyed talking with you, Lord Tyrone." I hope we can chat again sometime. Alaric didn't stop the old man from leaving. He bid the Marquis farewell and sent him to Lucas's study. Meanwhile, a group of robed individuals entered through a secret passage that led them to Turtle Fort. Your Highness, why don't rest here for a while? You must have been weary from the trip, Neo suggested while staring at the figure leading them. To safely reach this place, they had taken numerous detours. There were scattered goblin outposts in the canted woodlands, so they wasted a lot of time trying to evade them. There is no need. Ivana shook her head. A few days had passed since they left the Elven Kingdom. She was afraid that war had already started, so she couldn't afford a rest. Our kingdom is in danger, so we must hurry, Ivana muttered. Neo no longer said anything. He was also worried about the kingdom. Split up to gather supplies and return to this spot within 30 minutes. Ivana instructed. As soon as she gave the order, the elven warriors who had followed them went in separate directions. Only Neo stayed behind to protect Ivana. The elven princess was only a one-ringed beast soul master. A powerful knight could already put her in danger, so he didn't want to leave her side. Elder Neo, tell me honestly, since you have also witnessed the military power of House Silversword, do you think we can repel those goblins if we have their support? Ivana asked all of a sudden. Hearing this, Neo thought for a moment before shaking his head. It's hard to say, Your Highness. We have no accurate information on the goblin colony. There could be powerful goblins hiding there. In River Wake, the restless underground factions had gradually stabilized. This was because the three largest factions had merged to create a much larger group, the Blood River Alliance. Today, on the 6th of April in the year 209 of the Astanian calendar, the Alliance members gathered inside a private building to elect their leader. 3 people sat at the most prominent location, chatting as they waited for the election to begin. In just a few days, we managed to take full control of Riverwake's underground forces. With Baron Dagzo gone, I don't think there's anyone who can stop our Alliance's expansion, remarked Old Man Woodcutter with a grin. When he first joined the Alliance, he still had some misgivings, but after some time, he gradually became invested in the group. The idea of controlling the entire city made him forget all the bad things that happened. The middle-aged man sitting adjacent to him sneered at his words and offered his own opinion. It's not as easy as you think. Although Baron Dagzo has died, his barony started functioning again after his son took the reins. Furthermore, there are still some merchant groups with strong military power. This person was the leader of the Night Owl mercenary group, Tim. He was a former slave who had rebelled against his owner and took control of his wealth after killing him. And with his newfound wealth, he took in many slaves and commoners to create his mercenary group, which later became known as the Night Owl mercenary group. Tim was a ruthless man, and he was also skilled with the sword. Because of this, he later got the moniker One-Eyed Swordsman. Clap. The sudden clap made the two turn their heads to Liam. We shouldn't argue today, gentlemen. Look, Liam pointed at the large number of people gathered inside the building. Everyone has gathered here to elect the leader of our alliance. We must maintain our dignity in front of these people. He had learned to speak in a commoner's accent after months of contact with all sorts of individuals, but he still sometimes revealed the temperament of a noble. Old Man Woodcutter and One-Eyed Swordsman had complicated feelings about this young man. They were afraid of his cunning mind, and they also disliked his arrogance. However, there was something they admired about him, his ability to gather all sorts of people. No one would have imagined that the 3 largest factions in Riverwake would merge, but this young man made it happen. He might have employed some unusual methods, but he managed to do it. Until now, they still didn't know his name, so they called him Sly Demon, a moniker that recently became famous in Riverwake. Hearing his words, Old Man Woodcutter shrugged and no longer said anything, while One-Eyed Swordsman snorted. Seeing how cooperative they were, Liam smiled. He then sent the signal to start the election. The election process was simple. Each member of the alliance would write the name of the person they wanted to vote for and place it inside the box. The total votes would then be tallied on the spot to prevent cheating. The voting process only took less than 20 minutes, but the counting of the votes took much longer. The alliance had over 300 members, including the small groups that they had absorbed. About 2 hours later, the results were finally announced. Sly Demon, 217 votes. One-Eyed Swordsman, 164 votes. Old Man Woodcutter, 158 votes. A few people also received votes, but their vote counts were too low to even be compared with the three top candidates. One-Eyed Swordsman glanced at the results and slumped on his chair while crossing his arms. How did he gather so many supporters in just a few days? Did he bribe them with money? His faction was the largest in the alliance, so he was quite confident in his success. But from the looks of it, someone had come prepared. Meanwhile, Old Man Cutter was vexed. He couldn't accept the fact that he came third in the voting results. I can still accept Sly Demon being the winner, but this one-eyed bastard actually got more votes than me. These people must be blind. Oomph. Old Man Woodcutter snorted the more he thought about the results. He felt that it was ridiculous. On the other hand, Liam seemed to have expected this to happen. He let out a smile as he stood up from his seat. He then walked toward the center of the venue and clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. Everyone, thank you to those who believed in me. I promise that I will use every means necessary to make our alliance stronger and more prosperous. However, I wouldn't be able to do this alone. I hope that everyone gathered here will put more effort into making the alliance more successful. Liam didn't make his speech longer since he knew that these boorish people wouldn't like it. He kept everything short and ended it with a strong message. After his speech, the alliance members clapped their hands. Although some still couldn't accept the results, there was nothing they could do. The majority had already spoken, so everyone had to follow the newly elected alliance leader. Congratulations on becoming the alliance leader. Old Man Woodcutter beamed at him. One-Eyed Swordsman didn't say anything and just nodded at Liam. That was how Liam Paxley became the leader of the Blood River Alliance. Inside the Baron's study in the main mansion of House Silversword, Tyrone took a light sip of tea before he asked, "Lord Lucas, do you still remember Her Highness, Princess Jade Christine?" The atmosphere suddenly turned heavy as soon as he spoke this name. Lucas had subconsciously released his aura, but he quickly retracted it after realizing what had happened. He stared deeply at the Marquis and responded, "I still remember her." His voice was calm, but the old Marquis sensed the coldness in his tone. "I see. That means Alaric must be her. Alaric must be her child." This time, an even more powerful pressure descended upon the old Marquis. Tyrone acted like nothing happened and continued to sip his tea. Lucas let out a sigh. He leaned on his chair and rubbed his nose bridge as he said, "That's right. Alaric is our son." His tone contained a trace of melancholy when he recalled the image of that woman. She was his first love and also his biggest regret. Tyrone wasn't surprised by his confirmation. Only a few had seen Her Highness, so I don't think someone will get suspicious of Alaric's identity, but you must still be careful. Some people might harbor ill intent if they discover his identity. Lucas nodded with a grave look. "I understand. This was the real reason why he rejected the Emperor's offer 2 decades ago. He didn't want Alaric to be embroiled in the Imperial family's woes and schemes. No wonder you rejected His Majesty's offer. So it was because of this." Tyrone stared at the Baron with newfound respect. For the sake of his son's safety, he rejected a high-ranking position and chose to live in the north as a Baron. Lucas took a deep breath and raised his head as he asked, "Jade? Her Highness, where is she?" His voice quivered when he mentioned her name. Other than his family, only this woman could make him this emotional. Tyrone sighed and shook his head. "Her Highness hasn't shown herself to the public since you left Caldera." In truth, he knew something about the princess, but the information was yet to be confirmed since the Imperial family was tight-lipped about the matter. "I wonder how you will react if you hear that Princess Jade will be married to the crown prince of the neighboring empire of Harun. Lucas, will you barge into the Imperial castle and face the wrath of both empires?" Tyrone felt that he might really do it. Lucas was powerful enough to stand on the same ground with the powerhouses of Astania, and House Silversword was no longer the countryside barony that it was before. "Is that so?" Lucas let out a heavy breath. "Jade, where are you?" He thought that he could forget everything about her, but fate seemed to be intent on drawing them together. "Lord Lucas, if you're thinking of seeing her, then you better drop the idea. The imperial family is currently unstable because of His Majesty's failing health. There might be severe consequences if you go and look for her. Tyrone warned him with a grim face. Lucas clenched his fists upon hearing this, but he knew that the old Marquis was telling the truth. Thank you for your warning, Lord Tyrone. I am tired, so I will excuse myself. Let us speak again tomorrow. He didn't wait for the old man's response. He stood up, cupped his fist to the Marquis, and decisively left. To think that the man known as the Shield of the North has a side like this. Tyrone drank the last sip of his tea before he left the room. On the 8th of April, the Marquis left North Pine Town and headed back to Kadura. He didn't know how he should report the situation to the Crown Prince. There was something within him that compelled him not to disclose this information, but a part of him also wanted to give this crucial information to Prince Leonard. What a conundrum. The old Marquis sighed while shaking his head. Things have become more complicated with Alaric in the picture. He has the blood of Astania running through his veins, and with House Silversword's growing popularity, there might be some people who would support him if he ever decides to join the battle for succession. He could already imagine the chaos that would ensue if this information leaked out. The Crown Prince might let things be, but the second prince would definitely not allow another contender to participate. While he was deep in his thoughts, he suddenly sensed the presence of a few powerful individuals approaching him at a fast pace. The old Marquis didn't come alone, but he only brought a few subordinates with him. One 3-ringed B-Soul Master, and the rest are elite knights and knights. He narrowed his eyes as he looked in a certain direction. He also signaled his men to stop and prepare for battle. Tyrone grabbed the handle of his sword while keeping his gaze on the approaching figures. I only brought 2 elite knights with me and 8 knights. If we fight those people, it will be a dangerous battle. Suddenly, the approaching group finally came into everyone's view. They were dressed in oversized robes that covered their whole body from head to foot. Strangely, they were using mana to increase their movement speed. It was as if someone was chasing them. Tyrone could sense the fluctuations of mana, so he was perplexed. He then signaled his subordinates to lower their weapons. He couldn't sense any hostility from the other group, so to prevent misunderstandings, he instructed his men to stand down. Soon, the approaching group stopped in front of them, making the atmosphere a bit tense. If it weren't for Tyrone's command, his subordinates would have already drawn their weapons. I am Marquis Tyrone Agalsatar. State your identities. The old Marquis stared deeply at the person who had the strongest aura. He felt that this guy was the leader of the group. However, to his surprise, the one who stepped up was the person with the weakest aura, a 1-ringed B-Soul Master. I am Ivana, a friend of Alaric's Silversword. We don't mean you no harm. Ivana? I have not heard of anyone noteworthy with that name. Who is this young lady? Could she be Alaric's lover? The Marquis had question marks on his face, but he decided not to probe further. I see. Then you may go. You guys look like you are in a hurry. He waved his hand. Thank you. Ivana's group didn't linger for long, and they left after she thanked the old man. Tyrone watched them disappear with a deep frown. Who are those people? Ivana's group arrived at the estate. Who are you? The gatekeepers warily glanced at her group, their hands resting on the handle of their weapons. Ivana didn't waste any time and presented a token. I am Ivana, a friend of Alaric. Please let us in. The gatekeepers were surprised to see the token in her hand. It was Alaric's identity token, which only he and a few of his most trusted subordinates possessed. Having this token means that you are one of his people. Can we inspect your token for a moment? The gatekeepers cautiously asked. They had heard of her name too, but they wanted to make sure that she wasn't a fraud. Ivana nodded as she handed the token. The gatekeepers took the token and inspected it carefully. After a thorough examination, they realized that it was real. This is Lord Alaric's identity token. They hurriedly handed it back to Ivana and apologized. Please pardon us for the inconvenience, my lady. It is all right. Just let us in. We are in a hurry. Ivana waved her hand dismissively. The gatekeepers no longer wasted their time. They opened the gates and escorted them to the training ground. Why are we heading here? Ivana frowned. Sensing the suspicion in her voice, the guard quickly explained. It's like this, my lady. Lord Alaric usually visits the training ground around this time for his daily training. He also observes the progress of our trainees. Not long later, they arrived at the training grounds, and just like the guard had said, Alaric was there watching the trainees. As if having sensed their arrival, Alaric turned his head. Ivana Greenwood, 1-ringed B Soul Master. EXP, 7 out of 500. Potential, S. Integrated Monster Trait, Nature's Blessing, S. Traits, Horseback Riding, E. Archery, B. Swordsmanship, B. Close Combat, F. Strength, 11. Stamina, 10. Agility, 26. Endurance, 12. Vitality, 30. Mana, 79. Alaric raised an eyebrow when he saw her integrated monster trait. It was actually rated S. Just what kind of monster did they prepare for her monster trait integration? He was speechless. Only an elven princess could have this kind of luxury. He then moved his gaze toward the elf who had exuded the most oppressive aura. Neo, 3-ringed Beast Soul Master, EXP, 3,379 of 5,000. Potential, A. Integrated Monster Traits. Ice Manipulation, A. Starlight Arrow, S. Eagle's Viewpoint, B. Traits, Horseback Riding, A. Swordsmanship, A. Archery, A. Hunting, B. Tracking, B. Close Combat, B. Stamina, 196. Agility, 299. Endurance, 195. Vitality, 250. Mana, 511. Alaric was dumbfounded when he saw his attributes. His stats were even more outrageous than the bishop's. Not to mention his high-rated traits and integrated monster traits. Alaric, Ivana called out to him, but the cheerfulness she had the last time she came here was gone. Her voice pulled him from his thoughts. He sensed that something was amiss when he heard the tone of her voice. Let's speak privately. Ivana nodded. She signaled his men to stay before she followed Alaric toward the main mansion. Neo hesitated for a moment before he decided to follow them. Meanwhile, Elena and Hershey, who were together with Alaric, decided not to disturb them. Once they arrived at his study, Alaric gestured at her to take a seat. Upon sitting down, Ivana removed the hood that covered her face. Seeing the deep frown and her troubled expression, Alaric asked, "What happened? Why do you look like that?" "Alaric, you are my friend, so I will not hide it from you." She took a short pause to gather her thoughts before she continued. "Our kingdom is in danger." Alaric narrowed his eyes. "Go on. I am listening." "A goblin colony has set their sights on our kingdom's mana spring. Those despicable creatures are gathering the scattered goblin tribes to attack us. We do not have much time. At this moment, they should—" As he listened, Alaric's expression grew increasingly colder. "Since you came all the way here, am I right to assume that you need my help?" He stared at the elven princess. Ivana didn't deny it. She nodded with a heavy look. "Our kingdom will face heavy casualties if we fight the goblin colony by ourselves. I was hoping that you could lend us some assistance." Alaric was silent for a moment. "From what she told me, there are over 20,000 goblins in the colony, and her kingdom's military is outnumbered. Our house, Silver Sword alone, cannot offer much help even if we mobilize 3 transcendents. I need the support of a few more noble houses, but which one should I bring to the enchanted woodlands?" The elven kingdom had remained hidden for decades, or even over a century. If he brought the wrong kind of people, the location of their kingdom would be exposed, and they might be targeted by evil humans. House Paxley should be trustworthy. There's Lord Smith's house, Heinrich, too. I need one more household. Should I ask for Baron Argus's help? The old Baron had already sworn to follow his lead, but he was a crafty old man, so Alaric was quite cautious about him. There were other choices, but he still hadn't fully trusted them. If only I could convince Father to join, then things would be a lot easier, but there would be no one left to protect the estate and the town. There's Sir William, too. William, and a mercenary group who had chosen to follow him, was yet to formally join the household, so he couldn't command them at will. Alaric was in a dilemma. Ivana quietly waited for him to make the decision. She was a bit nervous that he would reject her request. Alaric let out a deep breath. "I will discuss this with my father first. I cannot mobilize a large number of troops without his approval. I understand. Ivana nodded. Follow me. I will take you to see him, said Alaric as he stood up. Inside the Baron's study, Alaric and Ivana sat next to each other as they explained the situation to Lucas. Meanwhile, Neo was quietly standing behind them, looking completely still. I get the gist of it. So you want my house, Silver Sword, to help your kingdom repel those goblins, but why should I agree? Lucas stared deeply at the elven princess. He was already aware of her identity, but he couldn't care less. His priority was the welfare of his household and the safety of his family. However, if she was willing to compensate them for lending their military power, then he might consider it. Alaric furrowed his eyebrows, but he didn't say anything. He was just an heir, and the final decision remained in his father's hands. Ivana took a deep breath before she responded. If you can help us defeat the goblin colony, I promise you that all the beast soul crystals we collect will be given to you. She could still make this decision as the princess of the Greenwood Kingdom. Hearing this, Lucas rubbed his chin. During the orc subjugation, they managed to collect a large number of beast soul crystals. Although a majority of them were distributed to the northern lords, House Silversword took most of the high-ranking crystals. If I could absorb a beast soul crystal on the same level as the Orc King's crystal, I would be one step closer to advancing to the next realm. Alaric gave him the Orc King's beast soul crystal, but he had yet to absorb it. If I can advance to the next realm, I do not have to worry about offending the imperial family anymore. The image of a beautiful woman appeared in his mind. Jade, this might be a chance for me to reunite with you. Thinking of this, Lucas stared at the elven princess and replied, All right, House Silversword will help you defeat those goblins, but you must fulfill your promise. Hearing his words, Ivana was overjoyed. Of course, I guarantee that all the beast soul crystals will be given to you. I promise you this as the princess of the Greenwood Kingdom. Lucas smiled and nodded. Good. He then looked at his son and told him, Gather, everyone. We will depart at once. Alaric replied with a nod of his head. Yes, my lord. The Baron waved his hand and dismissed them. A tense atmosphere hung over the Greenwood Kingdom. This was because the goblin colony had gathered more goblin tribes to join them, which greatly bolstered their forces. At this moment, inside the king's treehouse, an urgent meeting was being held. Your Majesty, all the generals and commanders have gathered in this room. Please give us the command to attack those filthy creatures. Elder Dahan expressed his desire to wage war on the goblins. Some high elves frowned at his words, but no one said anything. There were still a few of them who were against the idea of engaging in war, but the king had already spoken, so there was nothing they could do. Garandel nodded, his expression looking stern and serious. The princess promised to bring support here, so let us wait for them before we go to war. A few high elves who supported the war frowned. They were disappointed with the king's indecisiveness. Garandel sensed their dissatisfaction, but he chose to ignore them. He would rather be labeled as a weak king than watch his people die. Please hurry up, Ivana. Your father can't hold back these stubborn elves for long. On the same day, Alaric sent messenger birds to House Paxley and House Heinrich, informing them to bring their armies to Turtle Fort. He also sent a letter to William and told him to guard the cold iron mine with the mercenaries while they were gone. Inside his room, Elena and Hershey were helping him wear his relic-level battle armor. My lord, are you leaving again? Elena stared at him with worried eyes. Alaric turned around and patted her head. I need to help a friend. You mean those elves? Elena blurted out, but she quickly realized that she had misspoken. She covered her mouth and subconsciously glanced at Hershey. I already know about them. Hershey chuckled when she saw her nervous expression. Alaric had already told her about Ivana. At first, she felt jealous when she sensed that Alaric seemed to be interested in her, but she soon learned to accept it. Alaric clicked his tongue as he looked at Elena's innocent face. I will punish you when I return. Elena's shoulders drooped. Yes, my lord. Seeing this, Hershey tapped her shoulders and glared at Alaric. Stop teasing her. She had grown fond of this young maid. Although sometimes clumsy and mischievous, she was sensible and smart. Alaric squeezed her hand and said with a tender gaze, I will take my leave now. Please help me look after the household while I am gone. Hershey's expression softened as she nodded. You can rest assured. I will help the madam in taking care of the household. I will ask Henry and Arthur to stay here. If there is something that they cannot handle, then you must seek help from Sir William. Alaric reminded her. All right. Alaric looked at Elena and said, Elena, stay with Hershey. You will learn a lot from her. Yes, my lord. The little maid nodded. I have said enough. It is time to go. Alaric grabbed his rare steel sword and the custom-made mithril short sword before he left. The two ladies followed him silently. As soon as they stepped out of the main mansion, the warriors of House Silverswords had already gathered. However, what surprised Alaric was that Lucas was actually wearing his battle armor, and it seemed that the latter planned to go with them. My lord, are you going with us? Alaric stared at his father with an inquisitive look. Lucas curled his lips as he replied, How could I let you venture into unknown territory without me? And so, Lucas led over 200 warriors of House Silversword to Turtle Fort. The formidable lineup stunned the residents of North Pine Town, but their presence also made them feel secure. The former residents of Alverton were also grateful to these warriors, for it was because of them that they were able to get back on their feet. When the army passed by Evergreen Forest, the wild beasts and monsters there trembled in fear. They didn't dare leave their caves, afraid the warriors would kill them. Luckily, the weather is cooperative this time, Alaric remarked as he looked at the blue sky. Spring had come and the snow had already melted. Many flowers started blooming, showcasing their bright colors and beauty. The creatures that were hibernating during winter started coming out of their dwellings, but when they sensed the powerful army approaching, they immediately returned to their hiding places. Alaric, a pleasant voice drifted into his ears. He turned his head. What is the matter? He asked. Ivana sighed. I was not able to join your birthday celebration. We went as fast we could, but we made numerous detours to evade the goblin outposts. She explained the experience they had gone through on their way to North Pine Town. Hearing this, Alaric smiled faintly and shook his head. So you were worried that I would be upset? Ivana nodded. Huh. Alaric chuckled. It is fine. I understand your situation. If it was me, I would have done the same. His gentle smile made her heart beat erratically. She immediately lowered her head and hummed in response. Amen. What is going on with me today? Why can't I look at him in the eye? She couldn't understand her emotions. She had never been like this before. Suddenly, she seemed to have recalled something. Oh, I have something for you. She took out something from her clothes and tossed it to Alaric. This is... Alaric was dumbfounded when he realized what she had casually tossed. It was a pearl, but unlike ordinary pearls, the one in his hand was filled with a dense amount of mana. It was so dense that the energy was overflowing through his palm. A mana pearl. A mana pearl was a blessed product of nature. It was a natural resource that could only be found near a mana spring. It usually took years to more than a decade to form a single mana pearl. This was because it only takes form in certain conditions. Many tried to create a synthetic mana pearl, but no one had succeeded. The mana pearl in his hand wasn't that big, but it contained energy that was equivalent to the energy inside a disaster-grade beast soul crystal. The knights seemed to have sensed the energy released by the mana pearl, but Alaric quickly placed it inside his pouch. Thank you, Ivana. The gift was very precious, but he didn't bother to act like a hypocrite. Ivana smiled when she saw him keep her gift. Please use it well. I will. Alaric couldn't see her face because of her hood, but he could sense the joy in her voice. The two chatted along the way, so the journey wasn't boring for them. When they were about to cross the borders of Vale, two scouts from the city approached them on horseback. Lucas raised his hand, signaling the army to stop moving. The two scouts were shocked when they realized that it was Lucas who was leading this army. My lord, we didn't know it was you. Please forgive our impertinence. The two scouts immediately jumped down from their horses and fearfully bowed to Lucas. The Baron was no longer the same person as he was back then. To be precise, House Silversword was no longer just a simple countryside barony. It had become a formidable force, a force that was strong enough to make the whole North worship them with respect. Lucas waved his hand dismissively. You have not done anything wrong. Relay my words to the garrison commander and the officials of the city. Tell them that we are only passing by, and there is no need for them to worry. Yes, my lord. We will relay your message to them. The 2 scouts responded. You may leave, Lucas said. Hearing this, the 2 scouts jumped onto their horse and left after giving Lucas another salute. Lucas watched them leave before he gave the command to continue the journey. Let's go. Meanwhile, Baron Smith Heinrich and Baron Nathan Paxley, who had received Alaric's letter, immediately assembled their armies and headed to Turtle Fort. They didn't even hesitate. To them, House Silversword's instructions were like the Emperor's edict. 5 days passed by in a flash. During these 5 days, Alaric wasn't able to complete his daily missions. It was disheartening for him, but he could only swallow his sorrow. There was no equipment for him to use, so he couldn't perform the weighted exercises. It was the 13th day of April, and they were also the last ones to arrive at Turtle Fort. Both House Paxley and House Heinrich were much closer to the fortress city, so they arrived a day earlier. Upon their arrival, the officials and the commander of the fort's soldiers greeted them at the entrance. The officials were literary scholars, so they were just normal humans. Most of them were also acquainted with Lucas. On the other hand, the fort's commander was a formidable figure. He was an old warrior, but he was a peak elite knight. His wrinkled face was covered in scars, a testament to the fierce battles that he had gone through. Rommel, elite knight, EXP, for 90 out of 500. Potential, C. Traits, horseback riding, C. Axe mastery, C. Hunting, C. Tracking, D. Archery, E. Swordsmanship, E. Close combat, C. Strength, 221. Stamina, 169. Agility, 180. Endurance, 207. Vitality, 130. Mana, 125. This old man is not weak. Although his vitality and mana are low, his other attributes are high, especially his strength and endurance. The old man was stronger than Arthur and Henry. Only someone like this old man could guard Turtle Fort. The fortress city was the Empire's first line of defense against the creatures from the enchanted woodlands, so a powerful warrior needed to lead the fort soldiers. Greetings, Lord Lucas. I am Rommel, the commander of Turtle Fort's armed forces. It's a pleasure to meet you. The old man smiled, causing more wrinkles to appear on his face. Lucas nodded. It has been a while, Sir Rommel. How have you been? The old man was also an acquaintance of his, and there was a lot to catch up. The two chatted for over 10 minutes before they decided to continue their conversation inside the city. While Lucas was catching up with his acquaintances, Alaric led the army to meet the soldiers of House Paxley and House Heinrich. Alaric was surprised when he saw that Dylan was part of House Heinrich's army. The guy had a fresh cut on his face, which looked like a result of someone punching him hard. Did Lord Smith beat him up again? Alaric chuckled when he thought about this. He remembered that Baron Smith had beaten him up because of what he did during the orc subjugation. It seemed like he had done something to upset his father again. Greetings, Lord Alaric. Baron Smith cupped his hands as he smiled at him. Lord Smith. Alaric returned the greeting with a smile. He then turned his gaze to Dylan and nodded at him. Lord Dylan. Sensing Alaric's teasing smile, Dylan could only helplessly shake his head. On the side of House Paxley, Baron Nathan wasn't present this time. The one leading them was surprisingly Jared Paxley, Nathan's cousin and the garrison commander of Rivad. During the orc invasion in Alverton, he had sustained severe injuries, but it appeared that he had already recovered. My lord, Jared gave him the salute. Alaric also saluted the man. This guy was also a true warrior. Despite the overwhelming odds he faced during the orc invasion, he didn't abandon his soldiers and fought relentlessly. I came here with Lord Theo. He wanted to gain more battle experience, so when he heard that you were assembling troops, he volunteered to follow me here. Jared turned his gaze to his nephew. Theo stepped forward at his uncle's cue and saluted. Lord Alaric. Alaric smiled at him. This man was Hershey's older brother, so he wanted to maintain a good relationship with him. Do not be formal with me. We will be family soon. Unlike Liam, who was a pure disappointment, Theo was the exact opposite. He was skilled in managing their territory, so Baron Paxley was satisfied with him. Theo smiled at his words. By the way, I heard that Lord Lucas is with you, my lord. Where is he? Baron Smith suddenly asked. He is catching up with his friends. In the meantime, you guys should follow me. I will tell you the details of the mission. Alaric's expression suddenly turned serious. Alaric brought them to a restaurant and booked a private room that was spacious enough to hold dozens of people. To prevent suspicion, Alaric only brought the key personnel of the two houses inside the private room, including Ivana's group. Upon taking their seats, Alaric scanned the faces of everyone present. He cleared his throat and opened his mouth. Everyone, thank you for coming here on short notice. As you might have guessed, there is another mission that requires your assistance. Hearing this, no one was surprised. Our mission this time is to head deeper into the enchanted woodlands and kill the goblins threatening our allies. He paused to observe their reactions and saw that everyone was confused. My lord, may I speak? Baron Smith raised his hand. Alaric nodded. You may. After getting his permission, Baron Smith stood up and said, My lord, I do not remember us having an ally who lives in the enchanted woodlands. Can you please tell us who you're talking about? Alaric took a deep breath. The goblin colony had thousands of soldiers, so for them to make a difference, he needed the full support of the two houses. However, to do this, they have to reveal the identity of the elves. He had already spoken with Ivana about this, and the elven princess had agreed. After a moment of silence, Alaric responded, Deep in the enchanted woodlands lies the home of the elves, the Greenwood Kingdom. I have made friends with them recently, and now they are asking for our help. I know this may sound selfish, but I want to help them. When he mentioned the elves, everyone had various reactions. Some expressed shock, while others were bewildered. A goblin colony has encroached upon their territory, and those filthy creatures have threatened their safety. To defeat those goblins, they want us. Alaric explained the situation to the group. My lord, can we really trust those elves? From what I know, they hate us humans. Theo suddenly spoke, and his words garnered the agreement of some people. Alaric stared deeply at him and nodded. Indeed, some of them do not like humans, but there are also elves who think differently. He then beckoned to Ivana and her group, signaling for them to step up. The elves I made friends with are open-minded. If we help them, they promise to give us all the beast soul crystals that would be dropped by the goblins. As he said those words, Ivana's group revealed themselves to the crowd. The moment they removed their hoods, there was a collective gasp of shock. Elves! How beautiful! The warriors of the two houses were stunned upon seeing the beautiful elves. Ivana felt slightly uncomfortable under the curious gazes of the warriors, but she acted indifferently and introduced herself. Hello, everyone. I am Ivana Greenwood, the princess of the Greenwood Kingdom. We protect the forests of the enchanted woodlands, but recently, a goblin colony had set its sights upon our land. There are more than 20,000 of them, and most of them can fight. Our Greenwood Kingdom's warriors are brave and skilled, but it would be a tough battle even for us. So, I decided to seek help from my friend, Alaric. Everyone became even more surprised when they heard her identity. They couldn't believe that this enchantingly beautiful woman was actually the princess of an elven kingdom. Everyone silently speculated about the relationship between this elven princess and Alaric. They all wondered if she was another wife candidate. They were curious, but no one dared to utter a sound. As Lord Alaric has stated, we are willing to offer all the beast soul crystals that would be dropped by the goblins, including those that would be killed by our elven warriors. On top of that, we will also open our doors for trade. Ivana's words made everyone seriously consider the offer. The mission was difficult, but the rewards she promised were worth every hardship they would face. The beast's soul crystals alone were already enough to compensate them, not to mention getting the opportunity to trade with the elves. As creatures who had lived mostly within the forests of the enchanted woodlands, they possessed many natural resources exclusive to the region. Some of those items were even treated as treasures by some houses. If they had the chance to trade with the elves, they would get their hands on those coveted products of nature. There was a heated discussion between the members of both houses. Ivana and Alaric didn't say anything. They just waited patiently for them to make the decision. Baron Smith was the first one to give his answer. He cupped his fist and stated in a stern voice, Your Highness, My house Heinrich is willing to help the Greenwood Kingdom. Jared Paxley also gave his answer. Our house Paxley is also willing to help the Greenwood Kingdom. Ivana smiled faintly. Both families brought over 100 warriors each. Although they didn't have a transcendent, the quality of their soldiers was very good. Thank you for lending us your support, Ivana gratefully said. Seeing that everyone had already decided, Alaric spoke in a serious tone. Now that everyone has decided, I will tell you what you guys should do once we step out of this restaurant. First, the elves' identities must be kept a secret. I will not tolerate any information leak regarding their identities. Next, everyone sensed the coldness in his voice. They knew that they would face his wrath if things went awry. After the meeting, Alaric gave them one last reminder before he dismissed everyone. Just as they left the restaurant, the cyan screen appeared in front of him, notifying him of another mission. Mission: defeat the Goblin Colony. Mission difficulty: hard. The Greenwood Kingdom has been targeted by a Goblin Colony. Help them defeat the goblins. Rewards: 1,000 battle points, 30 EXP, 30 stat points, equipment upgrade card X1, random trade upgrade card X1. Penalty for failure: 1,500 battle points, minus 100 EXP. The armies of the three houses assembled outside Turtle Fort. Everyone had already been informed about the details of the mission, and just like how their lords had reacted, the warriors were also surprised when they learned that the mission involved the elves of the Enchanted Woodlands. However, they were quick to gather their emotions. At this moment, Lucas mounted his horse and commanded the troops to depart. Let us go. As his voice fell, the soldiers urged their horses to move. Meanwhile, in the Greenwood Kingdom, things had become more tense. Some high elves openly expressed their desire to fight the goblins, but the king rejected their request and told them to wait for Ivana's return. However, they could no longer afford to wait. The faction led by a high elf named Egres took action even without the king's approval. He brought his soldiers and left the kingdom to launch an attack on the goblin outposts. Under his fierce leadership, numerous goblin outposts were destroyed, earning them successive victories in just 2 days. The elves who had sided with the king and decided to wait wavered when they heard of the victories of Egres' troops. Some even discreetly left the king's side and joined Egres' faction. Because of the betrayal of these elves, the king's faction weakened significantly, and even his loyal subordinates were starting to get anxious. Inside the largest treehouse, the king's faction was having a meeting. Your Majesty, we have waited for over a week now. It is time for us to make a move. We can't let Elder Egres take all the credit. Elder Dahan expressed his opinion. Everyone turned their gazes at the king, anxiously waiting for him to make the decision. Garandel sighed. He looked at the elves gathered in the room and said, Elder Egres' troops might have successfully conquered a few goblin outposts, but this would only anger the goblin colony. Those creatures are petty, and they would use every means to avenge their brethren. If we remain still, Elder Egres' troops will be in danger. It is time for us to move. Elder Dawn. The elven king glanced at the robust elf. Your Majesty. Dahan immediately stood up from his seat. Lead our warriors and help Elder Egres' troops in destroying the scattered goblin outposts. Garandel commanded with a wave of his sleeves. Dahan saluted and replied with a booming voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone was excited. The king had finally decided to join the battle. Under the king's orders, Elder Dahan led thousands of elven warriors to attack the surrounding goblin outposts. The fierce offensive of the elven camp brought massive destruction to the goblin colony. In just 1 day, dozens of goblin outposts were annihilated. However, something happened on the second day after Elder Dahan's troops joined the battle. The goblin colony sent their strongest warriors, an army of over 5,000 goblins led by dozens of goblin chieftains. With the arrival of these fearsome creatures, the elven camp finally suffered defeat, forcing them to retreat and gather their troops. Inside the biggest tent in the temporary camp of the elves, the highest-ranking commanders of the elven army had gathered. Those damn beasts! I cannot forgive them. An old elf with long golden hair shouted furiously. This high elf was Igris. Elder Dahan sneered at his words. If you guys had not attacked recklessly and followed the king's commands, those elven warriors would not have been killed. The atmosphere became even more intense as the two bigwigs glared at each other. One was a three-ringed Bee-Soul master, while the other one was a transcendent knight. The pressure they exuded was like a heavy mountain that pressed on everyone. Stop it, the both of you. Another high elf decided to intervene before things escalated. It was a middle-aged looking elven woman with long golden hair. Her aura wasn't any less compared to the two elders, and it even seemed that she was a bit stronger than them. This woman was Ivana's auntie, Sunset Greenwood. Just like Elder Igris, she was also a three-ringed Bee-Soul master. However, her integrated monster traits were more focused on offensive power, so even the arrogant Igris was afraid of this woman. Fighting amongst yourselves would not solve the issue. Our warriors are still fighting out there as we speak, so we must decide on how we should handle those monsters as quickly as possible. She stated with a calm voice. What do you suggest we should do, Elder Sunset? Igris stared deeply at her. Sensing everyone's gazes, Elder Sunset remained calm and indifferent. She looked at everyone's faces before she replied. We can no longer afford to be divided. We must assemble under one banner to defeat those monsters. As soon as she said those words, everyone narrowed their eyes. But who will be leading us? Elder Dahan frowned. Just as Sunset was about to respond, someone stepped inside the tent. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Everyone stood up to greet Garandel. They were surprised to see him here. Am I qualified to lead everyone in this battle? Garandel spoke with a serious expression. After learning about the defeat of the elven camp, he rushed out of the kingdom to join the army. He couldn't sit still any longer knowing that more and more elves were being sacrificed. Elder Dahan wanted to say something, but then he noticed Elder Sunset staring deeply at him. He felt that if he said something wrong, she would swallow him alive. Elder Argris immediately shut his mouth. I will take your silence as a yes then, Garandel said with a calm look. He sat on the foremost seat and spoke. Elder Dahan, Elder Igris, Elder Sunset, and I will each lead 1,000 elven warriors. We must put a stop to those monsters. Yes, your Majesty. Yes, your Majesty. Garandel raised his hand and clenched it as he said, We will depart at once. Everyone erupted into cheers as soon as he said those words. Under the command of the king, 4 battalions of elven warriors were sent to fight the 5,000 goblins who had recently defeated their troops. The goblins were fast and nimble. They also had superior numbers and knew how to use weapons. However, they had a major flaw. They didn't know how to use the most basic battle formations. Their formation was a mess, so King Garandel planned to use a pincer attack, with 2 battalions attacking each flank. This was to isolate the goblins and prevent them from escaping during the battle. We must succeed. King Garandel's eyes flashed with a glint. Losing wasn't an option. Your Majesty, it is the signal. Elder Dahan pointed at the burning arrow that was shot into the sky. It was the signal from the other side. Once the arrow would explode, the 4 battalions would charge. With a serious expression, Garandel watched the arrow continue to rise into the sky. In the next moment, the arrow reached its peak and exploded with a bang. Bang! Now! Shouted King Garandel as he kicked his horse, urging it to move forward. Elder Dahan raised his weapon, a massive broadsword, and shouted to the troops. Attack! Under their leadership, an army of 2,000 elven warriors charged with unstoppable force, causing the ground to tremble. Kill those filthy goblins, and do not let them escape. Shouted Garandel as he took out his spear. Kill the goblins. The elven warriors echoed his words. Their resonating battle cries scared some of the goblin warriors. The unease made them unable to react preemptively. The elves took the opportunity to crush the outermost layer of the goblin army's formation, piercing through without difficulty. Eek! Ike! Iki! The goblins emitted strange, squeaking sounds as many of their brethren fell under the fierce offensive of the elven warriors. Some powerful hobgoblins tried to stop the rampaging elves, but even these evolved goblins couldn't resist the furious elves and were reduced into pools of blood. More and more goblins were killed, but the momentum of the elven warriors gradually slowed down as they engaged with more powerful goblins. Goblin chieftains. Garandel narrowed his eyes when he saw these creatures. These monsters weren't easy to deal with, and it took the combined effort of more than 5 elite knight-level elves to kill one. "Push through," the Elven King shouted as he casually killed the goblins that blocked his path. It turned out that Garandel was also a transcendent knight. Furthermore, his spear was a relic-level weapon capable of manipulating rocks. With each wave of his spear, sharp rocks would be released. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The goblins who had tried to stop him had their heads burst by the sharp rocks. He was so precise and efficient with his attacks. Even while moving at a fast speed, he was able to accurately headshot the goblins. Suddenly, a robust goblin chieftain appeared up ahead. It had a huge battle axe, almost the size of an adult male, and a rectangular shield the size of a giant door. King Garandel sneered upon seeing the creature. "A mere goblin chieftain thinks that it can stop me? Oomph." With a snort, he waved his spear, releasing dozens of sharp rocks that shot toward the goblin chieftain. Bang! 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 A series of fierce bangs echoed as the sharp rocks struck the monster's towering shield. The monster, known for its strength, recoiled from the impact. The shield in its hand was also deformed. The goblin chieftain revealed a look of shock. It brandished its axe, slashing it down toward the Elven King. However, Garandel simply lifted his spear and imbued it with mana. Clang! Sparks flew as the huge axe struck his spear, but Garandel managed to casually deflect it. After deflecting its attack, he urged his horse to leap and thrust his spear. KHHSHHHK. His spear pierced the goblin chieftain's forehead, killing it on the spot. He then kicked its body and sent it crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. While the Elven King was easily killing the goblins, Elder Dahan was even more ferocious. With every brandish of his broadsword, more than 10 goblins would fall. Because of his destructive power, no goblins could come close to him. Those who tried had already been cut in half. Even the fearsome monsters like the goblin chieftains weren't any better. Under his oppressive might, these feared creatures were cut into several pieces. With the leadership of these two transcendents, the right flank of the goblin army was decimated. Hundreds of goblin corpses were scattered across the forest, and their casualties were steadily increasing as the battle progressed. Meanwhile, on the left flank, the same thing was happening. Elder Sunset and Elder Egres took charge, causing devastating damage to the goblin army's left flank. It was a scene of carnage. However, something unexpected happened. A powerful and overwhelming aura suddenly descended, stopping the charging elven warriors in place. Everyone subconsciously turned their gazes. To the elven warriors' horror, a more terrifying monster had appeared. It was the size of a human with green, but slightly bluish skin. It had a pair of beastly yellow eyes that screamed danger. The strange-looking goblin was holding a bone sword, and it wore a complete set of leather armor made from reinforced monster hide. The workmanship of its armor was too sophisticated for it to be made by goblins, so everyone guessed that it must have gotten it from a human that it had killed. Goblin Monarch! Elder Egres exclaimed in shock. A goblin monarch, the final evolutionary form of a goblin. It was a monster at the disaster grade. The goblin monarch tilted its head in his direction and revealed an expression of disgust. "Hi, elves," it uttered in the common tongue. Egres felt humiliated, but he didn't dare recklessly attack the monster. This was no longer something that he could handle by himself. Elder Sunset. He looked at the elven woman who was holding a bow that glowed with runic lights. Elder Sunset nodded with a grim look. She sensed that the goblin monarch was quite strange. The mana in its body was like a volatile volcano that was about to explode. Its aura is similar to that of beast soul warriors. Egres should have felt it too. She thought to herself. Suddenly, the goblin monarch made a move. It turned into a blur and lunged at Egres with swift, ghost-like movements. When it swung its bone sword, a chilling aura exploded. A purplish wind blade, covered in black smoke, shot toward the high elf in a flash. Sensing its attack, Igris snorted. He furiously stomped his foot, summoning multiple thick vines covered in sharp thorns from the ground. The vines slithered like serpents and formed a defensive wall in front of Igris. Bang! The purplish wind blade struck the vines and sliced through a couple of them before it disintegrated into a gooey mess that corroded the remaining vines. Hiss! 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 Igris was stunned when he saw how his vines were corroded. The vines I summoned can even trap an elite knight, but that monster actually corroded it with a single wind blade. He couldn't believe his eyes. Just then another wind blade sliced through the air. Igris was horrified. He quickly cast his integrated trait, but before he could summon his vines, the wind blade was neutralized by an arrow. "Stay focused, you idiot," scolded Elder Sunset as she glared at him. Igris' face turned dark, but he didn't retort. He only nodded his head and quickly adjusted his position. He then summoned more vines around him and manipulated them to attack the Goblin Monarch. Meanwhile, Elder Sunset also released a series of thunder arrows toward the monster. Facing their attacks, the Goblin Monarch didn't seem to be flustered. It nimbly evaded the thorny vines while deflecting the thunder arrows with its bone sword. Bang! 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 What? Igris was stunned when he saw this. Feeling anxious about the approaching monster, Igris summoned more vines that surrounded him like a defensive wall. The Goblin Monarch grinned at his futile attempt to protect himself. It then moved in a flash and appeared above Igris, but before it could swing its sword, it felt a powerful force coming toward it. The Goblin Monarch immediately twisted its body. Whoosh! A bigger thunder arrow zoomed past it before it struck a towering tree. Bang! The Goblin Monarch searched for the culprit that released the arrow, but it failed to find its target. Whoosh! Just then, another thunder arrow came, flying from another direction. Whoosh! "Found you," uttered the Goblin Monarch as it casually deflected the thunder arrow with a wave of its bone sword. It looked in a certain direction, but weirdly enough, there was no one there. The Goblin Monarch released two purplish wind blades simultaneously. Whoosh! Whoosh! It saw me. Sunset, who was in a camouflage state, was dumbfounded when she saw the two wind blades coming in her direction. She was forced to reveal herself to avoid the corrosive wind blades. Bang! Bang! The ground where the wind blades struck turned into a patch of black as the grass and plants were corroded. Hiss! 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 Elder Sunset frowned when she saw the destructive power of the corrosive wind blade. Even a transcendent wouldn't be unscathed if struck by that attack. The two high elves fought with all their might, but the Goblin Monarch remained unharmed. Soon, the two were feeling drained after repeatedly using their integrated monster traits. If this battle continued, they would soon run out of mana, and they would be left defenseless against the Goblin Monarch. Both high elves already realized this earlier, but there was nothing they could do. The monster was just too fast and nimble. They couldn't even catch its shadow. 22:37. Just as they were about to get exhausted, they sensed two familiar auras approaching them. Garandel and Dahan are here. For the first time, Igris felt happy to see these two. The Goblin Monarch also sensed their arrival. It revealed an annoyed expression, and it chose to abandon its target. "You two are lucky." The Goblin Monarch glared at them before it turned around and left with unmatched speed. Garandel and Dahan appeared next to Sunset. "Are you all right, Elder Sunset?" The Elven King asked as he checked the state of her body. The mana in her body was unstable, but other than that, she was completely fine. This made Garandel relieved. "I'm all right, Your Majesty. I just exhausted my mana," Elder Sunset replied. Garandel nodded and turned his head to Igris. What monster was that? He didn't see its appearance clearly, and it left before they could come close. He only knew that its power was at the disaster grade. Igris took a deep breath to calm his nerves before he replied to the king. "It was a Goblin Monarch, my lord. A powerful one at that." Garandel observed the destruction around them and agreed with his words. "A Goblin Monarch. That is indeed a fearsome foe." Thinking about this, his face darkened. Let us talk later. The battle is not over yet, Garandel said while sending Elder Dahan a knowing look. Elder Dahan understood his intentions and nodded without saying a word. He then left to help the elven warriors in cleaning up the remaining goblins. Most goblins managed to retreat because of the goblin monarch, but there were also over 1,000 of them who failed to escape. In just less than 30 minutes, the goblins that weren't able to escape were killed. Their corpses littered the grassland, dyeing the greenery with red. Collect the beast, soul, crystals, and treat the wounded soldiers, Elder Dahan shouted to the troops. After giving a few more instructions to the elven warriors, he went to find the king and reported the situation to him. Your Majesty, more than half of those monsters managed to escape, but the rest were killed. He reported with a serious voice. The elves won the battle, and the king managed to restore his reputation, but Garandel wasn't happy with their victory. The presence of the goblin monarch in the colony weighed heavily on his mind. Just one goblin monarch almost took care of Elder Egres and Elder Sunset. If there are more of them, I don't think my Greenwood Kingdom could handle it. The Greenwood Kingdom had 3 three-ringed Bee-Soul Masters and 4 Transcendence Knights. Garandel was afraid that the goblin colony was hiding more goblin monarchs. If there were more than 5 of them, then it would be a disaster. Just thinking about it made him unsettled. After cleaning up the battlefield, Garandel and the elven warriors returned to their kingdom. There was no celebration for their victory, and the atmosphere was gloomy. Garandel summoned all the highest-ranking elves of the kingdom to his treehouse for another meeting. This time, no one made a fuss. Even Egres, who was usually against the king, was strangely obedient. With the exception of Neo, who was with the princess, all the powerful figures of the elven kingdom had gathered at this treehouse. I believe our messengers had already told you about what happened in the battle, but I will explain the situation for the sake of those who have not been informed. Garandel told everyone what had transpired, including the encounter with the goblin monarch and how it had almost killed Elder Sunset and Elder Egres. Everyone listened to his words with stern faces. Your Majesty, from your words, are you implying that there could be more goblin monarchs in the colony? Asked a white-haired elf with a slender physique. This elf was the commander of the king's guards, General Rizel, a transcendent knight. He was also the king's younger brother. He might look like a weak and helpless elf, but this man was the very example of the quote, "Don't judge a book by its cover." General Rizel was the most skilled swordsman in the kingdom. In terms of pure skill alone, he was miles ahead of Elder Dahan, who mostly relied on his brute strength. This has not been verified yet, but I am mostly certain that there are more goblin monarchs in the colony, Garandel replied with a grim tone, his words making everyone feel alarmed. General Rizel frowned. Even he wasn't confident that he could handle a goblin monarch on his own. If your Majesty's guess is right, then wouldn't we be in danger if continue fighting with those monsters? The one who had spoken this time was an elven woman with green hair. She was the 4th transcendent knight of the kingdom and also their strongest warrior, the guardian of the forest, Rosalie Greenwood. She was a warrior who was close to advancing to the next realm, so everyone in the kingdom respected her. She was also the late elven king's younger sister, so she had higher seniority than Garandel, who was the current king. Despite her advanced age, she managed to preserve her youthful appearance. She was almost 2 centuries old, but she looked like someone in her early 30s. Garandel stared at her and nodded as he replied. The moment they set their sights on our mana spring, our kingdom was already in danger. Now, we have no choice but to fight them. Rosalie's expression remained unchanged. If Her Highness returns with the human warriors, then things would be more manageable. Elder Dahan suddenly spoke. He was one of the elves who disliked humans, but given the current circumstances, he couldn't afford to be choosy anymore. Just what kind of help can they offer? I don't think a countryside barony can offer us much assistance. Egres scoffed in disdain. He just couldn't bring himself to accept help from someone he hated. Elder Egres, mind your words. Her Highness is doing her best to get us some help. You should set aside your hatred for once. Elder Sunset glared at him. Egres snorted and crossed his arms without saying anything. Silence, shouted Garandel. He then told them how they should proceed with the battle, But then a messenger suddenly came and reported, "Your Majesty, Her Highness has arrived with the human warriors. They are heading to the kingdom as we speak." Hearing this, everyone revealed different emotions. Some were relieved, while others were worried. There were also a few who expressed anger, including Igris. "All right, you may leave." Garandel waved his hand. He was relieved to hear that his daughter was finally back. He couldn't wait to see her, and he was also curious about the humans that she had brought. "Everyone, why don't we meet our guests?" he suggested while scanning everyone's faces. "A good idea, Your Majesty. I want to see what kind of warriors a small barony has to offer." Igris smiled coldly. Everyone present could sense the contempt in his tone. The rest also expressed their desire to see the human warriors. And so, the meeting was temporarily put on hold. The king and the high elves left the treehouse and headed to the central square to wait for the arrival of their visitors. After slightly over an hour of waiting, Ivana's group and the warriors of the three houses finally arrived. Ivana was taken aback when she saw her father and the high elves waiting at the central square. She turned her gaze to Alaric and warned him, "Alaric, all the high-ranking elves are here, including my father. You guys must be careful when speaking with them. Some of those elves do not like humans." Hearing this, Alaric nodded. "I understand. We will be careful." He gave his father a knowing glance as he said those words. Ivana looked over to Lucas and said, "Lord Lucas, please bring the Transcendent Knights with you. I will introduce you guys to the High Elves." Lucas nodded indifferently. "All right," he responded. "Alaric, you should come too." Ivana smiled at Alaric. "Yes, Your Highness," Alaric replied jokingly. Ivana chuckled and shook her head at his teasing look. "Hello, guys." Ivana brought them to the High Elves and made the introductions. "I have returned, everyone. I apologize for making you wait." Ivana exchanged greetings with her father and the High Elves before she introduced the human she brought. "By the way, this is Lord Lucas. He is the patriarch of House Silversword. This is Sir Galliner. This gentleman is Sir Warwick, and this is the heir of House Silversword, Lord Alaric." Garandel and the High Elves were surprised. They didn't expect that a countryside barony in the north actually had 3 Transcendent Knights. These men are powerful, especially that person. Garandel stared deeply at Lucas. He felt a suffocating pressure from him, which he only felt when facing Rosalie. It wasn't just him. The rest of the High Elves were also shocked when they sensed Lucas' aura. He had concealed it well, but these High Elves were very sensitive to mana, so they quickly discovered Lucas' overwhelming power. So that must be the human who saved her. He is indeed impressive for someone his age. Garandel thought to himself as he looked at Alaric. "I know you guys are weary from your trip, but the situation is urgent. Please follow us. I will fill you in with the details." The Elven King spoke. "All right." Lucas calmly nodded his head. Suddenly, he sensed a sharp gaze directed at him. He turned his head and saw one of the High Elves looking at him with undisguised disgust. That High Elf must be one of those guys that Ivana has mentioned. Lucas thought to himself as he pulled his gaze away from this particular elf. Meanwhile, Galliner approached Alaric and whispered to his ears, "My lord, I think these elves despise us. Do you want me to straighten them out?" His voice wasn't loud, but everyone was an expert, so they heard him clearly. Alaric didn't expect the calm Galliner to say those words. He usually ignored such blatant behavior, but it seemed like he was offended by the arrogance of the elves. Everyone subconsciously stopped in their tracks, and the atmosphere slowly became tense. Garandel was about to speak when a mocking voice drifted into his ears. "Look at this guy acting tough." Unsurprisingly, it was Igris. Galliner stared at him and uttered while shaking his head, "For a 3-ringed Bee-Soul Master, your aura is not impressive." "What did you say?" Igris was furious. Just as things were about to escalate, Rosalie decided to intervene. "Igris." Her cold voice sent a shiver down Igris' spine. Other than Elder Sunset, the one he feared the most was this woman. Meanwhile, Alaric tapped Galliner's shoulder. "That is enough, Sir Galliner." Galliner realized his mistake and immediately apologized with a bow of his head. "I was rude." Garandel immediately stepped in and said, "All right, We did not gather here to make enemies. Let's not embarrass ourselves in front of the residents." The situation settled down with the Elven King's words. He then brought everyone to the treehouse and told the humans about the present situation. So there are goblin monarchs in the colony. Alaric frowned upon hearing this information. "Before we continue, I just want to tell your majesty that I have already promised them that we will give them all the beast soul crystals we can get from this battle." Also, Ivana explained what she had promised to House Silversword. When everyone heard this, some elves reacted strongly. "Your Highness, trading with them is all right, but wouldn't it be too much to give them all the beast soul crystals?" General Rizel asked with a frown. Some elves agreed with his words. Ivana stared at him and responded with a cold voice. "General Rizel, what is more important to you, our kingdom or those beast soul crystals?" General Rizel sensed her displeasure, but he didn't care since those beast soul crystals could provide a lot of boost to their warriors. "I understand your point, Your Highness. The kingdom is indeed more important, but to protect our land, we need to make our warriors stronger. Those beast soul crystals will be crucial in strengthening our military." General Rizel is right. Why should we give up all the beast soul crystals when they only brought a few hundred soldiers? Igris chimed in. Ivana's eyes flashed with anger. General Rizel spoke with the kingdom in his interest, but Igris spoke out of spite. Just then, a dagger suddenly flew and stuck on the table, just a few inches from Igris' hands. Everyone nervously glanced at Rosalie, who had thrown the dagger. "One more word from you, and my dagger will hit your head next." She spoke in a detached and cold tone. No one dared to say anything, not even the king. As for Igris, his face was drenched in sweat. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He could only nervously smile in response. Seeing that he was cooperative, Rosalie pulled her gaze and looked at Ivana and General Rizel. "All the beast soul crystals will be given to the humans." She then swept her gaze over the crowd and asked in a flat tone, "Are there any objections?" No one uttered a word. Seeing how domineering she was, Ivana's eyes flashed with admiration. "I will take your silence as a yes." She then moved her gaze to Garandel and told him, "Now tell us your plan." Hearing this, Garandel cleared his throat before he opened his mouth. "Now that we have gained 3 more Transcendent Knights." And while the Elven King was talking, Alaric secretly used his appraisal trait on the domineering elf. Rosalie Greenwood, Transcendent Knight, EXP, for 1,901 of 5,000. Potential B. Traits: Dagger Mastery S, Close Combat S, Assassination S, Horseback Riding A, Hunting A, Tracking A, Intimidation B, Camouflage B, Poison Mastery C, Danger Perception C, Intuition D. Strength 249, Stamina 249, Agility 388, Vitality 184, Endurance 199, Mana 217. Rosalie seemed to have sensed the scrutiny and gave him a deep look. This woman is scary strong. Alaric smiled at her, but she ignored him and looked away. Seeing this, Alaric bitterly shook his head. The next day, before the sun had risen, the elven army together with the army of the 3 northern houses left the kingdom. Their main objective this time was to secure the mountain pass between the kingdom and the goblin colony. It was a strategic location that could give them a huge advantage in the next battle. However, there was one big problem. This mountain pass was guarded by an army of 5,000 goblins, and there might even be another goblin monarch taking charge of them. To secure the mountain pass, they planned to launch a sneak attack on the goblin camp. To do this without being discovered, they needed to move on foot and utilize the forest to camouflage themselves. They covered their armor with leaves, and they even smeared their bodies with green paste to mask their smell. At this moment, Alaric was following the battalions led by his father and Neo. They were moving stealthily, and no one dared to utter a sound. To communicate, they only used hand signals. "We're getting closer." Alaric lifted his head and looked up at the top of the mountain. From his position, he could see the wooden watchtowers and the walls that surrounded the goblin camp. Suddenly, Lucas raised his hand and gestured something while keeping his eyes in a certain direction. 15 enemies are coming. That was what Lucas was telling them through his hand gestures. After informing them about the incoming enemies, Lucas made a series of hand gestures. It was a signal for the archers to prepare for action. The rest of the soldiers crouched as they slowly walked through the dense forest. Meanwhile, the archers nocked their arrows, took aim, and waited for the enemies to arrive. In the next moment, a group of goblin warriors finally came into view. They looked like normal goblin warriors based on their appearance and their aura. As soon as they arrived, Lucas made a snapping sound with his fingers. It was the signal for the archers to release their arrows. Sue, 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 Sue. Dozens of arrows were released and struck the oblivious goblin warriors, turning them into sieves. They couldn't even emit a sound as they were killed instantly. Neo and the elven warriors watched this scene without intervening. They wanted to see how the humans would handle the situation, and the results made them satisfied. Neo gave a nod of approval. He felt that they had handled things well. The group took care of the corpses to prevent the goblins at the camp from identifying the scent. After handling the corpses, they silently walked toward the foot of the mountain, where they encountered another group of goblin sentries, which were quickly eliminated by the archers. One might wonder why they were being cautious when they had many transcendents. The main reason for this was that they wanted to minimize their casualties as much as possible. The two battalions ascended the mountain. The path was steep and full of sharp rocks, so everyone had to be careful. Once they were over halfway to the top, Lucas nodded to Neo. The high elf understood his intentions and made a series of hand gestures to his subordinates. Meanwhile, Lucas also instructed his subordinates to take out their bows in preparation for the next step of their plan. Now we wait for the signal. Alaric nocked his arrow and aimed at the goblin base camp on top of the mountain. Everyone was waiting for the signal to release the arrow. The signal will be sent by the Elven King himself to make sure that everyone will attack at the same time. Everyone waited with bated breath. A few minutes later, a burning arrow shot into the sky. Now! Lucas and Neo shouted at the same time. As soon as they gave the command, everyone released their arrows. Sue! 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 The sun hadn't risen yet, so the goblins inside the camp failed to notice the incoming arrows. Ike! Eek! Eek! The screams of the goblins soon echoed, but everyone didn't stop from firing their arrows. Everyone didn't stop until they had emptied their quiver. Soon, another burning arrow was released into the sky. It was the signal to commence the third and final step of their plan, to kill the goblins that had survived the barrage of arrows. Charge! Lucas and Neo shouted as they led their battalions to the goblin base camp. Alaric unsheathed his rare steel sword and the custom-made short sword as he charged toward the mountaintop. When they reached the top of the mountain, they saw a large number of goblin corpses nailed to the ground with arrows piercing through their bodies. Some of these goblins were still alive, but Lucas and Neo's battalions quickly put an end to their misery. More enemies inside the camp. Lucas shouted. He then waved his sword, releasing a powerful wind blade that destroyed the wooden gates of the goblin camp. Bang! Inside the camp were more goblin corpses, but many goblin warriors had survived from the volleys of arrows. Upon seeing the intruders, the scared goblins froze. It was only when the hobgoblins appeared that they managed to gather their wits. Kill them all. Lucas pointed his sword toward the surviving goblins. He didn't sense any powerful aura, so he decided to let his subordinates take care of the remaining monsters. Alaric rushed toward the hobgoblins and brandished the rare steel sword. Whoosh! 2 hobgoblins immediately died in just one swing. He then used the custom-made short sword to deflect the attacks coming his way. Clang! Clang! After casually blocking the attacks, Alaric swung the rare steel sword and released a flurry of attacks. Whoosh! With every swing, multiple goblins were killed. Even the stronger hobgoblins couldn't last a single blow. In just a few seconds, all the goblins and hobgoblins that blocked his path had been killed. Alaric stood still and looked at the warriors of the north, and the elven warriors took care of the remaining goblins. It was an easy victory. The officers of the 4 battalions tasked to secure the mountain pass gathered for a meeting. Now that we have taken over this location, We have the advantage in the upcoming war, said Garandel with a stern look. That is true, but your majesty, do you not find it suspicious? Neo spoke with a baffled expression. What do you mean? The Elven King asked with a frown. Neo took a deep breath before he replied. The mountain pass is supposed to be a strategic point, but the colony didn't even send a single goblin chieftain to protect it. I had my men check the corpses, and all of them are goblins and hobgoblins. Hearing this, everyone's faces fell. It was indeed suspicious. The Elven King nodded in agreement. He was also baffled by this arrangement. Why didn't the colony send a powerful goblin to guard the mountain? I think this is a trap. Lucas suddenly spoke. His words made everyone stare at him in surprise. Sensing their gazes, Lucas explained why he had said those words. From the information we gathered, the colony will send their troops here since it is the shortest route toward the kingdom. However, what if that was not their plan all along? While saying those words, he pointed to the path beneath the mountain. That is just your speculation, but if you are right, then it could affect our plans. General Rizel crossed his arms while rubbing his chin. Garandel glanced at General Rizel and instructed, General, send your subordinates to the other battalions and inform them about the situation here. Yes, your majesty. General Rizel saluted before he turned around and left. Meanwhile, Alaric just stood there in silence. He looked like he was deep in his thoughts. Are the goblins capable of doing a diversion tactic like this? That should not be possible. Even the goblin monarchs are not smart enough to formulate this tactic. He found the whole situation strange. Goblins were known for their aggressive behavior and greed, but they were stupid. They didn't even know how to utilize the most basic battle formations. Just what is going on here? Meanwhile, in another strategic location, a fierce battle was taking place between 4 battalions of elves and more than 10,000 goblin warriors. Damn it, we have been fooled. Their real target was not the mountain pass. Elder Egrees cursed under his breath as he watched the large number of goblins that had surrounded them. How were they able to come up with this trap? Since when did the goblins become smarter? Elder Dahan was also stunned. The goblins actually set up a trap for them, and they even employed a crescent formation which prevented their troops from retreating. While they were starting to panic, Rosalie sent Sunset a glance and told her, "Release the distress signal." Elder Sunset nodded upon hearing her words. She then pulled her bowstring, summoned a thunder arrow, and aimed it toward the sky. She then imbued the thunder arrow with more mana before releasing it into the air. So, the huge thunder arrow shot to the clouds before it exploded with a loud boom. Boom! Now, let us break through this encirclement and hold on until reinforcements arrive. Rosalie shouted. Yes, Grand Elder Rosalie. Under their leadership, they gathered their troops to break the encirclement and create a path for them to retreat. The large swarm of goblins exhausted the elven warriors, but they fought relentlessly, unwilling to surrender to the beasts. Rosalie wielded her daggers with extreme precision and great speed. She moved so fast that it looked like she had turned into a mirage. With her at the front, a small gap was created, and the elven warriors fiercely fought to widen this gap, providing them with enough room to escape. Just as they were about to break through the enemy formation, 20 goblin chieftains and 4 goblin monarchs appeared in front of them. The presence of these powerful monsters made them feel alarmed. Do not falter. They might be powerful, but they are not invincible. Rosalie's cold voice drifted into their ears, making them regain their sense of clarity. Elder Egrees and Elder Sunset, who had experienced the strength of a goblin monarch, trembled at the sight of the monsters. We are fucking dead. Elder Egrees smiled bitterly, his voice shaking with uncertainty. Do not falter. They might be powerful, but they are not invincible. Rosalie's cold voice drifted into their ears, making them regain their sense of clarity. Follow me. I will show you that those monsters bleed too. Rosalie fearlessly lunged at the group of powerful goblins. Seeing this, Elder Dahan and Elder Sunset immediately followed. Fuck, damn it. After hesitating for a few seconds, Elder Egrees soon followed. Rosalie's figure seemed to have disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was already in front of a goblin monarch who was holding a bone spear. In the next moment, she swung her daggers with unbelievable speed that she left afterimages in her wake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The goblin monarch revealed a look of surprise. It lifted its spear to block her daggers, but it wasn't able to react in time. Rosalie's daggers slashed the monster, leaving lacerations all over its body. When she was about to land the finishing blow, she sensed a feeling of danger behind her. HM. She quickly turned her body and saw a giant axe zooming past her face. Bang! The axe failed to hit her and struck the ground hard with a bang. Bang! The goblin monarch who had been slashed by her daggers staggered and let out a groan. I will take care of 2 of them. You guys deal with the remaining 2. Rosalie commanded with a serious voice. Yes, Grand Elder. The 3 elders responded. While they were fighting with the goblin monarchs, their subordinates also engaged with the goblin chieftains in battle. More and more elven warriors fell after being encircled by the monsters. If they couldn't break through this encirclement, they would be trapped and end up being killed. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst forth, and when they turned their heads, they saw a huge human warrior tearing through the goblins' formation. With every swing of his broadsword, more than 10 goblins would fall. It's him. So he's that powerful. Elder Egres was stunned when he saw the transcendent human bulldozing his way through the enemy formation. He was like a meat grinder that tore apart the goblins that blocked his path. He swung the 2-handed broadsword with such ease that it looked like he was wielding a light weapon. Not far from this transcendent human was another figure. He was an older warrior wielding a double-bladed spear. Although he wasn't as ferocious as the other guy, he was stable and skilled. He didn't even need to use his mana to kill the goblins. With just a few casual strikes, the goblins fell under his blade. The sudden appearance of these 2 transcendent knights gave hope to the elven warriors. Our reinforcements are here. Quickly head toward them. Rosalie shouted to the elven warriors. Hearing her words, the elven warriors didn't hesitate. They released their remaining mana, strengthening themselves for this final push. At this moment, Rosalie was still occupied by the 2 goblin monarchs. Both monsters were formidable, so she couldn't afford to be careless. Meanwhile, Elder Sunset, Elder Egres, and Elder Dahan were fighting with the other 2 goblin monarchs. They held the advantage in numbers, but they couldn't even overpower the monsters. Shit, I was distracted. Elder Egres retracted his gaze from Galliner and focused his attention on the 2 goblin monarchs. With a stomp of his foot, he summoned multiple thorny vines that twisted like serpents as they lunged toward the monsters. The goblin monarchs weren't flustered upon sensing the vines. With just a few slashes of their weapons, the thick vines were cut into pieces and fell to the ground. Damn it, just how powerful are these monsters? Elder Egres felt a wave of fatigue. He grabbed his aching head and forced himself to stand on his feet. He had depleted his mana, and it was causing serious pain to his body, especially to his head. He could feel his heart throbbing erratically. Blood leaked out from his nose, and he was starting to feel dizzy. Just as he was about to collapse from mana exhaustion, a sharp voice drifted into his ears. Egres! He weakly turned his head while wiping off the blood that was leaking out from his nose. He saw Elder Sunset, staring at him with a worried look. I am fine. His pride didn't allow him to look weak in front of her. Elder Sunset appeared to his side to check his condition, and she frowned upon discovering that his mana had been depleted. Why? You should have saved some of your mana to protect yourself. Elder Egres scoffed at her words. I'm the rear support. How could I let our warriors die? He muttered. Elder Sunset was surprised to hear these words from him. This guy was arrogant and held humans in disdain, but he was caring for his fellow elves. Can you still walk? She asked, her voice softening. Elder Egres nodded, sweat trickling down his face. Stop worrying about me. I could take care of my own, he replied. Elder Sunset stared deeply at him and said, just stay behind me and recover your mana. We will need your help later. Hearing this, Elder Egres snorted. You don't need to tell me. She no longer bothered with him and focused on supporting Elder Dahan, who was holding back the 2 goblin monarchs. The poor, transcendent elven warrior was already covered in blood. His heavy armor was torn in many places, and his mana was also close to exhaustion. He looked even worse than Elder Igris. "Just hold on a bit longer, Elder Dahan." Elder Sunset shouted when she noticed his condition. The muscular elf didn't have the energy to respond. He was barely holding on. Just one strong blow was enough to take him down. The Goblin Monarchs also realized this, so they decided to focus their attacks on him. Under the fierce attacks of the monsters, Elder Dahan could only defend himself. He didn't even bother to go on the offensive. "My movements are starting to slow down. I can't hold on anymore. I'm tired." Due to his exhaustion, there was a momentary lapse in his defense which gave the Goblin Monarchs the chance to land a heavy blow to his abdomen. Arg! Elder Dahan was sent back a few meters, and he almost fell on his knee because of the impact. The severe blow broke some of his ribs, making him grimace in pain. Elder Dahan. He heard someone calling out his name, but his vision was starting to get blurry, and his hearing was also affected. He spat another mouthful of blood, and this time, he fell to his knee. He clutched his abdomen while keeping his eyes on the approaching Goblin Monarchs. He let out a weary sigh as he muttered, "I'm tired." He could no longer move his arms, and standing up seemed so impossible. He tried to circulate his mana, but he could only release wisps of energy which was barely enough to keep his eyes open. Just then, a series of thunder arrows went past him and shot toward the Goblin Monarchs. Bang! 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 "Elder Dahan, stand up. I will buy you some time to retreat." Elder Dahan heard Elder Sunset's urgent voice, but he couldn't muster an ounce of strength from his body. "I'm sorry, Elder Sunset, but my body is no longer listening to me." "Dahan, you damn bastard. Didn't you fucking say that no one could make you fall? Look at you now. Stand up, you fucking idiot." An irritating voice drifted into his ears. "Igris, that piece of shit." Elder Dahan's lips curved upward. "Even that guy is cheering me on." He gritted his teeth and pushed his knee, forcing himself to get up. "I won't fall here," he shouted, blood trickling down the corner of his lips. With great difficulty, he finally managed to stand up. So painful. His abdomen was screaming in pain, and just standing on his feet was taking a great toll on his body. The two Goblin Monarchs immediately pounced at him while evading the thunder arrows released by Elder Sunset. Bang! 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 "Elder Dahan," she shouted in alarm as she watched the scene. "Not yet," shouted Elder Dahan as he lifted his sword to block their attacks. Clang! Clang! As soon as their weapons clashed, Elder Dahan felt like his abdomen was being torn apart. Blood trickled down his lips. He endured the pain with gritted teeth while keeping himself standing. One of the Goblin Monarchs revealed an annoyed look. It poured mana into its arms and swung its weapon, a two-handed warhammer. Whoosh! Clang! Surprisingly, Elder Dahan still managed to block his warhammer, but everyone could see that he was reaching his limits. The other Goblin Monarch took the opportunity to stab him with its bone sword, but its attack was deflected by Elder Sunset's thunder arrow. After another round of battle, Elder Dahan fell heavily to the ground after being struck by the Goblin Monarch's warhammer. Bang! His armor had caved in, putting more pressure on his abdomen. Elder Dahan breathed heavily from exhaustion. He stared at the sky while waiting for his impending death. "I try my best," he thought to himself. At the corner of his eyes, he saw the Goblin Monarch wielding a sword approach him. It then raised its bone sword while giving him a death stare. Just when it was about to stab his heart, a thorny vine suddenly emerged from the ground and wrapped around his body, squeezing him tightly. Elder Dahan was stunned when he saw this. He knew that it was Elder Igris' strongest integrated monster trait. How? I thought he had exhausted his mana. He weakly turned his head and saw Elder Igris clutching his chest while controlling the thorny vine. The guy's eyes were bloodshot and his skin was showing signs of cracking. Mana overexertion. The cracking of Elder Igris' skin was the result of mana overexertion, and this could lead to severe consequences. Die! Igris shouted as he slammed his hands to the ground, summoning more vines that rushed toward the captured Goblin Monarch. The vines tightly wrapped around the monster's body, squeezing the life out of him. It tried to escape from the vine's hold, but its arms had already been twisted beyond recognition. While this was happening, the goblin monarch, wielding a war hammer, tried to help its companion, but it couldn't break the thick vines. A few moments later, the goblin monarch finally died after its spine snapped from the strong constriction of the vines. After killing the monster, Elder Egrees wobbled before he collapsed to the ground. Egrees, Elder Sunset, wanted to help him, but Elder Dahan was also in danger since one of the goblin monarchs was still alive. She immediately commanded an elven warrior to carry Elder Egrees away. She then rushed to Elder Dahan's side to check his condition. He is breathing, but he is in terrible condition. She frowned. HM. She quickly grabbed Elder Dahan and retreated to the side. Whoosh! Bang! A war hammer struck the ground, sending stones and dirt flying in all directions. Elder Sunset was alarmed. If she hadn't reacted in time, they would have been turned into meat paste. Now that she was carrying Elder Dahan, she could no longer use her bow. Damn it! We need help here. She ran as fast as she could, but the goblin monarch still caught up with her. It appeared before her, staring at her with its beastly eyes. Despicable elves! I will kill you all! The goblin monarch bellowed before it, rushed toward her while lifting its war hammer. Upon gaining momentum, it swung its war hammer. Whoosh! Before it could hit them, a figure appeared in front of her and blocked the war hammer with his broadsword. Clang! Leave this guy to me and retreat. The reinforcements will arrive soon. A calm voice drifted into her ears. With the elves gone, Galliner focused his attention on the goblin monarch before him. Sensing his impassive gaze, the monster was unnerved. Its fighting spirit wavered momentarily, which gave Galliner the opportunity to land a deep slash to its chest. The goblin monarch immediately released its mana to strengthen its defenses and to stop the bleeding. In the next moment, the two fought relentlessly, exchanging heavy blows that caused violent shockwaves. Bang! Bang! Clang! Clang! The more they fought, the weaker the goblin monarch had become. It had been fighting with 3 powerful elves earlier, so it had used a huge portion of its mana. Meanwhile, Galliner's blows had become heavier as the battle progressed, and it could barely block his attacks. A while later, the monster lost its footing, and Galliner took advantage of this. He lunged toward the creature and hacked its body with one heavy blow. KHHHSSHKK. The goblin monarch tried to defend itself, but with its weakened mana, it was unable to block Galliner's full-powered strike. Galliner's broadsword cut through the goblin monarch's body, slicing it in half. After killing the monster, he didn't spare its corpse a second glance and went to help Rosalie, who was surrounded by 2 goblin monarchs, for goblin chieftains, and more than 10 hobgoblins. As if sensing his presence, the goblin monarch made a strange, squeaking sound. Ike! Eek! Eek! The goblin army reacted to his call. They abandoned their targets and retreated without hesitation. Galliner frowned as he watched the goblins retreat. Did it sense our reinforcements? He thought to himself. Just then, he felt the ground trembling and the sound of the horses galloping echoed across the grasslands. It was their reinforcements, but they had come too late. The enemies had already retreated. Thank you for your help. Rosalie approached him and gave him a grateful nod. Amen. Galliner grunted in response. By the time the reinforcements arrived, the goblin army had already retreated. King Garandel's face fell when he saw the corpses of hundreds of elven warriors scattered all over the grassland. He felt a wave of sorrow. He was even familiar with some of those who had died. He could remember his conversations with them, and it made him even more heartbroken. Your Majesty! An elven warrior rushed to his side with an anxious look. King Garandel raised an eyebrow as he glanced at him. Your Majesty, Elder Dahan, is severely wounded, and Elder Egrees has overexerted his mana, the elven warrior reported. Hearing this, King Garandel's eyes widened. Where are they? He was stunned, but he had to maintain the dignity of a king. They are receiving treatment from the Beast Soul warriors with healing integrated monster trait. The elven warrior replied. King Garandel nodded. He then turned his gaze to Neo and instructed him. Elder Neo, gather 20 of our best riders and chase after the goblins at a safe distance. We must find out where they are hiding. Once you discover their camp, return at once." Neo acknowledged the command with a nod of his head. "Yes, your majesty." He didn't linger any further and left after choosing 10 riders. Meanwhile, King Garendel followed the elven warrior to check on Elder Dahan and Elder Egri's condition. They were being treated by 2 beast soul warriors with healing traits. He looked at Elder Sunset and nodded to her before he asked, "How are they doing?" Elder Sunset sighed while shaking her head. "It is not good, your majesty." Elder Dahan broke some of his ribs, and he almost depleted his mana. He also sustained numerous injuries in his body. He is still conscious, but he is in extreme pain. As for Elder Egris, his condition is much worse. He had overexerted his mana, and he lost consciousness after killing a goblin monarch. King Garendel's expression hardened. He knew that it was fatal for a beast soul warrior to overexert their mana. The Elven King took a deep breath to calm his nerves. "We've been duped by those goblins. Their target was not the mountain pass, but this grassland. This grassland would lead to the western side of the Greenwood Kingdom. It was a longer route since one would have to take a few turns before they could reach the kingdom. Beyond this grassland, the goblins would have to travel to a forest infested by venomous snakes. Because of this, they all thought that the dumb goblins would choose to take the path toward the mountain pass." "How many goblin monarchs did you encounter?" the Elven King asked with a stern face. "There were 4 goblin monarchs." Elder Sunset replied. "4?" The Elven King frowned. Goblin monarchs were arrogant monsters, and they were even hostile to their kind. While he was in deep thought, Elder Sunset's voice suddenly drifted into his ears. "Your Majesty, is it possible that there is something else commanding those goblin monarchs?" Garendel was stunned. To their knowledge, the goblin monarch was the final evolution form of the goblins. They were monsters with unparalleled physical strength, and they also possessed high levels of mana. Furthermore, their intelligence was beyond that of the normal goblins. Now, what if this wasn't the final evolution form of the goblins? Just the thought of it made Garendel horrified. A single goblin monarch was already troublesome. What more a creature that was more powerful than that? That should not be possible. He didn't want to believe that such a creature existed. Elder Sunset furrowed her eyebrows and no longer pursued the matter. It was only a speculation on her part, and she had no definite proof that it existed. "I think it is possible." A calm voice drifted into their ears. When they turned around, they saw that it was Lucas who had come with the military officers of the human warriors. "What do you mean, Lord Lucas?" King Garendel frowned. Lucas cleared his throat and shook his head as he replied, "I am not saying this to scare you, but I have once read a book about a certain type of creature. The book said that goblin monarchs are merely the failed evolution form of a goblin chieftain." "What?" Everyone was in disbelief, including Alaric, who had followed his father. He hadn't read anything about this, so he didn't know what Lucas was talking about. If a goblin monarch is merely a failed evolution form, then just how strong is one that has successfully evolved? The book was written by an unknown author, so it was only treated as heresy, but some scholars believed it to be true. Lucas had read this book in the library of the imperial family. If this hadn't happened, he wouldn't have remembered having read that book. "Can you describe the creature mentioned in the book?" Another person appeared. It was the Grand Elder, Rosalie, who had just patched up her wounds. Lucas stared deeply at her and replied, "The creature just looks like a typical goblin monarch, but it is on the slender side. It has pale green skin with red eyes. It has 2 horns on its head and 2 prominent sharp fangs. However, its most striking feature is the pair of wings on its back." Another thing that the book mentioned is the creature's strength. It says that the creature is close to catastrophe grade. Everyone gasped upon hearing this. Catastrophe grade monsters were creatures with unimaginable power. They possessed the strength that could destroy multiple cities. Mission update. ____. Mission: defeat the goblin colony. Mission difficulty: hard extreme. A powerful creature has emerged in the goblin colony. Defeat the creature and destroy the goblin colony. Rewards: 1,500 battle points, 50 EXP, 50 stat points, equipment upgrade card X1, random trait upgrade card X1. Penalty for failure, 2,000 battle points, minus 200 EXP. Alaric was dumbfounded when he saw the changes to his mission. So there's actually something above hard difficulty? All this time, he thought that hard was the highest level of difficulty. Since the mission difficulty was adjusted, this means that the creature my father was talking about really exists. While he was absorbed in his thoughts, everyone was already scared by what Lucas had said. I also hope that this creature does not exist, but we must be prepared for the worst, Lucas remarked with a grim face. Suddenly, King Garendel seemed to have remembered something crucial. Wait, I sent Elder Neo to follow the goblins. Oh no, I sent Elder Neo to follow the escaping goblins to their camp. He no longer bothered to hide his anxiety. This was related to the safety of an important pillar of the kingdom. Everyone's expression changed. I'm the fastest here, so I will go and get him. Rosalie volunteered. King Garendel nodded with a heavy look. Please bring them back safely, Grand Elder Rosalie. Rosalie took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. She then turned around and left with great haste. After she left, Garendel shouted, Let us clean up the battlefield before we return to the kingdom. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone helped with the cleanup to increase the efficiency. The possibility of there being a monster capable of commanding the goblin monarchs made everyone feel unsettled. Meanwhile, Neo's 20-man team had already caught up with the escaping goblin warriors. Just where are these things headed? He thought with a frown. They were about to enter a dangerous marsh inhabited by some of the most poisonous plant species. Few creatures dared to venture into this place. Even highly skilled elven warriors like him were always cautious when passing by this area. This was because there existed a highly dangerous plant that was so toxic that it could kill a transcendent with its venomous thorns. Thinking about this particular plant, Neo gestured at his men to be careful and to always watch their steps. The group had already left their mounts a long time ago, for this place wasn't ideal for riding. Neo marked the trees they had passed by to keep track of their location. They had already ventured deeper into the marshlands, and there was a high chance that they would be lost if they followed the goblins' trail without marking their path. A while later, they finally saw some form of settlement in the middle of the marshlands. The goblins used the trees that thrive in the area to create a simple camp surrounded by fences. Although the structures of the camp were simple, they noticed that there were thousands of goblin warriors staying in this camp. Go and observe their camp, but make sure that you will not be discovered, Neo commanded in a whispering voice. 10 elven warriors went to separate locations to observe the goblins' secret camp, while the remaining 10 remained. Just then, he suddenly noticed a goblin monarch patrolling near the fences of the camp. He immediately gestured at his men to conceal their aura. The goblin monarchs were very sensitive to mana, so just the slightest fluctuations would be sensed by them. While he was closely observing the goblin's secret camp, a hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder. He turned around and was surprised to see Rosalie. Grand Elder? Rosalie made a shushing gesture and said, We need to go back, Elder Neo. This place is dangerous. Elder Neo frowned. Half of his men had just left, so he couldn't leave. With a shake of his head, he replied, I can't, Grand Elder. Some of my men are still out there to make some observations on the goblin camp. Rosalie's face darkened. Elder Neo, this is an order from His Majesty. Neo calmly stared at her and remained firm in his decision. I know, but I can't just leave my subordinates here. Seeing how stubborn he was, Rosalie felt a little bit annoyed. With a cold voice, she muttered, The human warriors said that there might be a monster more powerful than a goblin monarch commanding the colony. Hearing this, the faces of Neo and the elven warriors abruptly changed. What? That's impossible. Neo found it ridiculous. We will stay here for a while and wait for them to return, but if they are not here within an hour, you must follow me. Rosalie spoke in a non-negotiable tone. Neo took a deep breath before he responded with a nod. All right. He could only pray that those elven warriors would return within an hour. While they were waiting, Rosalie observed the camp with her powerful vision. She sensed a large number of strong auras. She wanted to make a thorough investigation, but she didn't dare to observe the central parts of the camp. She was afraid that her aura would be noticed by the goblins, so she only inspected the outer parts of the camp. Just the outer layer of the camp, there are already more than 5 goblin monarchs. Though most of them are newly evolved, they're still a huge threat to us. She thought to herself, her expression becoming more unsightly. Although it hadn't been confirmed yet, she felt that there was a high possibility that Lucas was right. There was no way that the arrogant goblin monarchs would coexist this peacefully. An hour passed by just like that, but there was still no news from the elven warriors who had left earlier. Normally, they would be back within 30 minutes, but they had been gone for too long. Neo's face darkened. He felt that an accident had happened. Elder Neo, we must go back now before it is too late. I think your subordinates have been discovered by the goblins. Rosalie urged him. Hearing this, Neo turned his gaze toward the goblin camp and gritted his teeth. Let's return. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't want to stay in such a dangerous location for too long, especially after they heard Rosalie's words. After making the decision, Neo and Rosalie returned to the grassland with the remaining 10 elven warriors. The mood was heavy, so no one spoke along the way. As soon as they got to the grassland, Neo and Rosalie reported what they had seen in the marshlands. Your Majesty, the goblins have set up camp in the marshlands. Neo spoke with a grim look. Until now, he still hoped that the 10 elven warriors they had left behind would return, even though he knew they were most likely dead. In the marshlands? Garandel frowned upon hearing this. He didn't expect that the goblins would actually build their camp in such a dangerous location. But what did you find out? How many goblin warriors are in that camp? He asked. Rosalie gestured to Neo, signaling to him that she would answer the question. She then looked at the Elven King and said, I probed the goblins' camp and discovered more than 10,000 goblin warriors. I only observed the outer layer of their camp, so there might be more. Garandel frowned. It seems like we have underestimated the size of the goblin colony. It turns out that they have more warriors hidden in the marshlands. He muttered. Everyone waited for his decision. Garandel thought for a moment before he spoke. Let's go back to the kingdom. We need to make some changes in our strategy. With Dahan and Igris in critical condition, their military power was significantly weakened. Not to mention that many of their elite elven warriors had also fallen. Yes, your Majesty. No one disagreed with the Elven King's decision. They also believed that it was wise to retreat given the losses that they had suffered. Forcing the attack would only lead to even greater casualties. The army created makeshift wagons using the trees from the nearby forest to transport the wounded soldiers. After cleaning up the battlefield, they returned to the Greenwood Kingdom with gloomy faces. They had won 2 battles, but no one was in the mood to celebrate. The fear of an even greater foe hung above their heads like a sword that was ready to cleave down at them. 2 days later, all the highest-ranking officers had gathered for an urgent meeting in the Elven King's treehouse. Alaric was also invited to the meeting, but because he was only an elite knight, he had no right to participate in the discussion. Just like the other officers present, his role was only to listen and later inform his subordinates about what the higher-ups would decide. Alaric had no objections to the arrangements. What should we do, your Majesty? We can't let our soldiers step into the marshlands. Who knows what kind of poisonous plants are there? Sending our warriors there is no different than letting go to commit suicide. There is a fierce discussion between the Transcendent Knights and the 3-ringed Bee Soul Masters. Meanwhile, Lucas, Warwick, and Galliner were silent the entire time. They only responded when someone asked them questions, but other than those instances, they didn't speak a word. Silence, shouted Garandel, his face looking grim. He then turned his gaze to Lucas and asked, Do you have any opinion, Lord Lucas? Everyone looked at him with serious faces. Although they had yet to see his power, they didn't dare take him lightly. Lucas rubbed his chin. Strategizing wasn't his strongest suit, but he still had plenty of experience in large-scale warfare. With their current situation, initiating the attack was simply a foolish move. He stood up and pointed at the battle map where the marshlands were located. Our warriors are more skilled in land warfare, and we prefer to fight as a cavalry. However, we can't utilize our full potential in this location. In addition, your elven warriors are more adept at fighting in the forest with dense vegetation, but we can't make use of the trees in the marshlands due to the presence of the poisonous plants. In short, attacking the goblin camp will be disastrous for our army. Some people agreed with his words, while some contemplated deeply without revealing their emotions. Here is what we can do. Lucas moved his finger to the area next to the marshlands. It was a dense forest inhabited by numerous wild beasts and monsters. We can set up a trap here, since this is the only safe exit from the marshlands. Furthermore, the forest is the perfect place for the elven warriors to showcase their abilities. Lucas told them his suggestion. Hearing this, Garandel tapped fingers on the table, seemingly in deep thought. His suggestion is straightforward, but it is also the best option for us. He was silent for a moment before he opened his mouth. Is there anyone else with a better solution? He scanned the people gathered, but no one spoke up. In that case, we will proceed with Lord Lucas' suggestion. They discussed more about what kind of traps they would use and how they would distribute their forces. An hour later, the meeting finally concluded. When Alaric stepped out of the treehouse, he saw Ivana standing outside with a few elven ladies. She smiled upon seeing him, while he smiled back in response. They didn't say anything to each other, but they felt like they had interacted with their eyes. Don't you want to talk with her? Lucas' voice drifted into his ears. Alaric was taken aback. What are you talking about, my lord? He forced a smile. Lucas gave him a knowing glance and snorted. Stop acting innocent. Alaric could only shake his head with a nervous chuckle. Let's talk about this when everything is over. Lucas no longer pursued the matter and headed to the treehouse arranged for him. Meanwhile, Alaric also headed to his treehouse. Now that a more powerful enemy has emerged, I cannot afford to relax anymore. It is time to use that equipment upgrade card. Thinking about this, a notification appeared in front of him. Do you want to use your equipment upgrade card on the selected item? Yes, no. I can actually use it on this. Alaric clicked yes. Congratulations. You have upgraded your rare battle armor to epic battle armor. Epic battle armor. Defense 50. Durability 50. There is no noticeable change in the appearance of the battle armor, but Alaric, who was wearing it, felt the sudden change in its weight and flexibility. Before the upgrade, the armor was a bit heavier. It was also a bit more difficult to move, especially when he made abrupt turns and twists. However, those minor issues have been resolved. Wow, it almost feels like I am just wearing a thick layer of clothes. It feels so comfortable to wear with no hint of awkwardness. He was satisfied with the improvement in his battle armor. Just the improved flexibility was already impressive. Let us test out the armor's durability. Maybe there are some changes in the engraved ability too. He couldn't wait to test it out. He unsheathed his custom-made short sword and tried stabbing through the armor with minimal force. When the sword's blade touched the armor, it slid off without even leaving a mark on the surface. Alaric applied more strength to the sword, but the same thing happened. Amazing, he exclaimed in his heart, his eyes shining with delight. What if I apply mana to the short sword? Will it remain undamaged? Thinking about this, Alaric imbued mana into the short sword and slashed his left arm guard. Clang! A dull clang echoed after the short sword struck his arm guard, but when he lifted the short sword, he discovered no damage on the arm guard. He had already imbued mana into that attack, but the sword didn't even leave a scratch on the armor. I haven't even used the armor's engraved ability, but it managed to withstand the short sword's power. What if I use my rare steel sword? The rare steel sword was a relic-level weapon, and it also possessed an engraved ability which significantly increased its sharpness and power. Alaric made the same test. He swung his rare steel sword on his arm guard. Clang! Surprisingly, there was still no dent or even a scratch on the armor. This time, Alaric imbued the rare steel sword with mana, but without using the engraved ability of the sword. Clang! Alaric felt a light pain in his arm due to the impact, but there was still no damage on the armor except for a small white mark that quickly disappeared after a few seconds. What? This armor is actually capable of self-repair. This must be the new ability of the armor. He was ecstatic. Now, he had more confidence in the upcoming battle. I should let my father use this armor, since he will be the one fighting with that terrible monster. He thought to himself. He wasn't stupid enough to believe that he had become invincible just because he had upgraded his battle armor. The power of a goblin monarch might not be enough to break the armor, but the force would still leave him critically wounded or even kill him. After a night of rest, the elven and the human warriors left the kingdom to set up the traps. They made sure that there was no goblin nearby when they were setting up everything. The elves weren't proficient in this field, so it was mostly the human warriors who did most of the work. This was because they thought that it was despicable to lay down traps. It was already nightfall when they had completed the task. Now, all they needed to do was wait for the goblins to fall into their trap. At this moment, the elven warriors were hidden on top of the trees, observing the surroundings as they waited for the goblins to arrive. On the other hand, the human warriors hid behind the thick foliage while keeping their eyes peeled. A few hours later, just when midnight came, they sensed the ground trembling. They are coming, everyone thought to themselves as they looked in the same direction. It was the entry point of the forest and also the place where the goblin army would pass by. Soon, they finally caught sight of the goblin army. More and more goblin warriors entered the forest. There were so many of them that some of the wild beasts inhabiting the forest left in fear. Hidden behind a big tree, Alaric sent a signal to his subordinates. Their task was to provoke the goblins and make them rush over to their location. After getting his signal, hundreds of human warriors knocked their arrows and released them. Sue! 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 In the next moment, the rain of arrows descended from the sky, killing dozens of unlucky goblin warriors on the spot. The goblin army was startled, and there was a moment of confusion on their side, which caused them to lose more warriors. The goblin monarchs immediately stepped out to quell the confusion. They commanded the goblin warriors to charge forward and avenge their brethren. Ike! 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 The weird, squeaking noises of the goblins echoed through the forest, chilling the hearts of the human and elven warriors. Everyone hardened their hearts, forcing themselves to calm down. Suddenly, huge holes appeared on the ground, causing hundreds of goblins to fall where sharp spikes were waiting for them at the bottom. Ike! 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 The goblins emitted pained squeaks and squeals, but this didn't stop their army from charging towards the human warriors hidden in the dense vegetation. What foolish creatures! Alaric sneered in his mind when he saw the goblins mindlessly charging despite the heavy casualties they had suffered. He didn't waste any time and made a whistling sound, signaling their retreat. As soon as he made the signal, everyone left without hesitation. "It is our turn now," thought Sunset, who was hiding on top of the trees. She then made a sharp sound to signal the next step of their plan. "I just noticed that it's almost my birthday, April 2nd. If I hadn't checked the calendar, I would have forgotten about it. Coffee keeps me sane." Creators thought. Elven warriors took aim and fired their arrows at her signal, increasing the number of casualties on the goblin army's side at a rapid rate. Meanwhile, a small team of bee-soul warriors with ranged integrated monster traits also released their abilities. Although there were only a few of them, their offensive firepower was almost on par with the thousands of elven warriors combined. The corpses of the goblin warriors quickly piled up, and the holes they had dug up were soon filled. What ruthless monsters! They did not even hesitate to use their comrades' bodies to fill up the holes. Sunset frowned at the sight of this. She was unnerved by the heartlessness of the goblins. She quickly calmed herself. She couldn't afford to get distracted now. Switch to melee weapons. She shouted when she noticed that the goblin army was closing in. Hearing her words, the elven warriors abandoned their bows and unsheathed their blades. General Rizel stepped forward and shouted with his sword pointed to the sky. "Prepare for close combat." "Yes, sir." The elven warriors replied in unison. Their voices shook the forest. When the goblin army reached a certain distance, Rizel bellowed, "Charge!" He led the vanguard, fearlessly charging without hesitation. Following closely behind him were the elven warriors. They formed a triangle formation with Rizel as the focal point. When viewed from above, Their formation looked like that of an arrowhead. No one could stop my sword. Rizel snorted as he lunged forward, swinging his sword in a horizontal motion. Whoosh! With him at the forefront, they tore through the goblin army's formation unimpeded. No one could stop Rizel. He was like a fierce tiger hunting a flock of sheep. The biggest reason for his fearsome killing power was his sword. It was a relic-level weapon with a special engraved ability. Unlike most relic-level weapons with ranged abilities, his sword possessed the power to devour the blood of his slain enemies. The more blood his sword could devour, the stronger it amplified his physical strength. However, there was also one major problem. The more blood it devoured, the more it affected his mentality. It was like a double-edged skill, so he rarely used the sword's engraved ability. But he couldn't care less about it. He wanted to avenge the elven warriors who had fallen in the grasslands. Rizel's eyes turned red and veins protruded on his face as his sword absorbed more goblin blood. Kill! 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 His movements became even faster, and his power also increased significantly. The goblin warriors and even the nearby trees weren't spared from his ferocious attacks. Meanwhile, Rosalie, who had yet to step into battle, frowned as she watched him slowly descend into madness. 1240. Your Majesty, please allow me to stop Rizel from using his sword's power. Rosalie turned her gaze to Garandel, who was standing next to her. The Elven King was observing the battle with a stern face when he heard her words. All right. Garandel approved her request. He also didn't want to see Rizel fall into depravity. After getting the king's permission, Rosalie nodded gratefully before she rushed to join the battle. Now that he was left alone, Garandel looked at the side of the human warriors. Of the 3 transcendent knights they had, only Warwick had joined the battle. Lucas and Galliner were still waiting for the right moment to attack. They had already discussed this during their meeting. It was a strategy to preserve their strength before the arrival of the Goblin Monarchs. Otherwise, with all of them exhausted, they wouldn't have enough energy to fight with those dangerous monsters. As if sensing his gaze, Lucas turned his head and gave him a nod. What keen perception! Garandel thought to himself as he nodded back in response. He then moved his attention back to the battle. At this moment, thousands of goblins had already been killed, and a few hundred of them were slaughtered by Rizel himself. He didn't feel a hint of remorse after killing those monsters. He didn't know if it was the aftereffects of using his sword's engraved ability or if it was just his own hatred towards the goblins. Die! His eyes were already bloodshot, and he was also about to be consumed by madness. But he didn't notice anything since he was too focused on killing more enemies. Just then, he suddenly sensed a fearsome aura locking in on him. HM. He stopped in his tracks and scanned his surroundings. But other than the goblin warriors charging at him, he didn't sense anything more threatening in particular. Strange. I definitely felt a frightening presence nearby. The weird sensation brought him back to reality. What is happening to me? He realized that he had been consumed by the sword's power. Damn it. I almost lost control of myself. In that instant, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him. He narrowed his eyes and looked in a certain direction. This time, he finally discovered the source of this pressure. It was a goblin monarch. However, unlike the goblin monarchs that they had fought recently, this one had a more intimidating aura. It was playing with its bone sword as it approached him with steady steps. The monster also wore a hideous smile that made him feel unsettled. This goblin monarch seems to be different. He frowned. Rizel adjusted his stance while keeping his eyes on the goblin monarch. He had a feeling that it could kill him if he was even a little bit careless. Whoosh! The goblin monarch suddenly lunged at him, brandishing its bone sword with a casual slash. A purple wind blade shot toward Rizel with lightning speed. Be careful! A familiar voice drifted into his ears. Rizel didn't attempt to block the wind blade. He twisted his body, evading it in the nick of time. Hiss! Hiss! The tree behind him melted in just a few seconds. What? Sunset, who was watching from a distance, was stunned when she saw this familiar goblin monarch. It was the monster that she had fought together with Igris. It's that thing. Rizel wouldn't be able to handle that monster on his own. She had experienced the goblin monarch's power. It was the most powerful foe that she had encountered. I must warn him. Just then, she saw Rosalie rushing toward Ryzel's direction with unbelievable speed. Some goblin warriors tried to block her path, but they all died after one slash to their throats. With the Grand Elder's help, it should be fine. After knowing that Rosalie was intending to support Ryzel, Sunset felt relieved. I must finish my task here and help them as soon as I can. Sunset took a deep breath and moved her focus on her task. Meanwhile, Ryzel and the Goblin Monarch were already engaged in a fierce battle. Their clashes caused great destruction to the forest, leveling trees and blasting massive holes to the ground with every collision. This monster is too powerful. Ryzel could feel his arms going numb. He had to imbue his arms with mana to minimize the pain and the damage. The monster sent him a taunting smile. "Elf, your weapon has a strange ability. My sword is still more powerful." The Goblin Monarch remarked with a disdainful tone. "Ryzel, do not fall for its taunts." Just when he was about to retort, Rosalie's voice drifted into his ears. Whoosh! Rosalie appeared beside him, looking at him with a cold expression. "Grand Elder." He was surprised. She wasn't supposed to come out so soon, but seemed like she had to step in earlier than planned because of him. "Shut up and focus on the battle, and do not overuse your sword ability." Rosalie gave him a piece of her mind. Ryzel didn't dare refute her words. "What's the plan?" he asked. "Just give it your all," Rosalie responded. In the next moment, their figures blurred as they charged toward the Goblin Monarch. Whoosh! Whoosh! Clang! Clang! Now that Rosalie had joined the battle, the Goblin Monarch could no longer afford to be careless. It sensed that the elven woman was a lot more powerful. Bang! Bang! No one dared to get closer to them. At this moment, Rosalie sent a flurry of quick slashes. Whoosh! 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 An ordinary Goblin Monarch would have a hard time blocking her daggers, but the monster in front of her was no ordinary creature. It managed to deflect and block her attacks with minimal effort. Even with Ryzel supporting her offensively, they still couldn't land a direct blow on the monster. It was very elusive. While they were battling this particular Goblin Monarch, the clash between the Goblin army and the allied forces of the humans and elves had become more intense. More powerful goblins had already emerged, putting more pressure upon them. Galliner was forced to join the battle to lighten the load on the allied forces. A while later, the Elven King also stepped in, greatly boosting their morale. "Healers, gather the wounded and provide them treatment," Garandel shouted to the medics. The scene had become more chaotic. The once peaceful forest had already turned into hell. More and more warriors from both sides fell as the battle progressed. The battle between Rosalie, Ryzel, and the sword-wielding Goblin Monarch was still raging. The stamina of both elven warriors was starting to decline, greatly decreasing their battle power. The Goblin Monarch seemed to have sensed this, and it became more arrogant. "Is this the extent of your abilities? I expected more from you too, but all I got was disappointment," it uttered while shaking its head. Ryzel's mouth twitched upon hearing its mocking remarks. If it weren't for Rosalie's presence, he would have already used his sword's ability to make it shut its mouth. "Do not fall for its tricks. It is also exhausted," Rosalie muttered with a deep look. The Goblin Monarch tried to hide it, but she noticed that its speed had also slowed down. The Goblin Monarch's smile stiffened when it heard her words. It snorted and lunged itself toward them, brandishing its sword with terrifying force. Hiss! 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 Seeing that all its attacks were useless, the Goblin Monarch imbued more mana in its limbs, significantly boosting its speed. "Die, you hypocritical elves!" The monster bellowed with rage as it released more wind blades. Whoosh! Whoosh! Rosalie could still keep up with its attacks, but Ryzel, who had been fighting for a long time, was starting to accumulate fatigue. His movements had become sluggish, and he could barely evade the wind blades. "I must hold on." Ryzel no longer bothered to hold back. He unleashed the power of his sword while increasing his mana output. "I'm sorry, Grand Elder, but we must end this fight soon," he shouted as he bombarded the Goblin Monarch with a series of explosive attacks. Rosalie frowned upon seeing his reckless actions. "That fool," She also activated her dagger's power. Both daggers had the same engraved ability. Upon activation, she could wield the power of darkness. Black smoke gushed out from her daggers, and Rosalie's presence also gradually disappeared. The power of darkness improved her camouflaged ability. Soon, her presence vanished. Even the powerful goblin monarch failed to detect her, making it frown in annoyance. In its rage, it waved its sword wildly, causing even more destruction to the forest. Rizel clashed with the monster to give Rosalie the perfect opportunity to strike. Surprisingly, he managed to fight toe-to-toe with the goblin monarch. "I was only holding back earlier, you beast," Rizel shouted as he put more strength into his sword. Clang! Clang! The goblin monarch was momentarily surprised by his sudden surge of power, but it quickly understood what was happening. It sneered and responded with contempt. "Do you think this borrowed power can stop me? You are one foolish elf." Powered by his sword's engraved ability, Rizel launched a series of ferocious attacks on the goblin monarch. Clang! Clang! The monster managed to block his sword, but it was starting to get tired of the prolonged battle. To end things quickly, it released more mana, greatly elevating its firepower. However, Rizel was like a tough nut to crack. Even with its fearsome attacks, the elven warrior remained steady like an immovable wall. "I need to buy more time for the Grand Elder." Rizel gritted his teeth, forcing every bit of his remaining mana and energy for one final duel. His goal wasn't to win against the Goblin Monarch. He was aware that he wasn't strong enough to defeat this deadly monster. The Goblin Monarch was oblivious to his thoughts. It was so intent on killing him that it had momentarily forgotten about the female elf. The Goblin Monarch suddenly unleashed a huge wind blade that spanned over 5 meters. It shot toward him like a bullet, causing the air to violently fluctuate. Whoosh! Rizel no longer had the energy to block this attack, so he could only deflect it and try to change its trajectory by raising his sword in a certain angle. The purplish wind blade brushed past his sword, causing a loud shing. Shine! The force behind the wind blade forced him to kneel, but he still somehow managed to deflect the destructive blow. However, the impact almost crushed his internal organs. If he wasn't a transcendent knight, he would have already fallen, but due to his physically stronger body, he was able to preserve his life. Rizel lost consciousness after deflecting the wind blade. Meanwhile, the Goblin Monarch was flabbergasted. It didn't even have time to complain when it suddenly sensed an overwhelming killing intent from behind. With a turn of its head, it saw an elven woman brandishing her daggers upon him. A dark aura manifested as Rosalie emerged from the darkness. In the next moment, her daggers found their way to their target, inflicting heavy damage on the Goblin Monarch. Ruer! The monster was enraged after receiving a gruesome wound on its chest. It had superior vitality, so it was able to survive her attacks. Even so, the wounds it had sustained had already exceeded the threshold of its endurance. It staggered and used its sword to prop itself up. "I'm not convinced. I do not believe that this is my limit." The monster refused to give up. It couldn't accept the fact that it had been defeated by 2 transcendent elves. Suddenly, an immense power burst forth from the Goblin Monarch. Its skin cracked, and there seemed to be a new layer of skin that was starting to take form underneath. Rosalie was stunned upon seeing this. Is it undergoing evolution? She was horrified when she thought about this, and she couldn't help but recall the words that Lucas had told them before this battle. "I must stop it." She narrowed her eyes into slits. Just when she was about to make her move, a heavy, oppressive aura enveloped the entire forest. What kind of aura is this? Rosalie was terrified when she realized that she was momentarily immobilized. She couldn't move her limbs, and her body wasn't listening to her. All she could do was move her eyes. When she looked up, it was then that she noticed something that made her even more terrified. Flying above her was a goblin with horns on top of its head. Its facial features were almost human-like, but the most striking thing about this creature was the pair of draconic wings on its back. The monster seemed to have noticed her gaze. It stared at her with its emotionless eyes, but it quickly retracted its gaze, treating her with utter disregard. The monster descended in front of the goblin monarch that was still in the middle of its evolution. It took a step forward and stretched its arm to grab the goblin monarch's head. And with a light squeeze, it crushed the goblin monarch's head. Rosalie felt goosebumps all over her body upon witnessing this scene. The invincible goblin monarch was easily killed by this monster. She wanted to scream and run away, but she still couldn't move her body. "No one can take my place." A deep, beastly voice drifted into her ears. The monster suddenly turned its head toward her, scaring her out of her wits. "No!" In her moment of despair, she closed her eyes. Bang! A loud bang echoed, followed by a violent shockwave that sent her flying into the air. When she opened her eyes, she found out that she could now move her body. What happened? She stabilized herself in midair to land gracefully. She then looked ahead and saw that a human warrior was already standing in front of the winged goblin monarch. It is him, Lucas Silversword. So this is what he was waiting for. Rosalie sensed Lucas' formidable aura, which was even far stronger than her own. "I will take care of this. Go and get your comrade out of here," Lucas said while keeping his eyes on his target. Rosalie snapped back to reality when she heard his voice. She nodded her head and rushed to Reisel's side. She then sent Lucas a grateful look and said, "Be careful. That monster is unfathomable." "I am aware," Lucas calmly replied. Rosalie no longer dallied and left while carrying Reisel to safety. After she left, Lucas and the winged goblin monarch engaged in a fierce face-off. No one made a move, as if they were silently assessing each other. This monster is near the catastrophe grade. I can feel its power by just looking at it. Will I be able to stop it? Lucas furrowed his eyebrows. He had come prepared for this battle. He had equipped the dark diamond shield and a relic-level sword. Alaric also lent him the battle armor he got from the old Marquis. He was armed to the teeth, but he still felt inferior to the monster. The monster pointed at him and uttered in a voice devoid of emotion, "I can sense your fear, human." Lucas raised an eyebrow at its words, but he didn't bother to respond. He raised his sword and pointed it toward the monster. He spoke no words, but he had conveyed his intentions to the monster. Subsequently, the both of them turned into a blur, disappearing from their previous spot. Clang! 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 Lucas' sword and the monster's long, sharp claws clashed repeatedly, but they were so fast that even the elite knights were having trouble keeping up with their speed. A series of booms reverberated across the forest as the two fought. At this moment, Lucas was shaken by the monster's power. "This thing isn't even at the catastrophe grade, but I can barely keep up with it, even with all the relic-level items I have on me." There was also one more thing that made him surprised. It was the battle armor that was lent to him by Alaric. Unexpectedly, it was capable of absorbing most of the damage, and because of this, he managed to endure the power of the monster. One mistake could be lethal here, so he had to be extra careful. I did not understand why the Lord Marquis would give something this valuable to my son. He immediately removed the useless thoughts in his mind and focused his attention on the battle. One mistake could be lethal here, so he had to be extra careful. The monster revealed a look of surprise the longer they fought. It didn't expect that a human could be this formidable. It had never faced setbacks throughout its existence, and it had successfully eliminated all the obstacles in its path. However, for the first time ever, it was struggling to destroy an enemy. It backed off a few meters and looked at Lucas with a solemn gaze as it asked, "You are the strongest I have met, human. What is your name?" "Lucas." Lucas replied before he rushed forward with his sword raised to the sky in preparation for a lethal vertical slash. Whoosh! The monster wasn't flustered. It lifted its arm and blocked his sword using its long, steel-like claws. Clang! Another earth-shaking shockwave erupted after they clashed. What followed was a battle that shook the entire forest. Both experts turned the surroundings into ruins. The towering trees and even some hills were leveled to the ground. The warriors from both armies even tacitly agreed to move further from them to avoid becoming collateral damage. Soon, Both experts unintentionally created a massive crater that spanned over 100 meters in diameter due to the ferocity of their battle. It was a scene that no one would forget. Alaric, who was watching the battle from afar, was feeling worried. "Please be safe, Dad." This was, after all, a monster that was unheard of, one that made the difficulty of his mission go from hard to extreme. If his father was defeated, everyone would be at the monster's mercy. While Lucas was fighting with the winged goblin monarch, the war between the goblin army and the allied forces of the humans and elves was still far from over. Alaric was still not strong enough to fight with a goblin monarch, so his task was to eliminate the goblin chieftains. He led the human warriors valiantly, letting everyone know that he had the blood of the silver swords running through his veins. Shield bearers in front. Archers, prepare to shoot at my signal. Fire. Melee units, charge with me. Everyone was amazed by his well-timed commands. He didn't act like a young man in his late teens, but a general who had been through countless battles. Just his presence in front of the formation alone boosted everyone's morale. At this point, Alaric had already cemented an unrivaled reputation. Even the stubborn veteran warriors worshipped him. Suddenly, 3 goblin chieftains leading hundreds of goblin warriors came charging toward them. Seeing this, Alaric narrowed his eyes. "Do not falter. The warriors of the north are unbeatable," he shouted as he rushed to the front, taking the most dangerous position in the formation. Upon hearing his awe-inspiring words, everyone issued a war cry. Soon, both sides clashed and tore each other apart. Alaric fought with the 3 goblin chieftains to stop them from attacking his subordinates. With powerful foes against him, his improved dual sword technique was fully displayed. Even though he was fighting 3 goblin chieftains, he was able to keep up with them and even injure them severely. Whoosh, whoosh. Alaric's swords had become faster and more precise after he had perfected the dual sword technique. The custom-made short sword really improved my overall combat power. After this battle ends, I must give it a fitting name. Recently, he tried to come up with a name for the short sword, but nothing was well suited, so he temporarily set it aside. Alaric avoided the attacks of the monsters and targeted one of them, chopping off its head with a clean strike to its neck. KKHHSSHHKK. The goblin chieftains attacked with even more ferocity after witnessing the death of their companion. Clang, clang, clang. However, Alaric managed to effortlessly block their attacks. He then stabbed out his sword, penetrating the chest of another goblin chieftain, killing it instantly. Now, only one goblin chieftain remained. Alaric pulled his sword and kicked the dead goblin chieftain, sending it flying a couple of meters away. The remaining goblin chieftain revealed a look of fear. It took a step back while keeping its eyes on him. Alaric didn't give it the chance to escape. He lunged forward, imbued the rare steel sword with mana, and swung with his full force. Whoosh! He summoned a fearsome wind blade that cut the goblin chieftain in half. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 3 powerful monsters. Just a few months ago, I could barely kill a goblin chieftain with the help of a few knights, but now, Alaric shook off the random thoughts and went to help the warriors in killing the remaining goblins. When he joined the fray, he was like an unstoppable beast. No goblin could stop him, and those that stood in his path were killed with just a slash of his sword. Alaric stood still and looked at the corpses around him with a cold gaze. He felt no joy, for some of the northern warriors were killed in that battle. Meanwhile, Lucas and the winged goblin monarch had already exchanged hundreds of attacks, but both remained in top condition. Lucas had minor cuts on his face and some bruises on his chest, but these minor wounds didn't affect him. The battle armor can stop the monster's claws, but its force still leaves bruises on my body. Lucas thought to himself as he looked at the winged monster. It was a bit faster than him, and it could also fly, so inflicting damage upon it was difficult. Human, you would have already died if you didn't have that armor on you. The monster calmly spoke. Lucas didn't respond, but he inwardly agreed with its comment. The battle armor had indeed protected his life. In the next moment, the two clashed once more. Bang! The winged goblin monarch seemed to be unhappy. It released a burst of mana to its hand, clenched it into a fist, and swung with unimaginable strength, Whoosh! The air trembled and fluctuated violently as its fist approached Lucas with tremendous force. Lucas frowned and raised the dark diamond shield above him, while activating its power to enhance its defensive ability. Bang! Another shockwave erupted as the monster's fist struck his shield. Due to the force of its punch, Lucas' feet sunk deeply into the ground. Lucas' arm felt numbed after taking that blow. Luckily for him, the battle armor took most of the residual damage and evenly distributed the remaining force throughout his body. Still, the pain made him frown. Using multiple relic-level items at once consumes a lot of mana. Furthermore, this battle armor consumes twice as much mana as 2 relic-level equipment. He thought to himself, he couldn't afford to prolong the battle any longer. Thinking about this, Lucas erupted with more power. Subsequently, he launched a flurry of attacks, but he couldn't even properly hit the winged goblin monarch. It is too fast. Suddenly, the monster flapped its wings and flew to the sky, circling above him like an eagle to its prey. Sweat trickled down Lucas' face as he carefully watched its movements. Without any warning, the monster dove to the ground while brandishing its sharp claws at Lucas. "It will not be easy to take me down," he shouted in his mind as he blocked its claws with his shield. He then stabbed out his sword, intending to cut off its legs. However, just like an elusive dragonfly, it twisted its body and flew off, deftly avoiding his sword. Lucas clicked his tongue. How can I even land a direct blow on this monster? It was too fast and cautious. Even though he had imbued his attacks with mana, he still couldn't touch it. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. Hold on a minute. I think this might work. His lips curved upwards when he thought of a brilliant idea. The monster seemed to have noticed his smile, which left it baffled. It wondered why the human transcendent knight was smiling when it couldn't even touch its shadow. It circled above him, waiting for the right moment to attack. Suddenly, Lucas lowered his shield. The monster immediately took the chance and swooped down with immense force. Whoosh! However, an unexpected thing happened. Instead of blocking its claws with his shield, Lucas threw his shield and took the blow with his chest. "I got you." Lucas grimaced as he grabbed the monster's body, hugging it tightly to prevent it from escaping. The battle armor managed to protect him from its sharp claws, but the force still caused him severe internal damage. 859. The monster was shocked by the turn of events. "Cunning human, release me." The winged goblin monarch was enraged. It wriggled out of his grasp, but Lucas held it firmly, refusing to let go. "Die, you monster!" Lucas imbued his remaining mana into his sword before stabbing it into the monster's body. The winged goblin monarch had a tough skin, but it couldn't block a relic-level sword. The sword pierced through its side and penetrated deeply. KKHSHHHK. The sword's power tore its internal organs apart, but the beast didn't die immediately. With blood leaking from its mouth, it grabbed him by the neck and tried to squeeze him to death. However, its strength gradually left its body. "Despicable human," it muttered with hatred while staring deeply at him. Lucas couldn't care less about what it was feeling. He struck its face with his forehead, forcing it to let go of him. The winged goblin monarch staggered backward with Lucas' sword still firmly attached to its body. The monster kneeled, spat a mouthful of blood, and breathed heavily. Lucas' sword had punctured its lungs, making it difficult for the winged goblin monarch to breathe. "I feel cold," the monster thought as it lifted its head to look at the transcendent knight. Sensing its weakening gaze, Lucas approached the monster with steady footsteps. Each step made him grimace. "I think it broke my ribs," he thought as he stopped in front of the creature. "You have won against me. I accept my defeat. Kill me," the monster uttered. The monster's eyes trembled in the face of its impending death. "All right," Lucas nodded his head. He didn't make it suffer for long and killed it with a single punch to its head. Blood and brain matter splattered all over Lucas, but his eyes remained calm. Now that the greatest danger has been eliminated, this war is over. With the collapse of the winged goblin monarch, the goblin army fell into chaos. Half of the goblin monarchs even left and retreated with their troops, leaving the goblin army with only a few thousand warriors. In the next 2 hours, the allied forces of the humans and elves took care of the remaining enemies. Underscore. Mission complete. Rewards: 1,500 battle points, 50 EXP, 50 stat points, equipment upgrade card X1, random trait upgrade card X1. Underscore. You have done the impossible. A bonus reward will be granted for killing the special monster. Only applies for extreme difficulty missions. You receive an Elite Knight card. Alaric, who was resting against a tree, was stunned when he saw the rewards. What? There's actually a bonus reward. When his mission's difficulty was changed to extreme, he thought that the rewards were atrociously low. Now, he finally realized that he was just overthinking it. The true reward of the extreme difficulty mission lies in how he would complete his task. Alaric's Silver Sword Elite Knight EXP 169 219/1000. Potential A. Traits: horseback riding C. Swordsmanship SSS. Close combat C. Archery E. Hunting E. Tracking E. Sixth Sense E. Monster Affinity F. Mana Gathering C. Appraisal B. Strength 170. Stamina 180. Agility 180. Vitality 150. Endurance 160. Mana 230, 235. Battle points 1960, 3460. Stat points 67, 117. Requirements for the next advancement: 1,000 EXP, 250 in all attributes, and 10,000 battle points. Do you want to use the random trait upgrade card? Yes, no. Do you want to use the equipment upgrade card on the selected item? Yes, no. Do you want to use the Elite Knight card? Yes, no. Alaric was eager to click yes, but he stopped himself and decisively closed the cyan screen with a thought. We won, my lord. A jubilant voice drifted into his ears. Alaric turned his head and saw Galliner leading a few elite knights from the 3 houses. Alaric smiled at them. He didn't want to dampen their celebratory mood. You have done your part well, everyone. I am proud of you. His words made everyone feel honored. We were only following your instructions, my lord. Baron Smith Heinrich said with a flattering smile. Lord Smith is right. We were only able to accomplish all that because of your commands, my lord. Another one piped in. It was Jared Paxley. Facing their enthusiastic praises, Alaric could only smile helplessly. He replied to them one by one before he excused himself and went to help with the extraction of the beast soul crystals. The elves promised to give them all the beast soul crystals, so he was happy to help with this simple task. Your name is Alaric, right? Suddenly, he heard someone speaking to him in the common tongue. HM. He turned around and realized that it was actually the Elven King, Garandel Greenwood. Just like all other elves, he also had handsome facial features. Alaric also noticed some resemblance between him and Ivana. Your Majesty. Alaric lowered his head. In front of the Elven King, he didn't dare to be presumptuous. Garandel nodded at him. He then observed the young man and found him more likable than when they first met. He had witnessed Alaric's valiance in battle. He was still young, but he acted like a veteran commander. Many witnessed his abilities, and he also has the formidable Lucas to back him up. I don't think any of those high elves will come to trouble him if ever my daughter decides to marry him. If it weren't for the human warriors, they would have lost this battle. He couldn't even begin to imagine what might have happened if they had fought the goblin colony by themselves. Just that winged goblin monarch alone was enough to destroy the elven army. However, such a ferocious monster still fell under Lucas' hands. Your father is still being treated by our healers, so I came to you instead. Thank you for helping us in our time of need. The elves will never forget this favor. Garandel lowered his head to express his gratitude. Some would say that it was demeaning for a king to lower his head, but to Garandel, it was nothing as long as it could help him protect his kingdom. Alaric hurriedly waved his hand and replied, There is no need to be like this, your majesty. Ivana is my friend, and I cannot bear to see her suffer. Besides, we are also getting rewarded for helping you. Garandel smiled upon hearing his words. I understand now. He replied with cryptic words which baffled Alaric. What did he understand? Alaric wanted to ask the Elven King, but he noticed that the latter didn't want to explain himself, so he decided not to pursue the topic. Garandel approached him and tapped his shoulder as he said, "Inform your men to prepare. We will go back to the Greenwood Kingdom soon. You guys better stay and recuperate. I promise that all your injured warriors will be treated by our healers." Alaric didn't reject his kind intentions. He lowered his head and replied, "Yes, your majesty." "Good." Garandel chuckled and left to deal with the remaining tasks. Meanwhile, Alaric immediately gathered his men and told them to prepare for the return trip. He also instructed them to build makeshift wagons for the injured soldiers. An hour later, the Allied forces left the forest and headed back to the Elven Kingdom. On their way back to the kingdom, Alaric was on horseback, acting all calm. "These elves are staring at me openly." He could sense the elves' gazes on him, but he pretended like he didn't notice anything. Facing all this attention, he could only shake his head and smile bitterly. Upon returning to the Greenwood Kingdom, Garandel invited all the military officers to his treehouse except those who were injured. Everyone was baffled by the Elven King's invitation. Seeing the confusion in everyone's faces, Garandel raised his hand and said, "Everyone." After gathering their attention, he continued, "I have received reports from our scouts that the goblin colony had already disbanded. The goblin monarchs that survived the war took their tribes and left, causing the fragmentation of the colony. They all thought that there would be another battle, so the king's words made everyone relieved. But we cannot be happy just yet." Garendel's voice suddenly turned cold. He paused and scanned everyone's faces as he announced, "We do not know when another enemy would come to invade us, so we must expand our military forces and bolster our defenses." The war with the goblins made him realize that their military power was a bit lacking. If it weren't for Lucas and the human warriors, they would have been defeated by the goblin army. While the king told them about his plans for the expansion, Alaric just sat there in silence. "The Elven King invited us here to let us know that he trusts us, but he is too naive. If it were someone else who had ulterior motives, it would have been dangerous for his kingdom. Exposing their military expansion plans like this is like telling everyone your weakness." Alaric inwardly shook his head. Garandel was a kind leader, but he was too trusting. Garandel talked for almost an hour before he switched to another agenda. The war this time would have been impossible to win without our human friends. He turned his gaze to Alaric and lowered his head. "As the king of the Greenwood Kingdom, please allow me to formally express our gratitude." No elves laughed or criticized the king for lowering his head to the humans. They also thought that they deserved their gratitude, so they followed the king's example and bowed their heads. "Alaric, I would like to form an alliance with your household." Garandel proposed. "What?" "An alliance with the Elven Kingdom would bring many benefits to their household. Aside from the opportunity to make trades, they could also offer mutual military support. However, this alliance also carried some risks, so Alaric didn't rush to accept the Elven King's proposal. Seeing his silence, everyone quietly waited for him to make the decision. He was the heir of House Silversword, so he had the authority to make this decision. After a moment of silence, Alaric cleared his throat and replied, "Thank you for the proposal, Your Majesty. As the heir of House Silversword, I accept your offer to form an alliance." He had thought it through. Other than gaining military support and potential business partnerships, being allied with the elves will help us expand our reach to the Enchanted Woodlands. The Enchanted Woodlands was the home of numerous powerful creatures and dangerous monsters, so no one dared to venture deeply into this land. But with the elves' support, things might be different. Alaric didn't reveal his thoughts. He only expressed his agreement to form an alliance which made the elves happy. He felt a bit guilty when he saw their reaction. "Great. Once your father has recovered, we will formalize this agreement." Garandel couldn't conceal his joy. "Once we are allied with House Silversword, we do not need to be afraid of being attacked again." He also had some ulterior motives in making this proposal. But what he didn't know was that this decision would one day cause massive changes to the power structure of the Enchanted Woodlands. "Alaric, is there anything that you want? Tell me, and I will do my best to make it happen." Garandel felt that the rewards they had promised were too low, so he decided to grant Alaric's wish on a whim. Hearing this, Alaric was taken aback, but he didn't show it to his face. I was thinking about how I should ask them to engrave an ability on my short sword. It seems like I do not need to go through so much trouble. He thought to himself as he replied to the king. Your Majesty, I do have something that I want. I am listening. Go on. It is like this. I have a weapon here that I want to be engraved with an ability, so I would like to ask one of your Beast-Soul warriors to help me with this. Alaric grabbed the custom-made short sword strapped to his waist and showed it to the Elven King. Garandel could already tell at a glance that the sword was made of special materials. Bring your sword over. He beckoned to Alaric. Alaric nodded and approached the king. He then handed him the short sword without hesitation. The elves might be arrogant, but they were trustworthy. Good sword. Weight, this texture, and this coldness. He discovered that it was made of mithril and another material with inherent cold attributes. You have a good sword. It must have been made by a great artisan. Garandel praised as he handed back the sword. Alaric couldn't help but think about the drunkard, Gorin, when he heard the Elven King's words. With a light chuckle, he nodded. The sword was indeed crafted by our household's best blacksmith. No wonder. Garandel rubbed his chin. All right, tell me which ability you want to be engraved on this sword. He stared deeply at Alaric, curious to know his decision. Alaric already knew which ability he wanted for the sword, so he quickly gave his response. I would like Sir Neos' ice manipulation ability, Your Majesty. He had seen stronger integrated monster traits, but he felt that Neos' ice manipulation was perfect for the sword. Garandel was surprised by this, but he immediately understood the reason for his choice. I see. You made a great choice. Neos' ice manipulation is indeed the most fitting ability for your sword. After saying those words, Garandel turned his head to Neo. What do you think, Neo? Hello, guys. Neo also participated in the war, and he had sustained light injuries. But to a three-ring Beast-Soul master like him, his injuries were like tiny scratches. I have no objections, Your Majesty. Lord Alaric is our benefactor, so I am willing to fulfill his request. Neo responded with a nod. Garandel smiled upon hearing his response. Good. Thank you for accepting my selfish request, Sir Neo. Alaric cupped his fists with a look of gratitude. He had gotten another equipment upgrade card after completing the extreme difficulty mission. He wondered if he could get another epic level item. Just the thought of it made him feel excited. Neo waved his hand. Please hand me the sword. Alaric walked toward him and handed the sword over. Upon receiving the sword, Neo calmly told him, I will return it tomorrow. Alaric nodded at his words. All right, please be careful and do not exhaust your mana. Engraving one's integrated monster trait to an equipment wasn't easy, and it also carried serious risk. Alaric didn't want him to suffer mana-related injuries for his sake. Amen, Neo hummed in response. After this conversation, Garandel ended the meeting with a short speech. Alaric rushed to his designated treehouse and immediately used his random trait upgrade card. Do you want to use the random trait upgrade card? Yes, no. Alaric clicked yes without hesitation. Alaric raised an eyebrow when he saw what had been upgraded. It was a trait that he had rarely used, but he wasn't too disappointed since it could also help him in certain situations. Too bad. I'm just too unlucky. I wonder when I can upgrade my close combat or my sixth sense. These two traits were the most useful after his swordsmanship trait. They were very crucial in battles, especially his sixth sense trait, which had helped him overcome many dangerous situations. Should I use the Elite Knight card? He was still in Elven territory, so he was afraid that his secret would be revealed if he used the card. Alaric contemplated deeply. I will hold on to it for now. He felt that it was too risky, so he decided to temporarily put it aside. Just then, he suddenly heard a series of knocks on his door. Knock, knock, knock. Alaric, it is me. When he heard Ivana's voice behind the door, he quickly walked over to open it. Ivana, how are you? Alaric smiled upon seeing her beautiful face. I am all right. I heard that you fought in the vanguard, so I am here to check on your condition, but it seems like you're doing well. Ivana answered while checking if he had sustained injuries. Hearing this, Alaric's lips subconsciously curved upward. Actually, my muscles feel a bit sore right now. He didn't know why, but he felt the urge to tease this elven princess. Ivana furrowed her eyebrows, but she didn't notice the strange look in his eyes. Is there any way I can help you? She asked. Alaric thought for a moment and replied, now that you mention it, I think a massage will help me relieve this feeling of soreness. Ivana blushed upon hearing this. She clenched her fist and responded in a mosquito-like voice. All right, how should I massage you? Alaric widened his eyes. He wasn't serious when he said those words, and he only meant it as a joke, but she actually took it seriously. You could just massage my back. He tested the waters while observing her reaction. Ivana gritted her teeth and nodded, her cheeks reddening. Okay, sit down and turn around. She spoke coldly to mask her nervousness. Okay. Alaric quickly followed her instructions. He took his seat and turned his back on her. She actually agreed. Ivana took a deep breath and approached him. I have not done this before, so I might not do well. Please forgive me. She muttered. It is fine. Just do it at your own pace. Alaric chuckled and gestured at her to relax. Ivana nodded. She then nervously stretched out her hands to his back. When she touched his back and felt his warmth, she felt like she was electrocuted. It was like she was invading a forbidden territory. Alaric could feel her hands shaking, but he didn't say anything to save her from embarrassment. Suddenly, he felt a wave of comfort when an unknown energy began to flow from her hands to his back. This is... Noticing his surprise, Ivana smiled and explained. Just relax. This is my integrated monster trait. It has many uses, and this is just one of them. That is wonderful, Alaric exclaimed. He remembered that her integrated monster trait was an S-rated trait called Nature's Blessing, but he had no idea what it could do. From the looks of it, her integrated monster trait must be a versatile ability with numerous applications. Amen. Many people helped me to get this ability, she replied in a soft tone. Alaric chatted with her to make her feel more comfortable. However, their little moment was interrupted by a series of knocks on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Ivana was startled, and she subconsciously distanced herself from Alaric. I think I should leave now, Alaric. I do not want others to misunderstand our relationship. She spoke with a trace of reluctance. I see. Then let me see you out. Alaric stood up while silently cursing whoever was outside the door. He then walked to the door, with Ivana closely following behind him. The moment he opened the door, he saw Baron Smith standing next to an elven elite knight. My lord! Baron Smith was stunned when he saw Alaric stepping out of his tree house with the elven princess. The elf who had come with him was similarly shocked to see Ivana. Your Highness! Ivana didn't bother to explain herself. She looked at Alaric and said, I will come and see you tomorrow. She didn't wait for his response and left with quick strides. Seeing this, Alaric could only watch her in silence. He then turned his head toward the two who had come for him. Lord Smith, you better give me a good explanation for interrupting my time with Her Highness. Hello, guys. Thank you for your patience, and I apologize for being late with the updates. Smiley face. Coffee keeps me sane. Creator's thought. Baron Smith was at loss for words, but when he saw Alaric's annoyed face, he could only bite the bullet. Everyone wants to celebrate our victory, so I came here to invite you. Fine. I will be there later. Alaric snorted and went back to his treehouse with a slam of the door. Smith Heinrich could only smile bitterly as he thought to himself, it seems like I have inadvertently offended Lord Alaric. Meanwhile, the elf who had come with him was still reeling in shock. He couldn't believe that the cold and indifferent princess had actually entered someone's treehouse. Let us go, buddy. Smith tapped the elven warrior's shoulder with a forced smile on his face. All right. An hour later, Alaric's annoyance finally subsided. He searched for the others and found them drinking the elves. It was a harmonious scene, something that had never happened in his past life. What are you guys drinking? He asked as he approached them. My lord. Jared Paxley eagerly walked to his side with a gourd of what seemed to be El's version of beer. Sensing Alaric's gaze, Jared handed him the gourd and said with a smile, My lord, this is the specialty drink of the Greenwood Kingdom, the bejeweled nectar. It has a strong flavor, and I heard that it also improves health. Amazing, right? Why don't you give it a try? Is it really that good? Alaric hesitated, but when a unique aroma of the drink assailed his nostrils, he couldn't resist the temptation anymore. He brought the gourd to his mouth and took a swig of the so-called specialty drink of the elves. Wow, it definitely has alcohol in it, but the taste is vastly different compared to what we drink in the Empire. This one has a fruity taste to it, almost like juice. It also packs quite the punch once it travels down your throat. Alaric could already smell a big business opportunity from this drink. I am sure the others had also thought of this, but they would not dare do this business without my house Silveredward's permission. I love it, Alaric exclaimed with a look of enjoyment. I knew you would love it. Jared laughed heartily upon hearing his words. My lord, the elves have more drinks like this. Although not as good as the bejeweled nectar, they're still much better than most drinks in our empire. Why don't we? His voice trailed off, but his message was clear. He wanted House Paxley to do this business. Alaric stared deeply at him and responded in a calm voice. Let's talk about this later with Lord Smith. I do not want him to think that I am favoring you. Jared nodded in understanding. Yes, my lord. It was a good sign. Although they might have to share the business with House Heinrich, Jared didn't mind. He knew that they would still earn a lot once these drinks hit the shelves. Alaric joined the celebration with the warriors. Everyone shared their happiness, and they also expressed their sorrows for those who had died in the battle. The celebration lasted until the next morning, but Alaric returned to his treehouse before midnight to get some rest. The next day, Alaric was awoken by the sunlight that seeped through the gaps of the window. Surprisingly, his head didn't hurt even though he had drunk a lot last night. Alaric felt uncomfortable with all the filth on his skin, so he wanted to freshen up a bit. Within the Greenwood Kingdom, there was a river that was connected to one of the biggest lakes in the Enchanted Woodlands, the Astral River. Alaric was headed to this river while carrying a small basin. He encountered some elves along the way. Some of them enthusiastically greeted him, but others ignored him and just went their way without saying a word. Some elves are still guarded toward us, but this will soon change the more we interact with them. Alaric didn't think negatively about this encounter. He understood the inherent dislike of the elves toward the humans, and it wasn't something that could be changed overnight. When he arrived at the river, he saw some elven women who were bathing with nothing but a thin fabric that only covered their chests and intimate parts. He almost had a nosebleed when he saw this visually striking scene. The elven women noticed his gaze, but they didn't seem to care. A few of the beauties even waved their hands, inviting him to join them. Alaric reluctantly refused them. He really wanted to join them, but he felt that something bad would happen if he did. After filling the basin with water, he quickly fled and returned to his treehouse. Damn, I almost fell into their temptations. Alaric wiped off his sweat the moment he returned to the treehouse. He hadn't touched a woman since his regression, so he felt a wave of discomfort in a certain area. He chanted a religious mantra to calm his mind. Aru, please forgive your sinful believer. Alaric removed his clothes and rinsed his body clean with the water from the river. He then used the scented soap he had brought with him. That feels better. Alaric wiped his body dry with a towel before he changed into a new set of clothes. Just then, he heard a series of knocks on his door. Knock, knock, knock. Hold on, I am coming, said Alaric as he walked toward the door. Upon pushing the door open, he saw an elven warrior standing outside. Good morning, my lord. Elder Neo sent me here to deliver this. The elven warrior handed him his short sword. It is finally done. He really did it in just one day. Alaric excitedly took the sword from the elven warrior. Please thank Elder Neo for me. I will visit him later to express my gratitude. I will relay your message to the elder. The elven warrior nodded, turned around, and left. Alaric wanted to try his sword right away, so he went to a secluded corner to unsheath his sword. Shine. Nothing changed with the blade, except for the inscriptions added by Neo. He could already feel the strong power of ice emanating from the sword, even though he hadn't imbued it with his mana. The sword has become a relic-level weapon after Sir Neo engraved it with his ice manipulation integrated monster trait. Do you want to use the equipment upgrade card on the selected item? Yes, no. A series of notifications appeared in front of him. This time, Alaric didn't hesitate and quickly clicked yes. Congratulations! You have upgraded your rare mithril short sword to an epic mithril short sword. Epic mithril short sword. Sharpness, 75. Durability, 50. Alaric was flabbergasted by the sword's sharpness. It was actually more than 3 times sharper than his rare steel sword. The sword felt colder to touch, but there was no change to its weight. It was still light as a feather. There were also some changes to the blade. There were splashes of blue on the blade, looking like sharp fragments of ice. Alaric tested the sword's balance and found out that it was easier to wield now. Furthermore, with every slash, it would leave a wave of cold air. In a prolonged battle, this could make his enemies uncomfortable, and it would even hinder their movements once the coldness accumulated. Now, let us test the sword with mana. He injected his mana into the sword, making the inscriptions on the blade light up with a bright ocean blue color. The coldness of the sword also intensified, but released an energy that made him immune to the coldness. It was as if the sword had a mind of its own, and it didn't want its wielder to suffer. Alaric released a few slashes, and each strike created petals of ice that could freeze an ordinary person. This is one scary power, Alaric exclaimed in shock. He continued testing the sword, and this time, he activated the engraved ability. Whoosh! The ground started freezing when he struck it with his sword. In the next moment, sharp icicles burst forth and flew in all directions. What fearsome ability! It is powerful, but I need to master it first. Otherwise, my allies will also be injured every time I use it. Alaric was satisfied with the improvements in his sword. Now, I need to get a proper name. Alaric pondered deeply, and after almost an hour of thinking, his eyes lit up. Frigid Dragon Sword. He felt that it was the most fitting name among all the names he had come up with. From now on, you will be called Frigid Dragon. As if to respond to his words, the sword emitted a more brilliant blue light. Alaric played around with it until he was satisfied. When he sheathed his sword, he noticed that the surrounding trees were already covered by a layer of frost. Oops. He couldn't just leave them be, so he immediately used mana to melt the ice. After removing all the layers of frost on the trees, he left and went to look for Smith Heinrich and Jared Paxley. He wanted to discuss the new business plan with them. After he left, a figure appeared on top of a tree. She was dressed in dark-colored clothes, and there was a pair of daggers strapped on her legs. Alaric's silver sword, what an interesting young man. She stared deeply at Alaric's disappearing back view. When she could no longer see him, she turned into a blur and disappeared with a whoosh. Alaric found Smith and Jared fishing by the Astral Lake with some elven warriors they had made friends with. My lord! Smith Heinrich was the first to notice him. Lord Alaric. His son, Dylan Heinrich, was also there. The guy stopped what he was doing and approached Alaric with a big smile on his face. Alaric evaded his bear hug and kicked his, but while snorting with an exasperated look. Is this still the glorious Dylan Heinrich that I once knew? Alaric smiled bitterly. He didn't know if Dylan would still become the man that he was in his past life. No, he will be stronger in this life with my support. Alaric was certain of this. House Heinrich had been the most supportive ally, so he planned to reward them with more resources. With enough resources, he believed that Dylan would become an elite knight faster than he did in his past life. Lord Smith, Lord Jared, I would like to speak with you about something important. Can we talk somewhere more quiet? Alaric glanced at the two with a stern look. Hearing this, Smith and Jared could already guess what this was all about, so they nodded at his request. They went further from the others for some privacy before they began their conversation. I'm sure you can already guess what this is all about, but just to make sure that we are on the same page, I will say it. The bejeweled nectar and the other elven delicacies, I want to introduce them to the Empire's market. I cannot do this on my own, so I would like to ask for your cooperation. Alaric stated his intentions. It will be an honor to cooperate with you in business, my lord. The two immediately expressed their desire to work together. This was a big opportunity for their households, something that would significantly increase their financial prospects. Good. Alaric smiled faintly. Then let us discuss how we should divide the profits. His eyes narrowed into slits. Although he was willing to share the business, he wanted to gain more for his household. It took them slightly over an hour to decide how the profits would be distributed. As the main contributor, House Silversword would take most cut, while the two households would receive less even if they combined their shares. Furthermore, both households would also have to cough up the capital to start the business. Despite the unreasonable distribution of shares, both House Heinrich and House Paxley were willing to take the risk. They were confident in the success of the business, so they agreed with Alaric's terms. After their discussion, Jared and Smith continued fishing with the elven warriors, while Alaric headed to the clinic to check his father's condition. The clinic was near the central square of the kingdom, and Alaric happened to encounter some elven warriors. "It's Lord Alaric. Lord Alaric." The elven warriors stopped to greet him. They had witnessed the human warriors' ferocity and skills in battle, but the ones who stood out were Lucas and Alaric. The former displayed his unrivaled power, and he had even killed a monster that was about to cross the catastrophe grade. On the other hand, Alaric showcased his amazing leadership that was worthy of praise. Alaric waved his hand at the elven warriors. He smiled at them and asked, "Can you guys tell me where the clinic is located? I have been walking around for a while, but I am not familiar with the road." Hearing this, one of them immediately responded, "You just need to go straight, my lord. At the end of this path, you have to turn left. Thank you. I will see you guys later." Alaric cupped his fists at the elven warriors before he left. The elven warriors guarding the clinic didn't stop him from entering. A while later, Alaric found Lucas inside one of the rooms. Due to the large number of injured soldiers, his father had to share the room with a human warrior and 3 elven warriors. Furthermore, all of them were familiar faces. Dahond, Igris, and, who is this guy again? Is it Arsel or something? Whatever. As for the human warrior, it was someone from House Heinrich. The guy was heavily injured, so the elves sent a one-ringed bee-soul master with a healing integrated monster trait to monitor his condition. "My lord," Alaric bowed to Lucas. The latter was already in better condition, but he still needed a week to fully recover. This made Alaric feel relieved. "Alaric, how are you, son?" Lucas smiled upon seeing him. He beckoned to Alaric and gestured at him to sit on the chair next to his bed. Alaric took his seat and replied, "I have been well, my lord. I got Cernio to engrave an ability on my short sword." While saying this, he grabbed the frigid dragon sword and handed it to Lucas. Lucas was surprised when he felt the coldness of the sword. He hadn't even unsheathed the sword, but it was already emitting intense coldness that could greatly affect ordinary people. This is not an ordinary relic-level sword. He could tell that it had already exceeded the power of a relic-level weapon. Lucas slowly pulled the sword from the scabbard, revealing an incredibly sharp blade with splashes of blue. "Good sword." The sword's icy attribute was enhanced by Cernio's engraved ability. "You should thank him. He must have consumed a lot of energy during the engraving process," said Lucas as he handed the sword back to Alaric. "Yes, my lord. I will visit Cernio later to express my gratitude." Alaric nodded in agreement. "You should leave. There is nothing for you to do here. The healers are taking care of us, so you do not need to worry." Lucas waved his hand, signaling for him to leave. Alaric was already satisfied to see his father recovering well, so he didn't linger for long and left after bidding him farewell. After Alaric left, Rizel, who had his eyes closed, suddenly sat up straight. He then looked at Lucas and said, "You have a good son, Lord Lucas." Rizel also had a son, but he didn't possess a soul mark, and he wasn't cut out to become a warrior. He envied Lucas for having an amazing son like Alaric. Lucas was taken aback. He didn't expect the stern elven general to open up a conversation. "I am lucky. I did not want him to become a warrior, but he surpassed my expectations. He is not even 20 yet, but he is already an elite knight." He felt proud when he said these words. Rizel snorted. He knew that Lucas wasn't showing off, but he felt even more jealous. Lucas raised an eyebrow and stared at him with an innocent look. He wondered why the elven general's mood had suddenly changed. What a moody elf. Is he bipolar or something? Meanwhile, Alaric headed to Neos' residence, which wasn't far from the clinic. He asked around to get the exact location, and he later arrived in front of a humble treehouse sitting on the branch of a towering tree. What should I do? Should I call him, or should I wait here? Alaric was stumped. He didn't know the elven customs, so he didn't know what to do. Just then, someone suddenly stepped out of the treehouse. It was Neo, the very person that he was looking for. Lord Alaric, please come inside. Someone is waiting for you. Alaric was surprised, but he still nodded and jumped onto the branch with a single leap. Whoosh! He followed Neo inside the treehouse and saw Ivana sitting on the chair, looking completely relaxed while drinking her morning tea. Ivana! Alaric exclaimed, wondering what she was doing in Neo's treehouse. Looking at his expression, Ivana explained herself. Elder Neo is like a second father to me. I always visit his treehouse for a cup of tea. Come and sit with me. Elder Neo's tea is much better than the ones you drink in your town. Alaric didn't reject her offer. All right, he nodded his head. Hearing this, the elven princess stood up and poured tea for him. When do you plan to go back? She asked. Alaric watched her pour tea on his teacup as he responded. Once my father recovers, we will go back home. If we're gone for too long, our people will feel uneasy. After she had filled his teacup, Alaric thanked her. Amen. Ivana hummed in response as she took her seat. What do you think of my Greenwood kingdom? She suddenly asked before taking a light sip of her tea. Her eyes darted around as if she was hiding something from him. Alaric failed to notice this, since he was surprised by the taste of the tea. Your kingdom is situated in a very scenic location. Sometimes I even wish that I could live in such a beautiful place. His voice trailed off and ended with a sigh. Ivana put down her teacup and stared deeply at him. There are times when I mistake you for an old man. You speak like you are reflecting on the vicissitudes of your life. Alaric's lips curved upward upon hearing her words. Is that so? You might be right. You can stay here for a while if you want. Neo, who was listening on the sidelines, did a double take when he heard those words. He sighed and stared at the young human with a hint of resentment. He knew that the elven princess had already fallen in love. She hadn't realized it yet, but Neo was certain that she had feelings for Alaric. Meanwhile, Alaric had also sensed her unusual feelings, but he didn't know how to react to it, so he pretended like he was unaware. He held some good feelings for her, but he was afraid of the repercussions it would bring once their relationship was exposed to the world. House Silversword had already gained some strength, but it was just a small household in the grand scheme of things. An elf marrying a human happened once in the past, and the ending wasn't good for both parties. It was a tragedy. Alaric didn't want this to happen to him and Ivana. With a forced smile, Alaric replied, Maybe another time. I see. All right. Ivana was a bit disappointed, but she didn't show it to her face. Their conversation continued after that, but there was already a hint of awkwardness. After another half an hour, Alaric excused himself. Before taking his leave, he expressed his gratitude to Neo. He's gone, Neo muttered as he watched Alaric disappear into the forest. Elder Neo, I don't understand what is happening to me. Why does it feel unusually painful? Uttered Ivana in a quivering voice as she clutched her chest. Neo took a deep breath and sighed while shaking his head. Do you like him? Ivana was stunned by the sudden question. She was about to say no, but she found herself unable to utter those words. It was then that she realized that she had already fallen in love with Alaric. I like him. I see. I understand now. Alaric felt that he had lost something precious as he walked further from Neo's treehouse. What happened? Your sword lacks the decisiveness it had when you fought with the goblins. A pleasant but cold voice suddenly drifted into his ears. Alaric was stunned. He looked up and saw an elven woman dressed in black leather armor. It was Rosalie, the Grand Elder of the Greenwood Kingdom and Ivana's grand-aunt. Grand Elder, I didn't know you were here. I apologize for disturbing you. Alaric lowered his head. This elf was a generation older than the elven king, Garandel, so he didn't dare disrespect her. Rosalie jumped down from the tree and landed in front of him with a whoosh. Alaric's silver sword, your sword has no heart, was weighing on your mind. Rosalie calmly stared at the young man. It wasn't long before she had last seen him, so she was surprised to see the sudden change in his swordsmanship. She had a good impression of this young man, so she wanted to help him clear his doubts. Alaric hesitated for a moment before he asked, "Grand Elder, if it was you, would you be willing to take on the entire world for the sake of someone precious?" He heard that this elven woman had lived for centuries, so he wanted to know her opinion. Perhaps he might even gain some valuable life advice from her. Rosalie was taken aback, and she seemed to have discovered the reason for his sword's indecisiveness. She pondered deeply before she answered, "I would rather risk it all than regret it for the rest of my life." When she uttered these words, she recalled the face of someone she had long forgotten, and it evoked a feeling of guilt and sadness. "You would not want to live with that regret," she added, her voice echoing with intense emotion. Hearing this, Alaric recalled the scenes he had witnessed in his past life. The death of his loved ones, the death of his comrades, and the fragmentation of the Empire. He didn't want to witness those things again. "You are right, Grand Elder. Thank you for your reminder. Now I know what to do." Alaric bowed deeply at her. Her words had awakened him. He had almost done something that would make him regret it. Just the thought of it made him feel scared. "Tomorrow, I will face her feelings." He made a decision. "Amen. I'm glad to be of help." Rosalie nodded and said, "Now show me if you have truly overcome this hurdle." Alaric smiled faintly and unsheathed his sword. Alaric brandished the frigid dragon sword, causing petals of ice to fall. It was a simple sword slash, yet it carried immense power that surpassed the realm of elite knights. Rosalie didn't expect him to release such formidable power without imbuing his mana into the sword. Whoosh! Alaric's attack even left a fissure of ice on the ground. "Impressive swordsmanship," Rosalie praised. He only showed one move, but as an expert, she noticed the intricate details behind his sword strikes. The angle, the precision, and the force were perfectly balanced to deliver that slash. Alaric sheathed his sword and bowed to her in gratitude. "Thank you for your teachings, Grand Elder." Rosalie waved her hand. "I have cleared your doubts. If you still have more questions, you can find me there." She pointed at a certain tree about 50 meters from them. "My treehouse is on top of that tree." Alaric squinted his eyes and followed the direction she was pointing. There is indeed a treehouse. She is really a master of stealth. Even her treehouse is camouflaged perfectly with its surroundings. Rosalie didn't linger and left with a whoosh. Alaric resumed his sword training to familiarize himself with his short sword. Due to his SSS rank swordsmanship trait, he managed to master the frigid dragon sword in just less than half an hour. Others would have taken days or even weeks before they could properly wield their weapons, but to Alaric, it was just a matter of minutes. After completing his sword training, he bowed in the direction of Rosalie's house before he left. On the second day after the battle with the goblin colony, Lucas was discharged from the clinic. Alaric came early to pick him up. Smith Heinrich and Jared Paxley were also there to check his condition. "My lord, congratulations on your discharge." Smith and Jared cupped their fists at Lucas. "My lord." Alaric smiled at his father. Lucas calmly walked out of the clinic and replied, "The healer said that I can go out now, but I still need 5 more days to fully recover. Also, I am not allowed to do any physical activity since my internal organs have not healed." "Understand. I will ask someone to prepare nutritious meals for you to hasten your recovery. Also, I have something to give you, my lord." Alaric took out the mana pearl that he got from Ivana as a gift. Lucas raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. He knew that Alaric received this mana pearl from the elven princess as a gift. "But that is your—" Alaric shook his head. "You need it more than me, my lord. If he could use the mana pearl, he would have used it for himself, but unfortunately, he could no longer absorb mana using conventional means. Since he had gotten the cyan screen, he had never succeeded in absorbing mana from natural resources. He did get the mana gathering trait, but he could only gather mana during mana training and in limited amounts too. Lucas stared deeply at his son as he took the mana pearl. "Thank you, my son. With this mana pearl and the beast soul crystal of that winged goblin monarch, I would have a higher chance of advancing to the next realm." Jared and Smith gasped in shock at his words. Lucas was already at the peak among the Transcendent Knights. If he made another advancement, he would reach a level that only a handful in the Empire has ever achieved, the realm of mythical knights. A mythical knight was someone who had transcended humanity. They could live for over 2 centuries, and there were even some who had survived 3 centuries. Aside from their long lifespan, they also possessed unimaginable powers. Their mana is already dense enough to allow them to fly. Due to their near-godly abilities, people respectfully call them venerable. Congratulations in advance, my lord. Congratulations, my lord. Jared and Smith showered him with early congratulations. A mythical knight was someone that they could only look up to. Even the imperial family had to be careful when speaking to an expert at that level. They could already imagine the turmoil it would cause once Lucas stepped into that fabled realm. Perhaps the entire empire would be turned upside down. This strengthened their resolve to follow Lucas and House Silversword. Everyone, please protect me while I absorb the energy inside the mana pearl and the beast soul crystal. Lucas requested as he cupped his fists. He felt that this was the perfect place to advance. He trusted the elves' integrity, and there was also Galliner and Warwick who would hold things together in case something goes wrong. Please be at ease, my lord. We will ensure your safety during your advancement. We will not allow anyone to harm you. Smith Heinrich remarked with a serious look. The warriors of my house Paxley will protect you with our lives. Jared declared. Lucas smiled faintly. Then I will be in your care. Lucas and Alaric went somewhere more quiet. Meanwhile, Jared and Smith summoned their warriors to guard Lucas' advancement. This should be a good place. The weather is perfect, too. Lucas muttered as he embraced the morning sun. He then looked at Alaric and nodded. I will begin. All right. You must be careful, Dad. You must not be hasty. Alaric reminded him. Failing to advance could cause severe consequences, and Lucas might experience the same thing that William had gone through. Lucas understood his concern. Do not worry. I am well prepared for this moment. He reassured his son. He took out the mana pearl and the beast soul crystal of the winged goblin monarch. The energy produced by these two items was so intense that if they were absorbed incorrectly, it would cause one's body to explode. Lucas sat cross-legged and made himself more comfortable before he began with the absorption process. To increase his focus, he closed his eyes. Alaric silently watched this scene. Good luck, Dad. By the time the human warriors had arrived at the location, a strange phenomenon appeared. Due to the large amount of mana congregating around Lucas, it had become visible even to ordinary people. The shapeless and colorless mana created a blue hue in the form of a tornado, twisting vigorously as Lucas absorbed everything like a black hole. When a blue tornado hits, a mythical knight is born. Now I understand what this quote means. Smith was awestruck by what he was witnessing. What a magnificent view! Jared watched the scene unfold with wide eyes. Meanwhile, the human warriors were similarly stunned. They had never seen this kind of phenomenon before. Lord Lucas is advancing to the realm of mythical knights. A knowledgeable warrior exclaimed in surprise. His words caused a collective gasp of shock. A new venerable has arrived. The Venerable of the North. Venerable Lucas of the North. Everyone chanted with excited faces. The North was always treated as a barren countryside, and it had never produced a venerable throughout history. However, things were about to change with Lucas' advancement. At this moment, the elves had finally noticed the strange phenomenon, and they rushed to check the situation. The first ones to arrive were the Transcendents and the three-ringed Bee-Soul Masters. Among them was the Elven King himself, Garandel Greenwood. Your Majesty, Lord Lucas is. It was Sunset who hurried over when she sensed the commotion. A few more elven experts gathered around him, and they all expressed their shock upon learning the situation. With a mythical knight as our ally, we do not have to fear those old, undying monsters anymore. Upon thinking about this, Garandel issued a series of commands. Protect Lord Lucas. Inform our elven warriors to secure the perimeter and make sure that no wild beast or monster would disturb his advancement. Yes, Your Majesty. The elven warriors replied in unison. This was a big matter. Some elves were worried that they would be oppressed by the humans, but some of them also thought that it was a blessing to have a powerful human as an ally. A few hours passed by in the blink of an eye. Lucas had already absorbed all the energy inside the mana pearl, but he still hadn't achieved a breakthrough. This time, he started absorbing the energy contained inside the beast soul crystal of the winged goblin monarch. Some monsters and wild beasts were attracted by the commotion, but they were quickly eliminated by the elven and human warriors. 3 hours later, Lucas had already absorbed half of the energy inside the beast soul crystal. I hit a bottleneck, but this is not enough to stop me from advancing, Lucas thought when he felt a strong resistance during his breakthrough. The absorption process became more difficult, and it felt like something was blocking the mana from entering his body. I must break this barrier to advance. He pushed himself to the limits, causing his body to shake from the huge influx of energy that was flowing into his body. His eyes sprang open, revealing his bloodshot eyes. He felt a heart-gripping pain, but he gritted his teeth and endured it all. In the next moment, the barrier that was preventing the energy from entering his body was finally broken. He had successfully stepped into the realm of mythical knights. Lucas didn't stop absorbing the energy from the beast's soul crystal. He took in every last drop of energy to stabilize his advancement. After he had absorbed the last drop of energy, the beast's soul crystal disintegrated and turned into dust. Lucas swept his gaze over the crowd, making everyone feel uneasy. His eyes momentarily stopped at Alaric. I have succeeded. Thank you for ensuring my safety, everyone. Lucas cupped his fists at the gathered crowd to express his gratitude. There was a moment of silence for a brief moment. Clap, clap, clap. Alaric clapped his hands, breaking the silence. Everyone followed suit, and they all gave Lucas a round of applause. Congratulations on your advancement, my lord. Alaric smiled at his father. Lucas' breakthrough was a pleasant surprise for him. This would give House Silversword a protective barrier in the coming fight for the throne. His power would also deter the people who had bad intentions toward their family. Congratulations on your advancement, Venerable Lucas. We greet the Venerable. Everyone lowered their heads, including the Elven King. Garandel didn't dare use his authority to undermine Lucas. His Greenwood kingdom wasn't powerful enough to offend a Venerable. Lucas waved his hand. There is no need to be formal. I have been told by my son that we will become allies soon. How about we finalize this alliance and seal the agreement? He turned his gaze to the Elven King as he said those words. Garendel's eyes brightened upon hearing this. As you wish, Venerable One. He nodded in response. The Elven King invited Lucas to his treehouse to seal the agreement. Meanwhile, the crowd dispersed, and they relayed the situation to those who didn't spectate the event. As the crowd began to disperse, Alaric noticed Ivana leaving together with Neo. Ivana, wait. He called out to her. Some were surprised when they heard someone intimately call the elven princess name, but when they realized that it was Alaric, they pretended like they didn't hear anything. Heck, who would dare stop the son of a mythical knight from flirting with someone? Ivana yelped when she heard his familiar voice. She stopped in her tracks and slowly turned around. Alaric, after she had learned that she liked him, Ivana could no longer stare at his eyes. Alaric stood before her and said with a serious expression, Ivana, I need to speak with you. The elven princess felt inexplicably nervous, but she still nodded in response. All right, follow me. Ordinary warrior, knight apprentice, knight, elite knight, transcendent knight, mythical knight. Ivana brought Alaric to her treehouse, which was located near the river. When looking from her window, one could see the beauty of the river and the tranquility of the forest. This is my treehouse. I asked Neo to build this for me when I was young. Only 3 people know this place other than me. You are the 4th, Ivana said as she opened the door. The interior of her treehouse was simple with no extravagant features. Every piece of furniture was well organized, giving the treehouse a clean look. The decoration in her treehouse perfectly represented Ivana's personality, simple yet elegant. The view here is beautiful, Alaric remarked as he looked outside her window. Ivana pointed to a vacant seat and gestured for him to sit down as she asked, What do you want to tell me? Alaric didn't sit down. He walked toward Ivana, stopped in front of her and whispered, "Do you like me?" Ivana jolted in surprise. She didn't expect him to ask her this in such a straightforward manner. She stammered and averted her gaze to hide her blushing cheeks. However, Alaric noticed that her ears were reddening. He leaned forward and moved his face closer to her. "Ivana, you cannot hide it from me." The elven princess panicked when she felt his warm breath blowing into her face. What do you mean? I do not understand why you are saying." She didn't dare look at him in the eye. The elven princess didn't know how to react when she heard his sweet words. She just stared back at him with a mixture of nervousness, embarrassment, and expectation. Alaric stared at her full lips. At this distance, he could smell her fragrant breath, which reminded him of the scent of flowers after the rain. He no longer held back his desire. He leaned forward and kissed her lips. Ivana's eyes widened. She thought of pulling away, but her body didn't listen to her. She could only close her eyes and allow Alaric to take advantage of her. Alaric noticed that she had given up on resisting. He skillfully pried open her mouth using his tongue. She seemed to have realized his intentions, but instead of resisting, she opened her mouth and let him explore his way through. Ivana trembled at the sudden stimulation. She felt like she was slowly losing control of her mind and body. The mood became even more intimate the longer they shared this passionate moment. Unknowingly, the two drowned deeper into the sensual atmosphere. Ivana didn't know when it happened, but she realized that she was already sitting on top of Alaric with her arms tightly hugging his neck. Furthermore, Alaric's shirt had already fallen to the floor, exposing his well-built body. She tried to get up, but Alaric subconsciously grabbed her back and pulled her closer to him. "What is this? I feel something rubbing against me down there. Could it be?" Ivana panicked when she realized what was happening. "Wait, Alaric!" She pushed his chest to break free from his tight embrace. Her voice pulled him from the dreamy illusion, and when he regained his senses, he was shocked about what he had done. This! Ivana's white hair was disheveled, and her clothes were no longer in the right place. He could even see a hint of pink peeking out invitingly. A certain place became harder at the tempting sight. Ivana also felt it poking at her, which made her blush even harder. She followed his gaze and saw that her pink nipples were half exposed. She quickly arranged her clothes and stared at him with resentment. This guy took advantage of her, and he had even seen something that he shouldn't have. "Alaric," she muttered in a cold voice. Alaric could sense the anger and embarrassment in her voice, so he quickly explained himself. "I did not intentionally look at." "All right, it was intentional. I could not stop myself after seeing your lips." Things had already happened, so Alaric didn't bother to explain and just told her the truth. Ivana was stumped, and the words that she was about to say were stuck in her throat. Her anger also subsided when she saw his sincere face. "Can you release me first?" "Your thing, it's poking me out down there," Ivana whispered in embarrassment. Hearing this, Alaric immediately let go of her and looked at her with an apologetic smile. 11:11. Seeing his expression, Ivana snorted, stood up, and adjusted her clothes. Hearing this, Alaric immediately let go of her and looked at her with an apologetic smile. Seeing his expression, Ivana snorted, stood up, and adjusted her clothes. She couldn't help but take a glimpse of the bulge on his pants, but then she noticed that he was sending her a strange smile, so she quickly looked away. "I just happened to see it." She tried to explain herself, but she stopped midway when she heard him chuckling. Sure, it was not intentional." Alaric teased her as he grabbed his shirt. Ivana turned around and walked toward the window. "Where are we now?" she asked, her voice echoing with confusion. Alaric felt a pang of guilt when he saw her vulnerability. He hardened his resolve and put on a determined face. He then stood up and walked slowly toward her. Alaric grabbed her slim waist and pulled her gently into his embrace. "From now on, you are my woman," he said in a domineering tone. Ivana felt a mixture of joy and excitement, but she didn't show it to her face. "So this is what it feels like to be in love. What a wonderful feeling," she thought as she turned around and looked up at him. Can we do it again?" Alaric whispered teasingly. Ivana stomped on his foot and pinched his waist as she muttered, I will follow you to North Pine Town and tell that lady named Hershey about what happened here." Her words made Alaric retract his evil hands, but then he suddenly grabbed her waist and pulled her even closer to him. "Do you think I am afraid?" Sensing her panicking eyes, Alaric released her and patted her head. "You look cute when you're nervous." Meanwhile, while the two of them were exchanging sweet words, Lucas and Garandel were currently discussing the alliance between House Silversword and the Greenwood Kingdom. "You must promise me that you will not trade with any other human households." Lucas didn't want to share this business with someone else. He might not be good with business, but he knew that if they had to share with more people, the lesser their profits would be. Garandel furrowed his eyebrows. This would mean that House Silversword would take full control of their trade. This might not be a problem for the time being, but nothing was certain in the future. After a few minutes of silence, the Elven King replied, "All right, but in the event that we find out that House Silversword is taking advantage of us, we must be free to pull out." Lucas nodded. This was only natural, so he agreed without hesitation. "No problem." Garandel heaved a sigh of relief. He was a bit nervous since Lucas was no longer a transcendent like him, but a mythical knight. Suddenly, he thought about something important. "By the way, is Alaric engaged to someone, or is he married to someone?" He noticed that his daughter was attracted to Alaric, so he wanted to know if there was a chance for them. Lucas was taken aback, but he understood the implications behind this inquiry. He also sensed that his son liked the elven princess. "To tell you the truth, my son is currently engaged to the only daughter of House Paxley. They had already scheduled their marriage, but we might have to move the schedule because of the recent events." Hearing this, Garandel was disappointed. "Is that so? What are you worried about, Your Majesty? I do not think there would be an issue if my son marries your daughter." Lucas was open-minded about this, since he had grown up in a society where polygamy was seen as normal. Garandel raised an eyebrow at his words. Very rarely would the elves marry more than one partner. Some elves were even averse to this sort of relationship. "If it is Alaric, I do not think it would be a problem. He is a talented young man who is bound to inherit Lucas' legacy, but I cannot make the final decision." He didn't want to intervene in his daughter's marriage. This was something that he had promised to Ivana's mother before her death. I will discuss this with my daughter first." Their discussion ended on a positive note. "Venerable One, are you planning to return soon?" Garandel asked on their way out of the treehouse. Lucas found his new title quite awkward, but he still nodded and replied in a calm tone. "We will return once our injured soldiers are ready to go." "I see. Then I will inform our healers to prioritize the recovery of your warriors." Garandel didn't insist on making them stay. He knew that Lucas still had to take care of his territory. "That would be great. Thank you, Your Majesty." Lucas responded with a look of gratitude. A moment later, they finally stepped out of the treehouse. "This is as far as I can take you, Venerable Lucas. I still need to take care of some things, so I hope you will understand my situation," said Garandel in an apologetic manner. If he could, he would follow Lucas all day and deepen their friendship. However, he was bound to his duties as the king of the Greenwood Kingdom. Lucas waved his hand. "Of course. Let's talk again sometime, Your Majesty. I will take my leave first." He cupped his fists at the Elven King as he bid him farewell. He then turned around and left. Garandel watched him leave with a complex expression. "I wonder what kind of storm he will make once he returns to the Empire." Garandel had visited Astania before during his younger days, so he knew a thing or two about the Empire. "I wonder if I have the chance to be a venerable." Garandel was amused by his own ridiculous thoughts. Meanwhile, Alaric and Ivana had already stepped outside the treehouse. They tacitly agreed to go on a walk to prevent themselves from making the same mistake earlier. "Ivana, I am curious about something. Do you know who engraved the ability on General Reisel's sword?" He had witnessed the sword's power, and he was certain that it was on the same level as his frigid dragon sword. The only difference was that Reisel's sword had a major side effect if repeatedly used, whereas Alaric's sword had no such detrimental effect. Hearing this, Ivana thought of a certain person and replied with an emotional voice. "It was my mother." Alaric's eyes widened at her response. "I am sorry, I did not know. No wonder I could not find someone with the Berserker monster integrated trait." It turns out that it was Ivana's mother who had engraved the ability on that sword. Ivana shook her head. It is all right. I might as well tell you since we are on the topic. My mother was the strongest elf in the kingdom. She was a four-ringed beast soul grandmaster. Her main monster integrated trait was Blood Berserker. It was an ability that made her stronger the more blood she absorbed from the enemies she had slain. She told him a few things about her mother, and for the first time, Ivana revealed her vulnerable side. She tried not to cry as she told him this story. When Alaric heard that her mother was a four-ringed beast soul grandmaster, he was stunned. This was an expert who could stand above Astania unfettered and unbound by any law. A four-ringed beast soul grandmaster was someone who had formed a mana ring around their heart, a special vessel that stores mana. With the help of this vessel, they could wield unimaginable amounts of mana, which also made casting skills easier for them. That was the reason why experts at this level were feared in the Empire. Even a 10,000-man army of skilled warriors would collapse under the terrifying might of a four-ringed beast soul grandmaster. Your mother was a great queen. Alaric sighed as he patted her back. It was lamentable for such a powerful woman to meet her end in such a tragic manner. According to Ivana, the late elven queen had to sacrifice herself to kill 2 catastrophe-grade monsters, all for the sake of their kingdom's survival. 3 catastrophe-grade monsters attacked our kingdom at that time. My mother managed to kill 2 and severely injure the last one, but she was also not spared from death after that battle. A mixture of emotions flashed in Ivana's eyes. Alaric sensed her sorrow, her regret, and her rage. Suddenly, he realized something important. Wait, you mean there's still 1 catastrophe-grade monster that survived that battle? That is right, but you do not need to worry. Its injuries were so serious that it might not be able to recover in the next century. Ivana replied. Alaric felt a bit relieved to hear that, but he still felt unsettled knowing that such a formidable creature was hidden somewhere in the enchanted woodlands. But you cannot ignore the possibility that it might recover faster than you all had anticipated. Alaric reminded her with a stern voice. Ivana narrowed her eyes and nodded. We have been preparing for that too. The elves had also thought of this possibility, so they had made measures in case the monster would return to exact revenge. But she didn't disclose the information to Alaric for this was related to the core secrets of the Greenwood Kingdom. It seems I was overthinking it. Alaric shook his head. The two were silent for a while before Ivana spoke. You must come here and see me often. If you don't, I will come and find you. Alaric's mouth twitched upon hearing this. Of course, I will visit you often. I promise. He sent her a reassuring smile. Bring that young lady named Hershey with you the next time you come here. I want to get to know her better. Ivana didn't have friends in her age group since her identity was very special. No one dared to get closer to her because the elves were very strict about hierarchy. The only friend she had was Neo, but he was way older than her, so they don't share the same interests. Alaric wasn't against the idea. He felt that it was only right for them to know each other. All right, days went by in a flash, and the time of their departure finally arrived. It was already the 30th of April. They had stayed a few days more than what they had planned because they waited for the injured human warriors to recover. The highest-ranking members of the Elven Kingdom gathered to send them off. It was a grand farewell since even the king had attended. This was to show respect to the human warriors who had traveled long distances to help them overcome a battle they were destined to lose. Remember your promise, Alaric. Ivana put on a composed look to hide her sadness. I will not forget my promise. Alaric smiled at her. He bid her farewell one last time before he mounted his horse. At this moment, Lucas' stern voice echoed. Move out. We are going home. Alaric stared deeply at Ivana's figure before he urged his horse to follow the group. The elves watched them leave with complicated expressions. They never expected that they would actually befriend humans, the very beings they once hated. Garandel waved his hand and commanded, have the king's guards follow them in secret and make sure that no monsters would attack them on their way out of the enchanted woodlands. Since Rizel was still recovering, the deputy commander of the king's guards, a middle-aged elven warrior with long golden hair, temporarily took command. This elf was peak elite knight, a formidable warrior who had experienced numerous battles. In terms of experience, he wasn't that far behind Rizal. Yes, your majesty. The deputy commander of the king's guards acknowledged his command with a deep bow. He then made a hand gesture and commanded his subordinates. Let's get going. He then left with 100 veteran elven warriors. After they left, Garandel turned his gaze to his daughter and said, Ivana, we need to talk. Ivana stared coldly at him and walked away without saying a word. Seeing this, Garandel sighed and shook his head. It seems like I can only use my secret weapon. He thought to himself as he cleared his throat and spoke. This is related to your marriage. Just as he had expected, Ivana stopped and turned around, her face turning frosty. Do you plan to intervene with my marriage? Garandel approached her and replied, I talked with Venerable Lucas, and he asked me if you were willing to marry his son, Alaric. I didn't give him a response yet. What do you think? Let us talk somewhere more quiet. Ivana's voice softened. Hearing this, Garandel's lips curved upward. Let's talk in your treehouse. I have not been there for a while. Ivana hesitated, but she eventually nodded her head. Fine. Lucas sensed that there were elven warriors following them, but he ignored them. Garandel is really thoughtful. We do not even need to keep watch at night with all the elven warriors he sent. Suddenly, Warwick approached him on horseback and reported, My lord, the elves are tailing us. Just let them be. They do not have ill intentions, so just act like you did not notice them. Lucas responded indifferently. Warwick nodded at his words. All right, I will go and inform our warriors. After he left, Lucas turned his head to his son and beckoned to him. Seeing his signal, Alaric urged his horse to move toward him. My lord, what are your orders? Relax. Lucas smiled at him. Once we return, we must set a new date for your marriage with Hershey. We cannot let House Paxley wait for too long. Baron Nathan might be starting to get anxious by now. He added, Yes, my lord. I will bring gifts for them, and I will also apologize for the delay and the confusion. Alaric nodded in agreement. Good. Lucas was satisfied with his response. I've already sent a messenger bird to inform your mother about this. Once she gets the message, she will begin with the preparations. Thinking about Maria, Lucas felt a wave of guilt. She had been faithful to him, and she had never complained or rushed him about giving her a child. While he was immersed in his thoughts, Alaric's response drifted into his ears. All right, that is good to know. Lucas hesitated for a moment before he asked, Son, what do you think about having a younger sibling? Alaric thought that he had misheard it, but when he saw his father's face, he realized that he was serious about this. That has been one of my greatest wishes. You do not need to ask me about this, my lord. You must do it. He eagerly replied. Just the thought of carrying a baby sibling filled him with excitement. Lucas chuckled upon hearing his words. Now that he had become a mythical knight, the worries he had carried for years disappeared like smoke. Alaric looked at his father, and he couldn't help but feel curious about his stats. He hadn't used his appraisal on Lucas, not even once. Do you want to use appraisal on the selected target? Yes, no. Alaric clicked yes. Error. The target's power is immeasurable. What? It actually failed. Alaric widened his eyes in shock. This had never happened before. He thought that his appraisal trait would allow him to see Lucas' stats, but it seemed like there was a problem. I see. My appraisal trait has a limit. I can appraise someone who is a realm higher than me, but I cannot appraise someone who is 2 realms above me. This was the most logical explanation he could think of. Too bad. If I had known, I would have used appraisal on Dad before he had advanced to the realm of Mythical Knight. He felt a bit regretful at the missed opportunity. What are you spacing out there for? Lucas' voice suddenly drifted into his ears, pulling him from his thoughts. Alaric forced a smile and shook his head. It is nothing, my lord. I am just excited to go back home. Lucas stared deeply at him. Earlier, he sensed a peculiar feeling of being watched. He suspected that it was Alaric because he felt the unusual fluctuations of his mana. On the 2nd day of May, they arrived at Turtle Fort. The group had already decided to get some rest, but then they saw the fort's commander, Rommel, rushing toward them on his horseback. He looked anxious as he approached them. Sir Rommel, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Lucas raised an eyebrow. The old man didn't even bother to wipe off the sweat on his face. He cupped his fists and reported, "My lord, something happened in your estate while you were away." Hmm. Both Lucas and Alaric were stunned when they heard this. The fort commander took a deep breath and said in a serious voice, "Lady Hershey was attacked by a group of assassins." "What did you say?" Killing intent flashed in Alaric's eyes. He was trembling with fury, and he could barely hold back his overflowing anger. Someone actually touched his woman. Unforgivable. Rommel felt a chill upon seeing his cold expression. He didn't expect a young warrior to release such overwhelming killing intent. "The young lady is unharmed," Rommel quickly explained. "I heard that Sir Henry and the others were able to capture the assassins." Alaric and Lucas were relieved to hear this. It was a good decision to let them stay in the estate. Alaric thought to himself, this hadn't happened in his past life, so it was outside his expectations. "Father, we must return as soon as possible," said Alaric as he glanced at Lucas. Lucas nodded in agreement. He then cupped his fist to Rommel to express his gratitude for relaying the information. "Thank you, Sir Rommel. I will catch up with you next time." Rommel nodded with a wave of his hand. "Please don't worry about that, my lord. Your matters are more important. We will take our leave first." Lucas bid him farewell and brought the group out of the fort. "My lord, we would like to follow you to North Pine Town. How dare those people attack Lord Alaric's fiancée?" Baron Smith Heinrich was furious. As someone who had pledged allegiance to House Silversword, he wanted to show his support. "We will also follow you, my lord. Hershey is my beloved niece. I want to know which bastard dares to assassinate her," Jared muttered through gritted teeth. Hearing this, Lucas nodded. "All right, let us go." The group didn't take a moment of rest. They rushed to North Pine Town. If their mounts were ordinary horses, they wouldn't have survived the trip. Luckily, they were monsters attuned to mana, so they were more resilient. Traveling long distances was just a simple matter for these creatures. The trip that would have normally taken them 7 days only took them 2 days. By the time they arrived at North Pine Town, the horses were already exhausted, so the group had to travel on foot for the rest of the journey. There were more guards stationed at the main gate, and they were carefully doing a search on every visitor that wished to enter the town. Suddenly, the arrival of Lucas and the others caused a commotion. "What's going on out there?" A gatekeeper furiously shouted, but when he quickly recognized Lucas and Alaric's faces from the crowd. "My lords," the rest of the guards immediately stopped what they were doing when they heard the gatekeeper's exclamation. "Lord Lucas and Lord Alaric have returned," someone shouted. Lucas beckoned to the commander of the guards and asked, "What is the situation?" "My lord, Lady Hershey was attacked a week after your departure. Luckily, Sir Henry was with her at the time of the attack, so she was unharmed. The assailants have been caught, and they are now locked up in prison, awaiting your judgment," the commander of the guards replied. Lucas tapped his shoulder. "All right, you guys continue with your tasks and send someone to get our mounts." "Yes, my lord." Lucas and the others rushed to the estate on foot. They encountered more patrolling guards along the way. Some were even warriors from House Paxley. They were probably worried about Hershey's safety, so they sent more warriors to increase the town's defenses. The main gate of the estate also had 20 warriors, and an elite knight from House Paxley was even there to supervise them. Upon seeing Lucas' group, the guards were pleasantly surprised. "My lords, we will talk later." Lucas waved his hand impatiently. Seeing that they were in a hurry, the guards didn't dare waste their time. They quickly went to open the gates for them. By the time they arrived at the main mansion, they saw Maria waiting for them. Standing behind her was Arthur and a few more knights. "My lord," Maria felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted off her shoulders the moment she saw them. Due to the recent assassination attempt, she was in a constant state of anxiety. She couldn't eat or sleep well, making her lose a lot of weight. When Lucas saw her emaciated face, his face fell. He felt like his heart was torn to see her in such a terrible condition. Lucas gently embraced her fragile body and whispered, his voice trembling with anger and guilt. "My wife, you lost so much weight. I'm sorry for not being here to protect you guys. You do not need to blame yourself, my lord." Besides, Sir Arthur and the other warriors are here to protect us. Nothing happened to us because of their protection." Maria smiled at him. Lucas sent Arthur a grateful look. "Mom, where's Hershey?" Alaric looked around, but he couldn't see Hershey anywhere. "She is resting in her room with Elena," Maria responded. Hearing this, Alaric rushed inside the mansion and headed straight to Hershey's bedroom, which wasn't far from his room. Galliner and Theo followed closely behind him, the latter no longer bothered about etiquette. "I apologize on behalf of my lord. He must be worried about his sister." Jared bowed to Lucas. Lucas waved his hand. "It is all right, Austin," Alaric exclaimed in his heart as he looked at the middle-aged man who had one of his eyes removed. This person was one of the strongest warriors of House Paxley in his past life. He had become a transcendent and was even promoted by Baron Nathan as the deputy commander of House Paxley's armed guards. His authority was only beneath that of Jared Paxley and the Baron. How could it be him? Alaric was baffled, but then a thought suddenly occurred to him. "I understand now. It seems like there is one person that I had overlooked. Vivian, Baron Nathan's wife and the stepmother of Hershey. She had the biggest motive to assassinate Hershey." Thinking about this, Alaric looked at the people who had followed him inside the cell and muttered, "Everyone, please step out for a moment. I would like to have a word with these people." Hearing this, everyone hesitated, and they couldn't help but turn their heads to Lucas to seek his opinion. Lucas furrowed his eyebrows. He noticed the abrupt change in Alaric's expression the moment he saw one of the assailants. The others might have failed to see it, but this didn't escape his eyes. He nodded to Alaric and gestured for everyone to leave. "Let us step out for a moment, everyone." He wasn't worried about his son's safety. Alaric was already an elite knight, a powerful one at that. Even if the assassins managed to break free from their restraints and attack him simultaneously, Alaric could still defend himself. When they heard Lucas' words, everyone retreated and stepped out of the cell. "Will Lord Alaric be all right on his own, my lord?" Baron Smith asked him the moment they stepped out of the cell. Lucas glanced at him and replied indifferently, "You have seen what he is capable of. I do not think those severely wounded men could beat him in a fight. Even if they joined hands, Alaric could end their lives in just a few moves." Everyone could sense his confidence in his son's abilities, but they also agreed with this. They had witnessed Alaric's spectacular dual sword technique. It was a technique that many of them tried to replicate, but no one had succeeded. His skills with the sword were unmatched, and he also possessed impressive combat skills that made him stand shoulder to shoulder with seasoned elite knights. To them, Alaric was not just a talented young warrior, but a great fighter who had proven himself time and again. After they left the cell, Alaric approached the middle-aged man whom he had recognized at a glance. "Austin," Alaric uttered with a cold voice. The middle-aged man made a slight movement at the sudden mention of his name, and Alaric noticed this. "There is no need to pretend. I know who you are, Austin. I also know that you were sent by that filthy bitch, Vivian." Truthfully, Alaric was still not certain about this, but he intentionally mentioned her name to probe for information. "How? Where does he know my name?" Austin was stunned. He acted like he didn't know what Alaric was talking about, but he was already panicking inside. "Is there a traitor among us?" Austin used his peripheral vision to look at his companions, but he didn't sense any unusual reaction from them. This only made him even more confused. Vivian had secretly trained them, and only a handful of people knew his identity. Even Vivian's sons didn't know his name. So how did Alaric discover his name? "Austin, let's stop playing with this game. How about doing me a favor? If you confess the truth to the public, I will let you go." Alaric's voice drifted into his ears. This time, Austin looked up to him and replied, "I don't know what you were talking about." His voice sounded weird since his face had been disfigured after being beaten up by the interrogators. To his shock, he found out that Alaric wasn't looking at him, but at the person chained next to him. "Got you." Alaric grinned as he abruptly turned his head to Austin. Austin's face became even more unsightly to behold. He had actually fallen into Alaric's trap with just a few words. Knowing that he had been discovered, he knew that pretending was already useless. "If you want me to confess, then you might as well kill me." He sneered. "Is that so? How about this?" Alaric rubbed his chin and said, "If you expose the person who had instructed you, I will let your comrades go." Austin became silent. The people who were caught along with him were his subordinates. They were friends and even brothers to him, so Alaric's words made him hesitate. As if sensing his hesitation, Alaric added, "Austin, those people don't value your lives. All they want is for you guys to complete your missions. To them, you are just disposable tools. If you expose them, you guys can start a new life somewhere far from here. I will even give you some money to start over. Don't listen to his nonsense, Sir Austin." One of the assassins shouted. Alaric merely smiled as if he was unbothered. He bent over and tapped Austin's shoulder. "Think about it. I will give you half a day to consider it. I hope that you will give me a satisfactory response the next time I come here." Alaric didn't linger after saying those words. He had already planted a seed in Austin's mind. Alaric waved his hand, turned around, and stepped out of the prison cell with steady footsteps. He had already fulfilled his goal. All that was left was for Austin to fall into his trap. "Please allow me to deal with these assassins, my lord. I will give you a satisfactory answer soon." Alaric looked at his father with a calm gaze. Lucas stared deeply at him and nodded. All right. He had a feeling that Alaric would give him another surprise. "Thank you for your trust. I will not disappoint you, my lord." Alaric cupped his fists and bowed to him. Alaric had already left the prison cell, but his words still echoed repeatedly in Austin's mind. What should I do? He felt tempted to disclose everything, but he was afraid that it was just a ploy to make him confess. "Sir, don't fall for Alaric's schemes. This might be a trap," one of the assassins exclaimed, his voice trembling with agitation. Austin lifted his head, but before he could respond, another assassin voiced out his opinion. "What if he is telling the truth? This is a chance for us to start a new life. Didn't you guys always wish for this chance before?" The others remained silent, as if they were seriously contemplating their decision. After almost 5 minutes of silence, another person said, "Whatever you decide, we will respect your choice, Sir Austin." Austin felt a huge weight pressing on his shoulders. "Thank you for trusting me, everyone. Whatever happens, you guys will always be my brothers." Meanwhile, Alaric headed to his bedchamber alone. He hadn't used one of the items he had gotten from the recent mission, the Elite Knight card. Now that he had some privacy, he felt that it was the perfect time to finally use it. "I wonder what kind of warrior I will summon this time. I only got one Elite Knight card before, and it's summoned Galliner, who is a peak Elite Knight. I just hope that I will summon someone half as good as him." While he was silently praying for a good outcome, he opened the cyan screen. "Do you want to use your Elite Knight card?" "Yes, no." Alaric rubbed his hands before he pressed yes. In the next moment, a bright light flashed in front of him, forcing him to close his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he saw a tall and muscular warrior with a familiar face. Alaric frowned as he tried to remember where he had seen this person. Wait, this guy? Isn't this the death row criminal who took the blame for Liam's crime? "Ulrich, do you know who the Butcher is?" Alaric probed. This man was known in Ryvad as the Butcher. It was a moniker that was given to him for the crimes he didn't commit. He had finally realized who it was. It was the man he had fought in the sacred duel. "My lord, my name is Ulrich. I am at your command." The giant kneeled before him to show his allegiance. "Ulrich, do you know who the Butcher is?" Alaric probed. This man was known in Ryvad as the Butcher. It was a moniker that was given to him for the crimes he didn't commit. Ulrich opened his mouth, and it looked like he was saying something. However, Alaric didn't hear anything, as if a mysterious power prevented him from discovering something. Alaric narrowed his eyes. He had tried this on Galliner before, and the same thing happened. The empty treasury was once again filled with all sorts of treasures and valuable equipment. The item that he was looking for was something that they had for a long time. It was an executioner's mask, an item with unknown origins. Ulrich was someone who had died. Does this mean that Galliner had also died before? He learned a piece of crucial information about the summoned warriors, but he was yet to determine the truth since he didn't know if Galliner had truly died before. However, this was a good clue to start with. Alaric stared at the giant and asked, "Ulrich, do you know Liam Paxley?" This time, Ulrich's face darkened as killing intent flashed in his eyes. He almost failed to hold back his rage, but as soon as he calmed down, he opened his mouth. However, No word still came out of his mouth. This is indeed him. He still remembers his past, but he cannot speak about it. Well, it looks like he can, but something is preventing me from hearing it. Alaric's head began to hurt the more he tried to comprehend the situation, so he decided to put the matter aside. I will leave it be for the time being since I do not have enough information. Perhaps one day, I will learn why these people were summoned. People know you, so we must do something about your identity. It will not be good for someone to recognize your face. Wait here. I will get something from the family's treasury. Alaric wouldn't be able to explain himself if Ulrich's identity was exposed. After all, this was someone who had died recently, and many from his household knew this man. Alaric stepped out of his room and headed straight to the household treasury to get a certain item. The guards protecting the treasury only asked him a few questions before they allowed him entry. House Silversword had grown wealthier in the past few months, especially with the recent business trades with the northern houses. The empty treasury was once again filled with all sorts of treasures and valuable equipment. The item that he was looking for was something that they had for a long time. It was an executioner's mask, an item with unknown origins. Alaric had seen this item in his past life, but he had ignored it. It should be somewhere around here. Alaric looked around the treasury in search of the executioner's mask. After about a quarter of an hour, he finally found it inside an old wooden box. This thing really looks dreadful, Alaric thought with a disgusted expression. He could sense the intense aura of death from a mask. Just how many people did the owner of this mask kill for this, to have such an intense aura of death? He realized that this was no ordinary item. He could see some markings on the mask, but it seemed to have deteriorated due to the long time it had been stored. This cannot be a relic, right? He laughed at the idea, but he found it plausible. In his curiosity, he imbued some mana into the mask. Suddenly, the blurred markings on the surface of the mask lit up. Holy shit! His eyes widened when he saw it reveal its true form. The markings on the mask became clearer after Alaric's mana had purified it. It looked like it was taken off from the face of a creature, but he couldn't determine what kind of monster it was. Well, who cares about that? What matters is that this mask can hide Ulrich's identity. Alaric took the mask out of the treasury. He needed to report it to the Baron as part of the family rules. However, he found out that his father wasn't in his study room, so he decided to report the matter later. Weird. Dad is usually in his study at this time of the day. As he thought of this, he recalled his conversation with his father during their return trip. Wait, don't tell me he is with Mom right now. Alaric chuckled. It seems like I will have a younger sibling soon. Alaric was in a good mood as he walked back to his bedchamber. As soon as he arrived, he handed the executioner's mask to Ulrich. Try and see if it fits. The giant nodded and took the mask from his hand. He then wore it without hesitation. Others would have hesitated if they had sensed the eerie aura of the mask, but Ulrich didn't seem to care about this. The moment he wore the mask, his entire aura drastically changed. With one look, others would mistake him as a ruthless murderer. This was the unique effect of wearing the executioner's mask. My lord, this is a relic-level mask. Are you really going to give this to me? Ulrich's voice had also changed. It was deeper and more full. Even someone close to him wouldn't recognize him anymore. Alaric was satisfied. He initially had misgivings since the mask looked very sketchy, but it seemed like his worries were unfounded. From now on, you are Butch. You cannot use your real name anymore. Are you all right with this? Alaric gave him a random name, which was just a shortened version of his moniker, the Butcher. The giant calmly nodded. As you wish, my lord. Good. Follow me outside. I need to introduce you to our people. Otherwise, they might mistake you for a criminal. Yes, my lord. The next morning, Alaric headed to the prison with Ulrich, who was renamed as Butch. Alaric had introduced him to the household's warriors and servants, so everyone had learned that another elite knight was serving him, a scary one at that. He had the same build as Galliner, but he looked more intimidating and terrifying than him. Most of the warriors and servants were afraid of him, and they wouldn't even dare meet his gaze. Even some of the knights and elite knights didn't want to interact with him. Alaric headed to the prison cell where the assassins were being held. The place was tightly guarded by the warriors of the household, since there were many heinous criminals kept there. The one managing the prison was a newly promoted elite knight who had served his father for 4 decades. It was an old warrior named Peter. He was only a few years younger than Henry, who was the oldest warrior in the household. Peter was a very chatty old man. He was different from the other warriors who were usually stern and rigid. He was just like one of those friendly neighborhood old men you can find anywhere. Unlike most of the people in the household who were afraid of Butch, Peter didn't seem to be afraid of him. He even initiated a conversation with the giant, chatting nonstop along the way. Butch wasn't much of a conversationalist, so he only responded occasionally. "We are here, my lord. Lord Lucas instructed us to increase the security, so I asked 4 warriors to look after this cell." Peter casually mentioned. "I see." Alaric nodded. "Sir Peter, please unlock the cell. I would like to speak with the prisoners." "Yes, my lord." The old man responded before he told his subordinates to unlock the cell. "Click. Do you want me to follow you inside, my lord?" Peter asked. Alaric shook his head. "There is no need to trouble you, Sir Peter. Besides, I already have Sir Butch with me." Peter stared at the giant when he said those words. He smiled wryly and shook his head. "With Sir Butch at your side, there's indeed no need for a frail old man like me to follow you, my lord." Alaric tapped the old man's shoulder before he entered the cell. He walked toward Austin, who was chained in the furthest corner of the cell. "I have given you enough time to decide. What is your decision, Austin?" Austin lifted his head, revealing his bloodshot eyes. From the looks on his face, it seemed like he didn't have a good night's sleep. However, Alaric couldn't care less about what he had gone through. His eyes remained cold as he waited for Austin to respond. After a moment of silence, Austin opened his mouth. "I will expose the truth, but you must vow to Aru that you will fulfill your promise." He was afraid that Alaric would go back on his words, so he added this request as an assurance. For the followers of the benevolent god, this was a very serious thing. They believed that if they failed to fulfill their vows to Aru, their souls would wander in hell for all eternity. Alaric squinted his eyes before he nodded his head. "All right, I accept your request." He raised his hand and closed his eyes as he made his vow. "I promise that I will not lay a hand on you guys if you expose the truth. If I fail to deliver this promise, then my soul shall wander hell for all eternity." Austin didn't expect him to agree so easily. He felt that it was too suspicious, but he couldn't say anything since Alaric made his vow in front of them. "When do you want me to expose everything?" Austin muttered. Alaric smiled faintly and replied, "You do not need to know that. Just wait for a few days. Soon, I will ask you to fulfill your end of the deal." Austin furrowed his eyebrows. He felt that Alaric was hard to discern, and this made him feel unsettled. "You will be freemen soon, so I will ask the guard to transfer you somewhere more comfortable. This place is no longer suitable for you guys." Alaric left after saying these words. As soon as he left, Austin leaned against the wall, feeling exhausted and worn out. House Silversword sent word to the residents of North Pine Town, saying that the assassins who had tried to kill Hershey would confess and expose the person who had sent them. This news also reached the ears of Vivian, who had been in a constant state of anxiety after the assassination attempt on her stepdaughter failed. Vivian paced around her room with a gloomy expression. "Damn it, how did Austin fail? What a useless piece of shit. I should have sent Leandro to do the job." She smashed the expensive jade vases inside her room the more she thought about this. She had expended a lot of resources on Austin and his elite team, but they had been captured on their first official mission. "My lady, it's my fault. I didn't train them well. Please punish me." The handsome middle-aged warrior, Leandro, kneeled with a look of remorse. Vivian's expression softened when she saw him kneeling before her. She quickly hugged him and rested her head on his chest as she whispered, "It is not your fault, Leandro. Austin is to be blamed for his incompetence." Leandro sighed and hugged her tighter. "Things might get dangerous for us soon, my lady. Although Austin and the others are trained to withstand torture, we don't know the means of House Silversword. They might have found a way to make those guys confess." He paused for a moment before he continued. "Once the truth comes out, we will be condemned by the public, and Lord Nathan will definitely kick us out of the household. There is also a high chance that we will be executed." Vivian trembled when she heard this. "No, I cannot accept this. We don't have a choice, my lady. We must leave now before it's too late. I have already made the arrangements. Please follow me. Leandro stared deeply at her. Vivian gritted her teeth with an indignant expression. She didn't want to leave the luxurious life she was used to, but she knew that she had to make this choice to survive. All right, she replied with reluctance. Leandro brought her out of the main mansion after helping her put on a robe to disguise her appearance. Outside the main mansion, a carriage was already waiting for them. Where are we headed to? Vivian asked as she looked at Leandro. Leandro gently squeezed her hand and replied, to River Wake. I maintained contact with Lord Liam. He is there with a new identity. We can seek refuge in his faction. Hearing this, Vivian raised an eyebrow. Why don't we head to my family instead? I'm sure they would be willing to let us hide for a while. Leandro shook his head. We can't, my lady. If your family is implicated in this scandal, they will face severe consequences. We can't let that happen. Seeking refuge from Lord Liam is the best choice for us. I heard that he had established a big faction in Riverwake. It shouldn't be difficult for him to hide us. He added. Vivian was convinced by his words, so she nodded her head. All right, I will trust your decision. Thank you for trusting me, my lady. Leandro kissed her hand and smiled at her. Go, he instructed the coachman. Baron Nathan was dealing with some documents when his trusted butler came in with an urgent expression. My lord, the Baron was startled. What happened? Why are you in such a hurry? He asked with a frown. The butler took a deep breath before he replied. My lord, the madam left with her bodyguard without leaving a message. I think there is something suspicious going on between them. What? Baron Nathan was furious. He slammed his hand into the table. The butler hesitated before he added. I saw him kissing the madam's hand in a very intimate manner. The Baron almost passed out from rage. His wife actually cheated on him with a handsome warrior. I have been suspicious of that guy for a long time. It turns out I was right. Damn it. Vivian, you made me look like a fool. Summon our warriors and tell them to capture my adulterous wife and that fucking gigolo. Go, he barked out. Yes, my lord. The butler bowed and left in a hurry. After he left, Baron Nathan slumped into his chair with a depressed look. Why do I have to go through all this suffering? What have I done, Aru? He muttered. A few days later, a stage was set up in the central square of North Pine Town. The residents had already gathered, patiently waiting for the announcement of House Silversword. I wonder who sent those assassins. It must be one of the northern houses who are against House Silversword. Why do they go after Lady Hershey? She is such an innocent and kind young woman. I pity her. She must have been traumatized. The crowd chatted between themselves. Suddenly, they saw the warriors of House Silversword escorting a small group of men dressed in filthy clothes. Who are those people? Are they the assassins? I have no idea. They look like beggars to me. The residents discussed heatedly when they saw these people. The warriors of House Silversword brought the men on the stage and had them line up in front of the crowd. At this moment, another group arrived, and the person leading them was Alaric. It's Lord Alaric. Lord Alaric. Lord Alaric. The residents were excited to see him. Alaric sent a construction team to help them rebuild their homes. He even expanded the arable land, giving plenty of job opportunities for the townspeople. Almost everyone in the town had received his help, so they respected him. Alaric raised his hand and waved at them with a faint smile on his face. He then walked toward the stage with Butch and Galliner closely following behind him. Looking at the towering giants, the residents felt intimidated. Some kids even cried when they saw the two. They were especially afraid of the giant wearing a scary-looking mask. Alaric stepped onto the stage and said, Everyone, may I have your attention, please? These men are the assassins sent to harm my fiancée, and today they will confess their crimes and expose the person who sent them. When Alaric made this announcement, the crowd was furious. Some of them were to throw stones at the assassins, but they were stopped by the warriors of House Silversword. Why are you stopping us, brave warriors? Those lunatics must be punished. Step aside, warriors. I want to smash this rock on their faces. The warriors remained firm. They didn't allow the residents to harm the assassins. To stop the crowd from causing a disturbance, Alaric had to step in. Everyone, please stop at once and hear me out. The residents calmed down upon hearing his words. Seeing that he had gathered their attention, Alaric cleared his throat and said, "These men are not the real culprits. They are only tools used by those behind them to fulfill their wicked desires." Alaric almost cringed when he said these words, but he had to act his part well to make his plan work. Otherwise, those assassins might not do their end of the deal and choose to stay silent. He couldn't let that happen. "I have already prepared everything. I only need convincing evidence to make those bastards pay." When Austin and the assassins heard this, the last suspicions they had for Alaric vanished. "I was overthinking it. Lord Alaric is not one of those merciless nobles." Austin stared at the young man who was overflowing with charisma. He felt that it was regrettable that he couldn't have the chance to serve such a great man. Alaric turned his gaze to them and smiled. "Austin, the stage is yours. Please tell us the true culprit behind this crime." Austin took a deep breath and nodded. He looked at his companions and swept his gaze over the crowd before he opened his mouth. "We were sent by Leandro and Lady Vivian of House Paxley." His words rang like thunder in everyone's ears. They couldn't believe it. The one who wanted Hershey dead turned out to be her stepmother. It was too shocking that the residents found it hard to believe. "If my words are untrue, then my soul shall wander hell for all eternity." Austin added, "He is telling the truth. The one who sent us was that bitch Vivian." Another assassin shouted, "That's right. It was that bitch. She is the one who sent us to assassinate Lady Hershey." The assassins gave the same statement, so no one doubted them anymore. They had even made a vow to Aru. "Oh my God, how could Lady Vivian do this to her own stepdaughter? She must have been possessed by an evil spirit. She must be exorcised and killed. Burn her to death." The crowd expressed their fury upon learning the truth. At this moment, Alaric approached Austin and tapped the man's shoulder. "Thank you for exposing the true culprit. May Aru guide you back into the right path." Austin lowered his head. "It should be us thanking you, my lord. Thank you for giving us the chance to correct our mistakes. We will honor our promise. We will go somewhere far away and start over. Do not leave just yet." Alaric suddenly grabbed his shoulder, a broad grin hanging on his lips. Austin felt unsettled when he saw Alaric's expression. What do you mean, my lord?" Alaric smiled and made a signal to his subordinates as he replied, "I have prepared a huge surprise for you guys, so you better watch it first before you leave." His harmless smile made Austin feel unnerved. He hesitated for a moment before he nodded. "All right, my lord. We will stay." "Good." Alaric snapped his fingers. The next moment, a slave wagon carrying 2 people was pulled toward the stage. Everyone squinted their eyes to get a clearer look at the two. "It's Lady Vivian. That's definitely her. I saw her once in Rivad. I can't forget that arrogant face of hers." Some people recognized the woman inside the slave wagon. It was indeed Vivian, the wife of Baron Nathan. A few days ago, Alaric sent a team of his most trusted subordinates to prepare an ambush for Vivian. Alaric knew that she would try to escape once she heard the news about the assassin's public confession. She brought her private warriors during her escape, but how could they beat an elite team led by Galliner himself? The moment they stepped out of Paxley's domain, Galliner's team ambushed them effortlessly. "Release me. Do you know the consequences of imprisoning me? Are you idiots out of your minds?" shouted Vivian as she grabbed the metal bar in frustration. "Alaric, how dare you capture a noble lady? This is kidnapping. The imperial family will punish you for this." Vivian was feeling anxious, so she could only resort to threats. Meanwhile, Leandro, who had been captured along with her, looked completely lost and helpless. His handsome face has been disfigured after being beaten up by Galliner's men. He was almost unrecognizable. Austin and the assassins were stunned when they saw Vivian and Leandro inside the slave wagon. How did they capture them in such a short time? Austin felt a wave of fear at Alaric's efficiency. Only a few days had passed since he had last spoken with him, but they had already captured Vivian and Leandro. This meant that he was already aware of the true mastermind, and he only waited to this day to get the evidence from his mouth. Austin couldn't help but tremble. "Are you all right, Sir Austin?" Alaric's nonchalant voice drifted into his ears, making him feel a sudden chill. You, I'm all right, my lord, Austin responded nervously. Alaric placed his arm over Austin's shoulder and whispered, just sit back and watch how those two will be punished. Austin wanted to push him away, but he found himself unable to muster the courage. In the end, he could only respond with a nod. Did I just make a deal with a demon? He won't go back on his words, right? The warriors of House Silver Sword grabbed Vivian and Leandro out of the slave wagon and dragged them to the stage. Alaric, what do you think are you doing? Do you plan to make an enemy of House Paxley and my House Harrison? Vivian was the youngest daughter of House Harrison's family head. It was a northeastern viscounty that was much larger than North Pine Town, and they also possessed strong military power. Vivian thought that they would be afraid of her family, but she didn't get the reaction she wanted. What she met was everyone's disdainful gazes. House Paxley does not recognize you. A furious voice echoed. The crowd turned their heads toward the new group that had arrived. It was Baron Nathan. He had become much thinner in just a few days. His son, Theo, even had to support him since he had become extremely weak after not eating for several days. Vivian was stunned when she heard this familiar voice. Husband, help me. These people wrongly captured me. She cried pitifully. Nathan Paxley was disgusted by her poor acting. Enough. Do you think you can still fool me with your words? Vivian, I came here to watch you get punished for the crimes you have committed. His voice trembled with emotion. He still couldn't accept that he had been betrayed by his wife. Vivian was terrified. How could you be so heartless, Nathan? How could you do this to me? She screamed in a high-pitched voice. Nathan stared at her with a cold smile. You think I am the heartless one? After fooling around with that gigolo and sending people to assassinate my daughter, you still dare to utter nonsense? Shame on you. He spat a mouthful of saliva as if to mock her. He then looked at Alaric and cupped his fists. My lord, please proceed with the punishment. Hershey patted her father's back. He wasn't a perfect father, but he had provided her with everything that she needed. She felt hurt to see him in such a terrible state. Meanwhile, Vivian was still not done with her charade. She pointed to Leandro and shouted, Wait, it is not me. I was not the one who sent those assassins. It was him. It was solely his decision. It has nothing to do with me. Everyone felt even more disgusted when they heard this. Alaric had enough of her annoying voice, so he made a hand gesture to his subordinates and said, Make her shut up. A warrior took the initiative to do this task. He approached Vivian and forcefully shoved a piece of cloth in her mouth. Amen. Vivian tried to bite the warrior out of anger, but she failed. Pah! The warrior then gave her a resounding slap. Please stop causing trouble, my lady. My hand gets itchy when I see something annoying. Vivian couldn't believe that a lowly warrior would actually dare to lay a hand on her. She was furious, but she didn't dare make a noise anymore. She just glared at the warrior. On the other hand, Leandro looked listless. He didn't even say anything when Vivian tried to push all the blame on him. It was as if he had completely given up. The warriors dragged them to the center of the stage where a pole was being erected. Lord Nathan, what do you think is a fitting punishment for these two sinners? Alaric stared deeply at the Baron. He wanted to know the extent of Nathan Paxley's determination. The Baron narrowed his eyes and replied with a cold voice. They must be burned to death. There was no hesitation in his voice. Hearing this, Alaric's lips curved upward. What a coincidence! I thought so too. He had prepared this metal pole for this very reason. He just didn't expect that Nathan Paxley was actually ruthless enough to make this decision. Is anyone against this punishment? Alaric scanned the crowd, his gaze momentarily stopping on Theo and Hershey. To his surprise, the two didn't seem to have a strong reaction. Since there are no objections, tie up the criminals. Alaric instructed his subordinates. The warriors immediately tied the adulterous couple to the metal pole. Vivian squirmed vigorously with a pleading look on her face. However, no one felt pity for her. Take out the cloth from her mouth. I want to hear her screams. Alaric's words made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. He said it in a calm tone, but they could sense his fury. A warrior approached Vivian and took out the cloth from her mouth. Wait. Please give me a chance to explain. I want to write a letter to my family. Alaric, I promise to give you anything that you want. Just release me, please. I am begging you. Vivian hadn't given up. She begged for mercy with a remorseful voice, but her pleading fell on deaf ears. At this moment, the warriors threw dried firewood around the pole while the crowd watched with cold faces. Seeing that her pleas were useless, Vivian's expression darkened. Alaric, you will pay for this. My house Harrison will never forgive you. My son, Liam, will avenge me, she shouted in a sharp, high-pitched voice. Alaric remained calm and indifferent in the face of her threats. With an arm over Austin's shoulder, he whispered, Sir Austin, watch what happens when you make an enemy out of me. Austin's knees almost buckled when he heard his words. Alaric made another hand gesture. Right after he made the signal, a warrior spread flammable oil on the firewood, and he even splashed some of the oil on Vivian and Leandro. Austin heard Alaric's amused laughter as he watched this scene. A demon. He is definitely a demon. I will never go near him again. Never. Burn them, Alaric shouted. As his words fell, another warrior threw a lit torch toward the firewood. The firewood was lit ablaze, creating a furious flame. Vivian's screams echoed as the fire slowly burned her flesh. Help me. Help. News about Vivian's death spread like wildfire. She was a noble lady, someone with a high status. However, this didn't save her from receiving a brutal punishment from Alaric. This made everyone feel afraid of offending Alaric and House Silversword. The family heads of the northern houses repeatedly warned their children not to offend Hershey Paxley or anyone from House Silversword. Some even added it as a rule in their household. This news also reached the ears of Liam Paxley. How dare you, Alaric? I'm going to kill you one day. I promise you. Liam's eyes burned with hatred. He burned the letter he got from his subordinates and took a moment of silence to calm down. His newly established alliance might be powerful in Riverwake, but compared to House Silversword, he knew there was still a huge difference. Furthermore, the alliance was subdivided into multiple factions, so there was still a lot of work to do. Liam stood up and walked toward the mirror to take a look at his own reflection. He had become more mature, and his facial scar made him look thuggish. He had also gained some muscles from the constant physical training. Someone familiar with him might not be able to recognize him anymore. He had become an entirely different person. The next step of my plan is to buy a noble title from a fallen nobility, he muttered. His current identity was that of a criminal, so there were plenty of things that he couldn't do in broad daylight. If he had a noble title, things would be a lot easier for him. He also wouldn't need to hide himself once he got a new identity, which means that he would be free to roam around again. He turned around and walked toward the cabinet to get a certain document. Written on this piece of document was the information of a fallen barony. Tyler Household. Liam rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. What would be a good name for me? He couldn't use his real name anymore, and his current moniker was too vulgar for his taste. After a few seconds of silence, Liam's eyes lit up. Male Tyler. Soon afterward, his laughter echoed inside the room. Meanwhile, somewhere in the northeast, there was a city known for its high coal production, Copperglade. The coal that everyone in the north used mostly came from this city. Two families controlled the coal industry in Copperglade, House Harrison, and the merchant family, House Keller. In terms of annual profits, House Harrison was way ahead compared to its main competitor, which is House Keller. This was because House Harrison had extended its business to other parts of the empire, whereas House Keller mostly focused on the northern market. At this moment, a heated discussion was taking place inside the meeting room of House Harrison. My lord, this is a direct slap to our faces. How dare that little bastard, Alaric, kill a descendant of House Harrison? We cannot let this go. We must do something about this, or our household will be mocked by the northern houses. I agree with them, my lord. Alaric did something unforgivable. If we remain silent, others might say that we are afraid of them. So what if they have 3 Transcendent Knights? Although we only have 1 Transcendent Knight, Sir Treston is ranked 18th in the Astanian Dragon leaderboard. Lucas might be powerful, but he cannot go out of his territory all the time. As for the other 2 Transcendents they had just recently advanced. Are you sure they only have 3 Transcendents? For what I heard, they have 4. Who cares if they have 4? We could just ask our allies for some military support. It was getting out of control, so the family head of House Harrison, Darvin Harrison, had to intervene. Silence, he shouted in a commanding tone. Everyone immediately turned silent upon hearing the old man's voice. Darvin Harrison wasn't a warrior, but he had developed a commanding aura after being a viscount for several decades. His back was still straight like a sword, even though he was already in his 70s. House Silversword only has 3 transcendents, including Lucas. However, I heard that the former commander of Vale's armed guards had recently advanced to transcendent because of House Silversword's help. Yes, I'm talking about William. Darvin looked at everyone's faces and continued. Although he hadn't sworn his allegiance to House Silversword, William had always answered their call. This means that they have 4 transcendents on their side. The only advantage we have over them is we have a higher number of elite knights and knights. Our warriors are also equipped with armor made from the central region. However, he paused and squinted his eyes. In front of absolute power, this is meaningless. Everyone took a deep breath. They didn't want to accept it, but they knew that House Silversword had already become a force to be reckoned with. A middle-aged man wearing battle armor slammed his hand on the table and shouted furiously, "My lord, I cannot accept this humiliation. That bastard killed my sister. I must take revenge." Everyone turned their gazes at this person. He was the eldest son of Viscount Darvin and the heir of House Harrison, Richard Harrison. This guy was already in his 50s, and he was also a strong warrior in the realm of elite knights. His martial power solidified his position as the heir of the household. Richard was the only one who would dare to speak like this in front of the Viscount. Darvin stared deeply at him and smiled coldly. "I did not say that we will not take revenge." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Richard raised an eyebrow and asked, "What I need to do, my lord? Just tell me." Darvin cleared his throat and replied with a strange smile. "Have you guys forgotten that Alaric's maternal grandfather lives in our city?" There was collective gasp of surprise when the people inside the meeting room heard his words. "My lord, are you talking about Anton Keller?" Someone asked. Darvin responded with a chuckle. "Who else? That guy's been trying to steal our clients from the central region. Isn't this a good opportunity to get rid of him? We just need to exaggerate it a bit to make the public feel that we're doing nothing wrong." "Brilliant. We might not be able to do something with House Silversword, but against a merchant family. What would they do to us?" "Ha ha ha. You are truly wise, my lord. Tell us your plan, my lord." Richard couldn't wait to hear the Viscount's schemes. Darvin leaned on his seat and crossed his arms. "Here is what we need to do." Inside Lucas' study, Baron Nathan came to visit to discuss something important with Lucas. "Please take your seat, my lord." Lucas offered Nathan a seat. "Thank you." Nathan nodded. After taking a seat, Nathan didn't waste any time with useless chit-chat and immediately stated his intention. "My lord, my house Paxley has faced big challenges in the past few months. Now that Vivian has been killed, many creditors have come to collect the money she had borrowed. It is embarrassing, but the amount she borrowed is not something that we can pay immediately. I compiled all the receipts here. Please take a look." He handed a few pieces of paper to Lucas, but the latter didn't take them. This made Nathan a bit nervous. "My lord." Lucas raised his hand and stopped him from speaking. He then responded in a calm voice. "You do not need to show me these documents, Lord Nathan. I trust in your credibility. If you need money, just tell me how much you need." Nathan was ecstatic. He had been worried all this time, and he was even prepared to lose some of his properties in exchange for his help, but it seemed like he was overthinking it. "Thank you, my lord." Lucas waved his hand. "There is no need to thank me, Lord Nathan. Besides, we will become a family soon. Let's talk about this later." He smiled and changed his sitting posture to a more comfortable one. "I would like to discuss our children's marriage." "Of course. The children's marriage is more important. Please tell me your thoughts on this, my lord." Nathan was more excited than him about this marriage. House Paxley was currently facing financial difficulties, but things would change after Hershey and Alaric's marriage. He could already imagine the future benefits they would receive. While the two were discussing their children's marriage, Alaric was having a serious conversation with his mother in the main hall. Hershey and Elena were also there, but only the former occasionally joined their conversation, while Elena was there to serve them tea. Alaric, I do not blame you for punishing Vivian, but your decision has thoroughly offended House Harrison, Maria remarked with a stern face. Alaric frowned. He had also thought of this before making that decision, but he was prepared for what was to come. I understand your concern, my lady. I know you are worried about grandfather, but you do not need to worry, my lady. I have already sent Sir Warwick and Sir Frederick to Copperlade. I have also sent word to our allies in the northeast to send military support to House Keller. He had received a tip from someone saying that they had seen Liam in Riverwake. He wanted to confirm this with his own eyes, and it just happened that Riverwake and Copperglade were quite close. He hadn't told his family about this information since there was a high chance that it wasn't true. Maria sighed when she saw her son's determined expression. Since you have already thought this through, I will not say anything more. Please trust me, my lady. I will not allow anyone to harm my grandfather, even if it is a viscount. Alaric spoke in a cold voice. Maria smiled and shook her head helplessly. Her son had become more mature in just a few months. She could still remember him complaining because his physical training was too tiring. You should go and bring Hershey somewhere special. I recommend the Garden of Roses in Vale. That place is famous among couples. Your father had even brought me there, she suggested. She wanted her son to forget about the matters of the household temporarily and focus his attention on his soon-to-be wife. Hearing this, Hershey blushed in embarrassment, but there was also a trace of expectation in her eyes. She had been there before, but she had only brought her personal maidservant at that time, so she didn't quite enjoy the place. However, things would be entirely different if she went there with Alaric. While she was excitedly thinking about what they would do in the Garden of Roses, she suddenly noticed the unusual expression on Elena's face. She gently grabbed Elena's arm and said, "Why don't we bring Elena with us? I'm sure it will be more fun with her." Maria was taken aback. She didn't expect her to suggest this. She thought that Hershey would be annoyed with Elena, but from the looks of it, things were completely different than she had imagined. But my lady, Elena hesitated. She understood Hershey's good intentions, but she was embarrassed to tag along with them. Hershey gently squeezed her hand as she smiled at her. You do not need to be embarrassed, Elena. You will also be married to Alaric soon. Isn't this a good opportunity for us three to have fun together? Seeing her hesitation, Alaric chimed in. Hershey is right, Elena. It would be a pity if you missed the Garden of Roses. I heard that it is such a beautiful place. Elena was silent for a moment, but when she saw their encouraging faces, she nodded helplessly. All right, I will go with you. Great. You will not regret it, Elena. I promise you. Hershey was happy that she had accepted her request. You guys should go and prepare for the trip. Alaric felt that this was a nice change of pace. He had been in constant fear since his regression, so this might be a good chance for him to relax. Alaric took an impromptu trip to the Garden of Roses with Elena and Hershey. To ensure their safety, he thought of bringing Butch and Galliner with him. However, the former looked so scary that his presence alone made Elena and Hershey uncomfortable. In the end, Alaric decided to bring Franklin instead. This guy was a former slave warrior, so Alaric wanted to bring him somewhere peaceful to expand his horizons. Alaric also brought some of the new knight apprentices as escort warriors. Rasmus, you were once a resident of Vale. Have you been to the Garden of Roses? Asked Wolf, the youngest knight apprentice in the group. Rasmus shook his head and replied with a bitter smile. How can I afford to visit such a wonderful place? I spent most of my time helping with the chores in the orphanage. I see. No wonder the kids in the orphanage like you the most. Wolf chuckled. That's true. Those kids. While they were chatting, the people behind them were unusually quiet. This was because Aaliyah was giving them the death stare. She wasn't fond of idle chit-chat, and she held strong aversion toward the opposite gender. Because of her personality, they had given her nicknames like Thorny Flower, Fiery Tigress, etc. The only man that she looked up to was her sword instructor and her savior, Alaric. Aaliyah secretly harbored affection toward him, but she felt that she didn't deserve him because she was someone who had been defiled before. Furthermore, a dreadful scar had been inflicted on her beautiful face. For these reasons, she chose to bury her feelings and focused on improving her swordsmanship to be more useful to Alaric. Aaliyah turned her head and took a glance at the carriage, but she quickly averted her gaze. At this moment, Franklin, who was in front of the entourage, suddenly raised his hand and stopped everyone from marching. "What is going on, Sir Franklin?" Rasmus asked while staring at him with his eyebrows furrowed. Franklin narrowed his eyes as he replied, "There are people approaching us, and there seems to be a lot of them. Go and report the situation to Lord Alaric." Hearing this, Rasmus nodded his head. "Yes, sir." He pulled the reins of his horse and urged it to march toward the carriage. He then cupped his fists while facing the carriage door and reported, "My lord, there is a group headed in our direction. What are your orders?" "I know." Alaric's response came immediately. "Just tell everyone not to make a fuss. Those people are not enemies. They're just traders, slave traders to be exact." He added, "Slave traders?" Rasmus' face darkened upon hearing this. He had a bad experience with these people when he was still in the orphanage. They had repeatedly tried to get their hands on the children. They even went as far as to threaten them to fulfill their goals. If it weren't for William, some of his younger siblings might have been forcibly taken by those people. Thinking about this, Rasmus almost failed to hold back his anger. He took a deep breath to calm down before he acknowledged Alaric's instructions. "Yes, my lord." After Rasmus left, Alaric looked at Hershey and Elena with a serious expression as he said, "Whatever you see later, do not feel burdened by it. There are things in this world that we cannot change no matter how strong we have become." The two ladies felt nervous when they heard his mysterious words. "All right," Hershey replied, while Elena simply nodded her head. A moment later, they finally crossed paths with the slave traders, and there were familiar faces among them. "My lord," the slave trader introduced himself as a merchant named Roy. "He says he is from Harrow. He wants to speak with you." Rasmus reported. Alaric frowned. He didn't want to meet this person again, but it seemed like the guy was still the same man he had seen back then. "Tell him to wait." "Yes, my lord." "Roy, who would have thought that I would see you again?" Alaric told the ladies to remain inside before he stepped out of the carriage. This was because he saw the goods that Roy had brought with him. If the ladies saw them, they might feel uncomfortable. "Oh my, we meet again, my lord. Fate is truly fascinating, isn't it?" The fat merchant, Roy, approached him with a surprised face. So the person I met back then was actually the famous rising star, Alaric's silver sword. He had never forgotten the deal he made with this young warrior. Alaric had exchanged a fatal-grade beast soul crystal for a few slaves. It was a deal that brought him a lot of profit. "Indeed. I wonder where you are headed this time, Sir Roy. Will it be all right for you to disclose this information?" Alaric probed with a faint smile. This direction only led to North Pine Town, but he wanted to confirm this from Roy's mouth. Roy gulped nervously when he sensed the underlying message behind his inquiry. He squeezed out a smile as he replied, "To tell you the truth, we are heading to North Pine Town." He noticed Alaric raising an eyebrow when he mentioned this, so he quickly added, "But you can rest assured, my lord, we are not heading there to do some shady things. I have a client who requested to do the trade in your town, but I hope that you won't ask me their name, my lord. I can't disclose any information about my clients, even if it's you." Hearing this, Alaric was amused. This was Roy telling him that he had someone backing him up. "I see. I respect you for protecting the privacy of your clients." Alaric was no longer interested in prolonging their conversation, but before he could excuse himself, Roy said, "It was destiny that brought us once more, my lord. Why don't you check my goods? I'm sure you will like them." "Ha ha ha. You see, I brought a special product with me, my lord," Roy whispered with a broad smile. Alaric frowned, feeling somewhat annoyed, but he decided to play along with him. "Fine, but I am in a hurry, so let us get going. I will make the introductions quick, my lord. I guarantee that you won't regret it." Roy eagerly brought him to the slave wagons to show off his goods. He noticed the elite knight leading Roy's escort warrior. It was the same warrior he had seen back then when he purchased Fredrin from Roy. The elite knight seemed to have noticed his gaze and turned his head to him. "It's him. This is the entourage of House Silversword. Does this mean he is Alaric?" He had also reached the same conclusion as Roy. It wasn't that difficult to guess Alaric's identity, since House Silversword only had one heir. He immediately cupped his fist to Alaric to show his respect. Seeing this, Alaric smiled and nodded to him. The elite knight wasn't offended by this simple response, for this was how nobles usually respond to someone. Some of the arrogant nobles even ignore people like him who do escort jobs. "My lord, what do you think of these goods? I only brought women this time, since my client requested this. Most of these women are commoners, but there are two of them who came from a merchant family. You see those young ladies over there? Their father became addicted to gambling, and he lost all his wealth, so he sold off his daughters to pay off his debts." Roy's tone was filled with disdain when he mentioned the father of the two poor ladies. Alaric looked at the two women he was referring to. Both of them had coppery auburn hair and light hazel eyes. The older one looked to be in her mid-20s. She was quite tall, and her figure was impressive in certain areas. She was a looker too. On the other hand, the younger one looked like someone in her late teens. She was shorter than her elder sister by half a foot. Unlike her sister, who had a valiant appearance, she was more feminine. She had freckles on her face, and she wore a white dress, which was a stark contrast to her sister, who wore battle armor. While Alaric was staring at them, Roy's voice drifted into his ears. "The older one is a knight, and the younger one is a one-ringed beast soulmaster. Impressive, right?" Alaric had also sensed the aura of the two women. He didn't make a thorough check on the slave wagons, so he failed to detect them earlier. He felt tempted to buy them, but he was afraid that Hershey and Elena might misunderstand him. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a soft exclamation from the carriage. He immediately turned his head. He saw Elena and Hershey poking their heads out of the carriage window. "You too," Alaric sighed. A moment later, they stepped out of the carriage. Hershey wore a gloomy look on her face, while Elena nervously followed her. "I didn't want you to see this," Alaric said in a helpless tone. He was worried that they would feel uncomfortable upon seeing all these slave women. Hershey shook her head and responded with a serious voice. "I will be fine. Also, it is not Elena's fault. She only followed me here. I am not blaming anyone here." Alaric noticed that she didn't react much after seeing the slaves. From the looks of it, she must have seen such cases in Rivad too. On the other hand, Elena looked uneasy as she observed the women inside the slave wagon. "You do not need to worry about me, Alaric." Hershey smiled gently at him. While they were conversing, Roy squinted his eyes. "This noble woman should be Lord Alaric's fiancée, Hershey Paxley. She is indeed as beautiful as the rumors say." He dared not look at her for too long to avoid being misunderstood. He might have a protector, but he didn't want to carelessly offend Alaric and House Silversword. "Sir Roy, this is my fiancée, Hershey Paxley. I'm sure you have heard of her." Alaric's voice drifted into his ears, pulling him from his stray thoughts. Roy put on a surprised look. "Oh my, what a great honor to see you, my lady. My name is Roy, a merchant from Harrow." Hershey didn't give much of a response and just nodded her head. It was obvious from her expression that she didn't have a good impression of this slave trader. "I would like to buy all those women from you, Sir Roy. Please name your price," Hershey suddenly said, making everyone feel surprised. "Hershey?" Alaric raised an eyebrow, but he decided to wait and see what she was up to. Roy was taken aback. It took him a few seconds to gather his thoughts. He gave Hershey an apologetic look as he replied, "I'm sorry, my lady, but I can't sell all of these women to you. As I have told Lord Alaric, most of these women will be sold to an old client of mine. I hope you understand my situation." This, Hershey hesitated. She could already guess what those women would experience once they fell into someone's hands. She turned her gaze to Alaric and asked, "Is there really no other way to help them?" Alaric sighed helplessly. She had a gentle heart. She was just like what he had remembered about her from his past life. He looked at Roy and asked, "How much is your client willing to pay for those women?" Roy frowned and hesitated for a moment before he replied, "Including those two red-haired siblings, my client is willing to pay 2,500 gold coins." Alaric wasn't surprised by the price. The amount was within his expectations. The reason for the high value was the red-haired siblings. Just the two of them alone should be worth 2,000 gold coins. This is already a discounted price. To be honest, The price would be more expensive if I sell them in the central region. Roy added, female slaves were more expensive when sold to the right people. Many depraved nobles would be willing to pay a lot of money to get their hands on these women, especially the younger and more beautiful ones. How about this? I will give you 10 fatal-grade beast soul crystals in exchange for those women. Alaric had a huge surplus of beast soul crystals, and he had habitually brought a few of them, since they were much easier to carry than bringing loads of gold coins. 10 beast soul crystals? Roy's mouth went agape when he heard this ridiculous offer. The cheapest piece of beast soul crystal could be sold for 500 gold coins. 10 such crystals were worth over 5,000 gold coins. Is House Silversword already this rich? They must have gotten these crystals from the orc raid more than a month ago. The price Alaric had quoted was more than double what his client was willing to pay. Can I see the beast soul crystals first before I make my decision? Roy tried to remain calm, but he couldn't hide the look of greed in his eyes. Alaric sent Hershey a sneaky thumbs up before he replied to Roy. No problem. He then sent a signal to Rasmus. The latter was nearby, so he had heard their conversation. When Alaric gave him a signal, he immediately understood his lord's intentions. After a while, Rasmus handed a small sack to Alaric. My lord. Thank you. Alaric tossed the sack to Roy, who caught it with trembling hands. The fat merchant opened the sack and inspected the beast soul crystals inside. These aren't beast soul crystals from orcs. This texture, this color. I'm pretty sure these are beast soul crystals of goblin warriors. He narrowed his eyes, but he didn't dare probe where Alaric had gotten these crystals. These are indeed fatal-grade beast soul crystals. Are you really willing to pay this much for those women, my lord? He looked at Alaric dubiously. Do I look like I am joking? Alaric frowned. No, please don't misunderstand, my lord. I only want to confirm it. Roy laughed awkwardly. So what is your decision, Sir Roy? Alaric stared deeply at him. Roy took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a moment while contemplating his answer. 10 beast soul crystals. This is more than what those women are worth. I can't let this slip by. After a full minute of silence, he opened his eyes. I have decided, my lord. I accept your offer. Hearing this, Alaric's lips curved upward. Good. You made a great decision, Sir Roy. He tapped the fat merchant's shoulder, which almost made the latter fall to the ground. Damn, this guy is too strong. Is this the strength of an elite knight? Does this mean he can kill me with a single slap if he wants to? Roy shook his head and removed the unnecessary thoughts from his mind. My lord, thank you for doing business with me. You have given me more than what I need, so you can get the slave wagons as a bonus. Amen. Alaric was pleased. This guy was indeed an experienced merchant. He knew how to make his clients feel happy. The only problem was he was too greedy for money. These are the keys, my lord. It is labeled, so it won't be difficult for you to unlock the chains on those women. Roy handed him a set of keys. Alaric took the keys from him and handed them to Rasmus. Remove the shackles on those women. Yes, my lord. Rasmus nodded. Before he left to do his task, he sent Roy a glare. Roy didn't mind the look he was given. He was already used to this. He had even received numerous death threats, but he had overcome all those problems. Seeing that Alaric was no longer interested in chatting with him, Roy took this as his cue to leave. He bowed to Alaric. I won't disturb you any further, my lord. I shall take my leave now. Please excuse me. Alaric nodded and waved his hand indifferently. Be careful on your way back, Sir Roy. I will, my lord. Roy chuckled. He then went back to his carriage and instructed his group to set off. After they left, Alaric's subordinates freed the women from their shackles. However, none of the women expressed gratitude. Instead, they stared at their new lord with fear and numbness. Thank you for accepting my unreasonable request. Hershey looked at Alaric with gratitude. There weren't plenty of men who would be willing to pay 5,000 gold coins to save a bunch of female slaves. Alaric gently held her hand and smiled. There is no need to thank me, but what do you plan to do with those women? If you set them free, some of them might be captured by slave traders again. He reminded her with a stern look. Hershey nodded. I know. How about you let them work in your estate? I will handle everything if you give me your approval. She nervously observed his reaction. House Paxley was still in financial crisis, so she couldn't bring these women to their estate. Giving jobs to these women would cost a lot of money, so this was another unreasonable request. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Alaric embraced her when he saw her expression. There is no need to feel embarrassed, Hershey. We will be family soon, and I am certain that you can help me manage our family's business with your skills. Do you trust me that much? Hershey muttered. Of course. Alaric replied without hesitation. In his past life, Hershey was the main reason why House Silversword didn't fall despite its terrible financial situation. She used her wits to revive the family's businesses, and she did all that with limited resources too. While they were chatting, Rasmus approached them and reported, "My lord, one of the female slaves wants to speak with you." Alaric raised an eyebrow. When he turned his head, he saw a tall and valiant woman standing behind Rasmus. It was the older one of the two red-haired siblings. She looked nervous, but she gathered her courage to stare at Alaric. "What is your name?" Alaric asked with a calm tone. Rasmus immediately stepped back to give them room to speak. The red-haired lady lowered her head and responded, "My lord, my name is Lina G. Just call me Lina, my lord." Alaric noticed that she didn't want to use her family name, but this was understandable. They had been abandoned by their father and were even sold off to pay off his gambling debts. "Do you want to use appraisal on the selected target?" "Yes, no." Alaric wanted to see her stats, so he clicked yes. Lina Gillings Knight, EXP, 401 of 500. Potential, B. Traits, swordsmanship, D. Close combat, D. Archery, E. Hunting, E. Horseback riding, D. Dagger mastery, F. Poison mastery, F. Strength, 84. Stamina, 82. Agility, 90. Vitality, 71. Endurance, 77. Mana, 56. For a knight, her stats were above average. Her attributes were just a bit weaker than Aldrin's, but compared to most knights, she was already better and younger too. Dame Lina, what do you want to tell me? She was more powerful than he had anticipated, so Alaric was willing to hear her thoughts. Lina kneeled before him and pleaded, "My lord, I am willing to offer you my body, but please let go of my sister." Hershey and Elena gasped at her words. Alaric didn't expect her to make this request. He shook his head and replied in a calm voice, "Your worries are unnecessary. I do not plan on enslaving you girls. If you do not mind, how about working for me instead, as free people? You will be given salary, accommodation, and even rest days. What do you think?" Hearing this, Lina was flabbergasted. She was already prepared to use her purity in exchange for her sister's freedom. Alaric's response was outside her expectations. "My lord, do you mean it?" she asked in a quivering tone. This man had already bought them from the slave trader, but he was actually giving them the choice to work as free people. She had never seen an unusual noble like him before. "I accept your offer, my lord. I want to work for you. Thank you very much." She couldn't help but sob. She had been worried about her sister's fate all this time. Alaric smiled and went to help her stand up. "Dame Lina, we will talk about your contract later. For now, please help me convince those women. My offer also applies to them." Lina widened her eyes. She thought that he was only giving them special treatment because they were more useful, but it turned out that the man before her was more noble than she had thought. "Right away, my lord." When Lina informed the women about Alaric's offer, they were overjoyed. They had already mentally prepared themselves to be abused, but it seemed like Aru had other plans for them. Some girls even kneeled before Alaric to express their gratitude, but he quickly helped them up. "My lord, this is my younger sister, Emma." Lina eagerly introduced her younger sister to Alaric. Emma lowered her head. It could be seen that she was still wary of him. It was probably her distrust towards strangers, but Alaric didn't mind this. "Just call me Emma, my lord." Alaric nodded with a faint smile. "All right, Emma. Do you want to use appraisal on the selected target?" "Yes, no." Alaric clicked yes. Emma Gillings, one-ringed B Soul Master. EXP, 7 out of 500. Potential, A. Integrated monster trait. Photographic memory, B. Traits, business management, B. Horseback riding, F. Quick learner, A. Archery, C. Swordsmanship, F. Strength, 15. Stamina, 11. Agility, 14. Vitality, 19. Endurance, 12. Mana, 190. Alaric was a bit disappointed when he saw her attributes. Her mana was definitely high, but the rest of her attributes were ridiculously low for a one-ringed Bee Soul Master. She has business management and quick learner traits, so she can help me manage the new businesses we started. He had been searching for someone with a good talent for business. He did find a few people with the business management trait, but all of them already had affiliations. Now, he had finally discovered the person he was looking for. What kind of work do you want to do? Alaric probed while looking at the young girl. Emma hesitated upon hearing this. She didn't respond immediately and looked at her sister to seek her advice. Seeing this, Lina gave her an encouraging look. Emma turned her gaze back to Alaric and said, "My lord, I can handle administrative tasks. That's what I did back home." She sounded hurt when she mentioned home. I see. Alaric didn't give much of a reaction. He already somewhat expected this answer from her when he saw her traits. The red-haired siblings nervously observed his reaction. They were worried that Alaric would place Emma in the army because of her identity. That works too. It just happens that I need someone to help me manage my businesses. We will talk about this again later, since I cannot bring you ladies with me to Vale. Alaric's words made the siblings feel relieved. Thank you, my lord. Emma bowed her head gratefully. Alaric simply smiled. After taking care of the women, he instructed Franklin and a few warriors to escort them back to the estate. The groups separated soon afterward. One headed back to North Pine Town, while the other one went to Vale. Inside the carriage, Alaric noticed Elena's gloomy face. "Are you all right, Elena?" he asked. Elena jolted upon hearing his voice. "It's nothing, my lord." She forced a smile. "I just think that I was lucky to meet you when I was still young. Otherwise, I would have experienced the same thing as those women did," she added. Hearing this, Hershey grabbed her shoulder and hugged her. She didn't say anything, but her warmth was enough to comfort Elena. Alaric was happy to see them getting closer. He didn't disturb them and just looked at the scenery outside the window. "Lina, are we really going to work for Lord Alaric from now on?" Emma whispered to her older sister. Lina shook her head and replied, "We have no choice. Besides, Lord Alaric isn't an evil man. I think we can trust him." Emma nodded in agreement. "That's true. He freed us and even offered us jobs. No other man would have done the same. If only our father was half as good as him." Her voice trailed off when she saw her elder sister giving her a cold gaze. "Don't mention that person again. Do you understand?" Emma shrank her neck as she replied with a hum. "Amen." While the two were chatting, someone's voice suddenly drifted into their ears. "You all are lucky to encounter Lord Alaric." The women turned their heads toward the person who had spoken. It was the dark-skinned warrior who seemed to be the leader of their escort team. Noticing their curious gazes, Franklin chuckled. "Just like you all, I was a slave. I was a gladiator, to be exact. I worked for a man named Dexter. He was the leader of an underground organization in Riverwake." Franklin didn't know why, but he suddenly felt like telling them about his story. Perhaps he saw his past from them, and it evoked his sympathy. The ladies were immersed in his story. No one expected that this respectable warrior was actually once a gladiator. This made them feel deep admiration for Alaric. "Lord Alaric is a capable leader and a kind man. I hope that you won't betray him. Otherwise, my blade will cut your neck," Franklin jokingly said. The women nervously laughed when they heard his words. They believed that he was capable of doing it. Lina tugged her younger sister's clothes and asked, "Emma, do you remember that mountain we discovered near Harrow?" "Of course." Emma raised an eyebrow when she mentioned this. "That's where we found those strange-looking flowers." Suddenly, she realized what her older sister was thinking. "Wait, don't tell me you are." Lina made a shushing gesture. She looked around them to make sure that no one was listening. "I'm thinking of reporting that discovery to Lord Alaric." Emma frowned. "But Lina, we don't even know if those flowers are valuable. If Lord Alaric goes there and finds out that it's not worth anything, he might think that we are untrustworthy." Lina leaned against the wagon and looked at the bright sky above them. The warriors had removed the metal bars from the slave wagons so she could now see the sky without any hindrance. Emma, this could be our chance to repay Lord Alaric. I will take full responsibility, she muttered with determination. The Garden of Roses was located within the territory of Baron Argus, in the district of Mileton. The trip this time was unplanned, but Argus still greeted them at the entrance of Mileton when he heard that they were coming. "Welcome to Mileton, my lord and my lady." The old baron welcomed them together with his adopted son and a few of his most trusted subordinates. "This is my adopted son, Terry. He is not a warrior, but he is very talented in business and managing the household. When I am not around, he does most of the administrative duties." The old baron proudly introduced his adopted son. It was a middle-aged man with curly brown hair. His looks weren't impressive, but he had a kind aura that would make one feel drawn to him. "I have heard a lot about you, my lord. It's an honor to finally meet you." Terry lowered his head. "Oh my, I didn't know that Lord Argus actually has someone as talented as you in his." The group exchanged greetings and some nice words. "My lord, can you tell me why you have come to my small territory?" Argus could no longer hold back his curiosity. Everyone glanced at Alaric, patiently waiting for his response. Alaric scratched his head, seemingly embarrassed, but he still told them the truth. "To tell you the truth, we came here to visit the Garden of Roses." Argus' face relaxed upon hearing this. "Oh, so it is because of that. You made a great decision, my lord. I do not want to boast, but Garden of Roses is considered one of the most popular tourist destinations in the Empire," he proudly remarked. "I am well aware of that." Alaric chuckled. He had never seen Argus this enthusiastic before. The old man gave them some information about the Garden of Roses which the public didn't know. He also told them which spots were the best for sightseeing. "Look at me and my manners," the old baron exclaimed apologetically. He was so excited that he didn't notice the time. "I will not disturb your visit any further, my lord. If you need anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Please enjoy your visit to the Garden of Roses." The group bid each other farewell before they separated. Argus was smart enough to give them the privacy they needed. Following them would only annoy Alaric, so he tactfully excused himself. "I didn't think Lord Argus could speak like that to someone." Hershey chuckled, unable to believe what she had witnessed. The old baron had visited Ryvad on multiple occasions, but he had never displayed such humility in front of her father. Alaric laughed and shook his head. "Please do not misunderstand him. Lord Argus may look strict, but he is a kind person." Hershey didn't agree or disagree with him. She only chuckled in response. The group took a short stop to a not-so-famous restaurant for a simple meal. They chose this place since it was relatively obscure and far from the noisy areas of the district. Hershey was wearing a veil to cover her face, but even though her face was covered, the crowd was still mesmerized by her presence. Her footsteps and her light movements were full of grace, making the men inside the restaurant fall into a trance. "Who is that young lady? I bet she is very beautiful. Man, look at that graceful movement. I guess she is from a noble house. Look at the young maid next to her. She is also cute. Hold on, I think I recognize those crests." One perceptive guest was shocked when he realized their identities. "I'm pretty sure that is the crest of House Paxley. As for the other one, that's definitely House Silversword. That young warrior with silvery white hair, that must be Lord Alaric." There was a commotion when the guests discovered their identities, but Alaric and the others ignored the crowd of onlookers. They booked a private room and ordered a bunch of dishes. While waiting for their food, Alaric and the two ladies went to the balcony of their room and observed the quiet street down below. "I wish every day would be as peaceful as today," Elena suddenly said with a sigh. Hershey patted her back and nodded in agreement. Alaric didn't want to dampen the mood, so he didn't say anything, but he knew it was impossible. The Empire was about to erupt into civil war, and the neighboring countries were eyeing them like vultures, waiting for the opportune moment to invade. Not to mention the vast unknown filled with untold dangers. Peace is difficult to achieve, but I promise that I will not allow anyone to harm you too. Alaric thought to himself. At this moment, there was a series of knocks on the door. "It must be our food." Alaric tapped their shoulders and asked the ladies to head back to their seats. The servers came in to serve their food. "Oh wow, The food looks amazing, Alaric exclaimed in surprise. He didn't expect much from the food here, since it was a relatively obscure restaurant. However, it seemed like he had underestimated their ability. Out of curiosity, he pulled one of the servers and asked, "Can you tell me who the owner is?" The server hesitated for a moment, but knowing Alaric's identity, he decided to tell him what he knew. "I'm not so sure about it, my lord. I only saw the owner once, and she was wearing a mask at that time. I don't even know her name." Alaric raised an eyebrow. There are only two reasons why someone would wear a mask. One is that they're trying to hide the scars on their faces. And the second reason is that they don't want their identities to be revealed. Alaric was intrigued by this information. He felt that there was something unusual about the owner. He tried to ask the other servers, but they all gave him the same response. Interesting. After eating their food, they stepped out of the private room and left the restaurant. Alaric turned around and looked at the restaurant signboard. Mystic Cloud? Even her naming sense sounds mysterious. "What's wrong, my lord?" Elena's voice drifted into his ears. Alaric smiled faintly. "Maybe we will revisit this place, so I want to remember its name." Elena didn't think much of his response, but Hershey seemed to have noticed the look of curiosity in his eyes. Alaric walked toward the carriage and made a this-way gesture. "Let us get going." The two ladies smiled and stepped inside the carriage. The next moment, the group left and headed to the Garden of Roses. Before they even arrived at their intended destination, they noticed an increase in the number of pedestrians. The road was also filled with carriages heading to the same location. "It truly deserves to be one of the best tourist attractions in the Empire," Alaric remarked as he looked at the drove of people walking along the streets. The two ladies nodded in agreement. Soon, they reached the end of the road, which was also the entrance to the Garden of Roses. Alaric sensed the presence of many powerful warriors in the vicinity. He even discovered an elite knight roaming around, ensuring the safety of the visitors. It looks like the officials of Vale put a lot of effort into maintaining the security here. There are also warriors from Lord Argus' household. The security was very tight. There were warriors patrolling in pairs every 100 meters. With the security of the place, even a big criminal organization would think twice before attacking this place. Alaric didn't bring the rest of the escort team inside the Garden of Roses. He only brought Galliner and left the others at the entrance to wait for them. Galliner didn't stay close to them. He followed them at a certain distance, just enough for him to react if something unexpected happened. "So, this is the Garden of Roses." Elena's eyes widened when he saw the vast expanse of colorful roses. It was so vast that she couldn't see the end of it. "From what I know, the first owner of this garden was from a common family." Hershey, the walking encyclopedia, displayed her knowledge once more. He planted 10,000 roses on the barren land near his home in memory of his late wife. The officials of the city were moved by his story, so they allowed him to use the barren land to plant more roses for his wife, which he did. As the years went by, the number of roses grew to 100,000. Alaric and Elena were engrossed by the story. The man's story made them realize that love could truly make someone do even the most impossible things. When the man died, his children continued his legacy. They turned the flower garden created by their father into a tourist spot, and that was how the Garden of Roses came to be. Hershey smiled after telling them this story. "Who owns the garden now?" Alaric asked. Hershey glanced at him and replied, "The garden is still owned by the original owner's family. The one who manages everything is his great-grandson, a man named..." Alaric and Elena asked her a few more questions, which she answered one by one. "How did you know all this information, my lady?" Elena stared at her with awe. Hershey was the next person she admired after Alaric. Looking at Elena's curious face, Hershey felt the urge to pinch her cheeks. "I have read about it in a book. If you want, I can give you that book." Teary-eyed, Elena rubbed her burning cheeks. "Ow, ow." While chuckling, Hershey patted Elena's head. "How about we read it together?" "Really?" Elena's eyes lit up. She wanted to be a knowledgeable lady like Hershey, so she was excited to hear this. Of course. Unknowingly, Alaric became a backdrop. He intentionally slowed down his pace, but the two ladies didn't even notice. With an awkward smile, Alaric shook his head. "I'm happy to see them getting along, But why do I feel like I'm not needed here? Thinking about this, he couldn't help but laugh in amusement. The trio spent almost 5 hours touring the Garden of Roses, and they only left when the sky was about to turn dark. Since it was already nighttime, the group decided to find a nearby inn. Coincidentally, they found a suitable accommodation near the restaurant called Mystic Cloud. The inn they found was only a few blocks away from the restaurant, which made it convenient since Alaric wanted to have dinner there. When Alaric's group arrived at the restaurant, the staff were startled. They didn't expect them to return for dinner. Alaric booked the same private room, but this time they ordered a different batch of dishes. A moment later, the staff came to the private room to serve their food. Surprisingly, the restaurant manager came with them. It was a middle-aged woman dressed in common attire. She didn't look impressive at first glance, but Alaric felt that there was something unusual about her. "My lord, I apologize for not greeting you so soon. I am the manager of this restaurant. You could just call me Barbara." The middle-aged restaurant manager bowed after introducing herself. "Do you want to use appraisal on the selected target?" "Yes, no." Alaric exchanged greetings with Barbara while secretly using his appraisal trait on her. Linda Barnley, Transcendent Knight, EXP, 3,721 of 5,000. Potential, B. Traits, close combat, A. Horseback riding, A. Hunting, A. Tracking, A. Disguise, S. Assassination, A. Camouflage, B. Torture, B. Chain mastery, S. Strength, 237. Stamina, 222. Agility, 250. Vitality, 160. Endurance, 150. Mana, 176. Barbara? Who do you think you're trying to fool here? Alaric was alarmed when he saw her attributes and traits. All her traits were focused on assassination, and she also had a strange weapon choice. There is actually someone who uses chains as a weapon? Alaric was stunned by her unusual weapon choice, but what made him even more surprised was her high mastery of this weapon. Linda Barnley. Who the hell is this woman? Alaric tried to remember all the warriors in the Astanian Dragon leaderboard, but he couldn't remember anyone with the same name as her. How is this possible? The Imperial family was the one who managed the ranking in the Astanian Dragon leaderboard. They had a huge network of information, and practically everything that happened in the Empire was reported to them. Then, how did this woman remain undiscovered all this time? Disguise. It must be this trait. Alaric tried to remain calm as he interacted with the restaurant manager. The only thing that made him feel safe was Galliner's presence. If he wasn't here, Alaric wouldn't have dared to have a casual conversation with this suspicious woman. Alaric took a subtle glance at Galliner and saw that he was staring intently at the middle-aged woman. Galliner must have sensed her strength too. Alaric took a deep breath. If she is hiding her identity, why did she come out to see me and risk exposing herself? Alaric had so many questions, but he knew that it wasn't the right time to ask. While he was immersed in his thoughts, the restaurant manager handed him a jade box. "This is a gift from the owner, my lord. She wanted to give it to you in person, but she is occupied by some matters, so she asked me to send it to you instead." Alaric was taken aback. He absent-mindedly took the jade box. He only regained his senses when he saw what was inside. Inside the jade box was an intricately crafted piece of jewelry. It was a bracelet meticulously decorated with many valuable gemstones. Furthermore, Alaric also discovered that it was a relic-level item engraved with an ability. Upon seeing the look of surprise on his face, the middle-aged woman chuckled. "You have guessed it right, my lord. That is a relic engraved with a healing ability." Alaric and Hershey were shocked, while Elena revealed a look of confusion. "This is too valuable. How could I accept this gift?" Alaric suddenly felt the bracelet getting heavier in his hand. Why would a stranger give him a relic? Was it to bootlick him? No, Alaric wasn't foolish enough to believe that it was the case. He felt that there was an underlying reason, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The middle-aged woman who had introduced herself as the restaurant owner waved her hand anxiously. "Please accept it, my lord. Otherwise, the owner might punish me." She revealed a troubled look. Alaric was almost convinced by her acting. If he hadn't seen her attributes, he might have been fooled by her. "Then can you tell who she is?" He probed. The restaurant manager's face suddenly turned serious. She stared deeply at him and shook her head. I cannot answer that, my lord. Please forgive me. Alaric frowned. What is going on here? My lord, I know you have many questions, but the time is not ripe yet. The truth will eventually be revealed, the restaurant manager said, her face looking serious. Alaric was so confused by her cryptic words that he didn't know how to respond. If you encounter a problem that you can't solve, please find me here. I will do my best to help you. The restaurant manager didn't wait for his response and stood up. She then excused herself and left without turning back. After she left, Galliner immediately came to his side and whispered, My lord, that woman is a transcendent knight. I know, Alaric replied with an absent-minded look. He was still processing everything that had happened. She also disguised herself, so that was definitely not her real face, Galliner added with certainty in his tone. Alaric nodded. He saw Linda's traits, so he also believed that the face she showed earlier was only a disguise. Do you want me to investigate her background? Galliner asked. Alaric hesitated for a moment before he shook his head. Whoever she is working for, I do not think they have bad intentions, so let us just leave them be. However, I want you to send a few warriors to watch the restaurant, and they must report to me if they discover anything significant. Galliner acknowledged his command with a nod. Yes, my lord. The food was great, but Alaric wasn't able to enjoy the taste because his mind was occupied with different things. As they headed back to the inn, Hershey held his hand and asked, Is there anything wrong? You look like you have a lot on your mind. Alaric glanced at her and smiled faintly. It is nothing serious. I am just wondering who sent me this bracelet. He showed her the bracelet he got from the restaurant manager. Hershey looked at the bracelet and replied, You mentioned earlier that this is a relic. Why would someone who hasn't met you give you something that valuable? This was also bugging her, and she felt that everything was suspicious. Alaric shook his head. I have no idea. The group arrived at the inn a moment later. The ladies were tired from the trip, so they rested early after a short conversation. Meanwhile, Alaric couldn't sleep because of what had happened. He paced around his room, thinking of all the people he had met in his past life. However, no one seemed to match the person who had sent him the bracelet. Just who could it be? The next morning, Alaric was awoken by the knocking on his door. He opened his tired eyes and realized that it was already morning. When he gathered his senses, he found out that he had slept on the chair. Alaric stood up and cracked his muscles, which had turned stiff from the bad sleeping posture. Wait a moment, he said as he headed to the door. Creak. Standing behind the door was Elena. My lord, it's almost time for breakfast. Lady Hershey didn't want me to disturb your sleep, so I didn't come to wake you up. Alaric was surprised. So, it is already that late? You guys must have waited for me. I am sorry. He gently brushed Elena's hair with an apologetic smile on his face. I slept late last night because of what happened at the restaurant. Alaric sighed as he followed Elena downstairs. The group ate breakfast together. After eating, they left the inn and headed to Argus' estate to bid him farewell. This was his territory after all, so it wouldn't be good to leave right away without informing him. The old baron welcomed them with open arms, and he invited him to visit his mansion. Alaric wasn't in a hurry to leave, so he accepted his invitation. How was your trip to Garden of Roses, my lord? Argus asked as he brought them to his study room. It was great. It truly deserves to be one of the best tourist spots in the Empire. Alaric exclaimed. That is good. This is my study. Argus led them inside his study. He proudly introduced the paintings he had pasted on the wall. Alaric wasn't an expert on this, so he only gave the old baron some praise. Luckily, Hershey was there to save him. She eagerly discussed with the old baron regarding the paintings. She was very well read about their history, and she could even tell who had painted them without Argus having to say anything. The old baron was full of praise for her knowledge. They talked about this for a good 30 minutes before Alaric found a right time to ask him something. Lord Argus, do you know anything about the restaurant, Mystic Cloud? Argus' face turned serious when he mentioned this name. He told his servants to leave before he replied. They have not been here for long, my lord. He took a short pause and leaned forward closer to Alaric. They constructed the restaurant a few years ago. Their business was very successful, and they managed to get many people to try their food. We lost a lot of profit from the restaurant business because of them, so I sent my people to investigate them. However, his expression suddenly turned cold. The people I sent returned with injuries. I did not give up on the investigation, so I sent stronger warriors, but the same thing happened to them. That time, the people at the restaurant sent me a letter telling me not to investigate them again. Alaric wasn't surprised by this. They had a transcendent knight as a restaurant manager, so it wasn't surprising for a group of knights to be beaten up. I was furious when I received that letter, so I sent 2 of my elite knights together with 20 warriors to cause trouble. But you know what happened? The old baron revealed a look of helplessness when he mentioned this. The 2 elite knights I sent were beaten up, while the warriors who had followed them were thrown out of the restaurant naked. Alaric almost laughed when he heard this. Knowing the old baron, he must have been worked up at that time. Since then, I no longer sent my people to investigate the restaurant, but I did something to make them lose a lot of customers. This time, the old baron chuckled with a victorious look. Alaric finally understood why Mystic Cloud had few customers despite their food being so good. It turned out that it was actually the handiwork of the old baron. So you do not know anything about the owner. Alaric was a bit disappointed, but he didn't show it to his face. Argus shook his head helplessly. I gave up on knowing who the owner is after I failed to investigate them 3 times. Alaric no longer asked him anything about the restaurant. They talked for another hour about random topics before Alaric bid him farewell. The group didn't leave Vale immediately. It had been a long time since Alaric last visited the orphanage, so he decided to give them a visit. Meanwhile, in the capital city, Kadara stood a glorious castle that towered over all the other buildings. It was sitting on top of a hill, surrounded by tall walls that served as shields to prevent unwanted people from entering. The castle was protected by powerful warriors, so even if there were intruders, they would be dealt with immediately. At this moment, a black falcon descended on the castle, somehow evading the perception of the guards. However, this was no ordinary bird, but a disaster-grade monster. The black falcon gracefully landed on an open window of one of the over 100 rooms in the castle. "Knighty, you are back." A charming and melodious voice echoed from inside the room. The black falcon revealed a tamed look upon hearing this voice. It made a soft chirping sound as it flew in. A blonde-haired woman dressed in a red dress with gold highlights raised her fragile left arm for the bird to land on. "Be careful. You might leave a scratch on me again," she told the bird as she imbued mana into her arm. The falcon made a sound of protest, making the woman chuckle in amusement. She noticed that there was a letter attached to the falcon's leg. "It seems like Linda has fulfilled her mission." She smiled as she took the letter and unrolled it. The blonde-haired woman read the contents of the letter and was relieved upon reading what was written. "I'm sure Her Highness will be happy to see this." She rolled the letter and put it inside her pocket. "Knighty, how about you follow me somewhere? I need to send this letter to someone." The black falcon tilted its head with a look of confusion. The blonde-haired woman chuckled. "You cannot disobey me anyway." She stepped out of her room and headed to the topmost floor of the castle. More warriors were patrolling this floor, and their auras made the blonde-haired woman feel nervous. She stopped in front of the last door, where 2 warriors were standing guard. The pressure they exuded was so intense that even the disaster-grade black falcon revealed a look of fear. "What business do you have here, Your Highness?" One of the warriors spoke. The blonde-haired woman furrowed her eyebrows and replied with an annoyed tone. "I just came here to visit my aunt. Is there anything wrong with that?" "You have 30 minutes, Your Highness." The 2 warriors stared at each other before they allowed her to enter. The blonde-haired woman snorted as she entered the room. Upon stepping in, she saw a woman with long white hair standing by the window with a melancholic face. "Aunt," she called out. The white-haired woman turned around and smiled. "Hello, Irish. Aunt, were you expecting my arrival?" Irish pouted as she approached the white-haired woman. "Well, it is not difficult to guess." The white-haired woman chuckled, looking amused at her reaction. She then beckoned to Irish and pointed to a seat as she asked, "Anyway, did Linda send you a letter?" Irish took her seat and nodded. "Yes, you can read it for yourself." She handed her the letter. The white-haired woman revealed a look of anticipation as she took the letter from her. Irish watched her aunt read the letter with a look of sympathy. Aunt Jade must have felt so lonely living alone at the top of this castle. I wish she could be reunited with her family soon. She had a close relationship with her aunt since she was a child. Jade was like a second mother to her, and she was even closer to her than her real mother. They learned to trust each other after years of interactions. It was also how she learned about Jade's situation. When she first heard about this from Jade, she was so shocked that she couldn't believe it. The emperor's sister actually had a son with a countryside baron. It was something that could shake the entire empire if news of it leaked out to the public. Since then, she visited her aunt every day, deepening their relationship even further. So he took my gift. A smile filled with motherly love hung on her face after she read the letter. Looking at her aunt's joyful smile, Irish grabbed Jade's hands and asked with her eyebrows furrowed, "Aunt, do you want to see your son?" Jade quivered upon hearing her words, and she was silent for a moment. After a long pause, she shook her head and responded with a despondent tone, "You should know that it is impossible." Hearing this, Irish bit her lower lip. She hated how powerless she was to change the situation. The emperor had banned her aunt from leaving the castle. She once suggested her aunt to escape, but Jade revealed a scared expression when she mentioned that. She tried asking her aunt what made her so afraid, but she never told her the truth. Looking at her niece's dejected face, Jade gently grabbed her shoulders and embraced her. "Stop worrying about me, Irish. Knowing that my son is doing well is already more than enough for me. Let us not make things even more complicated. Besides," Jade's eyes suddenly flashed with intense coldness. "I am only waiting for an opportunity, and that moment will come when the fight for succession will begin." "Besides what?" Irish glanced at her aunt with confusion. Jade shook her head and replied with a faint smile. "It is nothing. I just misspoke." She wasn't just idling in the castle all this time. She had been secretly nurturing her own force outside, and even Irish wasn't aware of this. "Just a little bit more. Lucas, Alaric, just wait for me." "Oh wow, is this still the same orphanage that I grew up in?" Rasmus exclaimed when he saw the newly renovated orphanage. It was no longer the decrepit building that he was used to, but a grand mansion with a vast orchard next to it. There were even warriors patrolling nearby, ensuring the safety of the orphanage. Rasmus knew that this was all because of Alaric. He was so emotional that he couldn't articulate his feelings. In the end, he could only give Alaric a grateful hug, an action that stunned everyone. Rasmus only realized his mistake when he sensed the unusual gazes of the people around him. "Oh, my lord, this." He was flabbergasted by his own actions. He wanted to explain himself, but he was flustered. Alaric tapped his shoulder and smiled teasingly. "Rasmus, you do not need to apologize. I respect your sexual orientation, but you should be aware that I am already engaged with Hershey." Rasmus widened his eyes. Just as he was about to respond, everyone erupted into peals of laughter. "That's not it." Rasmus could only lower his head in embarrassment. Looking at the teasing eyes of his comrades, Rasmus felt like beating them up. "Ha ha, that is enough." Alaric waved his hand, seemingly amused by the little prank he played. "Let's head in." Under his lead, they walked along the stone pathway to the orphanage. Some of the kids who were tending to the orchard noticed them and quickly notified Josephine, the orphanage's director, and William's wife. By the time they arrived in front of the orphanage, they saw Josephine and William stepping out in a hurry. "My lord." William didn't expect his visit, and it was visible from the look of surprise on his face. "Sir William, how have you been?" Alaric smiled at the old man. He felt a bit emotional when he saw William in great shape. The frail old man he saw back then had now gained some weight and muscles. His graying hair had even turned black. "I'm doing great, my lord." William was happy to see him. "That is good." Alaric smiled. He turned his head to Josephine and gave her a gentle nod. "It has been a while, Grandma Josephine." Josephine lowered her head. "I'm glad to see you, my lord." They exchanged greetings before William invited them inside the orphanage. "How was the situation in the mine, Sir William?" Alaric inquired. William's face turned a bit serious when he mentioned this. "Everything is going well, my lord. The miners, The old man gave his report, while the others remained silent. I see. That is good to hear. Alaric was pleased with his response. The cold iron deposit was an important resource for House Silversword, and it was also their main source of income other than the soap business. My lord, there is one more thing that I would like to tell you. William took a deep breath to gather his thoughts. He had been thinking about this decision for a long time, and it was finally time to give Alaric an answer. Feel free to tell me what is on your mind, Sir William. William hesitated to speak because of the number of people around, but knowing that everyone was on their side, he eventually opened his mouth. My lord, I would like to follow you. Other than his wife, everyone else was stunned by his words. William was a transcendent knight with no affiliation. A person of his caliber would be treated with respect anywhere in the Empire, but here he was, offering himself to Alaric. Alaric had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Even when William rejected his offer back then, he never gave up on getting this man to work for him. Have you thought it through, Sir William? He asked with a deep look. William nodded with a serious face. Yes, my lord. I have already discussed this with my wife. Alaric frowned. What changed your decision? He didn't want the old man to regret his choice. William recalled the scenes during the orc subjugation and replied with a smile. I just realized that following you might be more meaningful than staying cooped up in the orphanage. My lord, I have already decided. I will devote my remaining life to serving you. He lowered his head and said, I hope you accept my unreasonable request. Hearing his firm resolution, Alaric no longer doubted him. He stood up and tapped the old man's shoulder. I welcome you with open arms, Sir William. William was overjoyed. He was about to kneel when Alaric stopped him. There is no need for such formalities, Sir William. We have already been through a lot together, so there is no need to be like this. William nodded and smiled. Yes, my lord. The atmosphere became livelier after that, and Hershey suggested a celebration, which Alaric approved. However, the old man refused their good intentions. He didn't want to trouble them, since they were about to get married. The couple understood his intentions, so they no longer insisted on the celebration. Suddenly, William recalled something important. By the way, my lord, he leaned forward and whispered to him. I heard from my friends that there have been sightings of barbarian warriors outside of Turtle Fort. This was something that he couldn't disclose to everyone, so he made sure that only Alaric could hear him. Hearing this, Alaric frowned. Turtle Fort was the first line of defense against the creatures of the enchanted woodlands and the barbarian tribes on the adjacent barren land. The barbarians were known for their physical strength and talent for battle. A majority of them also had the gift to become warriors, so almost all of them could fight. The only thing that limited their power was the lack of resources and their low birth rate. Otherwise, they would have long since destroyed Astania and even the neighboring empires. Very rarely would they reveal themselves, and the last time there was an encounter with them was a few decades ago. Thanks for letting me know. I will send someone to look into it. Alaric didn't remember anything like this in his past life. The barbarians never showed up. They remained in the barren lands without showing any signs of aggression toward Astania. So why did they suddenly reveal themselves now? This was something that made Alaric feel alarmed. A few decades ago, the Emperor of Astania and the Barbarian King signed a non-aggression pact. It was an event that was recorded in the history books, and almost everyone in the Empire knew about it. Did something change again? Alaric pondered deeply. He tried to guess what could have made the barbarians do something this suspicious. Is this related to the fight between the elves and the goblins? He thought, but he wasn't certain if the two events were related. The group stayed at the orphanage for another 30 minutes before they left. Initially, Alaric wanted to take a look at the soap shop, but William's report made him feel a sense of urgency, so he decided to return to North Pine Town and discuss what he had heard with his father. Why do you look so serious, Alaric? Are you not happy? Hershey's voice drifted into his ears. She noticed that Alaric had something on his mind. Alaric glanced at her and hesitated. Alaric, whatever it is, you can share it with me. We will be husband and wife soon, so you can share your troubles with me. She felt shy when she said this. Alaric smiled at her words. She was right. Hershey was no ordinary woman. She was smart and resourceful. Perhaps she could even provide him with useful insights about the situation. Barbarians have been spotted outside of Turtle Fort. He told her what he had heard from William. Hershey was shocked to hear this information. She rubbed her chin and frowned. There are many factors that we can consider as to why this happened. Maybe the barbarians are only searching for something near our borders. It is also possible that they have used up all their resources during winter, so they risked their lives to cross our borders to gather more food and other supplies. However, these are only our speculations. We need to investigate this matter to get more information. Alaric nodded in agreement. I will inform my father about this. In the headquarters of the Blood River Alliance. How is the acquisition going? Liam asked while looking at the documents on his desk. Boss, we have already talked with the Tyler household, and they gave us a favorable response. They're only waiting for you, boss. Hearing this, Liam put down the documents he was reading and lifted his head with a smile. Is that so? He stood up and tapped his subordinate's shoulder. Good job. If things end well, you will be rewarded for your efforts. Thank you, boss. I will work harder for you. Liam grinned. Prepare a carriage for me. I need to visit them and finalize this deal. He was finally one step closer to his goal. Upon returning to the estate, Alaric headed to his father's study to report what he had heard from William. Barbarians? Lucas frowned. He participated in the war with the barbarians a few decades ago. The battle made him famous and cemented his name as one of the strongest in the empire. He dribbled his fingers on the table, seemingly in deep thought. The barbarian king is not a foolish man. Something must have happened for him to send his warriors near our borders. Lucas muttered, I think so too. Alaric nodded in agreement. Lucas stared at his son and said, This matter is indeed suspicious, but let's leave it for the time being. We have more important matters to take care of. Alaric was taken aback. What is it, Dad? He asked with a baffled look. Lucas adjusted his sitting posture before he replied with a smile. What else? Of course your wedding. Alaric's smile stiffened upon hearing this. He thought that there would be another war. It turned out his father was talking about his wedding. You are right. I cannot let Hershey wait any longer. It is time to announce our wedding date. Alaric responded, feeling a bit emotional. In his past life, he had never married Hershey and just kept her waiting for him. He couldn't let that happen again. Good. She's a good girl, so you must treasure her, my son. Lucas didn't want his son to make the same mistake he did when he was younger. Yes, Dad. I know. Alaric smiled in response. After some small talk, he left Lucas' study. Oh, I forgot to ask Dad if he knows something about Mystic Cloud. Never mind. I will ask him some other time. Alaric clicked his tongue. Although he had told his father that he would focus his attention on his wedding, he still sent Franklin and a few warriors to investigate the barbarian sightings in Turtle Fort. He then went to find the freed women to check on their situation. Greetings, Lord Alaric. My lord. The women revealed looks of excitement upon seeing him. This man had freed them and gave them the chance to turn their lives around. Alaric smiled upon seeing the huge improvement in their complexion. When he had first met them in the slave wagon, they looked listless. Only a few days had passed, and they were already filled with energy and hope. I'm glad to see you all in good shape. Alaric exchanged greetings and polite remarks with them. He then asked them about their accommodation and their new jobs, to which the women replied with great enthusiasm. Knowing that they were satisfied with their arrangements, Alaric excused himself and was about to head to the training grounds when he heard someone calling him. My lord, please wait a moment. Alaric raised an eyebrow and turned his head. The one who had called him was Lyanna. Lyanna, is there something you need? Alaric had placed special attention on her because of her unique talent. He had specifically given her an important position in the household's army. He noticed that her younger sister Emma was just right behind her. My lord, there is something that I want to tell you. Can we talk somewhere more private? Said Lyanna as she looked around with cautious eyes. Alaric revealed a look of interest. He wondered what she wanted to tell him for her to be this secretive. All right, follow me. He beckoned to them. Lyanna nodded her head. She then grabbed her younger sister's hand and whispered, Things will be all right. I promise you. Hearing her sister's words, Emma meekly nodded. Amen. Alaric brought the two to his study. Do you want tea or coffee? He asked them as he pointed to the vacant seats adjacent to his desk. There's no need, my lord. Lyanna rejected his offer. Alaric didn't insist. He took his seat and indicated for them to speak. Lionel took a deep breath to gather her thoughts. She then opened her mouth. "My lord, we are from House Gillings, a small merchant family based in Harrow. Our family's business is mostly related to herbs and medicine, so we usually spend our time gathering unique herbs and elixir from the mountains." She gave him a short description of their family before she went straight to the topic. "One time when we were searching for herbs, we discovered something unusual." Lionel described the characteristics of the flowers they had found on a mountain near Harrow. Alaric listened carefully. At first, he didn't treat the matter too seriously, but when he heard her description of the flowers, he thought about one event that happened in his past life. It was the discovery of the ultra-rare elixir, the bedeviled cornelia. This flower looked like a hybrid of a rose because of the similarities in their appearance. However, this was far from the truth. The bedeviled cornelia wasn't an ordinary flower. It was an elixir that fed on corpses. At first, it was only treated as a strange flower, but it was later discovered to be extremely useful in growing monsters. If a wild beast consumed one petal from its flower, it would have a high chance of becoming a monster. If he got his hands on these flowers, he could boost the growth of the saber-fanged wolves. While he was immersed in his thoughts, Lionel's voice drifted into his ears. "There's just one problem, my lord. There's a pack of powerful monsters in that mountain, and I think they are waiting for those flowers to bloom." "When you discovered those flowers, what was their color?" he asked. "The bedeviled cornelia would fully bloom once their petals turned pink. It was also when their boosting properties started to manifest." Lionel thought for a moment before she replied. "I think they were white with some hint of pinkness." Alaric frowned. "This means that those flowers were about to bloom. If that happened, those monsters would definitely devour them. I have to get those flowers." "You have done well, Lionel. Thank you for telling me this information." Alaric smiled faintly. Lionel and Emma glanced at each other with joy. "My lord, do you know what those strange flowers are?" Lionel asked curiously. Her family dabbled in herbs and elixirs, but she hadn't heard or seen those flowers. Alaric didn't mind answering her curiosity. He nodded and said, "If I'm not wrong, the flowers you saw should be the bedeviled cornelia. It is an elixir that—" He told them what he knew about the flower. The information he gave would be known to the public after the discovery of this flower. But at this moment, only a few families were aware of this information. No wonder those monsters didn't let us get near those flowers. Lionel revealed a look of realization. "Can you tell me more about those monsters?" Alaric inquired. "Yes, my lord." Lionel nodded without hesitation. It was a pack of white-tailed, desolate dogs. There were a lot of them, and their alpha is even a disaster gray monster. We were only lucky enough to escape them. She trembled when she recalled what she had experienced at that time. Alaric rubbed his chin thoughtfully. White-tailed, desolate dogs are not that powerful individually. At most, they're as strong as normal goblins, but they're deadly as a group. It seems like I have to send an elite knight for this task, but who should I send this time? House Silversword already had many elite knights, but he had to send a suitable person for this trip. After a few minutes of thinking, Alaric finally made his choice. "Please bring Sir Henry here. I would like to speak with him regarding this matter." "Yes, my lord." Lionel cupped her fists and left together with her sister. Upon stepping out of his study, Emma breathed a sigh of relief. "Sorry, Lionel. I was too nervous to speak." Looking at her younger sister's expression, Lionel shook her head. "It's all right, Emma. However, you must learn to be more confident in yourself. Lord Alaric is a good man, so we must serve him well." Amen. The Gilling sisters went to look for Henry after that small talk. They later found him in the training grounds observing the training of the recruits. "Sir Henry, Lord Alaric is looking for you. He is waiting in his study." Henry narrowed his eyes. "All right. Thanks for letting me know." There was only one reason why Alaric would summon him. It was another mission. A moment later, they stepped inside Alaric's study. "My lord, we have brought Sir Henry." "My lord." Henry lowered his head and cupped his fists in greeting. "Please sit down, Sir Henry. I have a new task for you." Alaric told him about the bedeviled cornelia. The reason why he chose him for this mission was because of Henry's character and ability to make the best decisions. Among the elite knights in the household, he was also the most experienced. "I won't fail you, my lord." Henry expressed his confidence. "Good." Alaric was pleased with his response. "You can bring 2 knights and 10 knight apprentices with you. You are free to choose which warriors to bring." "Yes, my lord." Alaric turned his head to Lyanna and instructed. "Lyanna, I want you to guide Sir Henry's team to the specific location where you found the bedeviled Cornelia." "Yes, my lord." Lyanna answered without hesitation. Alaric gave them a few more reminders before he sent them out. "Now, it is time to discuss my wedding plans with Hershey." He smiled as he stepped out of his study room. 2 days later, Henry's team arrived in Harrow. "I haven't been here for a long time," Rigger remarked as he looked around the familiar yet unfamiliar streets. "It's indeed worthy of being called one of the most prominent cities in the north." Aldrin couldn't hide his surprise. It was his first time here, and he was shocked by the prosperous life in the city. "Enough with the chit-chat. We didn't come here to sightsee. We must complete our task as soon as possible." Henry's stern voice drifted into their ears. Alaric had specifically told him the significance of the bedeviled Cornelia, so he didn't want any mistakes. "Yes, sir." Henry turned his gaze to Lyanna, who wore a robe to cover her body. She had some fame in Harrow, so she didn't want anyone to recognize her. "Miss Lyanna, please take us to that mountain." Lyanna nodded. "Please follow me, everyone." The mountain where she found the bedeviled Cornelia was located outside of the city. It was relatively obscure and was surrounded by a dense forest. Other than warriors, only a few brave hunters would dare enter that place. Halfway through their way out of the city, Henry sensed a group of people following them. Reckless fools. He noticed that they weren't that powerful, and most of them were just ordinary warriors. However, the person leading them was surprisingly a knight. "Sir, I think someone is following us," Lyanna informed him. Henry didn't expect her to have such sharp senses. She actually noticed them before Rigger and Aldrin did. "I know. Just leave them be. We will deal with them outside the city," Henry muttered in a cold voice. Lyanna felt a chill upon hearing his words. They didn't encounter any accidents on their way out of Harrow. The city's armed guards stopped them for inspection, but when they identified themselves as warriors of House Silversword, the armed guards no longer dared to stop them. "Those guys are still following us. Just were they after?" Henry frowned. He thought that the group would stop following them after learning their identity, but he was wrong. The other party continued stalking them. "Stop at once." Everyone frowned when they heard an unfamiliar voice behind them. "You are." Lyanna was stunned when she saw the one who had spoken. In front of them were 15 warriors led by an old knight who looked to be in his late 60s. "Sir Rollins?" Lyanna exclaimed in surprise. The group turned out to be former warriors of House Gillings. "My lady, are you all right? Did these people do something to you?" The old knight was agitated. He wanted to rush in and save Lyanna from her captors, but his instincts told him otherwise. Henry, who was about to command his subordinates to attack, immediately swallowed his words. He turned his gaze to Lyanna and asked with furrowed eyebrows, "What is going on here?" Lyanna quickly stepped forward and gestured at both groups to calm down. "Wait, everyone. This is a misunderstanding." Everyone looked at her and waited for her to explain the situation. Lyanna took a deep breath and said, "Sir Rollins, there is no need to be alarmed. These gentlemen are warriors of House Silversword. They are good people, so there is no need to be hostile towards them. Sir Henry, I apologize on their behalf. These men are former warriors of House Gillings. They acted against my father when he sold us to the slave traders, making them lose their jobs." Lyanna's words made everyone relax their guard. "Lower your weapons, everyone." The old knight, named Rollins, commanded his subordinates. He then cupped his fists to Henry's group and apologized. "We have misunderstood you. Please forgive us. Please forgive us." Henry shook his head and waved his hand. "It's nothing serious, so you guys don't need to worry." The two groups exchanged greetings after that awkward encounter. "I'm glad to see you unharmed, my lady. But where is Miss Emma?" Rollins asked with a look of concern. He had watched the Gillings siblings grow up. They were like grandchildren to him, so he was worried about them all this time. Lyanna smiled faintly and replied, "My sister is in good hands, Sir Rollins." Lord Alaric of House Silversword took us in and gave us proper care. He didn't force us to become slaves. We voluntarily decided to work for him. Rollins furrowed his eyebrows as he observed her expression. He didn't sense any falsehoods in her words, so he was relieved. He let out a sigh and kneeled before her, his face filled with remorse. "It's my fault, my lady. If only I was strong enough, you and Miss Emma wouldn't have to go through all that suffering." The old knight's voice trembled. "Please don't blame yourself, Sir Rollins. This isn't your fault." Lionel pulled the old man up and gently tapped his shoulders. The old man expressed his anger towards the head of House Gillings, and also his relief upon knowing that they were safe. Lionel hesitated for a moment as she asked, "What happened to the household after we left?" She didn't know why she had asked this question. Was it her lingering attachment to House Gillings, or was it something else? She couldn't tell. Rollins' face darkened as he responded. "Lord Dash, that bastard went back into gambling. I don't know what kind of shitty luck he had, but he won back all the money he had lost. He used the money he won to hire new warriors, and he also spent them on women. That pathetic piece of SH. Ahem. I apologize for the language, my lady." Lionel was distraught. "That bastard. He didn't even bother to look for us." She bit her lower lip to hide her pain, but Rollins could see through her emotions from her little hand movements. She still has these little habits when she is in emotional distress. At this moment, Henry had to cut their reunion short. "I apologize, but I have to interrupt your reunion." He looked at Lionel and said in a stern voice, "I hope you understand, Miss Lionel. We have an important task to deal with." Lionel immediately lowered her head. "I understand, Sir Henry." She then looked at Rollins and said, "Please forgive me, Sir Rollins. We need to leave soon. You can wait for me at the..." Lionel set up a meeting place, but Rollins had other plans. "My lady, we want to follow you." Lionel and Henry's group were stunned when they saw the other party kneeling in unison. "What is this, Sir Rollins?" The old knight lifted his head and stared at her with determination. "My lady, there is nothing we want more than to serve you again. Please accept us." "This..." Lionel was stumped. She was no longer the young lady of merchant family, so she didn't know how to respond. While she was hesitating, she felt a big hand tapping on her shoulder. "Since they want to follow you, why not accept them? We need loyal people like them in the household." Henry's voice drifted into her ears. "But I'm no longer the young lady of House Gillings. Can I really do that?" Lionel hesitated. "You are not, but you're now a team leader of House Silversword's armed forces. You can take in these people, but they will be your responsibility," Henry answered. Hearing this, Lionel became silent. She seemed to be in internal turmoil, so everyone waited patiently for her decision. After a few minutes, she finally made a decision. "All right, I will accept you guys, but as I said, I'm no longer the young lady of House Gillings, but a warrior of House Silversword. Follow me means following House Silversword." Rollins nodded. "It doesn't matter, my lady. We will do anything to serve you." Lionel helplessly smiled. Their loyalty burdened her. She felt that she still wasn't ready to lead these men. "Since you have already decided, prepare to depart immediately. We have a task to complete." "Yes, my lady." Rollins and the former warriors of House Gillings answered in unison. "Call me Team Leader Lionel from now on." Lionel corrected them. "Yes, Team Leader Lionel." After dealing with them, she apologetically looked at Henry. "I apologize for delaying our task, Sir Henry." Henry grinned at her. "It's all right." With Rollins' group joining their party, they now have over 25 people. "We are almost there," Lionel told the group. She had already memorized the paths around this forest, so she was certain that their target mountain was close by. After over 2.5 hours of walking, they finally arrived at their destination. It was a mountain that was more than 3,000 meters high. It had steep and rugged terrain, making it impossible for ordinary people to climb up. However, because of the valuable resources hidden in the mountain, many brave men still dared to try their luck. At the foot of the mountain, they could already hear the sharp roars of the beasts living on the mountain. "Follow me. The path gets more difficult from here on out, so everyone must be careful," she warned them with a serious voice. The group was composed of veteran warriors, so they had no trouble scaling the mountain. Even Rollins' subordinates, who weren't even knight apprentices, didn't have a hard time following them. This was because they were already used to traveling such treacherous places. As they climbed higher, the air became thinner. Ordinary people would have felt sick due to the sudden drop in the temperature and the thinning of the air, but these strong-bodied warriors quickly adapted to the high altitude. Suddenly, they encountered a fatal grade monster. It was one of the common monsters found in this forest, the red-horned spotted deer. This creature looked similar to the spotted deer except for its significantly larger size and its striking curved red horns. "Aldrin, make it quick," Henry calmly commanded. "Aye, sir." Aldrin chuckled. He took out his spear and confidently walked towards the monster. Lyanna and Rollins' group hadn't seen him fight, so they were a bit worried for his safety, but since the commander had already spoken, they could only watch in silence. "Will he be all right?" Lyanna thought to herself. She was familiar with this monster since it was quite common in Harrow. It was known for its speed and its incredibly sharp horns. If careless, even a knight would be killed by this monster. Meanwhile, Rigger and the warriors of House Silversword remained calm. They had already fought more powerful creatures, so they didn't think much of this deer. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Aldrin made his move. He pounced toward the creature and thrusted his spear. Whoosh! The red-horned spotted deer made an unusual bleating sound, but its cry was cut short when Aldrin's spear pierced through its head with a single shot. KHHSKLH. The creature collapsed to the ground. It twitched for a few seconds before its movements ceased. Lyanna and Rollins' group were stunned. So fast. They never expected that this ordinary-looking man was actually this formidable. In just one move, he managed to slay a red-horned spotted deer. Aldrin, who was oblivious to their shock, bent down to take out the beast's soul crystal inside the monster's corpse. He then looked at Henry and asked, "What should I do with the body, sir?" "Leave it," Henry replied indifferently. Hearing this, Aldrin nodded and handed the beast's soul crystal to him. The trip continued after that short delay. Rollins approached Lyanna and whispered to her ears, "My lady, that man is powerful and he is young too." Lyanna nodded in agreement. "You're right, but there are plenty of warriors stronger than him in the household. Do you see that bald guy over there? He is stronger than Sir Aldrin." Rollins was shocked to hear this. He realized that he was just an ordinary warrior in front of these great men. The group encountered more monsters along the way, but they were quickly eliminated by Henry's subordinates. Rollins' group didn't even need to intervene, making them feel uncomfortable. "Don't think too much about it, Sir Rollins." Lyanna consoled the old knight when she noticed his expression. "I apologize for showing such an embarrassing sight, my lady. I never thought that I would feel this useless during a mission." The old knight shook his head with a wry smile. Another 2 hours passed by before they found what they were looking for. Hidden in the steep slopes of the mountain was a patch of pink flowers that were about to bloom. But before they could celebrate, they suddenly heard the sonorous howls of a large pack of monsters. "It's them, the white-tailed, desolate dogs," Lyanna exclaimed when she heard the familiar sound. Henry made a hand gesture as he shouted, "Get ready for battle." He took out his sword as he stared in a certain direction. He could sense the presence of the monsters in that location. The warriors immediately unsheathed their weapons upon hearing his words. A few seconds later, the monsters finally revealed themselves. They were almost as tall as an adult human. They had large rounded ears and black spots on their brown fur, but their most noticeable feature was their white tail. "Hold on, why are there so many of them?" Lyanna widened her eyes. When she first saw them, there were only about 20 in the pack. However, their current numbers already exceeded 50. Furthermore, there were many fatal-grade monsters in their ranks. Facing this many ferocious beasts, Lyanna couldn't help but feel nervous. It wasn't just her. Rollins' group also trembled at the sight of these monsters. Just as they were about to piss their pants, Henry's cold voice erupted. "Warriors of House Silversword, crush them." Under Henry's leadership, the warriors immediately charged forward with fearless momentum. Their loud battle cries drowned the howls of the monsters. "My lady, what should we do?" Rollins asked Lyanna hesitantly. Lyanna gritted her teeth and replied, "We will follow them. Move out." She didn't wait for their response. She rushed in to join the battle. Rollins no longer hesitated. He brought his subordinates and instructed them to protect Lina. The clashing of blades and claws echoed across the mountaintop, scaring the birds and the wild beasts. Those warriors, how can they fight these monsters with such calmness? Rollins was surprised to see the warriors of House Silversword display great courage in the face of the ferocious creatures. On the other hand, his subordinates were struggling. Their formation was a total mess, so he had to tie up the loose ends to prevent them from getting killed. Luckily, the young lady is a knight, so she doesn't need much protection. This isn't very pleasant. I need to train these guys, Rollins thought to himself. After killing a fatal-grade monster on his own, he took a short break to gather his breathing. It was then that he saw something shocking. At the very front where the battle was the fiercest, he saw Aldrin surrounded by more than 5 fatal-grade monsters. The 5 white-tailed, desolate dogs attacked him simultaneously, but Aldrin remained calm despite the urgency of his situation. With a short spear and a sword, he slaughtered the monsters one by one. Unbelievable. He felt like he was dreaming when he witnessed that scene. While he was immersed in his thoughts, he heard Lina's voice. Sir Rollins, our side is clear. We need to get going and support the front line. He snapped out his dazed state and nodded. Yes, my lady. Call me team leader. Lina reminded him again. Yes, team leader. Rollins awkwardly responded. He was still not used to her new title, so it felt awkward in his tongue. At this moment, the idling disaster-grade alpha dog made a quick dash and charged towards Lina's group. Whoosh! Everyone was occupied with their own problems, so no one could offer them a hand. Protect the team leader, Rollins shouted as he dashed in front of Lina. There were no hesitations in his actions, as if he was prepared to sacrifice himself to ensure her safety. His subordinates quickly surrounded Lina upon hearing his command. Don't let that monster lay a hand on the team leader, Rollins shouted. Meanwhile, Lina gathered her mana in preparation for the clash. However, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them and fended off the alpha dog's attack. Clang! A dull clang echoed as the monster's claws were blocked by Henry's sword. The old elite knight grunted and used more strength in his arms to mitigate the impact of the collision. He then imbued more mana into his limbs to keep up with the monster's speed. What followed was an exchange of moves that left Rollins' group flabbergasted. Clang, clang, bang, bang. Elite Knight. I wonder if I can advance to that realm. Rollins muttered. It was his wish to one day advance to that realm. But for someone his age, he knew that this was impossible. He had already exhausted his potential. He didn't even know if he could reach the peak of the Night Realm before his death. In the next moment, Henry released a vertical slash that left a deep wound on the monster's body. It made a whimpering sound. For the first time since it showed itself, the disaster-grade, white-tailed, desolate dog revealed a look of fear. It slowly retreated while warily looking at the old warrior. It barked at its subordinates, commanding them to protect it, but they were effortlessly killed by Henry. The monster turned its head and looked at the bedeviled Cornelius that were about to bloom. It hesitated for a moment before it ran away. Seeing this, Henry snorted. He rushed toward the retreating monster and made a swinging motion. Whoosh! The alpha white-tailed desolate dog was only able to run a few meters before it was cut in half. Henry approached its corpse with an indifferent expression. He then bent down and took out the beast's soul crystal hidden within its internal organs. After looking at the shiny crystal, he wiped it clean using his clothes before putting it inside a leather pouch. He then turned around to check the battle situation. There were still a few monsters, but they were no longer a threat to the group. In another 10 minutes, the last white-tailed, desolate dog collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Gather the beast's soul crystals and the monster corpses, Henry shouted. Everyone immediately moved into action. The warriors of House Silversword had already mastered the art of dissecting monster corpses, so they quickly removed all the usable monster parts. Rollins' group observed them carefully. They were only good at searching herbs and elixirs, so they weren't as good as Henry's subordinates. Old man, you'll get used to it. Rollins felt someone tapping his shoulders. He looked to the side and realized that it was the young knight named Aldrin. Sir, how are you guys so good at this? He couldn't help but ask. Aldrin was taken aback. He rubbed his chin using his bloodied hand as he responded. If you go through a few more battles, you'll master it. Rollins looked confused upon hearing his response. He wanted to ask more questions, but Aldrin had already walked away, leaving Rollins with a baffled look. I have a bad feeling about those words. Sir Rollins, can you help us here? There's still a lot of monsters to dissect. Yes, I'm coming. While everyone was busy collecting the valuable parts from the monsters' corpses, Henry squinted his eyes. He could sense that more monsters were coming, and their number wasn't small. His face darkened. Did the smell of the corpses attract them here? Or could it be? He looked at the bedeviled Cornelius and found out that some of them had already bloomed. The petals of these flowers were fully pink, and they emitted an enticing scent that was even more fragrant than honey. The flowers have bloomed. Quick, gather the flowers that have bloomed, but make sure that you won't destroy them. He shouted. Yes, sir. Everyone sensed the urgency in his voice, so they quickly collected the bedeviled Cornelius. Luckily, the plant wasn't that difficult to collect, and it also wasn't frail like other elixirs. Why is this one red? Weird. Lina bent down to pick up the unusual bedeviled Cornelia. Unlike the other flowers with pink petals, this one was about to turn red. This must be what Lord Alaric was talking about. Before their trip here, Alaric told them about the characteristics of the bedeviled Cornelia. According to him, these flowers fed on the corpses of animals, monsters, or even humans. The more corpses they absorbed, the darker their color would become. Just when she thought that it was the only one, she saw a few more red flowers from the corner of her eyes. 1, 2, 3, there's more than 10 of them. She didn't expect to see many red flowers. Lord Alaric said that these flowers rarely turn red, unless the corpses they're absorbing come from a strong monster. I must report this to Sir Henry. She was about to approach Henry when the roar of a beast echoed across the mountaintop. She was startled, and she unconsciously turned her head to the direction of the roar. That is, coming towards them was a huge monster. It looked like a tiger, but it had a significantly larger frame. Its fur was also black like that of charcoal. That is a purple-eyed black tiger. This particular beast was a disaster-grade monster, but it was far stronger than the alpha white-tailed desolate dog that Henry had defeated earlier. This monster was a true predator. Roar! The beast issued a warning sound as it slowly approached them. Just then, another roar drifted into their ears. This time, it came from a separate direction. Lina turned her head and saw a monster that looked like a giant anaconda. A disaster-grade, gold-spotted white anaconda. She could vaguely sense its power from the terrifying aura it exuded. It was a beast that could trample them with a swing of its tail. The only reason it didn't attack was because of Henry and the purple-eyed black tiger. Make it quick, Henry shouted while keeping his eyes on the two monsters. He was starting to get nervous. He never thought that the bedeviled Cornelius would actually attract so many powerful monsters the moment they bloomed. Other than these two monsters, there were still more coming towards them. Although not as powerful as the two beasts, their numbers were in the hundreds. This is getting out of control. What should we do? Henry narrowed his eyes. One wrong command and people might be killed. He didn't want that to happen, so he tried to come up with a plan to escape this situation. Sir Henry! At this moment, he suddenly heard someone calling him. It was Lina. She jogged towards him with a look of urgency and said, Sir Henry, there is a path that we can use. It is a narrow path between two big boulders, so those monsters won't be able to follow us. Hearing this, Henry's eyes lit up. Where is it? I will lead the way, sir. Lina responded. All right. Henry nodded his head. He then barked out to his subordinates. Everyone, it's time to retreat. Follow Miss Lina. I will hold back those monsters. There was no other way. He had to stop those monsters from following the group to prevent casualties and to ensure that the harvested bedeviled Cornelius wouldn't be damaged. Lina didn't hesitate. She rushed downhill toward the secret path. The footwork she had trained from all the years of climbing the mountains revealed its usefulness. She expertly traveled down the jagged terrain. In addition to her adrenaline rush, she realized that she was moving faster than her usual speed. We are almost there, everyone. Be careful of the sharp rocks. She reminded them as she cut down the shrubbery that blocked their path. Meanwhile, Henry had already engaged with the two disaster-grade monsters. The collisions of their battle caused violent explosions and powerful shockwaves that caused the mountain to rumble. One warrior stumbled and fell due to the shaking of the ground, but his comrades quickly helped him up. Stay focused. The road gets more dangerous here, Lioness shouted. With the intense battle between Henry and the two monsters, she was afraid that the giant boulders would collapse on them. Everyone nervously followed her through the tight pathway. Every time the ground shook, they would instinctively whisper Aru's name. Please protect us, Aru. Just then, cracks started appearing on the surface of the boulders, making everyone even more nervous. Almost there, Lioness gritted her teeth as she increased her speed. In the next moment, she had finally stepped out of the ravine. She looked around and realized that there were no monsters nearby. This made her feel relieved. One by one, the warriors stepped out of the ravine. All of them looked pale, and there were even a few of them with cuts on their heads after being struck by sharp falling rocks. Is everyone out? She asked while making a quick head count. Everyone is here, my lady, Rollins reported after checking on his subordinates. Aldrin also nodded and told her that everyone was fine. Suddenly, the two hill-like boulders behind them collapsed, causing a cloud of dust to spread. Luckily, everyone was quite far from the boulders, so they were unharmed. If we had been a second late, some of us would have died. Lioness felt a chill. Team leader Lioness, I think we have company, and they are not monsters. Aldrin's voice drifted into her ears. Lioness frowned and turned her head. She could sense the auras of more than 20 people coming towards them. A moment later, the other group appeared. Father? No, Justin Jillings. Lioness's face turned cold when she saw the leader of the opposing party. It was none other than her father, the head of House Jillings. Oh my! Justin Jillings raised his eyebrows in surprise. He was a middle-aged man with a sunken face. He had dark bags under his eyes, which was caused by sleep deprivation. He didn't expect to see his eldest daughter here. Lioness, my lord, there was a commotion here earlier. They must have gotten some sort of treasured elixir. A knight whispered to Justin's ears. Hearing this, Justin furrowed his eyebrows. What should I do to make them cough up what they had taken from this mountain? For it to cause such commotion, that elixir must be very valuable. A look of greed flashed in his eyes. Whatever it is, I must get it. Thinking about this, he opened his mouth with a look of regret and remorse. Lioness, I've been looking for you and your sister all this time. I must have been out of my mind when I made that decision back then. I miss you girls so much. Why don't you return home with me? Aldrin and the others quietly watched Lioness. They wanted to see how she would react to this situation. From the little information they knew about her, they were aware that she and her younger sister had been abandoned by their father. Would she forgive this man, or would she sever their ties? Do you think I will fall for your lies? I know what kind of bastard you are. You must be after the elixirs we got from the mountain. Lioness sneered. She was disgusted by her father's actions. Justin's face twitched at her accusation. With a wrong face, he replied. How could you say something like that, Lioness? Do you think Dash? Enough with your bullshit. I'm tired of your barefaced lies. You should be ashamed of yourself. Lioness shouted with a fuming look. You! Justin was stunned. Scram if you don't want to die. This is the last mercy I will give you. Lioness's cold voice drifted into his ears. Justin's face darkened. He wanted to confront them, but he could sense that the people she was with were formidable. He held back his greed and let out an awkward laugh as he commanded his subordinates to retreat. Let's go back, everyone. I might not be able to take care of you here, but things will be different in the city. Justin thought with narrowed his eyes. After they left, Lioness heaved a sigh of relief. My lady, team leader, I don't think that bastard will give up on the elixirs. Rollins whispered, his voice shaking with anger. I know. Lioness knew her father's personality so well. We should get going. The monsters are coming soon. Aldrin reminded them. The group no longer lingered and headed down the mountain. Meanwhile, the battle between Henry and the two disaster-grade monsters was still raging on. I should find a way to retreat. Now that the others have retreated, there is no longer any merit in fighting these two monsters. With this in his mind, Henry silently gathered mana into his legs to prepare for his eventual escape. The two beasts didn't sense anything amiss and continued their fierce battle. The area around them was already a mess with toppled trees and large rubble everywhere. Henry waited for the perfect opportunity, and when he noticed that both monsters had relaxed their guards, he retreated without hesitation. Damn it! Who would have thought that we would actually encounter those damn beasts on this mountain? Fighting with those two ferocious monsters left injuries all over his body. If they were ordinary disaster-grade monsters, he would have the means to defeat them. Unfortunately, both creatures were far from ordinary. Roar! He could already hear the furious roars of the beasts behind him, but Henry didn't look back. He imbued more mana into his legs to increase his speed. Whoosh! His figure turned into a blur and disappeared, leaving the two monsters furious. I think it won't be a good idea to enter the city. Rollins had a bad feeling. His suspicions started when he saw his former lord retreat without saying a word. Knowing what kind of man Justin was, Rollins was certain that he would leave a trap for them in the city. In that case, we should make a detour, Rigger suggested. What about Sir Henry? Lyanna asked. I will leave secret marks along the way for Sir Henry to follow. Rigger responded indifferently. All right then. After making that decision, the group took a detour around the city. Looking at everyone's gloomy faces, Lyanna felt that it was her fault that they had to go through this much trouble. Rollins was the first to notice this, so he consoled her. This isn't your fault, team leader. Lyanna merely shook her head and sighed. The group traveled through the woods while keeping themselves out of sight. They traveled for a few hours, but they had to stop since the sky had darkened. We should rest here, Rigger suggested with a serious look. There were some ordinary warriors in the group, and they were already exhausted after several hours of running nonstop. The group didn't set up camp to avoid being detected. Instead, they climbed on top of the tall trees and rested on the thick branches. With the big leaves covering them, it was highly unlikely for someone to discover them. However, they soon realized that it was a big mistake. 15 minutes later, the sounds of dogs barking reached their ears. This is bad. They brought tracking dogs with them. Lyanna alerted the group the moment she heard the noise. The group didn't hesitate. They climbed down the trees and escaped in the opposite direction of the sound. Wait, we have been surrounded. Rigger's face fell when he sensed the powerful auras ahead of them. Everyone looked sullen after realizing the situation. They had been sandwiched, leaving no room for them to escape. Rigger frowned as he silently calculated their best options, but he found himself unable to think properly. Damn it! Arf! Arf! Sir Fabian, didn't I tell you that we can find them here? Don't forget the promise you made. Ha! Ha! Of course. If it as you say, I will write off your debts. It's him. Lyanna recognized her father's flattering voice. In the next moment, they finally saw their pursuers. They recognized Justin's party, but there was another group that came along with them. Furthermore, they brought formidable warriors and knights. Look what we have here. The one who had spoken was the fat man standing beside Justin. He was dressed in luxurious clothes, and he wore thick gold chains around his neck. The fat man ignored the others and focused his attention on Lyanna. He didn't even bother to conceal the lust on his face. Miss Lyanna, we meet again. Lyanna frowned when she saw this greasy man. Fabian, this man was one of the biggest slave traders in Harrow. His wealth was so enormous that even minor nobles were afraid of him. Aldrin and the other warriors immediately surrounded Lyanna while keeping their hands on the handle of their weapons. Seeing this, Fabian frowned. Do you guys not know who I am? Surrender, and I will consider sparing your worthless lives. He shouted, his voice filled with arrogance and disdain. Hearing this, Rigger and the others were furious. To think that an elite knight would actually serve someone like this. Rigger thought to himself as he looked at the warrior standing close to Fabian. He could sense an overwhelming pressure coming from this man. How dare you stop the warriors of House Silversword? Rigger decided to use the household's name to scare the enemies, but contrary to his expectations, Fabian sneered in contempt. Justin laughed and shouted in a mocking tone. Do you think you can fool us? How dare you impersonate the warriors of House Silversword? Are you tired of living Enough. Fabian took a step forward while keeping his eyes on Lina. How about we make a deal? Take out the elixirs you found in the mountain and follow us quietly. Rigger and the others almost failed to hold back their rage when they saw Fabian's perverted face. Bastard, you will pay for this. Rigger muttered through gritted teeth. Fabian lost his patience when he saw that his words were not treated seriously. With a cold face, he shouted, "Capture them. Make sure that the elixirs will not be damaged, and don't injure Lina's pretty face." Upon hearing his commands, his subordinates immediately unsheathed their weapons and pounced towards Aldrin's group. "Do not falter. Show these fools the strength of House Silver Sword," shouted Rigger as he raised his weapon in midair. In the next moment, a fierce clash erupted between the two sides. No one held the upper hand in the initial round, but Rigger's group gradually gained the upper hand because of their synchronized formation. Seeing this, Fabian and Justin were stunned. They outnumbered them, but they were actually on the losing end. It was unbelievable. Are they really from House Silversword? Fabian began to hesitate. Although he was powerful and Harrow, he was just an ant compared to House Silversword. Who cares? I just need to kill them all. As long as I kill all the witnesses, no one would know what happened. Even if by chance they found out the truth, I have the perfect scapegoat here. Thinking about this, Fabian glanced at Justin Gillings, who was watching the battle next to him. "Sir Fabian, I think you need to send Sir Vaughn now," Justin whispered with a nervous tone. His subordinates were also in the battle, and a few of them had already died. He couldn't afford to suffer any more losses. Fabian snorted. "You don't need to tell me." He then beckoned to the warrior standing behind him. It was a one-eyed bald man with tan skin. He was holding a flail, a weapon rarely used by warriors because of how difficult it was to use. To master this weapon, one needed months to even years of effort. "What are your orders, sir?" The elite knight, named Vaughn, asked with his head lowered. "Except the girl, kill the rest of those people," Fabian commanded. The elite knight hesitated. This was because he recognized the insignia on the warrior's clothes. It was the famous insignia of House Silversword. "Sir, those people are from House Silversword. Are you certain about this?" Fabian raised an eyebrow and glared at him. "Are you questioning me?" Vaughn sighed and shook his head. "No, my lord. I'll do as you say." He didn't want to work for this man, but because of his family's tough financial situation, he had no choice. "Aru, I might commit a grave sin this time. I won't ask for your forgiveness since I don't deserve it, but I hope that you will look after my family." After making this prayer, Vaughn hardened his heart. He looked around and searched for a target. The one who had caught his eye was the young warrior wielding a spear. He was fast and agile with superior mastery of the spear. He was currently fighting two knights all by himself, but he still had the upper hand. Vaughn locked his eyes on his target and rushed in with heavy strides. He raised his flail in preparation for an attack, but before he could brandish his weapon, he suddenly felt a sense of danger above him. An assassin. He quickly twisted his body to the right when he felt the killing intent from above. In that instant, he heard the air produce a sharp, piercing sound. Whoosh! Bang! "Oh, you dodged that." A calm voice drifted into Vaughn's ears. He turned his head and stared at the warrior in front of him. It was an old warrior wielding a sword. His aura was not as strong as his own, but for some reason, he felt that the old man was more powerful than him. This strange feeling made him frown. "I am Henry, an elite knight and a company commander in House Silversword. State your name, warrior." The old man introduced himself indifferently. Hearing this, Vaughn was stunned. Henry was a common name, but there was only one Henry in House Silversword. He had gained some fame after the orc subjugation event. He might not be as famous as the Transcendent Knights, but he was regarded as one of the most powerful elite knights in the North. The one thing that was scary about him was his swordsmanship. He had trained it to a level that ordinary swordsmen could only hope to achieve. Vaughn uttered his name. He had no permanent affiliation. He was just a mercenary, a warrior who would do anything for money. Henry noticed the surprise on the man's face as soon he revealed his name. "You still have time to stop this, my friend. You don't look like you are affiliated with that man. Why don't you step aside? I promise that House Silversword will not hurt you." If this man joined the battle, he he wouldn't have the energy to help the others. This man's aura isn't any weaker than Frederick's. Fighting him will be dangerous, especially in this kind of situation. Vaughn furrowed his eyebrows. Henry's words made him falter, but thinking about his sick daughter and his pregnant wife, he shook his head. I'm sorry, but I need the money. Money. Henry smiled. I can give you the double the amount he promised. How's that sound? This time, Vaughn finally lowered his weapon. He was dumbfounded. His enemy was actually trying to make a deal with him mid-battle. Double? Do you even know how much they paid me? Vaughn narrowed his eyes. Surprise me. Henry nonchalantly replied. If this was a year ago, he would never dare say this, but things were different now. House Silversword was no longer struggling financially. 5,000 gold coins for 10 years of my service. To a mercenary like Vaughn, this was already a huge amount of money. He would never make this much by merely doing escort jobs, so despite the notoriety of the client, he readily accepted the offer. Henry nodded with a faint smile. All right, I promise you that you will get at least 10,000 gold coins if you join our side. Vaughn was stunned. Before he could respond, he heard Fabian's furious outburst. Vaughn, what are you doing, you idiot? Don't just stand there, you fool. Kill them all. Vaughn ignored his words and silently contemplated his choices. Accepting the old warrior's offer carried some risk. He might be lying, or he could also deny his promise after the battle would end. However, if it turned out to be true, he would get enough money to hire a skilled doctor for his daughter, and he would still have extra money for his children's future. Depending on your performance, I might recommend you to Lord Alaric to become a part of our army, Henry added. Those words were the final nail in the coffin. Vaughn no longer hesitated. He stared deeply at Henry and said, I hope you fulfill your promise. He then turned around and joined the battle, but his targets were Fabian and Justin's subordinates. When Fabian saw Vaughn attacking his comrades, he was shocked. That bastard, what is he doing? Justin was also surprised. He didn't expect the polite and honest Vaughn to betray them at the last second. Vaughn, what the fuck are you doing? Fabian bellowed, but his words fell on deaf ears. Vaughn had already started his attack. He didn't use his flail since he knew these people. He just used his physical strength to knock everyone out. Seeing this, Henry was relieved. He didn't even need to intervene since Vaughn was doing a great job in dealing with the situation. Good thing my persuasion worked, but 5,000 gold coins? The price isn't cheap. He might be earning more now, but this amount of money was still a lot for him. Soon, all the warriors under Fabian and Justin had been taken care of. Wait, don't come closer. Fabian shouted nervously when he saw Henry approaching him. This is a misunderstanding. This despicable man forced me into this. I would never harm my own daughter. Justin explained himself, his face full of sweat. Henry raised an eyebrow when he heard this. He just arrived, so he didn't know the situation. What is going on here, Miss Lyanna? He looked at the only woman in the crowd with a face full of confusion. Sir Henry, that person is my father, but we have already severed our connection with him the moment he sold us to those slave traders. Lyanna replied without even sparing Justin a glance. Realization dawned on Henry. I see. He moved his gaze back to Justin and said, his eyes filled with unconcealed contempt. So you're the father who sold his daughters to pay off his gambling debts. It's just a misunderstanding, sir. Please allow me to explain myself. There's a deep dash. Huh. Justin's world suddenly spun, and he felt a sharp, stinging sensation on his face. With a face full of fear, he looked at the old warrior in front of him. See dash. He couldn't even finish his words when another slap came his way. Huh. Henry wasn't satisfied, so he sent more slaps until Justin's face was no longer recognizable. Huh. 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 Justin collapsed to the ground. His face looked like it had been bitten by 1,000 bees. He wanted to say something, but he found himself unable to properly say a word. Yamshori. He put on the most pitiful face he had ever shown to someone, but Henry remained unmoved. The old warrior bent down and raised his hand. Huh. This time, Justin passed out. With a scornful expression, Henry spat a mouthful of saliva on the man's face. Tui, you're the only one left, pig. Henry muttered as he turned his gaze toward Fabian, who was slowly moving backwards. Seeing the old warrior's cold eyes, Fabian's knees almost buckled. Sir, now let's talk this out. Henry sneered. You were so gutsy when you ordered your men to attack the warriors of House Silversword. He walked towards Fabian, but before he could take another step, he felt a hand pressing on his shoulder. HM, please let me deal with him. You see, I have a grudge to settle with that person. Vaughn muttered. Hearing this, Henry grinned. He is all yours. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Vaughn walked towards Fabian with steady footsteps. Each step he took made Fabian feel uneasy. Wait, Sir Vaughn, I will give you the money. You need money, right? I can give you as much as you want. He forced out a smile as he tried to negotiate his way out of the situation. It's too late for that. Vaughn raised his flail and swung it. Whoosh! PHSSHHKKK. The spiky striking head of his flail struck Fabian's face, causing it to cave in from the impact. When he pulled the striking head, Fabian stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. Looking at the slave trader's twitching body, Vaughn muttered under his breath. That was oddly satisfying. I should have done that from the start. At this moment, he felt someone tapping on his shoulder. You made a wise decision, my friend. Don't worry, I will fulfill my promise. Vaughn stared at the old warrior and asked, Are you leaving now? Henry nodded. Yes. There was no reason for them to linger. The officials and the city guard will be here soon, so they had to leave immediately. You have to follow us back to North Pine Town if you want to get your money, Henry added. Vaughn shook his head. I can't leave now. My daughter is sick and my wife is pregnant. I see. Now I understand why he is willing to work for such person. He has it tough too. Henry didn't respond for a long while. Since you can't come with us, how about this? I will leave a few of our people to you. Once we return to the estate, I will send a team of skilled doctors to take care of your family. Of course, the money I promised you will also be delivered at that time. Vaughn thought for a moment. Is he planning to monitor my movements? Well, it doesn't matter. I have nothing to hide anyway. And if the people he sends lay a hand on my family, I'm confident that I can kill them. With this in his mind, he no longer hesitated. All right. Henry summoned a few warriors, including Rigger. He specifically chose this guy to stay with Vaughn, since he was a former mercenary. He also had enough strength to escape if the situation became unfavorable. Stay here with Vaughn and make sure that his family is protected. Communicate with me using messenger birds. The old warrior instructed. Yes, sir. Henry gave them a few more instructions before he turned his gaze back to Vaughn. My friend, we still have things to do, so I'm afraid I can't stay here for long. I hope we meet again soon. I hope you return with the money you promised. Otherwise, I will storm House Silversword's estate, even if it kills me. Vaughn responded. After removing all traces of battle, everyone went their separate ways. Sir, can we really trust that person? Aldrin asked with a worried look. He couldn't bring himself to trust Vaughn no matter how hard he tried. Henry grinned and shook his head. Of course not. Why would I trust someone we just met? Hearing this, Aldrin was dumbfounded. Then why did you send Sir Rigger and the others with him? We don't know what he might do. Henry glanced at him and smiled. He didn't answer him and asked a question instead. Among the knights in the household, who is the strongest? Aldrin furrowed his eyebrows, but he still responded truthfully. It's Sir Rigger. Right. Rigger is the most powerful knight of House Silversword. Even in the north, there are only 2 or 3 knights who are on the same level, if not stronger than him. Henry shook his head. His words displayed the confidence he had in Rigger's ability. He tapped Aldrin's shoulder and added, Don't worry about him. Rigger can protect himself. The kids I sent with him aren't pushovers either. Aldrin no longer said anything after hearing this. Vaughn, that man, I can sense the desperation in his eyes. That was the desperation of a father and a husband. A man who worries about his family. I hope I made the right decision. Henry thought to himself. Meanwhile, in the main mansion of House Silversword, the servants were busy moving the decorations they had prepared for Alaric's wedding ceremony. These decorations were specially designed for the occasion, and it was Maria who had ordered them. She wanted the best for her son, so she didn't hesitate to use the money they had earned from their recent business ventures. At this moment, Maria was instructing the servants in the main hall. Be careful. Some of those items are made of fragile materials. She reminded the servants. Yes, my lady, the servants responded. These items were to be delivered to the wedding venue, which was a newly constructed building within the estate. Everyone moved with caution, ensuring that the items would be delivered without any damage. My lady, why are you doing this yourself? Didn't I tell you to rest? You are with child, so you should not overdo yourself. A voice filled with concern echoed through the main hall. Maria lifted her head and saw her son walking down the staircase in a hurry. Seeing him, she let out a loving smile and said, "Good morning, my son. How was your sleep?" Alaric sighed as he approached his mother. He looked around, and when he noticed that the servants were busy, he leaned forward and whispered, "Mom, you should get some rest first. I will handle everything here. I cannot let you do all these troublesome things." Maria shook her head with a faint smile. "It is not troublesome. I love doing this since it is for your wedding. Do not worry about me, son. I'm taking care of myself well. Besides, there are doctors and nurses at my side who are doing their best to keep me healthy. The doctors also told me that I need some physical activities, so it will not be difficult for me during delivery," she added. Alaric could only shake his head with a defeated look. "Fine, but you must rest after lunch." "I will," Maria chuckled. The mother and son chatted briefly before Alaric stepped out of the main mansion to head to the training grounds. Alaric's Silver Sword Elite Knight, EXP 219/1000. Potential A. Traits: Horseback Riding C. Swordsmanship SSS. Close Combat C. Archery E. Hunting E. Tracking E. Sixth Sense E. Monster Affinity F. Mana Gathering C. Appraisal B. Strength 170. Stamina 180. Agility 180. Vitality 150. Endurance 160. Mana 235, 240. Battle points 3460. Stat points 117. Requirements for the next advancement: 1000 EXP, 250 in all attributes, and 10,000 battle points. He couldn't find the time to do his daily missions, so there was no increase in his attributes other than his mana. While he was performing his weighted exercises, a warrior suddenly came to deliver a report, so he had to take a short pause. "I apologize for disturbing you, my lord. I just want to inform you that the assassins have already been taken care of." The warrior reported in a whispering voice to make sure that only Alaric could hear him. Hearing this, Alaric remained unperturbed. "Oh, no one saw you guys, right?" he casually asked. The warrior shook his head. "Sir Butch personally handled their execution, and we made sure that no one was nearby. By now, their bodies should be rotting in the soil." "Good," Alaric nodded. How could he show mercy to the assassins who had tried to kill Hershey? The only reason he allowed them to live a few days longer was to make them believe that he would let go of them. Just imagining the despair in their eyes as they were slowly dying made him thrilled. The warrior shivered upon seeing Alaric smile. Alaric sent him a look and warned him with a stern gaze. "No one must know about this. Do you understand?" "Yes, my lord." The warrior nodded. "You may go. I still have to continue my training." Alaric waved his hand, signaling for him to leave. The warrior no longer dallied and left right away. After the warrior left, Alaric resumed his weighted exercises. He was just about to proceed with his sword training when another urgent report came. Was it this time? Alaric frowned as he took the letter from the messenger. When he unrolled the letter and saw that it was from Warwick, his expression changed. After Vivian's execution, Alaric sent Warwick and Fredrin to Copperglade to protect his grandfather from House Harrison. Alaric thought that nothing would happen to his grandfather with those two protecting him, but he had underestimated the recklessness of the enemies. "Those bastards actually attempted to kidnap my grandfather." Alaric's eyes burned with fury. Alaric was in a foul mood, but he gritted his teeth and resumed his exercises. 1000 mana-infused vertical slashes Balabox with check. 1000 mana-infused horizontal slashes Balabox with check. 1000 mana-infused diagonal slashes Balabox with check. 1000 mana-infused stabs Balabox with check. After doing all his sword exercises, he finally received a series of notifications from the system. You received 20 battle points. You received 3 EXP. You received 3 stat points. Alaric checked his attributes and noticed that he already had 120 unallocated stat points. What should I do about this? Should I distribute them now? Alaric hesitated for a moment, but he eventually decided to distribute his stat points evenly to keep his attributes balanced. Alaric Silver Sword Elite Knight, EXP, 219, 222/1000. Potential, A. Traits, horseback riding, C. Swordsmanship, SSS. Close combat, C. Archery, E. Hunting, E. Tracking, E. Sixth Sense, E. Monster Affinity, F. Mana Gathering, C. Appraisal, B. Strength, 170, 200. Stamina, 180, 200. Agility, 180, 200. Vitality, 150, 175. Endurance, 160, 185. Mana, 240, 241. Battle points, 3,460, 3,480. Stat points, 120, 0. Requirements for the next advancement: 1,000 EXP, 250 in all attributes, and 10,000 battle points. Now, other than his vitality and endurance, all his attributes had already reached 200 points. I am close to maxing out my attributes, but I'm still far from reaching the required EXP and battle points. I need to find time to do my daily missions from now on. Otherwise, it would take me a long time before I advance to the next realm. For some, the Elite Knight realm might sound powerful, but Alaric knew that experts at this level could barely do anything in large-scale warfare. He had experienced it in his past life. To prevent things from going in that direction, he needed to become a transcendent knight at the very least. Alaric removed the stray thoughts from his mind. He didn't leave the training grounds right away. Now, it is time to deal with those bastards from House Harrison. Thinking about this, he summoned Galliner and 100 more warriors. My lord, what are your orders? Galliner cupped his fists respectfully. Alaric didn't respond immediately. He stared at him, and the 100 warriors gathered before him. Using his appraisal trait, he inspected their attributes one by one. They have become more powerful after absorbing all the resources we got from the elves. Galliner's attributes. Galliner's attributes made him dumbfounded. Galliner, Transcendent Knight, EXP, 391 of 5,000. Potential, S. Traits, Indomitable Will, S. Swordsmanship, S. Close Combat, S. Horseback Riding, S. Pain Tolerance, S. Hunting, S. Tracking, Archery, B. Danger Perception, B. Intuition, C. Strength, 402. Stamina, 201. Agility, 275. Vitality, 405. Endurance, 500. Mana, 250. His raw attributes alone were far more impressive than Rosalie's, even though he had only recently advanced to the realm of transcendence. Alaric couldn't begin to imagine the extent of Galliner's growth. SS rank, Indomitable Will. Alaric was speechless. Other than this crazy trait, most of his traits were also S rank. He gathered his thoughts and opened his mouth. I receive a report from Sir Warwick. According to him, House Harrison destroyed my grandfather's caravan in Copperglade, and those bastards also attempted to kidnap him. Hearing this, everyone's faces darkened. They were aware that Alaric's maternal grandfather was in Copperglade. Laying a hand on him was no different than offending the entire House Silversword. I want you to attack House Harrison's estate and bring their family head here. Kill everyone who resists. Alaric shouted, his voice shaking with fury. He wanted to eradicate the entire House Harrison, but doing so would only attract the attention of the imperial family. Furthermore, House Harrison was backed by the second prince. If I only target Darvin Harrison and the main family members, the second prince would not be able to say anything since I have a legitimate reason to attack them. Alaric thought to himself, I have received your orders, my lord. Galliner acknowledged his command with a snappy salute. Very well. Prepare your equipment and supplies. You must depart at once. Alaric waved his hand, dismissing the entire crowd. Upon getting his signal, the crowd quickly dispersed. Underthrown. Mission: execute the arrogant family head of House Harrison. Mission difficulty: hard. Darvin Harrison commanded the capture of your maternal grandfather, but he had failed. However, he still hadn't given up on this plan. To stop his vile acts, you must capture him and have him executed. Rewards: 1,000 battle points, 50 EXP, random trade upgrade card X1, rare weapon card X1. Undersir. HM. Alaric wasn't surprised by the mission notification, but because of the difficulty. Why is it a hard difficulty mission? He furrowed his eyebrows, feeling slightly perturbed. Did they ask for support from their allies? This was the only possibility he could think of. House Harrison only had one Transcendent, an expert ranked 18th in the Astanian Dragon leaderboard. A single Transcendent shouldn't be enough to make the mission difficulty hard. This means that they managed to ask at least one more Transcendent to help them. It does not matter. Warwick and Galliner should be able to handle them. He had confidence in their skills, especially Galliner. The man is a force of nature in the literal sense. Alaric chuckled. He believed that Galliner's power was already equivalent to the experts in the top 10 of the Astanian Dragon leaderboard. In Lucas' study, the Baron also received a report about the situation in Copperglade. He didn't give much of a reaction, for he was already aware that Warwick was there to protect Anton Keller. Should we send our troops to support Sir Warwick and House Keller, my lord? Lucas leaned on his seat. You said that Alaric will send Galliner and 100 warriors to Copperglade, right? Yes, my lord. Hearing his confirmation, Lucas shook his head. Then there is no need to send additional manpower. Galliner alone will be enough to handle House Harrison and their allies. The messenger was stunned by his words. But, my lord, they have 4 Transcendents on their side, including Sir Treston. Lucas gave the messenger a stern look and waved his hand dismissively. Just do as I say. Yes, my lord. In Copperglade, there's a middle-sized district called Lanila. It was named after a famous warrioress in ancient history. In this district, House Keller held the most sway, whether in terms of political power or wealth. However, this powerful merchant family was currently facing a major crisis. At this moment, inside the meeting hall of House Keller, there was a heated debate over the recent incident. My lord, is there still no news from House Silversword? One of the family's elders asked in a solemn tone. I'm afraid that all our messenger birds have been caught by those bastards. Another one remarked with a gloomy face. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. A few days ago, House Harrison started harassing the business establishments they owned. They used all sorts of excuses to cause trouble, which caused their businesses significant losses. Both houses have been at odds for many years, so this wasn't new to them. But House Harrison had become excessive recently. They went as far as destroying their family head's caravan, and they even attempted to kidnap him. Luckily, the warriors sent by House Silversword protected Anton Keller and his subordinates in time. Otherwise, things would have ended terribly. Looking at the anxious faces of his family and subordinates, Anton Keller sighed. I have already sent a few letters to House Silversword, but they haven't responded yet. It seems like House Harrison intercepted the messages I sent. Anton Keller's face fell as he said those words. He had lost a lot of weight in the past few days. He tried to remain calm to put everyone at ease, but he was nearing his limits. At this rate, all the hard-earned wealth I had accumulated might be taken away by those bastards. I can't believe they would attack us all of a sudden. Knock, knock, knock. In the midst of the meeting, a series of knocks on the door drifted into everyone's ears. Anton Keller raised an eyebrow and gestured at the guards to open the door. A messenger entered with an excited look on his face. My lord, I have urgent news. House Silversword has sent a response. Hearing this, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Quick, bring the letter here. Anton Keller beckoned at the messenger. The messenger didn't dally and handed him the letter. It was still sealed with House Silversword's unique stamp intact. Anton Keller carefully unrolled the letter under everyone's curious eyes. The old man's depressed face lit up when he read the contents of the letter. His face relaxed as he let out a joyful laugh. Good, good. What did they say, my lord? Someone asked, unable to hold back his curiosity. Anton Keller put down the letter and grinned as he replied. It is a letter from my grandson, Alaric. He said that he would send Sir Galliner and 100 warriors here. We're saved. Great. Oh my God. Lord Alaric actually sent Sir Galliner to help us. Galliner was no longer the unknown warrior that he was before. After the orc subjugation, his name had become famous, and many people even wanted him to confirm his rank in the Astanian dragon leaderboard. I heard that Sir Galliner can fight multiple transcendents all by himself. I wonder if that is true. The gloomy atmosphere was swept away with just a single letter. Anton Keller was also relieved, and he felt like a heavy boulder had been lifted off his chest. When will they arrive, my lord? Someone asked. Anton rubbed his chin as he replied. It wasn't specified in the letter, but I estimate that they would be here within 7 days if there are no accidents on the road. He moved his gaze toward the quiet warrior seated next to him. What do you think, Sir Warwick? Everyone became silent as they looked at him. Just like Galliner, Warwick was also a famous figure in the north. Although not as impressive as the former, Warwick was a skilled transcendent knight. His very presence was the sole reason why House Keller was able to survive the harassment of House Harrison. Warwick was already aware that Galliner was coming since he was the first one to receive a letter from Alaric. With a calm look on his face, he replied, "As long as Sir Galliner is here, we don't need to worry about our enemies, but might take them about 4 to 7 days to get here. While waiting for them, we must increase our defenses and temporarily stop our business operations." Anton Keller nodded in agreement. Increasing our defenses is natural, but if we stop our business operations, we will face significant financial losses. We might even lose our important clients' trust. An elder voiced out his worries. Warwick sent him an indifferent look and responded, "I understand your concern, but our safety is more important now. We can earn back the money, but we can't be revived if we get ourselves killed." Anton Keller nodded. "I agree with Sir Warwick. Our lives are more important, so we must temporarily stop our business operations. We should focus on protecting our people." With the family head's firm decision, no one objected anymore. The meeting also concluded soon afterward. A moment later, only Anton remained inside the spacious room. Looking at the empty seats, he shook his head and sighed. "This must be my punishment." He leaned on his seat and rubbed his temples. "I prioritized the family's business instead of visiting my grandson and daughter. I didn't even join my son-in-law's birthday celebration. What a pathetic man I have become." His voice was filled with self-reproach. He then grabbed his necklace, which depicted the symbol of Aru, the sun. "Aru, if we overcome this ordeal, I promise that I will be a better father and grandfather." His voice echoed in the quiet meeting hall. After saying his prayers, the old man stood up and left the room. "I have many things to prepare from here on out." Meanwhile, in the main mansion of House Harrison, the situation wasn't any different. They were also in a heated discussion over the failed kidnapping attempt on Anton Keller. What about the second prince's side? Was there any reaction from them? Darwin asked while trying to contain his rage. "His Highness didn't respond to our letters, my lord. We did get some responses from the houses in the central region, but they didn't give us a favorable answer." Someone replied with a face full of sweat. Because of the recent failure, Darwin was in a bad mood, and no one wanted to be on the receiving end of his fury. Darwin gritted his teeth. "After making use of us, those people are now planning to abandon my House Harrison. This is unacceptable." He took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a moment. "Luckily, we managed to get the support of 5 northern households. We got 3 transcendents from them, which makes it a total of 4 if we include Treston. Will this be enough to fight House Silversword?" His head began to hurt the more he thought about the situation. If only we didn't fail to get Anton Keller. We could have used him as leverage to get some compensation from House Silversword. Damn it. His plans fell through, and it had come to bite him in the ass. Why don't we apologize and return everything that we seized from them? It's not too late to reconcile with them, my lord. The one who had spoken was an old warrior who looked to be in his 60s. He was wearing steel battle armor with the insignia of House Harrison imprinted on his breastplate. "I am friend with William. They might listen to me if we sincerely apologize." The old warrior added. This man was none other than Treston, a formidable warrior in the transcendent realm. He had short white hair and a pair of sword-like eyebrows. Despite his old age, his gaze still looked sharp and full of energy. Many people frowned upon hearing his opinion. The one who showed the most reaction was Richard Harrison, the eldest son of Darwin and the heir of the household. Sir Treston, how could you give such a foolish suggestion? Richard slammed his hand on the table, his voice trembling with fury. Those people killed my sister, and you want us to apologize to them? The others were too scared to butt in, and they could only watch the heated argument unfold. That is enough, Richard. Do you not know who are you speaking to? Apologize to Sir Treston at once. Darwin roared at his son with a dark look. Hearing his father's furious voice, Richard could only swallow the words he was about to say. He then cupped his fists and reluctantly apologized to the old warrior. I misspoke. Please forgive me, Sir Treston. His apology lacked sincerity, and it was obvious that he only did it to appease his father. However, no one said anything. On the other hand, Treston was very disappointed. He has been faithful and loyal to House Harrison due to his friendship with Darwin, but the household has become more rampant and ambitious in the past few years. He had repeatedly warned them not to overuse their authority to oppress the people, but they had ignored his warnings. He was also against the kidnapping of Anton Keller, but Darwin had already made up his mind at that time. He felt that the best solution now was to apologize to House Keller and House Silversword. Otherwise, a big battle might occur. This was something that he didn't wish to see, for only the people would suffer. Darwin was forced to conclude the meeting when he noticed that the atmosphere was getting more tense. The household might be divided if he forced the meeting to continue. Fuck. If only that idiot son of mine did his job well, things would not have ended this way. Darwin almost had a heart attack the more he thought about it. Should I follow Sir Treston's advice? He hesitated. In truth, he was afraid of House Silversword's power. The reason why he dared to send people to kidnap Anton Keller was because of their ties with the Second Prince. But now that the Second Prince was giving them the cold shoulder, he was having second thoughts about opposing House Keller and House Silversword. Did I make a mistake? Darwin wobbled and suddenly collapsed to the ground. My lord, are you all right? The servants were scared when they saw this, and they immediately rushed to his side to support him. Darwin waved his hand. I am all right. Call our allies. I need to speak with them. Yes, my lord. I have to see this through the end no matter what happens. He thought with a fierce look. He had already made his decision. On the outskirts of Riverwake was a small, struggling barony. It was the territory of the fallen Tyler household. They were once one of the most powerful families in the city, but things changed when the late family head fell into gambling addiction. He was eager for quick success, so an owner of a gambling business used the opportunity to seize the wealth of House Tyler. Their story was something that left many people saying that even a great household could fall at any time. At this moment, the current family head of House Tyler was having a conversation with one of the most notorious underground bosses of Copperglade, the leader of the Blood River Alliance. No one knew his name. He was like a comet that came out of nowhere. Old man, have you thought it through? I'm sure I was sincere with my offer. The leader of the Blood River Alliance wore a copper mask to hide his face. The family head of House Tyler sighed with a gloomy look. All right, I can give you the household and everything, but you must give me the money first. Liam was pleased with his response. Splendid. You have made a great choice. Ha ha ha. In the next 3 days, House Harrison became even more aggressive. They no longer bothered to hide their motives, and they made it clear that they wanted to destroy House Keller thoroughly. They sent out their troops to seize control of House Keller's shops and storage facilities. They even captured and imprisoned the employees of those establishments. This greatly infuriated many people, but no one dared to voice their anger because they were afraid of offending a behemoth like House Harrison. At this moment, Anton Keller gathered his troops in an attempt to save the captured employees. My lord, you should think this through. It's obvious that this is a trap. Warwick warned Anton with a grave look. Anton stubbornly shook his head. I understand your concerns, Sir Warwick, but those people trusted me. How could I let them suffer at the hands of those bastards? I must go there, even if it means sending myself over in exchange for the release of my people. The old man's words resonated deeply in everyone's hearts. The people of House Keller stared at him with reverence. This was the reason why they chose to follow this old man, despite his common origins. Warwick let out a faint smile. He is just like his grandson. How do you expect to save those people with 100 troops? Don't tell me that you have already planned to exchange yourself from the start. Warwick sent him a deep look. The people of House Keller were shocked to hear this. They immediately voiced their disagreements. My lord, is this true? You shouldn't put yourself in danger, my lord. I'm sure our people will understand. My lord, your safety is more important. Let's think of another way to save them. Anton Keller remained firm in his decision. He shook his head and responded, I have made up my mind. We must depart at once. Some people tried to convince him, but Anton Keller stepped out of the mansion without hesitation. Everyone had no choice but to follow the old man. Outside the mansion were the soldiers of House Keller. There were 155 of them, a sizable number for a merchant family's army. There were also 3 elite knights and 12 knights. The rest were knight apprentices and ordinary warriors. Their army was quite formidable, but compared to House Harrison, they were still far weaker. Looking at the warriors standing before him, Anton Keller felt proud. These were the people he had trained for decades. Bring me my horse, he commanded with a flourish. He might not be a warrior, but he knew how to ride a horse. A moment later, a servant brought the old man's mount, which was a rare breed of steed that had mana in its veins. Although it wasn't a monster, it was still more powerful than ordinary horses. After putting on his battle armor, Anton Keller expertly climbed onto his horse. Just as he was about to issue the command to march, a voice drifted into his ears. My lord, please wait. Anton Keller turned his head and saw Warwick leading 100 warriors from House Silversword. We will follow you, but I don't plan on giving you to the enemies. Our job is to protect you, and we will do just that. Warwick sent the old man a deep look. If you truly want to save those people, then we can only do it using the most basic way. Anton Keller was shaken when he realized what he was talking about. You don't mean? That's right. We will save those people by force. Warwick's calm voice echoed. That is. Anton Keller frowned. Warwick's suggestion would lead to casualties, and it was something that he didn't wish to see. However, he also knew that Warwick wouldn't allow him to throw himself over to the enemy's side. Anton Keller silently ruminated about the situation. Including Sir Warwick's soldiers, we have more than 200 warriors on our side. This should be enough to hold back the enemies while we save those employees. The old man quickly formulated a plan, and after almost 10 minutes of silence, he finally opened his mouth. I have a plan. Let's talk. We march to House Harrison's estate. Hearing this, Warwick nodded. Yes, my lord. With that, more than 250 warriors departed. The pedestrians immediately vacated the road when they saw the marching army. They could tell at a glance that a major battle was about to take place in Copperglade. They are warriors of House Keller. Are they finally planning to retaliate? Looks like there will be a fierce battle between both houses. Some of the residents expressed their worry, while others were excited to see both giants fight. That is the plan. What do you think, Sir Warwick? You can tell me your thoughts if you have a better suggestion. Anton knew that they couldn't win against House Harrison, so he didn't plan for an all-out brawl. Warwick became silent upon hearing the old man's plan. It was definitely the best strategy for them, but it also carried some risks. All right, we'll try to hold them as long as we can, but we must send Sir Frederick to save the captured employees. I have confidence in his abilities. Warwick voiced his opinion. House Keller's elite knights were not particularly strong. They had some name in Copperglade, but compared to Frederick, they still had a long way to go. Anton Keller furrowed his eyebrows. He had seen Frederick among Warwick's troops. The man had gained some fame after the Orc subjugation, and people even respectfully called him the Steel Bastion because of his formidable defensive abilities. If it's the famous Steel Bastion, then I can rest assured. Very well, let's do that. He gave his approval. In a few hours of marching, they finally caught a glimpse of House Harrison's estate from the distance. Everyone steeled their hearts as they approached the enemy territory. They are waiting for us. Anton Keller muttered in a grim tone when he saw the warriors of House Harrison on top of the walls. He raised his hand to signal their troops to stop. Looking at the archers on top of the wall, Anton Keller frowned. It will be difficult for a siege. Just then, a heavily protected man appeared on top of the wall. It was Richard Harrison. Old bastard Anton, what do you think you are doing by bringing your army in front of our estate? Richard shouted, his voice echoing in everyone's ears. The people of House Keller were infuriated by his lack of respect, but Anton prevented them from saying anything. He couldn't see Richard's face from this distance, but he could sense the disdain in his voice. Sir Warwick, please tell him what we have discussed earlier. The old man told Warwick. Understood. Warwick nodded. He stepped forward and took a long, deep breath as he shouted. I am Warwick Mason, a warrior of House Silversword. Release the people you captured, and we will write off this enmity. His booming voice drifted over to the enemy side. The people on top of the walls were shaken when they heard that it was Warwick, but knowing that they also had transcendence on their side, they soon relaxed. Meanwhile, Richard sneered. Do you think we are afraid of House Silversword? If you want to save those people, then you must kill me first. Warwick and Anton already expected this kind of response. Warwick no longer wasted his energy to converse with him. He sent Anton a knowing look. Seeing this, the old man sighed and nodded. Do it. After getting his approval, Warwick raised his hand and shouted, Bring out the catapults. House Keller also invested in their military, and one of the items they purchased was the catapults. These weapons of war had been sitting in their storage for many years, and now they would finally be put into use. The warriors pushed the huge catapults into position. There were 5 of these siege weapons, neatly placed in strategic locations. When Richard and the warriors of House Harrison saw these weapons of war, they were stunned. Aim your arrows to those things. Do not let them shoot the boulders. Richard barked out with a serious look. We underestimated them. Who would have thought that those bastards from House Keller actually possess such destructive weapons? Just where do they get those things? Richard didn't expect the enemy to possess such formidable weapons. He immediately issued a series of commands to his subordinates. In the next moment, a rain of arrows descended from the sky. Sue! 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 Seeing this, Warwick made a hand gesture as he shouted, Shield bearers, move forward and raise your shields. 30 muscular warriors raised their shields to protect the operators of the catapults. The arrows fell upon them, but their sturdy shields managed to stop the arrows. With the protection from the shield bearers, the operators of the catapults were able to safely launch the boulders toward the enemy walls. Bang! 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 The huge boulders struck the 20-foot-tall walls. Some unlucky warriors turned into meat paste after being squashed by the boulders. A portion of the wall was also destroyed. Richard's face darkened. Damn it. We need to destroy those catapults, but those damn shield bearers are making things difficult for us. Most of their arrows also failed to reach the enemy line because the catapults were positioned beyond their archers' range. Only the arrows released by their knight apprentices could reach them, but they couldn't break through the shield bearers' shields. While he was racking his brains on how to destroy the catapults, Warwick ordered the operators to release the second wave of attacks. In the next moment, 5 huge boulders flew overhead and came crushing toward the enemy walls. Bang! 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 The impact blasted the seemingly impregnable wall, and even the main gate was destroyed, making the warriors of House Harrison feel uneasy. Seeing this, Warwick raised his weapon and shouted, Cavalry, charge with me. Knock your arrows and shoot anyone you see. The cavalrymen of House Silversword were trained in archery and swordsmanship. They were versatile warriors who had mastered numerous techniques related to warfare. Among the 100 warriors he brought from the household, half of them were cavalrymen. House Keller also had cavalrymen, but they were lacking in terms of versatility. Warwick pinned his hopes on his subordinates. Sue! 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 Arrows descended upon them, but Warwick and the knights blocked them to prevent casualties on their cavalrymen. Warwick's subordinates immediately retaliated, releasing their arrows to the enemies on top of the wall. We are almost there. Keep pushing, Warwick shouted while effortlessly blocking the arrows that came his way. With him at the forefront, they managed to close in with minimal casualties. However, Just as they were about to rush through the destroyed main gate, enemies started pouring out. Enemy cavalry! Prepare for contact! Warwick shouted. He narrowed his eyes and looked at a certain figure. It was an old man holding a lance and a shield. Treston! Warwick exclaimed. He felt a bit nervous facing this renowned warrior, but there was also this strange feeling of excitement rising from deep within him. It was the desire to fight someone powerful. Without hesitation, Warwick urged his mount to speed up with a squeeze of his legs. He then quietly imbued mana into his body to protect himself from unexpected attacks. Upon gaining momentum, he raised his sword and brandished it with all his might, causing the air to twist and turn under his terrifying force. Whoosh! The target of his attack, Treston, frowned upon seeing this. He imbued mana into his left arm and raised his shield forward. He braced himself from the coming attack. Bang! Warwick's sword struck Treston's shield with great force that caused his mount to neigh in protest. The latter grunted and swung his lance in retaliation. Whoosh! Warwick lifted his sword, forcing Treston's lance to slide off on the blade of his sword. Shine! After deflecting the lance, Warwick used the residual force to swing his sword toward Treston. Whoosh! The old warrior frowned and pulled his head back, narrowly evading the attack that would have cut off his head. While the two transcendents were fighting, the two armies had already clashed. The fearsome collision of both forces caused the ground to tremble. The sound of blades clashing, the soldiers' cries, and even the horses' neighs echoed. Anton Keller watched the battle with a look of discomfort. Did I make the right choice? Seeing the soldiers die because of his decision made him feel uncomfortable. The guilt was gnawing at him. Aru, I was foolish. I made a rash decision. He regretted it, but there was no turning back anymore. Meanwhile, the battle between Treston and Warwick had become more intense. They had to abandon their mounts to bring out their fullest potential. The area around them had already become a place of ruin. It was a total disaster, but there was still no clear winner between them. How is this guy so powerful? Treston furrowed his eyebrows. He had remained invincible throughout his life, and there had only been a handful of people who had defeated him. However, facing this newly ascended transcendent, he found it incredibly challenging. He realized at that moment that he was no longer the same warrior he used to be. He had become old, and his body was no longer as powerful as it was. He didn't want to admit it, but the cold, hard truth slapped him in the face. You are indeed powerful, Sir Treston. If I had fought with you in your prime, I wouldn't have lasted long. Warwick muttered as their weapons clashed for 100th time. Treston frowned upon hearing his words. He knew that his opponent wasn't mocking him, but it deeply hurt his pride as a warrior. Feeling furious, he put more force into his lance, imbuing more mana into it to deliver a powerful strike. Whoosh! A devastating blow struck Warwick's sword. The force behind the attack was so overwhelming that he had to use all his strength to prevent himself from being knocked away. His legs trembled under the tremendous pressure, and the ground beneath his feet caved in. What kind of power is this? Warwick was stunned. He could barely block the lance from tearing him apart. Your name is Warwick, right? Your strength is not bad, but if you want to take my spot in the Astanian Dragon leaderboard, you still have a long way to go. Treston shouted before he released a whipping kick that sent Warwick flying into the air. What happened? Warwick's mind was in a mess, and it took him a few seconds to realize what had happened. I was arrogant. I thought I was already strong enough to fight someone like Sir Treston, but it seems like I have underestimated his power. Before he fell to the ground, he twisted his body and awkwardly landed on his feet. He could feel a burning sensation in his chest. It was where Treston had kicked him. He immediately used his mana to lessen the pain. Looking at the old warrior dressed in steel armor, Warwick revealed a trace of fear. Is this fear? He grinned nervously. My job here is only to buy time. I don't need to defeat him. I must hold on while Fredrin is saving those people. As he thought of this, he adjusted his fighting stance in preparation for his enemy's attack. Just then, Treston's figure blurred. Whoosh! So fast. Warwick was startled. He quickly evaded to the side. He felt searing pain on his left shoulder, which had been grazed by Treston's lance. If I had been a little bit slower, I would have been cut in half. Don't blame me for this, Warwick. I don't want to kill you, but I can't disobey my lord's command. Tristan's indifferent voice drifted into his ears. Hearing this, Warwick felt a chill running down his spine. It wasn't a bluff. The old man was fully capable of killing him. Sir Tristan, why follow a despicable man like Darwin? He is only a bully who oppresses the poor and the weak. Warwick shouted in an attempt to throw off his enemy's mental state. Tristan snorted at his words. You know nothing. The old warrior stabbed out his lance. Whoosh! Warwick gritted his teeth and firmly held his sword as he deflected the attack. His hands bled after forcefully changing the trajectory of Tristan's lance. Damn it, he is too strong. One more of that attack, and I might lose a hand. His face was covered with thick beads of sweat. While breathing heavily, he kept his eyes on Tristan, unwilling to take the old warrior off his sight. It was a good battle, but I must end this here, Tristan muttered as he pointed his lance to Warwick. Wait! Warwick raised his hand. He could only try to buy some time here, no matter how embarrassing it was. Tristan raised an eyebrow. Do you have any last words? Warwick took a deep breath. He could die here, and his next words would decide his death or his survival, so he had to choose what to say carefully. Sir Tristan, you have a family, right? Do you think offending House Silversword would end well for you guys? Let me tell you this. Warwick paused for a moment before he continued. A more formidable warrior is coming here, and the moment he arrives, it will be the end of House Harrison. That includes your family, too. As soon as he uttered those words, a fearsome killing intent descended upon him. It was so intense that he felt like there was a hand grabbing him by the neck. It seems like I have to crush your skull before killing you. Tristan's furious voice echoed. Looking at the old warrior who was about to attack him, Warwick quickly shouted, Sir Tristan, think about your family. If you want them to survive, then you must listen to me. Before Tristan could respond, another voice echoed. Don't listen to him, Sir Tristan. That man is only deceiving you. Both transcendents turned their heads and saw a warrior on horseback approaching them. Lord Richard, what are you doing here? It's dangerous. Tristan frowned and gestured for Richard to leave. When Warwick heard the man's name, he narrowed his eyes. He didn't hesitate and made a quick move. He rushed toward Richard. My lord, be careful. Tristan's face fell upon seeing this. He promptly followed Warwick and threw his lance at him. Warwick sensed the danger and evaded to the side. Bang! The lance failed to hit him, but it gave Tristan enough time to catch up to Warwick. Just as Warwick was about to capture Richard, he saw a figure appear before him. It was the old warrior. Warwick raised his sword and swung it heavily. Whoosh! The old warrior immediately lifted his shield. Bang! The old man's feet slid off the ground, but he managed to block Warwick's attack. TSK. Warwick clicked his tongue. You have no honor as a warrior. Tristan glared at him. Warwick stared at him with a sneer. Old man, if you want to survive in this cruel world, sometimes you need to do things that you don't want to do. Don't let that foolish principle destroy your family. He added. Tristan frowned. He then sent Richard a deep look and shouted, You must leave, my lord. You staying here will only hold me back. Hearing this, Richard's face darkened. Sir Tristan, I am a proud warrior of House Harrison. I don't need your help. I can protect myself. He was an elite knight, a formidable one at that. Even among those in his realm, few could rival him. Tristan almost had the urge to punch this idiot's head. This guy had been spoiled by Darwin all his life, so he developed an arrogant personality. If he weren't the heir of House Harrison, Tristan would have already beaten him up. Shut your mouth, Richard. Stay out of my fucking sight before I do it myself. He had been holding back his anger for a long time, but there was a limit to his patience. Richard was stunned. He didn't expect to hear this from the old warrior. He wanted to say something, but the words were stuck in his mouth. In the end, he could only shamefully look away from him and leave. Fuck, how dare a servant disrespect me like this? Damn it. Veins protruded on Richard's face. He had never felt such shame before. Meanwhile, Warwick let out a condescending laugh after witnessing this scene. Is it the heir of your household? He is quite the character. Sarcasm was evident in his voice. Tristan stared at him coldly, unable to utter a retort. Lord Alaric hasn't even turned 20, but he is already an elite knight. In a decade, House Silversword will welcome another transcendent. With his talent, he might even advance further and reach the fabled mythical realm. Warwick proudly remarked, I'm running out of ideas here. What's taking Fredrin so long? While Warwick was using every means possible to buy time, another group had already infiltrated the estate of House Harrison. Is this map reliable? Fredrin asked as he looked at the sketchy-looking map that looked like it was drawn by a 10-year-old kid. Yes, sir. It doesn't look much, but it was drawn by one of the spies we sent to House Harrison. A warrior from House, Keller responded with a nod. Hearing this, Fredrin had no choice but to follow the route drawn on the map. Sir, I think we're almost there. Look at that building. That should be the one we are looking for. Another warrior exclaimed. Fredrin followed the direction he was pointing and saw a building that looked like a storage facility. We really made it here by following this shady map. Fredrin was speechless, but he quickly observed the situation. Strange. He furrowed his eyebrows. Why would a building like that be left unguarded? Just then, a powerful aura suddenly burst out behind them. Sensing this, Fredrin unsheathed his sword and shouted, Enemies behind us! Prepare for battle! The warriors who had followed him immediately reacted upon hearing his words. They unsheathed their weapons and looked behind them. However, there was only one person. It was a middle-aged man with graying hair. He was holding a short sword as he approached them with steady footsteps. Just one man? Kill him! The warriors charged towards the man and brandished their weapons aggressively. Wait, there's something wrong with that man. Fredrin warned them, but it was already too late. He could sense an oppressive power from the man, one that was almost the same as Warwick. The middle-aged man smirked coldly and muttered, A bunch of fools. With a casual wave of his short sword, 3 warriors fell, their bodies chopped into several pieces. This time, the warriors finally realized that this was no ordinary individual, so they quickly retreated. You want to escape? It's too late for that. The middle-aged man pursued them like a ghost. It didn't even take him long to eliminate more than 10 warriors. He was about to kill the last one when a figure appeared and blocked his attack. Bang! Oh! He was surprised. He stared at Fredrin with a look of interest. He didn't expect that an elite knight could actually block his sword. Sir Fredrin. The man who had just escaped death was horrified. If it weren't for Fredrin, he would have been one of the corpses scattered on the ground. He was also an elite knight, but he couldn't even see the middle-aged man's sword. Meanwhile, Fredrin's expression darkened. You are a transcendent knight. The middle-aged man grinned at his words. You are quite sharp. That guy called you Fredrin. You must be the famous steel bastion of House Silversword. The middle-aged warrior chuckled. Fredrin's face was covered with sweat. It's just an empty title. He responded in a grim tone. Let's see if you are as sturdy as the rumors say. The middle-aged man suddenly charged at him and casually swung his sword. Seeing this, Fredrin imbued mana into his arms and lifted his shield to block the man's short sword. Clang! The impact made Fredrin's feet sink deeply to the ground, but he stood firmly, like an immovable wall. Oh, it seems like you have some strength. No wonder people call you the Steel Bastion. The middle-aged warrior nonchalantly said, Who are you? Fredrin looked at the man with a grave look. Just blocking that one attack made his arms numbed, and it looked like the guy didn't even put much of his strength. The middle-aged man put on a look of surprise. Oh my, look at my manners. He cleared his throat and dramatically introduced himself. I am Xavier Coldstone. Hearing this, Fredrin's eyes darkened. I'm fucked. Why'd it have to be this crazy guy? Xavier Coldstone was a member of House Coldstone, a barony in the Northeast. He was supposed to be the first heir of the household, but due to his weird personality and strange habits, the family head was worried that he would cause a lot of trouble, so he removed Xavier from the heir candidates. Have you heard of me? Xavier grinned at him. He had the face of a middle-aged man, but the way he talked resembled that of a mischievous teenager. Before responding, Fredrin looked at the only survivor in the group and told him, Go and save those employees. I will take care of things here. The elite knight hesitated, but knowing that he would only be a hindrance, he nodded. Yes, sir. He then turned around and left in a hurry. Xavier didn't stop the man and just watched the scene with interest. Fredrin moved his gaze back to Xavier and finally responded. I have heard a lot about you, Lord Xavier. You are currently ranked 59th in the Astanian Dragon leaderboard. You are one of the strongest experts in the Empire, a warrior with unrivaled abilities. Xavier nodded, seemingly pleased by his words. I like you. Why don't you work for me? I can give you as much as the Silverwords are paying you. What do you think? Fredrin felt goosebumps all over his body upon sensing the other party's invasive gaze. Xavier's had unique preferences. He didn't distinguish between men and women. As long as he liked the person, he would do anything to get them. Fredrin shook his head. Unfortunately, I would have to decline your offer, my lord. I have already signed a contract with House Silversword. I also received more than just money from them, and it is something that I must repay. Xavier revealed a look of disappointment. Is that so? What a pity. He shook his head with a look of regret. In the next instant, his expression abruptly changed. His eyes turned cold, and his mouth curved into a smirk. You can go and die then. Xavier suddenly disappeared and reappeared above Fredrin while swinging his sword with a manic look. Whoosh! So fast. Fredrin gritted his teeth as he lifted his shield above him. He took a deep breath and braced himself for the impact. Clang! His legs almost collapsed from the overwhelming weight behind the attack. The bones in his left arm almost snapped, so he had to imbue more mana to increase his durability. After he had blocked that attack, another one followed. Clang! Cracks appeared on the surface of his shield. If it weren't for his mana, his shield would have already crumbled from the impact. Oh my, you are so sturdy. I like you more and more. A depraved look appeared in Xavier's eyes, making Fredrin feel a chill in his heart. With a grunt, he pushed his shield to send Xavier away. He then retreated to a safe distance to gather his breath. This crazy lunatic wasn't even serious, but he almost snapped my arm. I can't defend forever. I must do something. Fredrin, stop being close-minded and follow me. You just don't know how amazing it feels to do it with a man. Xavier winked at him. I'm sorry, but I will never do it with a man. Fredrin felt sick just thinking about it. He even thought of committing suicide to save himself from Xavier's depravity. It looks like I have to use force. Anyway, I like it better that way. Xavier licked his lips and rushed towards him. Whoosh! Clang! 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 Fredrin did his best to block and deflect the other party's attack, but he soon found himself slowly losing his stamina and mana. Xavier's attacks became stronger as the battle dragged on. My shield is almost at its limit. Shit! Fredrin's expression fell. In a moment of desperation, he sent a flurry of stabs and slashes. Whoosh! 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 Whoa! Xavier wiped the blood on his neck, which came from a small cut. He licked the blood and sent Fredrin a sultry look as he said, So you like it rough, huh? What a coincidence. Fredrin could no longer hold back his anger and lashed out. Damn it. Just leave me alone, you fucking bisexual son of a bitch. Hearing this, Xavier's face contorted with fury. What did you say? Fredrin felt the sudden change in the atmosphere, but he couldn't care less. Just kill me. I have no interest in playing with your games. He shouted. Xavier snorted and imbued mana into his sword before he released an attack. He launched a scorching blade of fire that burned everything in its path. That sword, it's actually a relic. Fredrin wasted no time. He twisted his body and lifted his shield to the side in an attempt to deflect the fire blade. Upon his arrival at the estate, Alaric encountered his mother outside the main mansion. Seeing her, he took out the letter sent by Lucas and handed it to her. Is this from your father? Maria asked as she took the letter. Alaric nodded. Yes, my lady. There were people around, so he couldn't speak informally with her. I will read it later then. Maria smiled and kept the letter. Anyway, how was the situation at the cold iron mine? She asked. The cold iron deposit was of huge importance to House Silversword. They could use the mine ores to upgrade the equipment of their warriors, and they could also sell the excess for additional funds. It is Sir Warwick's turn to look after the mines. I do not think someone will be stupid enough to attack it while he is there. Alaric chuckled in response. He had promised to ensure the security of the mining site, so he sent the warriors of House Silversword to guard the area in rotating shifts. That is good then. I will talk with you later. I still have some things to do. Maria gracefully left after bidding him farewell. Now that Lucas was gone, most of his tasks and obligations fell on her shoulders. She had been really busy in the past few days, and her workload increased after the cold iron deposit was discovered. Now that I have delivered Dad's letter, I should visit the smithy and see if the weapon I ordered has been made. After their return from the orc subjugation, Alaric took a huge chunk of cold iron together with the mithril chains that he got from Fredrin and brought it to the smithy. He asked the blacksmiths of the household to create a sword that was suited for his dual-wielding sword style. He only had the rare steel sword. The other one couldn't keep up anymore after the recent battles that they had gone through. However, the main reason he asked for a customized sword was because he discovered that he couldn't use the equipment upgrade card on the rare steel sword and the dark diamond shield. As to why that happened, he still had no idea even until now. The group headed to the smithy, which was quite far from the main mansion. Soon, they arrived in front of an ordinary-looking two-story building. The rhythmic sounds of hammer hitting metal echoed and drifted into their ears. The warriors guarding the entrance of the smithy were shocked to see them. "My lord, don't mind me." Alaric waved his hand and tapped their shoulders before he entered the building. Upon entering, the hammering sounds became louder, and those who weren't used to the noise might find it irritating. However, to Alaric, it was music to his ears. When he was young, he had always been fascinated with smithing, and he had even snuck out many times during his swordsmanship training to watch the blacksmiths do their work. The blacksmiths and their apprentices were too focused in their work that they failed to notice their arrival. Alaric didn't disturb these hard-working people and went to look for a certain blacksmith. There was only one person in the entire smithy who had the skills and the strength to make a weapon out of mithril. This was because of the strict requirements of processing this metal. An ordinary blacksmith wouldn't be able to withstand the heat when melting mithril, and they certainly didn't have the strength to mold it into a weapon. Only a blacksmith who had the power and the endurance equivalent to that of a knight could do this job. Fortunately, there was one such person in this smithy, a middle-aged man named Goran. Goran was the head blacksmith of the smithy, and he had decades of experience. Furthermore, he was also a retired knight, one who had some fame in his youth. Goran's workshop was on the 5th basement floor, and it took them more than 10 minutes before they arrived. As soon as they got there, Alaric saw a muscular middle-aged man with long graying hair leaning lazily on his recliner. His face was beet red, and he was holding a leather flask, looking completely drunk. As Alaric walked inside the workshop, the strong smell of ale assaulted his nose. The middle-aged man who was dozing off heard their footsteps and abruptly turned his head. "Didn't I tell you that I'm still busy? Go and dash." My lord." The middle-aged man immediately rose to his feet when he realized that it was him. He hid the leather flask behind him and let out a smile. "I see that you are doing well, Sir Goran." Alaric chuckled, not caring about the man's slovenly appearance. He was already familiar with this person since he was a regular visitor to this place. Goran squeezed out an ugly smile as he asked hesitantly, "Are you here for your sword, my lord?" "That is right. Is there any update on that project, Sir Goran?" Alaric didn't look down on this man. He might look like a beggar, but his skills were the real deal. "About that, it will be better if I show you. Follow me." Goran signaled for him to follow. Alaric nodded and signaled for the others to stay before he followed Goran inside the forging room. The temperature noticeably increased, and it was even to the point that it could harm an ordinary person. "I apologize for the heat, my lord. This happened when I was refining the mithril chains you brought. It has so many impurities, so I had to... Look at me yapping about unnecessary things." Goran chuckled. "My lord, do you see that small clump of metal right there? That's what I got from the mithril chains. And that one right there is the smelted cold iron. I'm still waiting for them to cool down a bit before I mix them and form the blade." Alaric nodded. "How long would it take you to complete this project, Sir Goran?" "What? Owen is dead?" Warwick, who was fighting against Treston, lost his composure when he heard the commotion. Owen was a loyal warrior and friend. He treated him like a younger brother despite the huge difference in their status. His death filled him with grief and profound rage. "I'm going to kill you all." Warwick's eyes turned bloodshot as he unleashed every last bit of his mana. His aura suddenly skyrocketed, which shocked Tristan. "Die!" Veins protruded in Warwick's arms as he swung his main weapon, the double-bladed spear. Whoosh! A fearsome force was released and came crashing down upon Tristan. The old warrior furrowed his eyebrows. The power behind this attack had already surpassed his own. This man, overexerting himself like this. He didn't expect his opponent to reveal such devastating power at the last moment. With a serious look on his face, Tristan gathered his mana and imbued everything into his lance. "I didn't want to use this lance's power, but you leave me with no choice." The old man muttered as he made a swiping motion. Whoosh! Bang! A violent shockwave erupted after their weapons clashed. Warwick grimaced from the impact, and he had almost let go of his double-bladed spear. "This power." Looking at his stunned face, Tristan said, "To think that you can still block my lance with that garbage of a weapon." His lance was engraved with a vibration ability. He could make his weapon release a powerful vibration that increased his attack by almost fivefold. It was also because of this weapon that he managed to cement himself as one of the top powerhouses in the Empire. Warwick looked down and noticed the cracks on his sword's blade. With its present state, it would be destroyed in a few more strikes. Although I didn't use the full extent of its ability, it's still impressive that you can block it unharmed. Now, try blocking this. After saying those words, Tristan charged at him and stabbed out his lance. Whoosh! I must dodge this attack. Warwick gritted his teeth and quickly moved his legs as he twisted his body. He somehow avoided the attack, but the power of vibration still struck him, making him cough a mouthful of blood. Cough! Insane. I managed to dodge, but the vibration still affected me. What kind of power is this? He clutched his shoulder while warily looking at Tristan. He had already unleashed all his mana to increase his physical abilities, but his strength still fell short compared to his opponent. Impressive. You're more durable than you look, Tristan remarked with a calm gaze. It would be a pity to kill you. I don't want the North to lose a capable warrior, so why don't you surrender, Sir Warwick? I'm willing to forget all the words you said earlier, as long as you admit defeat. The old warrior was still afraid of House Silversword's revenge, so he was willing to compromise. Warwick glanced at him in surprise. It seems like his family is still his top priority for him to make such a decision. He sent the old warrior a deep look. He then raised his hand and shouted, "Everyone retreat." Meanwhile, Fredrin was still fighting with Xavier. What's taking him so long? Is this really a trap? He looked around, searching for the employees who had been captured, but no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't sense their presence. "How dare you look away from me?" Xavier's voice drifted into his ears. He instinctively jumped backwards while moving his eyes to his enemy. Xavier chased after him and released a flurry of stabs and slashes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fredrin's face was full of sweat as he defended himself from the attacks. He was about to empty his mana, making things look grim for him. Just as he was about to surrender to his fate, he suddenly sensed a group of people coming out from the storage facility. He turned his head and saw the elite knight from before leading a bunch of ordinary people. "Sir Fredrin, we need to leave quickly. There are people pursuing us." The elite knight shouted urgently. Hearing this, Fredrin immediately responded, "You guys go and leave using the secret entrance. I will buy you some time to escape." The elite knight was unwilling to leave him behind, but for the sake of their mission, he nodded. "Yes, sir. Do you think I will let you guys escape?" A teasing voice echoed into everyone's ears. A figure suddenly appeared before the escaping employees, preventing them from taking another step. It was Xavier. He had a strange smile on his face that made everyone feel goosebumps all over their bodies. "I will stop him. Now go." Fredrin suddenly appeared out of nowhere and attacked Xavier. Clang! Xavier clicked his tongue with a hint of annoyance. He had been lenient with Fredrin earlier because he found him interesting, but this guy was starting to get on his nerves with his stunts. "Let's go. We can't let Sir Fredrin's sacrifice go in vain." The elite knight shouted at the shaking employees. Hearing this, they quickly rushed out of the place. Fredrin was relieved to see this. My job is done. Please forgive me, honey. I might not be able to see you again. He felt a wave of sadness when he thought about how his wife would have to take care of their child all by herself. Just when he thought that it would be his end, Xavier's sword suddenly stopped just a few centimeters from piercing his neck. You are an interesting man, Fredrin. You are actually willing to sacrifice yourself for the sake of those commoners. Xavier lowered his sword and stared at him with twinkling eyes. Seeing the other party's expression, Fredrin felt a chill. Kill me. I have no intention of playing your stupid games. He would rather die than let this weird man humiliate him. Xavier wasn't angered by his words. Instead, it only made him more attracted to Fredrin. You are coming with me. Those were the last words that Fredrin heard before he lost consciousness.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.